The Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. Ladies and gentlemen, before we open the classroom door for the Quiz Kids, I'd just like to remind you that Alka-Seltzer offers quick, pleasant relief for acid indigestion and upset stomach, and is also good for muscular fatigue. May I suggest the next time you suffer from one of these unpleasant ailments, that you ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. And now for another exciting half hour with 5 swell youngsters, the Quiz Kids. The questions we are about to ask were sent in by you listeners and selected for the program by Sidney L. James of the editorial staff of Time and Life magazines. We will award a fine Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet for each question used. And now here's the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed, I want to introduce our special guest observer for this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of famous Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson. Well, kids, win or lose tonight, you each get a $100 denomination United States savings bond to apply on your future education. And the 3 with the highest scores will be invited back for next week's program. Of course, we said that last week, and 4 of you promptly made yourselves eligible to come back tonight by turning in 2 sets of tie scores. So, our 4 winners from last week, Geraldine.
I'm Geraldine Hamburg. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Evanston Township High School.
And Jackie.
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 13 years old, and I go to Oak Park High School.
Who tied for first, incidentally, friends. And Cynthia.
I'm Cynthia Cline. I'm 14 years old, and I go to Francis Parker School.
And Jack.
I'm Jack Beckman, 13. I attend St. Philip's High School.
Who tied for second, incidentally. Now, the difference between the tie scores for first and the tie scores for second was only 10 points. So, with these 4 back again, we should have a battle royal tonight. And just to make it even tougher, we have a very capable newcomer, Paul.
I'm Paul Kirk. I'm 13, and I go to Leo High School.
All right, open the throttle on those bright young brains, because here's the first question. Carrie M. Kish of Chicago, Illinois, who writes poetry when she isn't teaching school, wants you quiz kids to write a 4-line poem using Timbuktu as the last word in 1 line, and words that rhyme with Timbuktu as the last word in the other 3 lines. The best poem will be graded on the basis of a 4-part question. Now, do you want me to read that over again, or is that clear to you, boys and girls? Is it clear?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
All right, fine. Now raise your hands when you have finished your poems. In the meantime, let's get along to the next question. Miss Belle Iverson of Ames, Iowa, sends this one in. She wants you to tell us how the following fairy tale characters met their deaths. Now listen carefully. The wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, Jack Beckman.
A woodcutter chopped his head off.
That's right. Incidentally, could you tell me who the woodcutter was, Jack?
Red Riding Hood's father?
That's right. All right, here's the next one. Cock Robin in Who Killed Cock Robin? Paul?
He was shot by Sperling.
Was
A
shot
sparrow.
by what?
He was shot by a sparrow with his little bow and arrow.
Well, it's poetry, isn't it? That's right, though. Now, the third one here, Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. How did they meet their deaths? Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. Jackie?
Was it by a wolf?
No. Cynthia?
Did they freeze to death?
Yes. And what else prompted their death? Jack Beckman.
Did they die of hunger?
That's right, yes. Cold and hunger. So that takes care of that question. Now then, Hestane Weaver of Oak Park Illinois wants you to name the present Speaker of the House of Representatives, and listen carefully because this is tricky, who will be the next presiding officer of the Senate. Jack Beckman.
Isn't it Representative Martin?
No?
Well, the next one will be the Vice President, the next Vice President.
That's right. Can you tell me who the present Speaker is now? Jackie?
Well, Speaker Bankhead, do they want that answer, or was the question
No.
sent in since he died?
This has been received since he passed away.
Well, isn't that Senator or Representative Samuel Rayburn from Texas?
That's right. That's correct. I was a little bit dubious about that, but the kids got the question all right. Now then, Mrs. Gilda Conweiser of Newark, New Jersey, who is a musician herself, wants you kids to identify the Soldiers' Chorus, the Pilgrims' Chorus, and the Bridal Chorus. All right, Cynthia?
Well, the soldiers' chorus is in the opera Tannhäuser
By whom?
by Wagner.
That's correct, all right. Oh, no, wait just a moment. Correction. The Soldiers' Chorus, no, that was an incorrect answer you gave me, Cynthia. Would you like to try that again?
I know the song.
Well, wait a minute. Did you say the Pilgrims' Chorus or the Soldiers' Chorus?
Well, now I remember the Pilgrim's chorus is in Tannhäuser. Or is...
That's correct. All right, the Soldiers' Chorus, Jackie?
The Soldiers' Chorus is from Faust by Gounod, I believe.
That's correct. Let's see. The next one is the Bridal Chorus. Geraldine?
The bridal chorus is from Lohengrin by Wagner, and it goes, da 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 da. And do you want to know the other two choruses? How it goes?
Well, I'll tell you, Geraldine, you sort of stole a march on me here, Steve, but go ahead, we'll let it go.
Well, the soldier's chorus goes, da 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 da. I know it goes.
No, wait a minute. Let's give Cynthia a chance.
It goes, glory and love to the men of war.
That's it. That's it. All right, how about the Pilgrim's Chorus?
It goes, da 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 da.
That's it. That's fine. Well, Jack Beckman has his hand up. What is it, Jack?
Mr. Kelly, I finished my poem.
Oh, you have, huh? Well, swell. I'll tell you what you do now. You just hang on to it, and we'll wait until the rest of the quiz kids finish their poems, see? And then we'll have them in order. In the meantime, back to the questions. Nellie Smith of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to tell us in what 3 books or plays do the plots depend very largely on the following articles of wearing apparel.
A slipper, a coat, and a handkerchief. Jackie.
The slipper is Cinderella.
The slipper is Cinderella. Well, now, can you be a little more
The slipper is
explicit?
from the story Cinderella.
That's right. All right. And we have the other 2 items, a coat and a handkerchief. A coat and a handkerchief. Jack Beckman.
Is that from, the nursery rhyme? The black sheep has some wool, and he won't give it to one fella, and he won't give it to another, so he gives it to his master to make himself a coat.
No, no, that isn't the answer that we want, Jack. How about the rest of you kids? Paul?
Jacob's coat of many colors.
Whose?
Jacob's.
No, now just a moment. Let's, would you like to try that again, Paul, before we call on somebody else?
No, I can't think of that name right now.
All right, Jackie.
That was Joseph's coat of many colors.
That's right, sir. And how about the handkerchief? The handkerchief played a very important part in a certain, I'm not going to tell you. That is, unless I am obliged to. The handkerchief. From Shakespeare's Othello. When Othello saw Cassio handling Desdemona's hanky, which he had found innocently, Othello made up his mind that Desdemona had been unfaithful and decided to kill her. So that's that. Now, Mr. A. Frederick Drahim of Detroit, Michigan, is capitalizing on his knowledge of geography to get his portable radio set. He wants you to name the 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. 2 out of 3. 3 state capitals. Geraldine?
The capital of Missouri.
The 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. I can't give you the states, you know. Paul?
Would it be Jackson City, Missouri?
That's one of them. Well, will you tell me that again? I didn't...
Jackson City.
Oh, I misunderstood you. No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Would you like to try it again, Paul?
Jefferson City?
Jefferson City. All right, let's continue. Jackie?
Does Bismarck, North Dakota, is that on the Missouri River?
That's right. Of course, I'm asking the questions, and, you know. And, of course, you kids forget that sometime. Well, that's all right, though. Now we got 2 out of 3, and there's another one. I can tell you this one, Pierre, South Dakota. Well, that's a good beginning, kids, and now then you can relax a moment because it's recess time.
While our youngsters are enjoying their relaxation, I'd like to ask you this question. How well do you relax? I mean, at the end of a long, hard day, how easy can you just sit back and relax? If you have been doing more physical work than you used to and your muscles are sore and aching, it's sometimes even hard to rest. Or your restlessness may be caused by an annoying headache or an upset stomach. Well, right then is the time for Alka-Seltzer. Believe me, that's where Alka-Seltzer shines. Yes, Alka-Seltzer is just the thing for the dull, aching feeling of muscular fatigue and for headaches, acid indigestion, upset stomach, and heartburn. Let Alka-Seltzer help you in its quick, pleasant way to relax and enjoy a pleasant evening at home or with your friends. Drink a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer right now if you need it. If your supply is running low, see your druggist right away. Remember, Alka-Seltzer is accepted and commended by the Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. May I remind you that questions used are sent in by you listeners, and that none of the children ever sees or hears any of the questions before the program. The sender of each question used receives a new Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet, which enables you to get perfect reception under conditions ordinarily impossible. The set has its own self-contained battery or will operate on your direct or alternating electric light current. If you wish to try for one of these fine radios, send your original questions to the Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Or if you're too busy to write, just step to the telephone and dictate your message to Postal Telegraph, which now has available special Quiz Kids telegraph blanks at low night telegram rates. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids.
Well, kids, we're ready for the second period. So far, you've missed only one question, and your individual scores at the halfway mark are Geraldine 30 points, Cynthia 25 points, Paul 20 points, Jack Beckman 25 points, and Jackie Lukel 50 points. So let's get along now with the rest of the questions, many as we can answer. On the next question, you take your cue from Paul Coase of Chicago, Illinois. He wants you to substitute a word beginning with the letter Q for each of the following: fruit, traitor, coin, and bird. 3 out of 4 on this one. Jackie?
Quince, is that a fruit?
That's right. Cynthia?
The quarter is the coin.
That's good. Paul?
Would the bird be a quail?
It certainly would. And I guess that takes care of 3 out of 4. The fruit, the coin, and the bird. That's fine. Because you were so apt on the date question last week, Jessie MacArthur of Wilton Junction, Iowa, wants you to tell her with what historical events you associate the following dates. 1620. Cynthia?
Well, that's when the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock.
That's good. 1781. 1781. Jackie?
Some people say that that's when the Constitution was signed. Some other people say that it was signed in 1783.
Well, I'll tell you what let's do. We let them argue about that, see? Some people. And 1781, we must have a correct answer to this one. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Revolutionary War?
That's right. Correct. 1849. 1849. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Mexican War?
That's right. That certainly is. Mrs. S.J. Davies of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, found the following strange assortment of characters all in one book. She wants you to name the book and the author. Now, I want you to withhold your hands until I give you the question completely. A caterpillar who smokes, a rabbit who carries a fan and wears gloves, a lobster who dances. Cynthia?
Alice in Wonderland.
That's right. Lillian Mayer of Milwaukee, Wisconsin wants you to identify a widow's peak, a widow's weeds, and a widow's mite. 2 out of 3. Geraldine?
A widow's peak is some people's hair comes to a little point in the middle of their forehead.
Well, don't look at me now. My goodness sake.
And a widow's weeds are the clothes that she wears when she's in mourning.
That's correct.
What was the other one?
Widow's mite.
I don't know that.
Cynthia?
I don't
Jackie?
either.
Paul?
No.
Jack?
No.
Well, a widow's mite is a small contribution of money from a widow. It's spelled M-I-T-E, widow's mite. E.B. Leadholt, Jr. of Glendale, California, says that a friend of his came back last year from a tour abroad with a pound, a franc, a peseta, a lira, a Reichsmark, and a krona in his pocket. Now, wait a minute now, kids. Can you name at least 5 countries he visited? Cynthia?
Well, he went through England and Germany.
Well, why would you say England?
Well, a pound.
Oh, I see. All right.
And the mark is used in Germany.
That's correct. Would you like to continue?
What were the others?
Well, let's see. The franc, peseta, lira, and krona. All right?
Well, the franc is in France.
That's good. And what else? Geraldine?
A peseta's from Spain, isn't it?
That's correct. Jackie?
Isn't a lira or what was that again?
Lira?
That's Italy.
That's correct.
And Corona? Hungary?
Beg pardon?
Hungary? Corona?
No. Krona. K-R-O-N-A. Jack Beckman.
Norway?
That's right. How are you coming along with your poems now, kids? Geraldine, I see you're busy with your pencil and paper. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start off with them. We'll start with Jack Beckman.
A man once visited Timbuktu. Don't you wish you were there too? Although there isn't much to do, you could say you were there, couldn't you?
Paul?
It's mighty hot in Timbuktu. There's humid days and insects, too. I've never been there, nor wish to do, but adventure there may well lure you.
All right, swell. Jackie?
I've never been to Timbuktu. I hear it's really like a zoo. It's where they get the funny new, the lions and the tiger, too.
Fine, Jackie. All right, Cynthia.
I haven't gone to Timbuktu, nor have I been to Waterloo. But maybe before my life is through, I'll go to both. Shoo!
Well, Cynthia, how about you, Geraldine?
I've never been to Timbuktu, but as far are the seas of sapphire blue, which many a ship with a pirate crew has sailed with a cargo of gold and silver, too.
Fine. A lot of folks haven't been to Timbuktu. I think we'll have to get some special excursion rates there. All right, let's get along now. Margaret Lenderink of Belding, Michigan, wants you to imagine that you are operating an employment agency. Now, what sort of a job might the following operatic characters ask you to find for them? Listen carefully. Figaro. Geraldine?
He was a barber
That's right. Where was he a barber?
in Seville.
Very good. All right. The next one, Coco. Jackie?
He was the Lord High, something in the Mikado.
Well, now you just put your thinking cap over on the other side.
The Lord High Executioner.
That's right, Jackie. All right, and Patience. Patience. And then we have the last item here, Lieutenant Pinkerton. Geraldine?
Well, he was the admiral of ships in Madame Butterfly. Lieutenant.
Well, he wasn't an admiral.
I mean,
he
was a
couldn't have been
lieutenant.
one. Huh?
He was on a U.S. Destroyer.
All right, swell. Well, Patience, we are getting a little impatient here, maybe, with time going along. Patience?
I'd get her a job singing.
Oh, you would, Jack. Well, Patience was in the opera by the same name, Patience, by Gilbert and Sullivan. She was a very beautiful but dumb milkmaid. So she'd be looking for Bossy, I guess. Now, the following lines are taken from a well-known English poem, and they are spoken in a well-known American story. Miss Dorothy Crust of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to identify the poem, identify the novel, and tell by whom each was written. Now, do you recognize these lines? Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, this is my own, my native land.
Joe, I hate to interrupt, but as long as we haven't answered any portion of this question, suppose we save it, eh? Because our time is nearly up.
All right, Marvin, go right ahead.
Well, that was the last question, and I know we're very proud of the way all of you came through tonight. We'll have the scores as soon as the judges finish checking them. Have you noticed how prevalent colds have been lately? Changeable weather, rain, muggy days, chilly nights. Now is the time to beware of colds. If you're troubled with one now, if your throat feels scratchy and raw, take care of it. Get more rest than usual. Stay out of crowded, poorly ventilated rooms. Avoid overexertion. Eat light, easily digested food. Then, for that miserable, achy feeling, the headache and sore throat, do this. Dissolve 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of warm water and drink it. Then continue to take Alka-Seltzer according to the directions in each package. It's the quick, pleasant way to relief from the misery of colds. See how much better it can make you feel. When you have a sore throat with your cold, try Alka-Seltzer as a gargle. Dissolve 2 tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and gargle freely. Take care of that cold. Take Alka-Seltzer. Get Alka-Seltzer from your druggist and start taking it right away.
Before we read the scores, we should be pleased to hear from our special guest observer this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson.
This evening, I've had the privilege of meeting these amazing children personally, chatting and generally visiting with them. One is struck at once by their delightful spontaneity, eagerness, and gaiety. Moreover, it is quite obvious that the program is entirely unrehearsed. These youngsters look upon the whole thing as an exciting game, and all the fun will be taken from the game where the questions known and answers prepared. Another happy surprise is the personality of the group. They are not myopic, narrow-chested, precocious little bookworms. Far from it. These are healthy, wholesome, natural American kids, keen, alert, with a multiplicity of interests, and possessing that which the old Greeks called the divine curiosity. As I sat there entranced, I hope that among you listeners are all those old sourpusses who constantly belittle the oncoming generation and bewail the destiny that awaits this country when the children of today are the men and women of America. These pessimists have as their slogan, "Now when I was a kid," implying that in those golden days children were far superior to the trash of today. Now, I was never famous for my modesty, yet I am free to confess that when I was a kid I didn't know half as much as these children, nor have anything like as much charm. Another group whose ears should be glued to this program every Wednesday night is composed of the long-faced gentry whose cry is, "What are schools coming to? All they do is to amuse the children. Now, when I was at school, we'd really learn something." The weekly performance of the Quiz Kids is, to me at least, sufficient evidence that there's nothing wrong with the younger generation, nor with the American educational system, which has helped to produce the 5 young people who have entertained and instructed us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. And now for the final report cards. We asked 12 questions tonight, which means that 12 of you listeners will receive new Zenith portable radios with patented detachable built-in wave magnets within a day or two. The Quiz Kids missed only one question. The individual scores placed Geraldine first, Cynthia second, and Jackie Lucal third. I'll see you 3 back next week. And Jack Beckman and Paul Kirk, you boys did very well tonight. I'm really proud of you. And maybe you should be glad you lost, for next week, the 3 who won tonight will have to face 2 formidable Quiz Kids veterans brought back to our schoolroom by popular request, Gerard Darrow, 8 years old, of Chicago, and Van Dyke Tears, 13, of Dolton, Illinois. And now, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, I present each of you with a $100 denomination United States savings bond to help you in continuing your education. Friends, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night, listen again to the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Marvin Miller speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike stages a quiz party with 4 experts providing the floor show. For every question we use, Lucky Strike pays out $10 plus a copy of the new Information Please quiz book. If your question stumps us, you get $25 more, plus a 24-volume set of the current Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of duplication, Information Please uses the question that was received first, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our master of ceremonies, the literary critic of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, Information Please is a completely unrehearsed and spontaneous performance. And tonight, the performers include Franklin P. Adams of the New York Post's Conning Tower, John Kieran, Sports Authority and General Fount of Wisdom, Louis E. Laws, famed as Warden of Sing Sing and author of Meet the Murderer, who has been with us before. I mean the warden. And doing his best to scare up a little information for us this evening, Mr. Boris Karloff, now appearing in the Broadway hit Arsenic and Old Lace. We have placed the warden and Mr. Karloff side by side. Now remember, listeners, for each question that's missed, Lucky Strike rings up $25. And that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And before we start the more formal part of the program, Mr. Karloff, would you have any objection to my asking you a question? This won't count for money.
No.
You're now appearing and scaring people wholesale in Arsenic and Old Lace, are you not?
That's true.
Very good. Well, so far, you made a perfect response. Now, Mr. Karloff, how many murders are supposed to have been committed by you and the old ladies, maybe I better say by the old ladies and you, politeness first, in Arsenic and Old Lace? How many murders in all? Well, this is for Mr. Karloff, Mr. Adams.
It'll be 26 by the time the final curtain comes down.
26? Now, I have it on good authority that it's only 25.
25.
How do you make it, Mr. Adams?
It's 12 all, and the tie is broken when the 25th or the 13th boy comes in.
Yes.
I beg to differ. 12 all is a very disputed point. I claim
that is
13.
also known as deuce.
Now, I'd like to get this straight, Mr. Karloff. I mean, what's a murder between friends, but still...
I have a perfect tally of 13. The old ladies have 12, and at the end of the play they get Mr. Witherspoon, which makes 13 for them. It's a tie still, but makes a grand total of 26.
Is that right? Well,
I think so.
I have it as 25. I'm going to go down next Wednesday and see which is right. I'd like the old ladies to come out ahead, though. All right, now here's a question from Mrs. P.F. Wilson of Utica, New York. A very unsanguinary question. If you received an invitation to dinner from the following Mother Goose characters, what would you be most likely to eat? Now, we have to get 2 out of 3. Suppose you received an invitation from Taffy the Welshman. What would you have for dinner at his home? Mr. Karloff.
You get a side of beef and a marrow bone.
How do you make out the marrow bone?
Because when the man who was robbed of the side of beef, when he went back to his home, he was out, and he had a marrow bone, and he hit Taffy on the head with it.
Why, Mr. Karloff, your accuracy terrifies me. It really does. I was just going to say a side of beef, but the marrow bone is certainly correct.
I think that comes in the last verse.
Very good. Should we have him with us again, Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran, Warden Lloyd? Sounds very good. All right, now suppose you went to the home of little Tom Tucker, Mr. Tucker, Jr. What would you have to eat there, Mr. Kieran?
They could go hungry. He sings for his supper.
Well, how about going on with the poem a little, and you'll see that he may get something.
White bread and butter.
Yes. What shall he eat? White bread and butter. He sings, but he gets something for singing, which is much more than we can say to Mr. Adams. In the case of the 3 little kittens, if you were invited there, Mr. Kieran.
Pie.
Yes, short and sweet.
If you
pie.
found your mittens.
Yes, and you may have some pie. That's right. That gives us 3 out of 3. Thank you. Now, the next question comes from Albert Miller of New York City. Can you name 3 men, gentlemen, who appeared before the House Foreign Affairs Committee to testify in favor of the lease-lend bill, and 3 who testified against the lease-lend bill? Now, you may get together on this. Warden Laws, will you start us off?
Well, in favor of the bill were the Secretary Hull, Secretary of the Navy Knox, Secretary of War Stimson, That's 3.
That's 3. That's very good. That's perfect.
Against there was Colonel Lindbergh.
Correct.
And the socialist, Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
And the General Johnson.
General Johnson. You do read the papers down at Sing Sing, don't you?
That's all we do.
That's very good. Yes. That's very well answered. Thank you very much. Now, the next one will be in the nature of a few little playlets. El Madden of Hollywood, California dreamed this one up. We have an actor and an actress here, and they're going to give you some bits of dialogue. Name the play in which each of these bits of dialogue occurred. Let's have the first.
No, I won't. Even though you do hate me, you're still my wife. Who were you till I married you? Nobody. What were you? A telephone girl getting $10 a week. And now who are you? You're Mrs. Robert Stafford. And what are you? You're the wife of one of the richest men in the country. And how did he get his wife? He bought you, and he paid for you.
Robert Stafford, you didn't.
Goodness gracious. Mr. Karloff.
That'd be bought and paid for.
Bought and paid for. That's very good. Very good. Now, shall we have the second bit of dialogue? Go ahead.
Father, where is my father? Oh, I've found you at last. Now, won't you come home with me?
Blessings on thee, my little one. Darkly shadowed is the sky that hangs gloomily over thy young head.
Come, Father. Mother has been waiting a long time, and I left her crying so sadly. Now do come home and make us all so happy.
Yes, my child, I'll go. You have robbed me of my last penny, Simon Slade, but this treasure still remains. Farewell, friend Slade. Come, dear one, come. I'll go home.
I'd like to inform the audience that Mr. Adams has broken down completely. Mr. Karloff.
That's Joe Morgan and his daughter Mary in 10 Nights in a Barroom.
That's very good, Mr. Karloff. Very good indeed. You certainly have been in some odd places. Oh, we're going to have one more. If you can give us a perfect score, Mr. Karloff, we'll be very much surprised and gratified. Let's have
So
the
will
third.
I.
Go ahead.
Isabel, they are as dear to me as you once were.
As I once was, and might have been now. Oh, Archibald, I am now on the very threshold of the other world. Will you not say one word of love to me before I pass it? Let what I am be blotted for the moment from your memory. Will you not bless me? Only a word of love. My heart is breaking for it.
You nearly broke mine when you left me, Isabel. May he so deal with you as I fully and freely forgive you. May he bless you and take you to his rest in heaven.
Farewell, my once dear husband, until eternity.
Until eternity.
Gosh, now Karloff has broken down. Mr. Karloff, you had your hand up.
That's the death of Lady Isabel in East Lynne.
I wonder how you can say it through your tears, Mr. Karloff. That's 3 out of 3 for Mr. Boris Karloff, and brilliant going. They run pretty far back, don't they, Mr. Karloff?
Hundreds of years, so far as I'm concerned.
The next question from Robert N. Blewett of Stockton, California. Now listen carefully. A young crime reporter sent the following statement in to his editor, and he was corrected on several counts. Enumerate 3 of his errors. It's a very short statement. Quote, sent to state prison for 2 years for disorderly conduct, John Doe was released on probation after serving half his sentence. There are 3 errors in the reporter's statement. Warden, do you want to start us off?
Yes. In the first place, you can't send a man to state prison for disorderly conduct. It's a misdemeanor and not a felony.
Good enough.
And secondly,
very encouraging.
Probation is incorrect. It would be parole. And it's incorrect to say 1/2 the time, but that is probably not what you mean there.
No, perhaps you're mistaken. Sir, he was released on probation after serving half his sentence. You mean that couldn't be possible?
Not if he were on probation.
That wasn't the error I was after, though. Can you think of a third? You've got 2 of them, Warden Laws. Sent to state prison for 2 years for disorderly conduct. John Doe was released on probation after serving half his sentence. We have to get the third. Now, the third error is that disorderly conduct is punishable by not more than a year. And in most states,
Well, I said
6
it was a
months is the maximum.
misdemeanor first. I said it was for a felony and not a misdemeanor.
And you assumed I knew...
misdemeanor means a year.
Oh, how should I know that? I've lived a clean life, Warden.
I assumed after reading the Saturday Evening Post that you knew everything.
Oh, I paid for that. 3 out of 3, then, for Warden Laws, and thank you very much. Joseph C. Flood of Malvern, Long Island, sends this one in. I'm going to ask you to quote for me 3 poems. Adams, not songs, poems. 3 poems beginning, "It was." Have to begin with the 2 words, "it was." Mr. Adams had his hand up first.
It was a summer evening. Old Casper's work was done.
That's a good one. It's from what poem?
The Battle of Blenheim by Robert Southey.
Very good. Mr. Karloff had his hand up second.
It was the schooner Hesperus that sailed the wintry sea, and I don't know who wrote it.
Mr. Karloff, apparently you were once a child. It's very hard to realize, looking at you now.
Longfellow.
Longfellow, yeah. That gives us 2 "it wases." How about a third "it was"? Mr. Kieran, your hand was up.
Why, he took the schooner Hesperus right out from under me.
Karloff is a thief as well as a murderer. How about another "it was"? Well, I can think of one from Lewis Carroll. 'Twas Brillig and the Slithy Toves did something in...
'Twas.
Yes, but that's approximately the same thing. How about another one, gentlemen? We have to get 3. Well, how about your favorite poem, Mr. Kieran? It was many and many a year ago by the sea that a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee.
I'll think
Edgar
of
Allan
a dozen
Poe.
later.
That, I think, sends $25, courtesy of Lucky Strike, to Mr. Flood, plus a set of the Britannica. Now, the next question comes from Mrs. M.W. Self of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. You get 2 out of 3 if you can. This is right up your alley, Mr. Karloff, and also to some extent up yours, Warden. Who killed the following people? Who killed Jesse James? Who killed Jesse James? Now we have 1, 2, 3 hands. I think the warden had his hand up first. You have 4 hands up. Who killed him, Warden?
Killed by one of his followers. In fact, 2 of them shot him in the back, and the name was one of his own men. So
I'm sure you know him if you saw him, but we have to have the exact name.
I know. I'm thinking.
Mr. Karloff.
I think his name was Ford.
Yes, it was.
Right.
Robert Ford. That's right.
Dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Adams. You apparently are interested in the history of your profession, Mr. Karloff, as well as just acting it out. How about who killed Lenny? Who killed Lenny? I won't tell you who Lenny was. Mr. Adams.
The other man of Mice and Men.
Yes, but you got to give me his name. That's right, Mr. Adams. It was the other man in Of Mice and Men. And his name? I'm sorry. We have to get it exactly. It was George. George in Of Mice and Men. You have to have a pretty good memory to remember that, I think. Now, the third. Who killed Queen Gertrude? Queen Gertrude. Who is Queen Gertrude? Mr. Kieran.
I think she drank poison.
Yes. Who is she? Where do you meet
her? She's Mrs. Hamlet Sr.
Yes. This is an intimate program, Mr. Kieran. Now, you don't have to
She
be
was
so
the mother
formal.
of Hamlet.
She was
and
the
the
mother
wife
of
of Hamlet, the late Hamlet, deceased.
Yeah. Hamlet, no doubt, called her Ma.
The king put poison in the drink, and she drank it by mistake.
Yes. Who would be guilty of the murder in that case?
Well, the king was certainly an accessory before the fact.
Well, that's right, Mr. Kieran. He would be guilty of murder even if he got the wrong victim. Mr. Karloff, don't let this conversation put any ideas in your head.
Right.
Now, so far, Lucky Strike has paid out $25 and 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now Mr. Milton Cross, of all people, wants to de-glamorize that weird chant of the tobacco auctioneer.
Not at all, Mr. Fadiman. I simply want to point out that in spite of the color and excitement of the auctions, tobacco sales are, after all, a dollars and cents proposition. That's why it means so much that Lucky Strike consistently pays more, much more than average market prices, to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder leaf. For example, final reports for the season from Abingdon, Virginia, show that at the auctions there, the American Tobacco Company paid 36% more per pound for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and 6% above the average market price paid for all the various types and grades of tobacco sold there. And the best we bought will go to Lucky's. Now, this is typical of reports from market after market, year after year. We want and pay for and get that finer, lighter, milder leaf. Try Lucky's for a week and see for yourself.
Mr. Cross, you made your point in just 57 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the second half of the program, may we remind you that the annual campaign against infantile paralysis is now underway in your community. Support it, give all the dimes you can, and help make every town and city in the nation a front line of America's national defense against infantile paralysis. Remember, every dime helps protect the health of the youngster just around your corner. And now we'll go on with the second half of the program with a question coming to us from Alvin P. Hosenberg of South River, New Jersey. Distinguished gentlemen, among robbery, burglary, and larceny. I know these crimes are beneath your notice, Mr. Karloff. Mr. Kieran, would you start us off?
Robbery?
Yes.
You rob a man. You burglarize a house.
Why you? This all...
And you,
One.
What?
One robs a house.
One robs a house. One robs a man. Two burglarize a house.
That's right.
And, larceny is theft of on a rather wide scale.
Just removal of any personal property with intent to deprive rightful owner of possession.
Yes, but I mean, you don't have to do it in a house, and you don't have to take it off a man on the street.
No, you can do it in an airplane, anywhere at all. That's approximately the distinction. Do you want to make it any clearer for us, Warden Laws? You probably know more about these things even than Mr. Kieran.
Well, robbery, of course, is always a threat with violence. It was robbery.
That's right.
The gentleman missed that.
He did miss the threat.
But he assumed it, of course. Excuse me if I'm not right with Karloff punching me on the left and this fell on the right.
You're darn glad you haven't got a stiletto in your side by this time.
I may have. But that is the only distinction. I think otherwise he did very well.
Yeah, he did very well indeed. Thank you, Mr. Kieran, and thank you, Warden Laws.
They'll all get you in trouble, won't they, Warden?
They give me a job.
Edmund Ferguson of Westfield, New Jersey, sends this one in. This is all about ships. Who, in the absence of orders, to get 2 out of 3, gentlemen, who, in the absence of orders, remained on a ship which was in serious danger? Mr. Karloff.
The boy stood on the burning deck.
Very good. You've had a variegated career, Mr. Karloff.
Very.
You're coming through on the oddest questions. The boy stood on the burning deck. He wouldn't go, wasn't able to hear his father.
The burning deck whence all but him had fled.
That's right. The flames rolled on. He would not go without his father's word. Do you remember that? That father, faint in death below, his voice no longer heard. Remember that, Mr. Karloff?
No, I don't.
Who left a threatened ship too soon? Who left a threatened ship too soon? Mr. Karloff, our naval expert.
It was Lord Jim in Joseph Conrad's book.
Indeed it was, Mr. Karloff, and I think that's very good going. That's exactly what the novel turns about.
I think so, too, as a matter of fact.
Are you surprised at yourself, Mr. Karloff?
Amazed.
You know, I really expected you to be terrified.
I am.
Well, one would never suspect
Why,
it.
you don't know your own strengths, boy.
That's the trouble. Be careful what you say to that man, Adams. Whose ship, gentlemen, rested on a mountain peak? Mr. Kieran.
Noah,
yes. Mr. Karloff and Mr. Adams had their hands up, too, and I think they probably would have said the same thing. Warden, did you know?
I had my hand up. You saw 3 of them.
That's right. Noah.
Gives you 3 out of 4.
And on what mountain, then, Warden Laws? On what mountain did the ship rest?
Well, you say Ararat, was it something?
Ararat, that's exactly right. You did know after all. Mrs. C.E. Wilkinson. Mrs. C.E. Wilkinson of Oakland, New Jersey, sends this one in. Get 2 out of 3. Give the family name at birth of each of these royal ladies. The first is Mary, Queen of Scots, her family name. Mr. Kieran.
Stuart.
Stuart is right. The 16th century Queen Elizabeth of England, her family name. Mr. Kieran again?
I think she was a Tudor.
She was indeed. Elizabeth Tudor. And the present Queen Elizabeth of England, that's a little harder.
Is it Douglas?
No, it is not.
I didn't think so.
No,
really.
no. Bowes Lyon. It's a hyphenated name, Bowes Lyon. Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, the family name of the present Queen of England. That gives us 2 out of 3, however, and sends us on to a question from Mr. James M. Sinclair of Brooklyn. Name 3 books, gentlemen, which mention vices or human weaknesses in their titles. That gives us a large field. Mr. Adams, punishment. Which of them is the vice and which the weakness?
I think crime is the vice.
Crime is the vice, yes.
And punishment may or may not be the weakness.
It's just the job for the warden. Crime and punishment, very good. By Dostoevsky. Mr. Karloff.
I think a book named Drink by Zola. Emile Zola.
That's rather puritanical of you.
How?
You think drink is a human weakness?
Not altogether.
Why, it's some people's strength. I'll accept Drink by Zola. Very good. Any others? Well, think of some human frailties. Warden Laws, you're an expert in this.
By Beers.
I beg pardon?
Mental deficiency by Beers. That's BWRS.
Yes.
And as a very fine book.
All right, I'll take mental deficiency. I'll split it with you.
You got it right ahead of you.
Mr. Kieran?
Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
Oh, yes, that's a good one. Thievery. James Thompson wrote a poem called The Cats, which is a human frailty. The Miser by Molière. The Misanthrope, also by Molière. Can you think of any others? Hours of Idleness, a poem by whom, Mr. Kieran? Byron. Idleness. Well, there are 3. We could perhaps get many more. Joan Stone of New York City sends this one in. This is all about numbers. These numbers have been mentioned in the news very recently. Identify them. The first is 26 years. 26 years. What does that mean to any of you? No, Warden, it is not a sentence.
I don't know. It seems like yesterday.
Well, it's the number of years that Justice McReynolds has been on the bench of the Supreme Court. Just a day or 2 ago, the justice sent in his resignation to the president, as you know, after a long and honorable term of service of 26 years. That's one wrong. Now, how about 59 years? 59 years, gentlemen. Mr. Adams.
The president will be 59 years old this...
What day?
Jan 30.
That's right. And Jan 30, and don't forget the March of Dimes, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. 59 years will be President Roosevelt's age. How about 4 million? 4 million. Does that mean anything to you? Mr. Karloff.
That's the number of men under arms in England at the moment?
Yes.
In the Empire?
Yes. Waiting to repel any possible invasion. That gives us 3. No, it gives us 2 out of 3, which is all we were required to get. Now, how about this one? It's a very simple question from Louis M. Moss of this city. Which of these elements is most difficult to find free in nature? Gold, platinum, iron. Is the question clear? Because gold is the most difficult to find free under any circumstances, but they mean chemically free. Mr. Kieran?
I think iron.
Why would you say that? That's
because
correct.
It's generally found as Fe2O3.
That means a lot to me.
Which is common iron ore. Gold is certainly found pure and free in nature, and I think platinum may be. I'm not sure about
I'm not sure either. The point about iron is that it's very active chemically and has a tendency to combine with many other elements. That's right, Mr. Kieran. Thank you. Now, how about this one? From Walter P. Carr of Philadelphia. Get 2 out of 3 if you can. What was the name of the following characters? The first is Charlie's Aunt. Charlie's Aunt, of course, is the well-known farce which is now running in New York. Charlie's Aunt had a name. Mr. Karloff.
I think it was Lord Fancourt Babberley.
I think you're thinking of the... I'm
thinking of the fictitious Charlie's Aunt.
Yes, that is, of the one who disguised himself as Charlie's aunt. But the aunt's name herself...
Her name is Donna Lucia d'Alvadores.
Very good, Mr. Karloff. I forbear to ask you whether this comes out of your recent memory or out of the memory of long ago.
Long, long ago.
Long, long ago. What an interesting thing the inside of your mind must be, Mr. Karloff.
Extraordinary.
The Lost Lady. What was her name? Who was she? Mr. Adams.
Well, she is the heroine of Willa Cather's book.
That's quite right. Willa Cather's novelette, or short novel.
Don't know her name?
Don't know her name. Any of you remember? Marion Forrester. Marion Forrester. That's a rather hard one to remember. Now, the third is the Vagabond King. What was his name? The Vagabond King, Mr. Adams.
F. Villon.
F. Villon, that's right. And his full name?
Francois.
Francois. That's right. Francois Villon, the hero of the musical comedy Vagabond King. That gives us 2 out of 3. Now, how about this one? Mr. Karloff and the warden, we're back on crime again. Mrs. A. Silbert of Jamaica sends this one in. What real crime, describe the real crime on which the following books were or appear to have been based. The first is The Lodger by Mrs. Belloc Lowndes. You know the real murders on which those were based? Warden Laws?
No.
Mr. Karloff?
It might have been Jack the...
How about Roger by Poe? Mr. Kieran?
Well, there's a girl by the name of Rogers.
You're right. And how about the Benson murder case by S.S. Van Dyne? That doesn't awaken any response, even in the professional eye of Mr. Karloff.
Was that the murder of the bridge player?
That's right, Mr. Kieran. What's his name?
I can't think of it all.
Well, I think that's good enough. Joseph P. Elwell, and that gives us 3 out of 3. I think that's very good. And now here's Mr. Cross in a reminiscent mood.
Those tobacco market reports we brought you a few minutes ago from Abingdon, Virginia, made me recall a little tobacco lesson I got one day from the Lucky Strike tobacco buyer at another Virginia auction. We were standing on the auction floor beside 2 baskets of leaf. One basket had just been sold American at $31 a 100 pounds. The other basket had gone to another buyer at $22 a 100 pounds, $9 less. So I asked the buyer, what makes this tobacco worth more? He answered, a major difference in quality and real mildness those few dollars make. This tobacco for Lucky Strike is finer, lighter, and milder, so of course it costs more. Well, I've often thought that little tobacco lesson should be learned by more smokers. Remember, we pay the price to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos. So next time, why not ask for Lucky Strike?
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Now, tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out the rather small sum of $25 and only 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Thank you, Warden Laws, and thank you, Mr. Boris Karloff, for coming to Lucky Strike's party tonight. Next week, Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams will be on hand, and as our guests, we present the celebrated author, critic, and actor, Mr. Alexander Woolcott, and Mr. S.J. Perlman, a familiar contributor to the New Yorker magazine and the author of the recent humorous book, Look Who's Talking. Remember, listeners, for every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets the sum of $10. If the question should happen to stump our experts, you not only get $25 more, but in addition the complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Remember to send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And that chant, fully interpreted, ladies and gentlemen, means Lucky's pay higher prices for the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos. With independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grapes, Nuts, Flakes program coming to you from New York City, where we're playing to an audience of men on leave from the armed services and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. I met a woman today who has 3 sons on 3 different work shifts. Boy, does that big 12-ounce package of delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes get a workout at her house, with breakfast time rolling around 3 times a day. Yes, these days, breakfast may come at odd hours, but whenever it comes time for breakfast, it means time for crisp, toasty grape nuts flakes. A breakfast of malty-rich grape nuts flakes is a breakfast of swell-tasting all-around nourishment. because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. Now, whole grain cereals are not only health builders, they're thrifty and plentiful. And they're whole grain because they bring you the important food essentials you find in the natural whole wheat. Vital food factors you need, including iron and 2 of the health-building B vitamins, niacin and B1. So get set for the breakfast shift with delicious, nourishing Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the most fantastic introduction of the year.
Fantastic?
I bring you a famous concert violinist who is making his debut this evening at Carnegie Hall, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Yasha Benny talking. And, folks, I'm as nervous as a pizzicato. And, Don, that's the truth. I am playing my violin at Carnegie Hall tonight.
But, Jack, it's so fantastic.
Will you stop saying that? This is a benefit for the Infantile Paralysis Fund, and I'm appearing as a soloist on the same program with Gladys Swarthout, Isaac Stern, Marjorie Lawrence, John Charles, and Thomas. And,
That's John Charles Thomas. It's one man.
It is? Gosh, I sent all 3 of them Christmas cards. Anyway, there are going to be a lot more prominent artists there, including Oscar Levant. He's going to be my accompanist. I expect him to drop by and pick me up.
Well, Jack, aren't you just a bit nervous appearing with so many musical celebrities?
No, why should I be nervous? We all get along fine. I'm very nice to them, and they don't speak to me. That is all but Gladys. Gladys, she thinks my playing is marvelous.
Gladys Swarthout?
No, Gladys Jones, her maid. She's a cousin of Rochester's. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Why don't you grow up?
Mary, what do you mean, why don't I grow up?
Well, I passed Carnegie Hall just now, and what's the idea of writing your name on all the posters?
I didn't write my name. It's printed. You know, I'm making my debut there tonight.
Gee whiz.
Just think, my first appearance on the concert stage.
Gosh.
Too bad my old violin teacher can't be there.
Too bad he shot himself during your 5th lesson.
Yeah, I'll never forget that afternoon. I was right in the middle of da-da-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-da-dee-da, and bang. And I had 5 more lessons coming. By the way, Mary, you're attending the concert tonight, aren't you?
Who else is appearing?
Well, there's Gladys Swarthout, Isaac Stern, John Charles Thomas.
John Charles Thomas.
Yeah.
You know, Jack, that always sounds funny to me, a man with 3 first names.
Yep, John Charles Thomas. Incidentally, it's not commonly known, but I have 3 first names, too.
That's right, Jack Jerk Benny.
That's Jack John Benny. And speaking of unusual names, say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Come here a minute. This'll kill you. What do you think, this'll positively amaze you, but it's the truth, you know. What do you think Fred Allen's middle name is?
What?
Florence. Fred Florence Allen, imagine.
Well, why in the world did his parents ever name him Florence?
Well, I'll give you a hint, Don. Allen didn't shave until he was 33 years old. In fact, he still wears his garters above his knees. Hey, Mervyn Dorse is in the audience. No kidding, huh?
You should talk about Alan. I saw a picture of you when you were 15 years old and you were playing with dolls.
Well, I still have a couple of dolls on my lap now and then, sister.
They're still full of sawdust, too.
Well, that's the cattiest remark I've ever heard.
Speaking of cats, whatever became of that girl you were engaged to?
Speaking of cats, what girl?
The one with the big grin and the whiskers.
Now, cut that out. You're having a jolly time tonight, aren't you?
Say, Mr. Benny, is it all right if I take my girl to
Oh,
your...
hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What did you want, kid?
I said, is it all right if I take my girl to your concert at Carnegie Hall?
Well, sure, Dennis. Is she a music lover?
Is she? She's got a short thumb from pushing nickels in jukeboxes.
She does like music. Where does your girlfriend live, Dennis?
If I knew where she lived, I wouldn't be wasting my time at a concert.
Well, you'll enjoy it, Dennis. There are a lot of great artists on the program. There's Jan Pierce, Ezio Pinza, Joseph and Rosina Levine, Deans Taylor.
Yeah, and don't forget John Charles and Thomas.
Wait a minute. I made that same mistake. It's John Charles Thomas, Dennis.
Holy smoke, has he got 4 names?
Dennis is you.
Oh. In the blue suit here.
What?
In the blue suit here.
Yes. Well, kid. Oh, brother. Well, kid, speaking of John, Charles, and Thomas, how about a song from you, huh?
Okay, but I'll never top him.
So what? For heaven's sake, I don't expect to top Heifetz.
Aw, Jack, you're just being modest. You're as good as Heifetz any day.
What?
You don't think they'd let you play in Carnegie Hall unless you were one of the world's greatest violinists.
Well, that's a lovely compliment. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome, it also says here.
Don't spoil it. You always have to do that. Huh?
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but personally, I think Mr. Benny is one of the finest violinists of this earache.
That's era. Earache. Well, there's 2 compliments shot to... Oh, well. Sing, Dennis, and let's get on with the show. Huh? Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a $50.
No use waiting. I got to get new glasses. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father.
Oh, good old Dad. What does he say?
Dear son, congratulations on your appearance in Carnegie Hall tonight. Please let me know how your full dress suit goes over.
He made me a beauty, folks. The tails change color like a peacock. Sing, Dennis.
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but I got a cold.
All right, do the best you can. What do you care?
I really thought I had a place in your heart, but now I see it never was me. It was someone else right from the start. You're dreaming, he's dreaming, I'm dreaming too. But 3 dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. You love him, he loves you, I love you too. But 3 dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. My hoping that you would love me was only a madcap scheme that left me in the middle of this crazy little street on a dream.
that was Three Dreams from the picture Powers Girl, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that's one of the numbers you sing in the picture, isn't it?
Yes, sir. You'll see it, Mr. Benny. I play the part of a fellow who has more money than brains.
Oh.
It's sure hard to act like you got money, by golly.
Well, I imagine it is. Oh, hello, Abe.
Hiya, Jack.
Abe Lyman, fellas. All right, Abe, stop shaking hands over your head like a prize fighter. What a character.
Hey, before I forget it, Jack, congratulations. I hear you're going to play at Canarsie Hall tonight.
No use talking. Phil Harris is a genius. Really. That's Carnegie Hall on 57th Street. By the way, Abe, are you coming to the concert?
I'd like to, Jack, but that highbrow music gives me a rash.
A what?
A rash.
Oh.
Speaking of highbrow music, Jack, I've written a message which includes the names of various operas, concealed in a very clever manner.
Oh, fine. Last week it was birds, now it's operas, huh?
Well, now, see if you can pick them out, Jack.
The operas?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing tomorrow morning, go into your kitchen and have a dish of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. I know they're good because I eat of them every day.
Well, there's Faust and Aida.
Whether you live in a White House, a Red House, or a Tannhauser...
Tannhauser?
You'll love America's fastest growing cereal. So remember, folks, even if you're feeling lowin', you will grin with grape nuts flakes.
Poor Lohengrin really got dragged in there. But, Don, that was all right. I'll see that you get a raise for that.
But, Jack, with the new ceiling on salaries, you can't give raises.
Yes, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Go away, Don. Go away. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a gripping drama of the Old South entitled...
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and there's a...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now.
How are you
there's
feeling, kid?
Oh, I was here before, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right, in the blue suit. What do you want, Dennis?
Well, there's a man waiting for you out in the hall, and he says for you to hurry up.
The man out in the hall? Oh, that must be Oscar Levant. Come on in, Oscar.
Hello, Jack. Are you all ready?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Well, Oscar, I see you're prepared to accompany me on the piano tonight. Do you always wear those white gloves?
These are my hands. I just came from the blood bank.
Oh. Very good. I'll have to watch out for this guy. He's sharper than a buck tooth. I'll be through here in a few minutes, Oscar. Then we'll hop in a cab and go over to Carnegie Hall. Just think, Benny and Levant playing a duet.
Let's walk. Maybe we'll get run over before we get there.
That's all right. I got to be on my toes, dear. This guy's making a monkey out of me. Oh, by the way, Oscar, I think you know everybody here, don't you?
Sure. Oh, Mary, didn't I see you at the Stork Club last night?
The Stork Club?
Yes, you were dancing with that South American.
Oh, that was Jack with a black toupee.
I was in bed by 10 o'clock last night. Although I couldn't sleep, I was so nervous thinking about our concert tonight.
You were nervous. My wife had to pull me off the windowsill 3 times.
I gotta watch out. He's an ad-libbing fool, you know? Oh, Oscar, I don't think you know Abe Lyman, our band leader.
I've known Abe for years.
Sure, we sat together at Rubens last night. Say, Oscar, you know, that was a pretty good bowl of soup I drank.
You didn't drink that soup. You auditioned it.
You beat me to it, Oscar. I was just going to ad-lib something like that. Honest, I was.
You couldn't ad-lib a sneeze with a nose full of pepper.
I couldn't, eh?
Well, go ahead and say something. Go ahead, ad-lib.
Well,
Go ahead. Say something funny.
well...
This seems to be a good time to say hello to my mother. Hello, Mom.
Well, I could say something funny, but how can I think with that darn Dennis Day standing there staring at me?
Well, that sweat rolling down your forehead fascinates me.
I wasn't thinking that hard. Well, anyway, Oscar, stick around. I'll be with you in a minute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we're going to do a satire on one of radio's most intelligent and popular programs, Information, Please.
Wait a minute. You said we were going to do...
Never mind. And we have prevailed upon Mr. Oscar Levant to come over here this evening and be our guest expert.
I come over here to pick you up and take you to Carnegie Hall.
Well, for heaven's sake, Oscar, as long as you're here, let's have some fun. It's a small enough favor to ask me after I got you on that concert.
You got me on?
Yes.
You better lay off that Benzadrain, brother.
All right, be a sport. I certainly can't do a program like Information, Please, with dopes like Abe Lyman and Dennis Day.
And you.
And me. Now cut that out. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right after a number by Abe Lyman and his orchestra, we'll present our own version of the... I'll take it. That must be Rochester. I told him to bring my full-dress suit over here. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, Rochester.
I'm just leaving the hotel, boss. I've got your top hat, white tie, and tail.
That's tails.
Tail. One of them got caught in the elevator.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll certainly look funny playing my violin in Carnegie Hall with one tail.
You might as well face it, boss. You're going to look funny anyway.
Well, that's one of the most careless things I ever heard. I guess I'll have to wear my tuxedo.
Your tuxedo?
Yes. Did you press it like I told you to?
Well, I pressed the coat all right, but I had a long phone call during the pants.
Oh, so you left the hot iron on my pants. Where'd you burn them?
I think the French word is derriere.
Well, what am I going to do?
I can bring along some black paint.
Never mind that. I'll just have to be careful how I take my bow. Oh, wait a minute. I have another idea. I think I'll wear my blue serge suit.
That blue serge is awful shiny, boss.
It is not shiny.
I wish I had a diamond that threw off a glare like that.
Look, Rochester, no excuses. You get over here right away with my blue serge suit. Goodbye.
Goodbye, boss.
Sorry, Oscar. I'll have to wear a blue serge suit tonight. Will that be all right?
Sure. I'm wearing a leopard skin myself.
Very good. What a guy. He's really on the beam. Play, Lyman. That was I Can't Give You Anything But Love. Sorry, Abe, we had to cut this kind of short, but that was I Can't Give You Anything But Love, played by Abe Lyman and his Hotel Lincoln Orchestra. Hey, that's a good one. Abe at the Lincoln.
I don't get it.
Who asked you to? Be thankful you got a plug. And now, Don, I think it's about time for Now, who's that? Come in. Yes, sir?
Is this the Jack Benny program? I'm supposed to be in your play tonight.
Oh, yes, you were going to be the villain. What's your name?
Joe Besser.
Messer?
No, Besser!
I'm sorry, Mr. Besser. We're not doing a play this evening.
Now, wait a minute. I want to act.
All right, calm down. I'll find something for you to do.
You better, you old crazy you.
Now, sit down, please. All right, Don, let's get started. Come on.
And now, folks, we bring you our version of Information, Please, with that noted raconteur, lecturer, and book reviewer of the Breeders' Gazette, Clifton Bennyman.
Thank you. Thank you, Milton Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know the rules of Information, Please. I will read several questions submitted by our listeners. And for each question which is not answered by our board of experts, we will give away a page from the Encyclopedia Britannica and one grape nut flake. Are the grape nut flakes here, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. The register's loaded.
Good. Now, I'd like to have you meet our board of experts. First, Mr. Oscar Levant, noted pianist. Or pianist. Which is it, Oscar? Pianist or pianist?
What's the difference? After tonight, I may be washed up.
I gotta watch this guy. He's dynamite, huh? And next, Miss Mary Livingston, well-known authority on poetry. Have you a sample for us, Miss Livingston?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Shining up above so high, don't you know there's a dim out?
Very, very good. And now, Mr. Abe Lyman, noted authority on Shakespeare and literary light.
There's a dim out there, too.
You said it. Mr. Dennis Day, world-famous authority on.
On what?
And last but not least, sit down, Dennis, sit down. Mr. Joe Besser, authority on archaeology, ichthyology, and paleontology.
Well, get him!
And now, folks, we will proceed.
You old crazy, you.
Mr. Besser. We will proceed with information, please. Our first question comes from Miss Bernice Butterball of Baked Potato, Idaho. Miss Butterball wants to know if you can name 3 presidents of the United States whose names begin with W. Well, I see you have your hand raised, Mr. Day.
That's nerves. It just flew up.
Well, don't you know a president whose name begins with W?
Will you give me a hint?
Yes. Who was the Washington Monument named after?
George Monument.
That's right, George Monument, Washington. And now let's have another president beginning with W.
Wendell Willkie.
Willkie didn't win, Mr. Levan.
Well, he's working, that I know.
I gotta watch that boy. He's making a straight man out of me. And now, second, a president whose name begins with W. I'm waiting. Ah, Mr. Besser, I see you have your hand up.
Oh, it's not for that.
Well, it looks like Miss Butterball has stumped the experts. So we are sending her immediately a page from the Encyclopedia Britannica and a grape nut flake. Now, here's a letter. Here's a letter from Dr. Bert Scott of Beverly Hills, California. Dr. Scott is a dentist, and he says, Dear Mr. Benny, I have written, and if you don't remit promptly, I will... Whoops. How did that get in there? Oh, here's a question for Mr. Joe Jackson of Jackson, Georgia. Mr. Jackson wants to know what the following girls have in common. Joan Crawford, Joan Leslie, Joan Bennett, Joan Fontaine...
Oh, shut up! Not so fast!
Oh, pardon me. You should know this, Miss Livingston. What have the following movie stars in common? Joan Crawford, Joan Leslie, Joan Bennett, and Joan Fontaine.
None of them will work with you.
Is that so? Well, thanks to your levity, Miss Livingstone, we have lost another page from the encyclopedia and a grape nut plate. Now, here's a question in your field, Mr. Levan. Incidentally, you haven't gotten anything tonight.
You're referring to money, of course.
I'm referring to answers. Now, I'm going to play a musical selection, and I want you to identify the number. A second.
Not so loud!
Mr. Besser, please. Now, I'll play it again. I'll play it again, Mr. Levant, and see if you can identify it. Now, what's the name of that number?
Its name is Mud. It used to be Souvenir.
It's still Souvenir. Now, I'll give you one more chance to find...
Boss! Boss!
Fine, what do you want, Rochester?
Look what time it is. You got to get over to that concert.
That's right, it's getting late. Did you bring my blue serge suit?
Here it is.
Wait a minute, that's my green suit.
It was blue when you bought it.
Well, it's too late to change it now. Come on, Oscar, let's walk over to Carnegie Hall.
Yup, the last mile.
Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Play, Lyman. Come on.
You know, many a proud parent gets a mighty shock when a youngster shoots up overnight. Mom sees little Tommy playing with his blocks, and then, first thing you know, Tommy's curls are gone, and behold, he's a man. Well, not so long ago, Grape Nuts Flakes was just a little shaver, and now, why, just in the past 3 years, the increase in your purchase of Grape Nuts Flakes has been more than that of all the other ready-to-eat cereals put together. And there's a reason. In fact, 2 big reasons. First, it's that sweet-as-a-nut, malty-rich flavor. And it's that grand all-around nourishment. For Grape Nuts Flakes, being a whole-grain cereal, bring you vital food factors of natural whole wheat. That means they're one of the 8 types of basic foods recommended as part of your daily diet by our National Nutrition Program. So join the swing to better breakfast by asking for delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal.
That was the last number of the 16th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series. And I want to thank Oscar Levant for appearing here tonight, and also Joe Besser, one of the stars of the Olson and Johnson hit, Sons of Fun. Next Sunday night, folks, we'll be broadcasting from Fort Meade, Maryland. And tomorrow we'll be seeing you boys of the Coast Guard at Manhattan Beach. With my whole gang, including Danny Kaye, the star of Let's Face It. Good night, folks.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamins. Coming to you today from Denver, Colorado. Yes, sir, the Quiz Kids are in Denver at the invitation of the Denver Committee of the American Aid to France. They are here to help the school children of Denver raise money for a health center for their one-world neighbors, the destitute children of the city of Brest, France. They also appeared before 1,500 delegates at the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization banquet Thursday night. But while working for a good cause, the kids have had an exciting time, too, because it's the first time any of them has ever been in Colorado. And having more fun than any of them is that wild Westerner from Crawfordsville, Indiana, our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and hello, everyone. Well, the kids and I certainly have had a fine time here in Denver. A trip to see the Garden of the Gods, a hike up Cheyenne Mountain above the clouds, a peek at Pikes Peak, and a visit to the Will Rogers Memorial. You know, we've been here since Wednesday when we launched the national campaign of the American Aid to France. And now, Quiz Kids, let's climax our visit with a good program right now. First, roll call. Mark?
I'm Mark Muller. I'm 6 years old, and I'm in the first grade at Laboratory School of the University of Chicago.
Pat?
I am Patrick Conlon. I am 10 years old because I just had a birthday Wednesday. And I'm in 5th grade at the Fort Dearborn School.
Well, good for you. And Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 11 years old today. I'm 16 from Chicago, Illinois.
Another birthday? Well,
Yes,
what do you
sir.
know about that? Naomi?
I'm Naomi Cooks. I was 9 years old at 12:15, and I'm in the 4th grade at the Grover Cleveland School of Chicago.
Well, another birthday. My goodness. Is that mountain time, Naomi?
No, Chicago time.
Oh, Chicago time. Well, what do you know about that? You, Joel, and Pat. Say, you know, that gives me an idea. I won't let you in on it until just before we go off the air. But it's a surprise, and I hope you'll enjoy it. And now, there's one more member of our class today, a fine representative of Denver school children, selected by our Quiz Kids staff from candidates nominated by every school in Denver. Paul.
My name is Paul Hannon. I'm 11 and a half years old, and I'm in 6A at the Park Hill School, Denver, Colorado.
Yeah! Paul, we're mighty happy to have you with us. Now then, let's get on to brass tacks. Got a lot of questions here. You know, Denver, among other things, is famous as the Mile High City. Mrs. Josephine E. Gray of Bangor, Maine, wants you children to imagine that right in the center of town, you dug a hole all the way down to sea level and then fell in. Of course, the elevation varies, so let's just imagine that where you dug, the elevation was 5,184 feet. How long would it take you to hit bottom? Joel.
Well, square root of 5184 is 72. So therefore, 72, 4 into 72 is 18, so it'll take you 18 seconds.
18 seconds is absolutely right. Good boy, Joel. That would be a quick fall, and that was quick figuring, if I know what I'm talking about, and I think I do. Well, that question earned a Zenith portable radio for Mrs. Gray of Bangor, Maine. You know, for each question you hear on the show, Alka-Seltzer gives away one of those dandy transoceanic Zenith portables, the kind that plays on trains, planes, or what have you. And folks, that isn't all. If the quiz kids miss your question, instead of the portable, you get a gorgeous big console model, a Zenith radio phonograph combination worth 250 smackaroos. Yes. Sure, it's a dandy. That big job has FM bands, automatic record changer, the whole works. So why don't you send a question to Quiz Kids Chicago and see if you can win one of these fine radios. You know, kids, last week on Mother's Day, we considered what kind of mothers various birds would make, and you children decided to keep your own mothers. With the fishing season opening out here May 25th, Philip Heiling of Denver wonders what you'd think of a rainbow trout for a mother. Mark?
Well, I'm not sure it's the rainbow trout, but the trout, the mother lays its egg, and the baby is called a fly, and if she comes along near a baby fly and she can catch it, she'll eat it.
Oh, I see. Well, that wouldn't be so nice, would it, Mark? No,
Not a bit.
No. Say, by the way, Mark, tell me, son, how do you feel about fishing? Do you ever feel sorry for the fish?
Kind of. Sometimes.
Kinda, huh? I see. Well, I just wanted to know how you felt about that. I knew you kids were anxious to see an Indian when we came out west here, so you're going to see an Indian. Now, we have backstage a real Cherokee Indian warrior in war paint and full regalia. And his name is Mr. Walking Stick. And he's going to help us with this next heap big question. Folks, I want you to meet Mr. Walking Stick.
Yo, Taja, Dadu Aquaduli, Ishkis Managan, Douglas, Dolly Zonky, Nerky Hiskey, Ugh.
I see. You're talking in Cherokee. Pontiac, Wichita, Omaha, Silver Chief, and hello to you too, Ugh. At the request of Alice Sawyer of San Diego, California, Mr. Walking Stick is going to impersonate some famous Indian warriors of American history. Now, see whether you quiz papooses can identify them. All right, Mr. Walking Stick.
Me fight, white man, little bighorn. Crazy horse, him fight too. Me cross border, Canada, come back, get arrested.
All right, Naomi.
Could that be Sitting Bull?
Sitting Bull, that's absolutely right. That's correct. Now, here's the next one.
My brother, prophet, him say, want all Indians to fight white man. We go Wabash River. My brothers say, come on, to Governor Harrison. White man win battle.
Joel?
Tecumseh.
Tecumseh. That's correct, Joel. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Walking Stick. Oh, by the way, is there any question you'd like to ask the children before you leave?
Yes, Joe. I'd like to ask them what they think of their ancestors for taking this country away from the Indians.
All right, children. Now, there's a little discussional question. Naomi.
Well, I don't think it was right, but they should have given the Indians a right to have their own land and not take it away from them without paying them.
Well, let's see, Paris?
Well, some of the white men were very cruel to the Indians, and they took the land away by force and without any reason at all except just to get gold and other minerals. But the Indians, some Indians were also very cruel. But I think it is only fitting and proper that they have reservations now.
Uh-huh. Yes, you got to have a reservation these days, yeah. Mark?
Well, I don't think it was good because the white man had his own home and he didn't have to take more places, so he should have stayed where he belonged.
Yes. Yes, sir, Mark. Paul?
We wouldn't be on the quiz, kids, if the white man hadn't taken the land from the Indians. It's a discussional question, though.
That's right, Paul. That's right. And Joel?
Well, in my mind, the white man's the big bully, and the Indian is the little guy who fights his guns to keep what belongs to him.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Walking Stick, what do you think of those answers?
Well, personally, I'm glad the white man did come. The Indians were not exterminated. There are more Indians now than there ever were then. And I, for one, like electricity and a real house better than a campfire and a wigwam.
Well, I should tell you, quiz kids, a little more about Mr. Walking Stick. He's the only Indian we could find in Denver. He has a bachelor's degree from George Washington University. He's now working on his master's degree in social work at the University of Denver. And you know what? We had to rent his costume, and the reason I called him a warrior is because he's an ex-GI. He's a fine young man. He certainly is. And he's doing a lot for his people in improving their educational facilities. I think we ought to have a big round of applause for the real Mr. Walking Stick. And now, children, take a short rest while Star Yellen talks to your parents and teachers.
Well, I'm sure that you parents and teachers will agree with the child psychologist that every child needs a strong sense of security to protect his mental health, which is, of course, a big factor in his physical health. And you'll agree, I think, that a child's greatest security comes from parents and teachers who remain steadfastly patient and calm and understanding. Now, in that difficult job of yours, I believe sincerely that every now and then Alka-Seltzer can lend you a helping hand. On those hectic days when everything goes wrong and a headache or an upset stomach comes along, it's naturally harder for you to remain calm and patient with high-spirited children. So take a minute out, relax, and let Alka-Seltzer help you get relief from those annoying complaints that are nagging at your temper. Yes, drink down a glassful of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer and see how quickly it helps you feel better. You can buy your Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in either the 30 or 60-cent size. You teachers will find it's a smart idea to buy not one, but 2 packages. Keep one in your desk at school and the other one at home. An extra package on the side keeps you always well supplied.
Thank you, Star. You know, we usually refer to explorers by just their last names, such as DeSoto and LaSalle. But now, Maxine Lewis of Colorado Springs wants to know how you children would refer to a geographical place if it were known by the full name of the explorer who discovered it. For example, Lake Champlain would be Lake what? Pat?
Samuel D. Champlain.
That's right. That's the idea. Now then, try this one. How would you refer to Pike's Peak? Paul?
Zebulon Montgomery Pike's Peak.
That's right, Paul. Good boy. That was his name, all right. You know, all of us could immediately name our grandfathers, but most of us would have to think a bit to name a great-grandfather. Well, that's what Emmylou Hendricks of Indianapolis, Indiana wants us to do, not about your own family, but biblical families. Now, if you were King Asa, who would your great-great-grandfather be on your father's 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 side? Now, there's one to untangle. If you were King Asa, who would your great-great-grandfather be on your father's 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 side? Joel?
David.
David is right, absolutely. That's right. I didn't think you kids were going to get that one. Now, Mrs. Mary Moore, who lives way back east New York City, wonders how certain words are pronounced in Colorado. According to Westerners, what is the proper pronunciation of C-O-Y-O-T-E? Paul?
Coyote.
Coyote. That is riot. Riot. Right, yeah. Here's the next one. C-H-A-T-S. Naomi?
Chat.
What did you say, honey?
Chat.
You say chat. Paul?
Chat.
Chat. That's right. That's correct. So many people do refer to them as chaps, but of course they are pronounced chaps. And the next one is R-O-D-E-O. Joel?
Rodeo.
Paul?
Rodeo.
Rodeo, that's right. Rodeo is correct. And, of course, you notice I said Colorado instead of Colorado or Colorado because I was told here to say it that way or not at all. So it's Colorado with me. Yes, surely. With the UNESCO meeting here, we are thinking today about children in other parts of the world. The Reverend W. Werning of Lockwood, Missouri, says that some of our favorite characters in children's literature aren't Americans at all, but are from other countries. Now, if you could meet these characters, how would you greet them in their native tongue? Pinocchio is the first one. How would you greet Pinocchio? Joel?
Well, I don't know how to greet him, but he's Italian.
Yeah, he's Italian, so how about it, Naomi?
Well, I don't know how to greet him, but I can say goodbye to him.
All right, I'll accept the goodbye.
Adios.
That's right. That's very good. You could say, como sta? That was the greeting when you first met him. Uh-huh. How about Jack of Jack and the Beanstalk? How would you greet him? Jack of Jack and the Beanstalk. Pat?
Well, wasn't he in England?
Yes?
Well, then you just say hello to him.
That's what you say, yeah. Say, hello, Jack. How are you? Hmm? How about Puss in Boots? How would you greet Puss in Boots, Paul?
Isn't he an English character, too?
No. Naomi?
I'd say meow.
Well, in cat talk, I imagine he'd understand that, too, but we would like to find out what you really would say to him if... Joel?
Well, I think he's French. I don't know what French for
That's
hello
right.
is.
Yeah, he was French, so... Naomi?
Je suis enchantée de faire votre connaissance.
Oh, dear. Oui, yes. Oh, my, that was real cute. You know, this part of the country is new and modern now, but Harold L. Edwards of Saginaw, Michigan, wonders whether you can recall in song the pioneer days. How about it? Can you think of any songs about the old pioneer days in the West? Paul?
I come from Louisiana with the banjo on my knee.
Well, fine, Paul. It's all right. Yes, that was so real. I could just hear that old banjo just a-plunking away there. Pat?
Well, there's a song called When It's Springtime in the Rockies.
Well, of course, that's not a real old song, is it?
Oh, your old song. Well.
Yeah. Well, how does that go, by the way?
When it's springtime in the Rockies, I'll be coming back to you. I don't think I have the right
I think you got the wrong. When it's roundup time in Texas, we're getting another state in here now, Pat. That's when it's roundup time in Texas.
Yes, I see. I sang that once in Texas, and I...
Well, that's all right. Texas is a grand state, too. Joe?
On Pioneers, there were cowboys and everything. So I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I learned to ride before I learned to stand. Never... Oh, I don't know the rest of it.
That's all right, Joe. That's fine. Mark, what song you got?
I don't know the name of it, but the words are, did you ever hear tell of sweet Betsy from Pike, who crossed the wide prairie with her husband, Dyke?
Sweet Betsy from Pike. That's a dandy. Paul?
I'm not sure whether this is Pioneer, but... Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away.
Well, I'm not so sure myself, Paul, but we'll accept it. Yes, sir. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Joel?
Well, in those days there was mining in the sea there, so all in a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine, lives a miner and his daughter, dreadful sorry, Clementine.
Hello, boy, Joel. And now the quiz kids catch their breath, and we hear again from Star Yellen.
You know, every minute of every day, somebody walks into a drugstore somewhere in the USA and says,
package of Alka-Seltzer, please.
Well, next time, say instead,
2 packages of Alka-Seltzer, please.
Buy the extra package so you have Alka-Seltzer with you at home or away. Alka-Seltzer offers you extra benefits.
Extra fast relief, because it's all dissolved and ready to go to work the instant you drink it. Thus, its comfort reaches the trouble zone faster than some similar pain relievers taken in tablet form.
Alka-Seltzer is extra effective because it contains a dependable analgesic to relieve pain, plus an effective alkalizer to help the discomfort of an overacid, upset stomach.
Alka-Seltzer is extra pleasant because it makes a sparkling, effervescent solution refreshing to the taste.
Alka-Seltzer offers you extra value because it is one product that's good for so many common ailments. Get an extra package of Alka-Seltzer the next time you're in the drugstore. It comes in 2 sizes, 30 and 60 cents. Keep one package at home and the other at work. Or tuck it in your car or your suitcase when you travel this summer. Whenever you need its comfort, have Alka-Seltzer handy.
That extra package is just like a spare. When one of them's empty, the other's right there.
You know, folks, since we're here in the interest of helping France, we've invited the national chairman of American Aid to France to help us with this question. And here she is, Madame Davey. Madame Davey will give you children some clues on the identity of 3 French women. See whether you can identify them. All right, Madame.
Diamond necklace, cake, jewelry.
Naomi?
Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette, that's right. And let's have the next one, Madame.
Spit blend, radioactivity, 1898.
Paul?
Madame Curie?
That's right, Madame Curie. And here is the next one.
Now, the clue to this French lady is a quotation. I shall read it in French. Nous avons bien reçu votre colis de layette pour Jean-Pierre. Merci de tout cœur. Cela lui est tellement utile.
Naomi?
Well, you said something about Layette and Jean-Pierre, and that sounds like a letter that was sent to my mother from my cousins in France.
That's right, honey. That's right. Uh-huh. With a cute little cousin in France, Naomi has been very interested in this project. And thank you, Madame Davey, for helping us. And, of course, you win one of those Zenith portable radios for your question, you know.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kelly. And would you mind sending that radio to the Denver School Children's Youth Center in Brest, France?
Well, that's exactly what we'll do. Thank you very much, Madame. Incidentally, Naomi, what could you translate what we just heard in French?
It was something. I think it was the package the layette you sent for little Jean-Pierre was very useful. I know it said useful, and thank you very much.
That's very fine, Naomi. That's very fine. All right, now, this question is from Mrs. Estelle P. Slaughter of Greenville, South Carolina. It's an easy one, something you all know about. Cooking utensils. What cooking utensil would you find on a baseball diamond? Paul.
A plate.
A plate. You certainly would. And that's the idea. Joel?
A platter.
A what?
Well, they call it on the platter. Also, platter.
The platter. You mean the base? Is that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, the start of the whole field.
Oh, I see. Well, that's all right. Naomi?
Well, this isn't a cooking utensil, but the batter.
Well, that's one I hadn't thought of. Now, how do you like that? Of course, you have to put that in the cooking utensil. Naomi again.
Pitcher.
Pitcher. That's a good one. That's a dandy. Now, what cooking utensil would you find on a football field? Paul.
A grid.
Well, what kind of a grid?
Gridiron.
A gridiron. That's right. What else would you find on a football field? Mark?
Well, this isn't a cooking utensil, but you would find a steak.
You'd find a steak?
Yes.
Yes, you would. So you would, yeah. Here's one I hadn't thought of. Paul?
A scoreboard. You get the board from breadboard.
Breadboard. Now, how do you like that? Well, that's fine. What cooking utensil would you find on a golf course? Naomi?
Well, this isn't exactly a cooking utensil, but you'd find a tea.
A tea. Well, that's all right. That suits me to a tea. And, Joel?
Well, maybe if you were having poultry for breakfast, a birdie.
Having poultry for breakfast, a birdie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems like we're getting a lot of food here instead of cooking utensils, but that's all right. Joel?
An iron.
An iron? Yeah, that's all right. And there's something else that plays a very important part in the game of golf that you find on the kitchen table. That's at the table, and it's got a little handle on it. And what'd that be? What is that in the game of golf? You know, almost get a hole in one, and the ball was Joel?
Club?
No. Naomi.
Well, it isn't a cooking utensil, but maybe if you had a green tablecloth on your table.
Well, I was thinking about the cup. Yeah, I knew you'd think about that, too, after I told you about it. Now then, you two quiz kids with birthdays today, Naomi and Joel, and you, Pat, who had a birthday the day we arrived here. I told you earlier I had an idea, and here it is. Right after the broadcast, we'll all go back to the Cosmopolitan Hotel and have a real old-fashioned birthday party with cake and everything, with you included, Paul Hannon. And right now, I'm going to ask this whole crowd to sing happy birthday to you. How would you like that? All of these people wishing you a happy birthday. Tell you, folks, when we get to that part where the name comes, you know, happy birthday, dear so-and-so, well, we'll just have to put in all three names and do it in this order. Naomi, Pat, and Joel. Like this, you know. Happy birthday, dear Naomi, Pat, and Joel. All right, here we go, right from the beginning now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naomi, Pat, and Joel. Happy birthday to you. Uh-oh, there's the bell. And again, I want to thank you, Paul Hannon, for being our guest quiz kid today, and also the entire city of Denver for its wonderful hospitality. You know, it's nice to know that the city of Denver hasn't forgotten that during the war, the underground in Brest, France, rescued 19 of Denver's flyers shot down behind German lines. Now that the city of Brest is prostrated, its former population of 175,000 reduced to 72,000, with almost every house partially or entirely ruined, with the infant mortality rate astronomically high because of the scarcity of heat, milk, and medical service, it's so nice to know that Denver school children remember and are helping their friends in Brest. And beyond the relief of suffering, it's easy to see significance in this step toward international understanding and people-to-people friendliness. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids until the same time next week when we'll be back in our classroom in Chicago. Goodbye, kids.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 representatives of the splendid youth of America. 5 bright youngsters eager to tackle another difficult examination that would flunk most of us oldsters. Questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazines. The makers of Alka-Seltzer will award a new Zenith portable radio to the sender of each question used on the air tonight. Each of the kids will receive a $100 denomination United States savings bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Our 5 quiz kids on the program here in New York tonight are the 5 who were selected to appear before the 12,000 members of the American Association of School Administrators at Atlantic City yesterday, so tonight's examination will not be scored. Last week's winners will compete again next Wednesday night back in Chicago. But now, here's our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ed Hurley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest observer tonight is Admiral Richard E. Byrd, world-famous Antarctic explorer. And the quiz kids in our Alka-Seltzer schoolroom tonight are Jack.
I'm Jack Luco. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan Bishop.
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Gerard.
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradville School.
Richard.
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
And Joan McCullough.
I'm Joan McCullough. I'm 14, and I attend Nazareth Academy High School, LaGrange, Illinois.
You see, friends, Joan McCullough was our alternate at Atlantic City last night, but no one got tummy aches, so Van Dyke Tears thought it only right that she be on the program tonight while he looks on. Well, all right, kids, you won't be scored tonight, but if you do extra well, I'll buy you all a double chocolate soda on your tour here in New York tomorrow. And you have just 10 seconds before the first question.
Probably someone in your family has a cold. But has he or she been told about the relief Alka-Seltzer offers for cold distress? When colds come, don't forget. Take care of yourself and take Alka-Seltzer. All right, Joel.
Thank you, Ed. Well, quiz kids, here's a simple-sounding first question. Very simple indeed. Walter S. Harwood of Arlington, Virginia, wants to know the name of the largest island in the largest lake on the largest island in the largest lake of the world. Richard?
Do you mean the largest freshwater lake?
That's right. Uh-huh.
Well, I think it's Siskiwit Island in Siskiwit Lake on Isle Royal in Lake Superior.
Marvelous, Richard. That's swell! You know, Richard, just to understand the question was plenty, let alone giving the correct answer. I'm glad I didn't have to explain that. Well, our next question here, 2 out of 3. Mrs. Rose Berman of New York City would like to have you identify these giants. A giant that was decapitated by his own sword. That's the first one. Joan McCullough.
That was Goliath.
And can you tell us a little something about it?
Well, David stunned him with his sling, and after he was knocked out, he pulled his sword out of his sheath and chopped off his head.
That's right. That's fine. All right, here's the second one. A giant who used 4-foot logs for toothpicks. Joan Bishop.
Paul Bunyan?
Paul Bunyan, can you tell us a little something about him?
Well, the wood choppers of Minnesota have this legendary wood chopper, and, I don't know how tall he was, and he put his foot into a lake, and it splashed, and that was what made all the lakes in Minnesota.
Very good, Joan. Thanks very much. And here is the last one. Of course, you've gotten the first 2 out of 3, but I'd like for you to get this third one, just to give you a perfect day at bat, in other words. A giant who requires the help of at least 8 other giants to win his battles. Joan Bishop.
The New York Giants.
The New York Giants. That's right. Good for you. All right, let's see what our next question is here. Mrs. E. Nykirk of St. Petersburg, Florida, says that birds as a class are a mighty fine bunch of people, but she hopes none of your parents have followed the example of the rook in training you. She wants to know why. Gerard?
Because the rooks teach their young to steal. And if they catch them at stealing, they punish them so that they'll be so clever so that they won't get caught. I don't want to make them look bad, but because they just want to show them that stealing will help them make their living. And they do this very cleverly all their lives. And I think that the mother and father rooks are very wise.
Well, good for you, Gerard. In other words, a rook is a crook. Is that right? It's all right for the birds, but not for us. All right. Thank you very much, Gerard. Now, the next one is from Homer Lobby of Eaton, Pennsylvania, and it's a practical problem. If you had a mixture of 1 part sand and 1 part sugar, how could you separate the two? Richard?
Put it into water and dissolve the sugar, and then empty out the sand.
That's the answer right there. No, you wouldn't empty out the sand. You'd empty out the water. That's it. You got the cart before the horse there a little bit, but that was swell. Now, Mrs. Irma Bloomquist of Oak Park, Illinois, says it isn't likely to happen, but if you did run into a bridge game with the following 4 men playing, how would you expect the partners to be paired? Dr. Hu Shu, Prince Konoye, TV Song, Kishi Sabura Nomura. Jack Lukel.
Well, Song and Shi would be, they're both Chinese, and they'd be on one side, and Nomura, and who was the other one?
Oh, wait just a second.
Nomura is Japanese, but I didn't get the other person.
Prince, I'll tell you what I'd like for you to do, Jack. I'd like for you to give me that again, will you? The whole thing?
All right. Dr. Shi and Dr. Sung are both Chinese.
That's right.
And they'd be on one side, and Nomura, and I didn't get the other one.
Prince Konoye.
Well, Nomura and Konoye would be Japanese, and so they'd be playing against Dr. Shi and Sung.
That's right. Correct, Jack. Now then, Oscar H. Woodward of Loudon, New Hampshire, has a musical crossword puzzle for you. He wants you to sing the notes that spell the answers to the following. Here's the first one. A means of transportation in 3 letters. Joan Bishop?
C-A-B. Cab.
Well, now let's see.
No,
wait a minute. No, I'm wrong here.
There.
Wait just a second. Well, all right. You give it to me again, will you?
C-A-B.
Well, sing it.
C-A-B.
No, I'm afraid you're wrong on the last note there, Joan. C. A.
No, that's G you're playing there. There. That's
all right, now wait a minute. C. A.
That's it.
Well, it seems to me that somebody was wrong there. It must have been me. All right, here's the next one. A 4-letter word describing the affliction of Beethoven. A 4-letter word.
D-A-F.
All right, wait just a second.
D-E-A-A. Pardon me, that was my mistake. A-F.
That's very good. Now watch out on this next one. A 4-letter word describing Methuselah.
Oh. A-G-E... No, pardon me. A-G-E-D.
Oh, wait just a second.
A-G-E-D.
Good for you, Joan. Well, there's the bell, kids. But say, I have another tough mathematics problem here sent in by W.E. Jones of McHenry, Illinois. And, Richard, I thought you might like to take a try at it during recess. Here it is. A man built a factory with a capacity of 300 employees, but he wanted to start operations gradually. He hired 3 men the first day, 3 more the next working day, and so on until he had his 300. Then came a headache over the payroll. How much did he owe at the end of the day he hired the last man if he paid them all $3 a day? No paper and pencil, Richard. Now figure this out in your head, and you can start now because it's recess time.
Mr. Kelly.
Just a moment. Okay.
Do you mean he had to pay all the salaries at the end of the last day for all the days that he had hired?
Oh, naturally. Sure. All right, you go ahead, Ed.
Surprising, isn't it, how much our children really know these days? Yes, it's downright amazing. But what I wonder at most is why we parents keep on trying to explain a scolding or some denied pleasure to the children with that age-old, outworn excuse, Daddy isn't feeling well, or Mother has a headache. Most of us are a little irritable and cranky when we don't feel right physically, and that's the time to call Alka-Seltzer to the rescue. Do you always have Alka-Seltzer in your home? Wouldn't it be worthwhile to have this added help just in case a headache, acid indigestion, muscular pain and fatigue, or the misery of a cold threatens to upset the harmony of your home? Many parents answer yes, emphatically to this question, and millions keep Alka-Seltzer on hand and depend on it for relief in all these annoying ailments. Remember, Alka-Seltzer is commended by the Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Be wise. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer tonight or tomorrow. Never be without it in your home. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to The Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Questions on this program are sent in by you listeners, And for each one used on the air, the makers of Alka-Seltzer will award a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in movable wave magnet. Operating under the most difficult conditions with big set performance, this handsome portable radio will operate on its own self-contained lifelong battery or on your electric light current. Just mail your question in a letter or on a postcard to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids.
Well, we're ready for the second half of our examination. By the way, Richard, how did you get along with that problem I gave you to do in your head just before recess?
Well, he'd owe $45,450.
$45,450 is right. Nice going there, Richard. Will you tell us how you worked that out?
Well, you see, the first day he'd pay $9 because he paid each man $3 a day, didn't he? And the last day he'd pay $900. And so it'd be 9 plus 900, which would be 909, and divide that by 2, and that would give you 454 and a half. And that's the average of what he paid each day. And he paid 100 days, so you multiply that by 100, and that gives you $45,450.
Richard, you're a boy after my own heart. Well, let's take some more questions. Now, Mrs. Franklin L. Almack of Spokane, Washington, heard you 2 weeks ago when you came up with the right answer to a question about the time that elapsed between the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the Gettysburg Address. She wants you to tell us what Abraham Lincoln's opening line would be if he were to deliver his Gettysburg Address today. Today makes a big difference. Jack Lucal.
85 years ago today.
That's right, Jack. Good for you. Now then, Jack Gossett of Lincoln, Illinois, has a question that may embarrass you just a bit. He asks the names of the 2 ships Admiral Byrd took with him to Antarctica in 1933 to 1935. The names of the 2 ships. Jack Lucal?
Was one of them the Roosevelt?
No. Oh, my goodness sakes. The Admiral's sitting right here close by you. Oh, dear. Well, Jack...
I'm not sure of this either. Is it one of them the Bear?
Well, yes, and can you give us a little more on that, Jack?
The only thing I can think of would be polar bear.
Well, you're pretty warm, even though you are talking about polar bears. Joan, you had your hand up.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, you were?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you. Well, Gerard has his hand up. Gerard?
I only taking a terribly rough guess.
Are you?
Could one be the penguin?
Well, it could be, but it wasn't. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's call on the Admiral and have him give you the 2 names. Admiral Byrd, will you step up and tell the children, myself, and everybody here?
That's about the only question I could answer better than these youngsters. The Bear of Oakland and the Jacob Rupert.
Thank you very much. I'm glad the Admiral knew that. Now, our next question, L.E. Trunky of Knoxville, Illinois, thinks you should be able to name 2 comic strip characters who recently joined the Army. Gerard?
Well, Pete the Tramp and the Doctor.
Well, all right, we'll accept those 2. Richard?
Will Winkle.
Well, I don't think he's joined. He's considering it, possibly by request. Joan McCullough?
Joe Palooka.
That's one that we know definitely. All right, Jack...
I was going to say Joe Palooka, too.
I see. Well, Snuffy Smith could be another one, too. Oh, Snuffy, yes, sir. Now, among the people interviewed by Wendell Willkie on his recent trip to England were Clement Attlee, Ernest Bevan, and Herbert Morrison. Why did Mr. Willkie wish to see these particular men? Jack Lucal.
Well, Major, his name is Clement Richard Attlee, is the British Lord Privy Seal, and he has charge of all the documents, especially all military secret documents in England, and he's very important. And Ernest Bevan is the Minister of Labor and National Service. And that's a very important post. And Herbert Morrison is the Secretary of State for Home Affairs.
That's very good, Jack. Very, very good. Last night at Atlantic City, when 12,000 school superintendents put you through your paces in Convention Hall, I think you acquitted yourselves very well. I'm sure the school administrators were convinced you are very good in many subjects, but that doesn't interest May Love of Chicago, Illinois. She wants to know in what subject you make your worst grades at school and why. Well, let's start with Joan McCullough.
Well, I think it's English because I don't like to make book reports.
All right, Joan. How about the rest of you children? Jack Lucal?
Well, I think the lowest grades I get are in Latin. I like it, but all those verb forms sort of scare me, and I don't learn them as well as I could.
That's the only
All right, Jack. How about Joan Bishop?
Well, I think I'm forced in arithmetic and algebra and those studies.
I see. And the fact that you are, that's the reason
I don't care for them.
Oh, I see. All right, Richard, how about you?
Well, I usually get lower grades in physical education.
Well, now, I never thought you were lazy or anything like that, Richard. Why do you suppose that is true?
Well, I don't know.
Now, don't tell me you can't figure that one out. Well, all right. We'll let it go at that. Gerard?
Well, I'm forced in arithmetic.
You are? You admit it, huh?
I admit it, and I hate practicing writing, but I love to write.
You do, huh? But you don't like to practice. Well, now, kids, I hope this won't embarrass you, but I'm curious to know just how bad you are in these subjects. Do you mind telling me what your exact grade in arithmetic is, Gerard?
Well, I think it's around C.
Round a C. All right, Joan Bishop.
Well, it's about the same as Gerard's.
Richard?
Well, in our school, E means excellent, and that's what I got in physical education.
Well, say, you're doing all right then, Richard. Joan McCullough.
Well, I get around A or A minus.
Oh, is that all? Well, Jack, how about you?
Well, I get, I think my semester average in Latin was 88, and that's 88 out of 100. That's a B in the way we grade.
Well, that's swell, kids. That's fine. Louis Leeser of Twin Falls, Idaho, thinks that at this season you should be able to tell us what the following have in common: a McGinty, an ibis, and a Colonel Fuller. Richard?
They're all flies.
What kind of flies?
Well, flies for fishing.
That's right, fishing flies. That's good, Richard. Now, Joan Raddick of Avon, South Dakota, reminds you that vanity is considered a feminine trait these days, but she wants you to tell her what male in mythology is noted for his great vanity. Gerard?
It was Narcissus, who was changed into a flower because of his vanity.
Well, that's very, very good. Uh-oh. Well, there's the bell, kids, tolling the end of our examination tonight. And we'll hear from Admiral Richard E. Byrd in just a moment.
And here's a simple ABC lesson for all of you to remember. Always beware of colds. When you fool around with a cold, you're only fooling yourself. You're asking for trouble. The real wise thing for you to do is to take care of that cold and try the Alka-Seltzer ABC cold treatment. See how it can help you weather much of the usual suffering and distress. And here it is, simple as ABC. A, Alka-Seltzer. Take it for fast, effective relief from cold distress. B, be careful. Get more rest than usual. Stay out of drafts. Avoid stuffy, overheated rooms. Get your daily quota of vitamins. And C, comfort your raw, raspy throat due to the cold by gargling with Alka-Seltzer. Now, isn't that simple? Yes, and mighty sensible and effective, too. Try it and see for yourself. But don't wait. Take care of that cold now. Get Alka-Seltzer from your druggist right away. And be sure to ask for and get the genuine Alka-Seltzer.
Well, kids, as I told you before, we're not scoring you tonight, and you only missed one question tonight, and I think that's fine. Now then, Admiral Byrd, we're all eager to hear from you. Friends, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, famous Antarctic explorer, author, and scientist, our guest observer for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Gerard, with your great interest in nature, I wish you could have been with us in the Antarctic. Do you think you'd know an emperor penguin if you met one, Gerard?
I certainly would, Admiral Byrd. I've seen the ones in the Field Museum that you brought back with you from the South Pole. The emperor penguins are larger than most penguins. They have distinct yellowish-orange markings about the neck. They're very beautiful.
Right you are, Gerard. Not many people would have known that. Youngsters are always surprising me with how much they know. Not only you quiz kids, but all children, even my own. But I'm sure I couldn't even begin to keep up with you children in answering hard questions. I realize I've got to do a lot of reading up. It goes without saying that this program is one of my favorites. And I think one of the reasons is that I'm aware of what you are doing for education generally. I know one teacher who told all her pupils to listen to the quiz kids every Wednesday night as a homework assignment. Mighty pleasant homework, I should say. But the point is that this program is stimulating learning and reasoning. And this old world hasn't burdened itself with an overabundance of either.
Thank you, Admiral Byrd. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Well, quiz kids, you all did excellently tonight, and you needn't worry about those sodas I mentioned. I'm sure the children of America felt that you represented them very well indeed, and I'm happy to present to you at this time, pardon me, these $100 denomination United States savings bonds on behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer for you to use in planning your future education to further equip yourself for worthy citizenship in this great land of ours. Friends, I'll announce the contestants on next week's examination as soon as we hear a final word from Ed Hurley.
These winter days, play safe. Be sure. Give yourself and every member of your family an ample daily supply of vitamins A and D. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, the new vitamin product now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet contains the same amount of vitamins A and D contained in 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. And this means that each tablet is guaranteed to contain 6,250 units of vitamin A and 625 units of vitamin D. And listen, you take only 1 tablet a day. That's your normal daily need, and it costs only a penny a day. When you buy vitamins, read the number of units on the label. Then you'll see how economical 1-a-day tablets are. Yes, 30 tablets cost only 35 cents. 90 tablets, just 85 cents. And 180 tablets, only $1.50. 1-a-day brand vitamin tablets have been tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Get 1-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets from your druggist. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Ed Hurley. Well, next week, friends, we'll be back in Chicago. Remember, last Wednesday night we had a tie for third, so our class will include 4 winners from last week: Jack Lucal, Richard Williams, Nancy Bush, and Nani Khan. Our newcomer will be Nancy Coggeshall, 14, of River Forest, Illinois. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC Network. Ed Hurley speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer Schoolroom of the Air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new
I can
Zenith
answer
portable
them,
radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and we go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. But that isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances.
Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fontis. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fontis is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh, yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought... I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance
Kelly,
here today.
The
All right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is a part of the of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's all. You can't remember everything.
Now, our next question...
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's really
nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Rontgen, who discovered the Rontgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. What? There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car.
There it is.
Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the ampere.
Oh, the ampere,
That's
the
right,
ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
good, Jack Lukel. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also DeSoto, who was named after and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? Going in that stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you see?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better see that I get that $100 bond, too. That's all I worried about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores at the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you work that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What did
I said 5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's
on
true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a
All
mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Well, now, let's have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
Getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland, that's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found
Well, me,
these
it isn't
ads in the
Grover
paper.
Cleveland, you know. I know Grover Cleveland because...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia, designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny, you're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For
Can't
sale.
have friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I mean, I didn't know you're appearing.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace, absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Tell me about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gifts. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland, too. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here... You
quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Jackie.
About Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over here. I'm a guest. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee, you know.
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota, wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's the
next. If I had my violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Ask me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need
Waving
mythology.
my hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. You're standing like a big dope.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister, Ethel? That isn't Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For heaven's sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf, and he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head, and Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. He can raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
Have you had your vitamins today? Well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask some more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer for headache. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for cold discomfort. Yes, when these occasional ailments make you miserable, try Alka-Seltzer for really fast, really effective relief.
Attention, Quiz Kids. Since this is Easter Sunday, we've arranged a big surprise for you. Who do you suppose is going to ask our first question this afternoon? Why, none other than Mr. Easter Bunny himself in person.
That's right, folks. And are we ever excited? Why, we can hardly wait till he gets here. Well, let's call the class to order in a hurry and be all ready for him. And now here they are, the Quiz Kids and their genial quizmaster, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and a happy Easter to everyone. Well, this certainly is a special occasion. Imagine having the Easter Bunny right here in our classroom. I wonder how many of you have ever had a real good look at him. Well, he's something to see, I can tell you. I caught a glimpse of him early this morning when he was in here arranging those beautiful Easter baskets there on your desk. And we don't want to keep Mr. Easter Bunny waiting, so let's get roll call over with right now. Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 11 years old and departmental in the Volta School.
Richard?
I'm Richard Cravens. I'm 15 years old, and I'm in 10th grade at George Rogers Clark High School in Hammond, Indiana.
Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 12 years old in the 7th grade at Lincoln School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
David?
I'm David Schreifelder. I'm 12 years old in the 8th grade at West School in Muskegon, Illinois.
And Patrick?
I'm Pat Cameron. I'm 10 years old and in 6th grade at Fort Dearborn School in Chicago.
All right, now, kids, we're ready to hear that first question, and here is the Easter Bunny to ask it. Welcome to our classroom, Mr. Easter Bunny. We know you're a very busy man at this season of the year, and we certainly appreciate your coming here. Well, I can hardly believe it. The little Easter Bunny right here in our classroom. He's all white with long pink ears and a little fluffy tail, and he's been hopping all around here, and he finally hopped up to the microphone. Are you all ready, Easter Bunny, to ask your question?
Yes, I am, Mr. Kelly.
Well, all right, go right ahead. Now listen. Go ahead.
How do you know that eating carrots helps your eyes?
Now, there you are. There's the doozer. How do you know that eating carrots helps your eyes? Richard?
Well, carrots contain vitamin A, and vitamin A is supposed to help your eyesight.
Well, can we accept that as an answer, Mr. Easter Bunny?
No, Mr. Kelly.
No. All right. Oh, wait a minute, sir. You got to be talking that way. Now, I got another hand up there, Joel.
Well, don't they have some sort of test that they take so many people that eat carrots and so many people that don't, and they start them off eating carrots, some, and the others eating, not eating carrots. And at the end of a certain time, one group's eyesight is better than the other group.
It seems to me like you're making a very tough question out of this. Richard?
Well, carrots, as I said before, contain vitamin A, and without vitamin A, you get night blindness. And by eating carrots, you get your requirements, and thus it helps your eyesight in preventing this disease of the eye.
Well, no, I'll tell you. I think we'd better have the Easter Bunny tell us the answer to how do you know that eating carrots helps your eyes. All right, Easter Bunny.
You've never seen one of us bunnies wearing glasses, have you?
That was an answer. Oh, well, the Easter Bunny certainly got you on that one. Now then, I have a question I'd like to ask you, quiz kids. Can you identify this particular Easter Bunny that we have with us today? Patrick?
Well, that's Richard Weichler, the Riddler.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just have to see whether you're right or not. Easter Bunny, will you take off your mask and show us who you are? Oh, land sakes alive. That's just who it is.
That was right.
Yes, sir. None other than 7-year-old quiz kid Richard Weichler. Richard, how did Pat ever guess you after the way you changed your voice, sir? You know, I can hardly remember how you really sound. I'll tell you what. Wish everyone a happy Easter just the way you normally talk, will you? All right.
Happy Easter, everyone.
Yeah, there you are. Now then, let me hear that Easter Bunny's voice again. Say the same thing in the Easter Bunny's voice.
How do you know?
No, I don't. I don't mean that. I mean, say Happy Easter, everyone.
Happy Easter, everyone.
Happy Easter. Just like a rabbit, yeah, he would say Happy Easter. Well, you certainly fooled me. I don't know how they ever guessed you. Well, thank you very much, Easter Bunny Richard, and thank you for all the Easter baskets, too. That was cute. All right, here we go with more questions. Mrs. Ida C. Tarrant of Washington, D.C. asks, if you bought a pipe for an Easter present for these people, what kind of a pipe might seem appropriate? First, for the man who said, I had rather be right than president. Patrick.
Henry Clay pipe. They were the Henry Clay and the Clay pipe.
That's right, the Clay pipe. Henry Clay said that. And how about buying a pipe for the Georgia peach? Joel.
Well, that's Ty Cobb. I don't know
Cobb?
if you'd
So,
buy.
what kind of a pipe would you buy Ty Cobb?
Oh, Cobb pipe.
Cobb pipe, that's right. Yes, a corn cob pipe. Well, that's absolutely right, kids. And for sending us that question, Alka-Seltzer sends Mrs. Ida C. Tarrant of Washington, D.C. a fine Easter present, a Zenith Transoceanic Portable Radio. That's always the reward when the quiz kids answer your question correctly. If they miss, you get a magnificent $250 Zenith Radio phonograph combination. So, friends, send those questions in. Just send them to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Now, this next question is from John N. Lewis of Denver, Colorado, and he wants you to write a poem on the subject, My Mother's Easter Bonnet. And Easter Bunny Richard, you can help me out by passing out pencils and paper to the quiz kids so they can get busy on their poems right away while we go along with the questions. Now, remember, kids, the subject is My Mother's Easter Bonnet, and you must write that while we're answering questions. Here's a Bible question that's most appropriate for this Easter season. Angeline Townsend of Watsonville, California, reminds us that the Lord Jesus Christ uttered some of the greatest and most profound truths of his gospel when he spoke in private conversations with individuals. With whom was Jesus speaking when he said, For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Patrick?
Well, he was talking with Nicodemus the Pharisee then.
That's right, Nicodemus. To whom did Jesus say, Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed? Patrick?
Well, he said that to Nicodemus, too.
No, I'm sorry. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed. Lonnie?
I think that was to Thomas.
Thomas, that's right. To Thomas. Now, here's an interesting opera question from Sharon Neal of San Diego, California. Our organist, Howard Peterson, will play part of an opera aria which should suggest the name of another opera. Now, first, listen to this number one aria. Lonnie?
That's the Lawns and Bridal Chorus.
for us, or the wedding march.
Yes, so?
Well, wedding, that could be Tristan and Isolde, or any other opera about lovers.
Well, we're referring, we say, what opera, what name of another opera does that suggest?
Yeah, well, that's
the name
Romeo and Juliet, or Tristan and Isolde, or anything that, like wedding suggests love, and those operas have lovers.
Well, can you think of another opera that pertains to a wedding in its title?
Well, there's
Richard?
The Bartered Bride.
The Bartered Bride. That's the idea. Uh-huh. And David?
Marriage of Figaro.
Marriage of Figaro, yes. Uh-huh. And what were you going to say, Patrick?
I was going to say the Marriage of Figaro, too. That's what I
Oh, all right, fine. Well, let's see if we can get this next. Patrick?
Well, that's the last Rose of Summer. And let's see, I can't think of one that has Rose of Summer in it.
You can't? Lonnie?
Well, that's, it could be the title of the opera that would be the clue, because it could be, it's from the opera Martha.
That's right. And we're trying to think of another opera that has, say, maybe Rose in its title. David?
The Rose and Cavalier.
That's right. Well, so far this afternoon our class has been right on the toes. You know, friends, even the subjects to be discussed are a top-drawer secret until class is called to order, so our program is entirely unrehearsed.
Yes, that's right, Joe. And before you continue with the question session, I'd like to pose a little problem. Suppose a headache comes along suddenly and threatens to slow you down on the job or spoil an evening of fun. What do? Do you just suffer along, or are you one of the thousands who has learned about Alka-Seltzer and the fast relief it can offer for headache discomfort? Well, if you don't know, you should, friends. It's so easy to drop an Alka-Seltzer tablet or two into a glass of water, listen to it fizz, and then drink that sparkling, effervescent solution. And the fast, effective relief Alka-Seltzer can bring is so welcome. Honestly, we think you'll be amazed how soon that occasional headache can become a forgotten interlude with Alka-Seltzer on the job. So try it next time you have a headache and see if you don't agree with the thousands who say there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer for fast, effective relief.
You know, kids, last week we had an awful time with a simple math problem, and we left the train floundering through the country an hour late. It never did reach its destination. Today, Howard Thomas of Seattle, Washington, wants us to try to get that poor train back on schedule. If it were traveling 55 miles an hour for the 20 hours it took to lose an hour, how fast would it have to travel to pick up the hour in the next 20 hours? Joel?
Well, now, if it lost the hour, that means it's on a schedule. It should have done the distance in 19 hours, and the distance is 55 times 20, or 55 times 20. So the scheduled speed would be 55 times 20 over 19. And 55 times 20 over 19.
Right.
That's not what you want in the question.
Right.
And now let's see. If it gained an hour in the next 20 hours, that means that its regular speed would be 21 miles per hour. Its regular time would be 21 hours. So, let's see. It would be 21 times 21 times 55 times 20 over 19 would be the distance. Over 20 would give the required speed. So the answer would be 55 times 20 times 21 over 20 times 19. Canceling out the 20s, it would be 55 times 21 over 19. And 21 19th is 1 and 2 19ths. So it would be 55 plus 2 19ths times 55, or 110 19ths, or 5 and 50 19ths. So the answer would be 60 and 50 19ths miles per hour.
That's absolutely right. lot tougher than last Sunday, too, by the way. Well, this Easter question is from R.J. Schmidt of Moline, Illinois. Each of the following is a clue to something we associate with Easter. Let's see if you can identify them. First, an opera singer's name. Joel?
Isn't that a prima donna?
Well, no, we're calling for an opera singer's name. Patrick.
Lily Pons.
Lily Pons, that's right. And next, the nickname of Joe Medwick, former National League outfielder. Lonnie.
That's Ducky Medwick.
Ducky.
Duck.
That's right, Duck. All right, now, Mrs. Marilyn Collins of Maplewood, New Jersey, wants you kids to whip up a quick picnic lunch. I'll go down the line, and each of you must think of two things you might bring. One must begin with your first initial. The other must begin with your last initial. So we'll start with Richard Craven. All right, Richard.
Well, for my last initial, you could bring candy.
Candy.
And
first initial.
For the first initial, you might not bring food, but if you wanted to bring a hammock along the rest, you could take R for rope.
Well, of course, we're whipping up a picnic lunch, and we're hungry, but not hungry enough to eat rope.
No.
Can't you think of something else that's...
Ring pretzels that are in rings. Ring pretzels.
Oh, ring pretzels. Well, all right, I'm going to accept that because we all like pretzels anyway. And next now is Lonnie. Lonnie Lundy.
Well, first of all, I'd want to bring lunch.
Oh, yes, yeah, that's the main thing.
And I guess you could bring a tablecloth or something. Maybe it could be made of linen.
Linen. Yeah, you have to have lunch cloths put on the ground. All right, Patrick.
Well, you might bring potato chips and cake.
Potato chips and cake. That's a fine combination, too. Joel?
Well, you might bring jelly or jam, and for the cake, either you could bring cookies or cake spelled with the K.
No, I don't spell cookies and cake that way.
Make an a la king with too much king and make it king a la chicken.
Well, I was thinking of ketchup. No, that wouldn't work out either. All right, David?
Well, for F, you could take frankfurters or hot dogs.
Yes.
And for G, you could bring dishes or drinks.
Well, fine. Say, I guess we're all set for a picnic. Now we'll just see if we can gobble up this next question. Here's a history question from Ferner Nunn of Cedar Falls, Iowa. In a speech Abraham Lincoln made when he accepted the Republican nomination for senator, he accused certain members of the party in office of a conspiracy in breaking down the Missouri Compromise by such acts as the Nebraska Bill and the Dred Scott decision. He said, quote, "We find it impossible not to believe that Stephen and Franklin and Roger and James all understood one another from the beginning," unquote. Now, the question is, children, who were Stephen, Franklin, Roger, and James? Can you identify two of these four men? Wait a minute. While I was reading, all hands went up there. Whose hand was up first? First hand gets first chance. Judges, Richard, all right.
Stephen Douglas, Franklin Pierce, and what were the other two?
Roger and James.
James Buchanan.
James Buchanan, Roger.
I don't know.
Can you clear that one up, Joel?
He was Taney, I believe. He was the Chief Justice.
Roger Taney, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who gave the Dred Scott decision. Right. Now that spring is here, kids, baseball is back in the sports headlines again. Mrs. C.A. Patey of Ilion, New York, notes that 5 major league teams will have different managers this year than they had last year. She wants you to name 3 of these new managers. Lonnie.
Shel Washington Senators.
Yes.
Billy Meyer, Pittsburgh.
Who did he replace, by the way?
He replaced Ozzie Bluegee. And then
Bluegee,
there's Billy Meyer.
I want to get that.
Billy Meyer managing the Pittsburgh Pirates, who replaced Billy Herman.
Yes, that's
true. And
true.
there's Joe McCarthy of the Boston Red Sox, who replaced Joe Cronin.
Joe Cronin.
And there's Zach Taylor of the St. Louis Browns, who replaced Muddy Rule.
Muddy Rule.
And the other one is Johnny Noon was for the last.
Richard.
Leo DeRocher was the new manager.
Who did he replace? Joe?
Bert Schouten or Schotten.
Bert Schotten, who acted as manager last year. Fine. All right, children. Now then, here's another interesting question.
Oh, before you ask it, Joe, here's one for our listeners. I'm wondering how many of you folks couldn't take your place in the Easter parade today because of a cold.
Well, even though spring is here, the cold-catching season is still with us. And, friends, if you're caught with a cold, here's the thing to do. Start right in on Alka-Seltzer's ABC Cold Comfort Treatment. That's right, and here's the way it goes. A stands for Alka-Seltzer. Yes, start taking Alka-Seltzer at once to help relieve that ache in every bone, feverish feeling of a cold. B means be wise. Beware of draughts. Dress and eat sensibly, and be sure to get more rest than usual. And C stands for comfort. Yes, indeed, the comfort an Alka-Seltzer gargle can give a sore, raspy throat. Now, there it is, friends. Alka-Seltzer's easy-to-follow ABC Cold Comfort Treatment. And we know you'll welcome the ease it can bring to much of your cold distress. If you're suffering from a cold, you'll want to try it right now. So visit your drugstore for either the 30 or 60-cent size package of Alka-Seltzer and begin the ABC Cold Comfort Treatment immediately. Alka-Seltzer can be worth its weight in gold when you're suffering from a cold.
All right, children, let's get along with more questions. Florence Doe of North Franklin, Connecticut, wonders if you know her favorite Easter hymn. Howard Peterson will play parts of 3 hymns, and you children are not only to identify them, but prove you know the words by singing the opening line or two. All right, here's the first one. Patrick?
Well, that's the palms.
The palms,
The
right.
boys' palms. And that's, now dawns the bright and happy Easter morn. Easter, the springtime of the soul's awakening. Jesus has oh Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst come to me, but speak thy words of comfort. My spirit shall heal thee.
All right, thank you, Patrick. And now let's see if we can get this third one. Lonnie?
That's beneath the cross of Jesus.
That's right, Lonnie.
Beneath the cross of Jesus, I fain would take my stand. The shadow of Almighty rock within a weary land, a home within a wilderness, a rest upon the way, from the burning of the noontide heat and the burden of the day.
All right, thank you, Lonnie. You know, Patty, well, I didn't mean any reflection on your singing a while ago when I asked you just the opening line. We're just running a little short on time here, and I don't want to forget about that poem assignment I gave you kids. And you remember you were to write a poem on your mother's Easter bonnet. How are you fixed? You all finished? Who wants to start off? Richard?
I have tried to write about my mother's bonnet, so I'll try to do so in a sonnet. She has it covered with great big roses, but when caught in the rain, she yells, "Holy Moses!"
Oh, that was a David. David.
My mother's Easter bonnet. My mother's Easter bonnet doesn't look like a hat. I often wonder if it is that. It's filled with fruit, vegetables, and such, with prices so high, no wonder it costs so much.
Joel?
My mother's Easter bonnet. I am now writing a poem on it. It's circular and it's above par. And there's a hole in the crown, and you should see her wear it around town.
Well, you certainly got that in rhyme, all right, Joel. And Patrick?
Well, I couldn't think of anything right offhand, but I have a little something that doesn't describe it, but it's a poem.
Oh, it's a poem.
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's have it.
At rhyming, I am no star. There are others who are better by far. So I hope you'll excuse me if I have to refuse thee. My thoughts are as sticky as tar.
All right, Pat, we'll do just that. And here's Lonnie.
Well, I guess this isn't too flattering, but,
Well, it isn't a musical poem, is it?
no.
Too flat. Oh, I see. Go
My
ahead.
mother's Easter bonnet is nothing less than a freak. But just the same, she seems to want to wear it every week. I guess I'll have to stand it, for Mother won't disband it. But I wish that another hat she would seek.
All right, well, those were all good, kids. That was a lot of fun. That's very difficult to do, is to write a little poem while you're answering other questions, too. A lot of us don't think of that part of it. Now, here we go with a question from Joan Callan of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and she calls this question the Books in Color game. You will have to give book titles to answer this question, and try and get 2 out of 3. First, what color was Stevenson's arrow? Joel?
The black arrow.
That's right, the black arrow. What color was Hawthorne's letter? Lonnie?
Scarlet. The scarlet
letter. The scarlet letter by Hawthorne, And what color was Hudson's mansion? Hudson's mansions. Richard?
Green mansions.
Green mansions, that's right. It's a book by Hudson, And now then you'll have to go way back in American history to answer this question from Mrs. J. Kennedy of Brooklyn, New York. What international marriage reversed the usual order of such affairs, the Native American girl having the title and the Englishman being the commoner? Richard?
Isn't that the marriage between the Duchess of Windsor, with the Duchess of Windsor?
Oh, no. We said the Native American girl having the title and the Englishman being the commoner. David?
It was Pocahontas and John Rolfe. He was a commoner and she was an Indian princess.
That's right. Yes, Pocahontas was the American Indian princess. Now, that was a tough question. I don't know whether you kids will get that or not. Since we have all boys in our Quiz Kids class today, Mrs. L.C. Weaver of Des Moines, Iowa, thinks it's a good time to have some fun with this question. Can you make up some sentences in which a girl's name is used as a noun or a verb? For instance, you might say, I hung my coat on a peg, using the girl's name, Peg. See, that's the idea. Now, what others can you think of? Richard?
May I have a piece of candy?
May I have a piece of candy? That's it, Andy. Lonnie?
Well, you may have a piece of candy and an apple.
And I get it. Don't tell me.
I'm going to marry that girl.
I am going to marry that girl. And Joel?
Well, pardon me, but isn't May a verb?
Well, May is the name of a girl I know because that was my mother's name, May. And David?
Could you give me some candy? Candy's a nickname for a girl.
Candy nickname. Well, I guess their time is all up. There's the old school bell. And another question session is over. It's time for the judges to get busy on the scores so we can find out who comes back to school next week. They'll have your report cards ready in just a minute, children. And while we're waiting, here's an important message.
Mother, are you having trouble getting your children and your family to take their vitamins every day? Try giving them One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules. Each One-A-Day brand multiple capsule contains all the vitamins for which the amount needed for grown-ups and children has been established. What's more, one capsule every day is all they take. And One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules are low in cost, a full month's supply for only $2. Ask your druggist for One-A-Day brand vitamins, good for growing children and adults. Remember, for vitamins the easy way, for vitamins the thrifty way, the brand you want is One-A-Day.
And now, Quiz Kids, before I give you the judge's report on today's classroom session, I want to remind our listeners that the Campfire Girls celebrate their 38th anniversary this month. This great organization deserves the support of us all. And now then, here are the scores. Remember, kids, whether you win or lose this afternoon, you all receive a $100 savings bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help you with your future education. And now listen, here are your report cards. The judges say that our entire class missed one question this afternoon. Lonnie is first, Pat second, Joel and Richard tied for third. That means you four will be back in school next Sunday, along with a brand new quiz kid, a contest winner representing the Boys Clubs of America, James Cook, age 12. All you listeners plan to be with us, too, won't you? Remember, class will be called to order next Sunday afternoon, same time, same station. Until then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids. Goodbye, kids.
Goodbye, Kelly. Bye.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and listen to Alka-Seltzer's Views of the World every Monday through Friday over most of these NBC stations. This is Bob Murphy speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. From the Civic Opera House in Chicago, Illinois, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Chicago, which is just a stone's throw from Waukegan, we bring you something that was thrown back, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm very proud of this turnout here in Chicago. Why, this auditorium is packed. Do you know that there are 3,724 people sitting in the audience?
3,724 people? How do you know?
I counted them as they came through the door. I forgot the tickets were free. But that's all right. I'll get them at the soda fountain. Yeah? Leave it to me.
Well, Jack, since we're broadcasting so close to Waukegan, I presume your father is in the audience?
Yes, he is, Don. He just got back from a trip to Florida, Havana, and Bermuda.
Oh, I thought your father spent most of his time at home.
And he used to, Don, but since he won the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest, he's traveling. He's been all over, you know.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I thought, according to the rules, your relatives weren't allowed to enter the I Can't Stand Jack Benny competition.
Don, when he heard about the contest, he disowned me. So it was perfectly legal.
Well, Jack, I'll bet you didn't get many contest letters from the people in Chicago. They seem to like you here.
They certainly do, Don. Did you see that reception I got at the station? Why, they tore the shirt right off of me. Of course, I don't blame them. After all, it isn't very often they get to see two movie stars at the same time.
Two movie stars?
Yeah, I have a picture of Charles Boyer tattooed on my chest.
You have? Oh, I don't believe it. Open your shirt.
All right. There.
Well, sure enough, Charles Boyer. Jack, what's the idea?
It's a little trick I use for close-ups, you see. When I raise my arms, he smiles. You'll be surprised how this tattoo of Boyer on my chest has helped me to... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Gee, Mary, you're certainly looking cute today. I haven't seen you since we got off the train. How about a great big kiss?
Okay, open your shirt.
He's for close-up, for heaven's sake.
Mary, you mean Jack showed you that picture of Boyer on his chest?
Oh, he shows it to everybody. Jack's got the only shirt that works like a Venetian blind.
Venetian. Mary, you're just jealous because of the big reception I got when I arrived in Chicago.
Big reception?
Yes, when the train pulled in there were thousands of people at the station. Mayor Kelly was there. There were flags flying.
And a big brass band, too.
Yes, sir, and it was all for me.
It was not. They were welcoming a carload of coal.
Oh, was that what it was?
You should have known when the band played, Keep the Home Fires Burning.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Anyway, Mary, here we are in Chicago. You know, this is known as the Windy City.
I know, Jack. Yesterday I saw you chasing your hare down the street.
It wasn't my hair I was chasing. It happened to be a cat.
A cat?
Yes, a cat.
Then why were you trying to coax it back with a saucer of Fit shampoo?
Mary, if you can't be nice to me, think of Boyer. And besides, there are a lot of my friends here from Waukegan.
Oh, that's right, Jack. Your hometown is close to Chicago, isn't it?
Close. Well, I could take a silver dollar out of my pocket and throw it as far as Waukegan.
Let me see you do it.
I will not. Throw a dollar. You tricked me into that once. The string broke. By the time I found it, inflation set in. It was only worth 63 cents. So don't try to...
Cheer up, Chicago. Your dim out is bad, but here comes Harris, that bright little lad. Yes. Turn on that switch and let me loose. Oh, that opera house. It's my bread and butter, Jackson.
A nice way over there. Hey, Phil, what do you want to come in with an entrance like that for? This dim out in Chicago is a serious thing.
You're not kidding, Jackson. It is. Last night, Frankie, my guitar player, wrote out a check, and it was so dark he signed somebody else's name.
What?
Now they got him charged with arson.
Arson? You mean forgery?
No, arson. That check was so hot it burned down the bank. Oh, Harris, you may not have bushy eyebrows, but you sure keep the country in an uproar.
Oh, fine.
You know, Phil, if Frankie did a thing like that, he must have been drinking.
No. Libby, no, not my little Frankie. He's on the wagon. Why, he hasn't had a drink. That kid hasn't had a drink since
when?
Wait a minute, I'm looking at my watch.
That's what I thought. Phil, forget about Frankie. After all, we came to Chicago to do a show, so let's do it.
Yeah, good old Chicago. This is a great town, Jackson, but it's a little windy, isn't it?
Well, of course, that's why they call it the Windy City.
Yeah. Say, Jackson, what was that I saw you chasing yesterday?
Oh, that was a cat.
Then how come when you caught it, you shook it out and put it on your head?
I didn't put it on my head. It jumped up there.
Then why did it have bangs?
Because it jumped on backwards. It happened to anybody. And, Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't be so smart just because we're away from home. You know, Marshall Field is not unlike the May Company. You know that, and it won't be much fun working in the dark, either.
Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you, how come they got this dim out here in Chicago?
Phil, don't you know what's going on? Don't you read the papers? It's account of the coal shortage.
Yeah, isn't it awful?
Huh? Oh, hello, Dennis. Anyway, Phil, as I was saying, it's very easy to understand. You have to have coal to make electricity.
Last night it was so dark I couldn't find my way back to the hotel.
You couldn't, eh? You see, Phil, coal is the fuel they burn in boilers.
3 times I fell over a fire plug.
That's too bad. Now, they burn the coal to heat the water into steam. And then...
Finally, an old lady had to help me across the street.
Really? Then they use the steam...
Used to be a Girl Scout.
Good. Then they use the steam to spin the turbines which generate the electricity.
Well, then how come we don't have a dim out in Los Angeles?
Well, out there we don't use coal. You see, we get our electricity from Boulder Dam.
Ooh, what he said.
Dennis, Boulder Dam is a place...
He said it again!
Oh, look, Dennis, I'm trying to explain something to Phil. Will you just be quiet until it's time for your song?
Okay, but I don't know if I'll be able to sing good. I'm tired.
Tired?
Yeah, I had an awful time on the train. It's tough trying to sleep between Mr. Harris and his guitar player.
Oh, you mean it's too crowded?
No, they kept setting the bottle on my stomach.
Oh.
And they were using my ear for an ashtray.
Oh, well, don't worry, Dennis. You can get plenty of sleep while we're here in Chicago. Now, let's have your song, and then we'll... Come in? Yes?
Well, here we are, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Well, don't you remember? You invited us over. We're the Quiz Kids.
Oh, yes, the Quiz Kids. Look at that little one there. Take off your hats, kids. Take off your hats. Come right in. Come right, sit down and watch the show.
Watch the show? I thought you invited us over for a quiz contest.
A contest? You mean you kids want to compete with us? Don't be ridiculous. That would be like taking candy from a baby.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. You're not a baby.
That's not what I mean. When I gave you those 4 tickets, I merely wanted you to come over, enjoy the show, buy a few bottles of soda pop, and relax. That's all.
Oh, Jack, they're only kids. If they want a contest, let's give it to them.
But, Mary...
You can ask them easy questions.
What? Oh, sure. We'll play with them, have a lot of fun. Well, all right, kids, if that's what you want, we'll do it right after Dennis Day's song.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome. Now, Dennis, we're ready for your song. What are you going to sing tonight?
Well, since this is Mother's Day, I'm going to sing Little Mother of Mine.
That's mighty nice, Dennis. And incidentally, you didn't forget to send your mother something, did you?
Oh, no, I sent her a big picture of me taken from the back.
From the back? Why in the world did you send her a picture like that?
Well, I wanted her to see how my new suit fits.
Oh.
She worries about things like that.
I know. Go ahead, let's have your song. While he's singing, I better think up some easy questions for the quiz kids, I think.
Hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang, and the boy you loved to rest. A wee little boy that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long for that one. Oh, little mother of mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, we are going to have a contest between the Lucky Strike Kids and the Quiz Kids. These children are here tonight to match wits with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, and Phil Harris, who are all raring to go.
We'll learn them, eh, fellas?
That gives you an idea, folks. Now, I, of course, will be the quiz master.
You'll be the quiz master?
Certainly. When I went to school, I was smart as a whip.
Go on. You even needed a blueprint to open your lunchbox.
Oh, stop, will you? Now, come on, let's get started with our questions. First, Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
I'm glad you called, Rochester. Does the manager of the hotel find a room for me?
That's why I called. You got the bridal suite.
The bridal suite? Good, good. Did you move all my stuff in?
No, I'm waiting for you to get here.
Why?
I want to carry you over the threshold.
Oh, stop being silly and get my clothes unpacked.
I can't do that, boss, until I shovel the rice out of the room.
Shovel the rice out? Who had that bridal suite before me?
Tommy Manville.
How do you know?
There's a lawyer and a minister still sitting here.
Oh, well, hurry up and get that room cleaned up.
Okay, but it'll take hours and hours.
Oh, Rochester, there couldn't be that much rice there.
There couldn't. When I sit down in the middle of the room, I look like a raisin.
Never mind that. Never mind. Unpack my clothes and lay out a clean shirt. I'm going to the Chez Paris tonight.
Okay, I'll give you the one with the cellophane front so Charles Boyer can see the floor show.
Good, good. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, you do what I told you about the candles? You know, there's a dim out here.
Yes, sir. I went to the store and bought 85 of them.
85 candles? How'd you get that many?
When I told the man they were for you, he just handed them over and said, "Tell Mr. Benny happy birthday."
Well, that was very nice. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
And now... And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set for the battle of wits. The Quiz Kids versus the Benny Kids. And may the best team win.
You mean may the better team win?
Yes, yes. Better. I used to know that when I went to school, too. All right, let's go. And now I'll call the roll. First, the Quiz Kids. I'm Harvey.
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a junior at the South Shore High School.
Now, Joel.
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 9 years old, and I am in 5A in the Fulton Public School.
Oh, yes, you're the little fellow who's so clever in mathematics. Tell me, Joel, if an egg costs 5 cents, how much would a 3-egg omelet cost?
15 cents.
That's right.
He's never been to the Chez Paris.
Mary, you mean they charge more there?
Boyer's going to bed early tonight.
He is not. We can always go out for a walk. Now, Ruthie.
I'm Ruthie Duskin. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 8th grade at the University of Chicago Laboratory School.
Cute, isn't she? Now, Richard. Richard?
I am Richard Leixler. I'm 6 years old, and I am in 1A at the Shakespeare Public School.
6 years old. Gosh, it seems like... I wish you could see him, folks, the listeners. Gosh, it seems like only yesterday that I was 6.
Gee, Mr. Benny, that must have been about 30 years ago.
31, Richard, 31. Have a bottle of pop on me. And now for the Benny kids. Philip?
I'm Philip Harris. I live in Encino, California, and 3 nights a week I attend the Hollywood Recreation Pool Room.
What do you specialize in, Philip?
The 4-ball in the side pocket.
Very good, very good. And now, Mary.
I am Mary Livingston. I live in Beverly Hills, and I graduated from the May Company.
Oh, that's a lovely place. What did you learn there?
If you've worn the stockings, madam, you cannot exchange them.
Very good. Isn't she bright? Now, Donald.
I am Donald Wilson. I'm 6 years old, and I weigh 243 pounds.
He's the cutest one of all. What is your ambition, Donald?
I haven't any. That's why I'm so fat.
I thought so. Sit down, but easy. Now, Dennis.
I am Dennis. Dennis
Day. Dennis Day. How old are you, Dennis?
I'll be 1 in December.
You'll, Wait a minute. You'll be one?
Yes, my mother's raffling me off.
Well, you're a turkey if I ever saw one. And now, folks, that you've met all the kiddies, we will proceed with the battle of wits. And for each question used, I will score 1 point for the side that answers correctly. And furthermore, I am personally awarding a prize of $10 to the winning team.
Well, that's fair enough.
You'll find out.
Mary. Now, our first question this evening comes from Mrs. Leonard Penchel of Chicago. Listen carefully, Harvey. A coleoptera, a musca domestica, and a lepidoptera were having a bit of a tete-a-tete on a screen door. Now, if you suddenly appeared with a fly swatter, one of the party would leave quite hastily. Which one would it be? The coleoptera, the musca domestica, or the lepidoptera? Have you got the answer, Harvey?
Well, the musca domestica would leave because it's the common housefly.
Oh. I mean, very good, Harvey. That's 1 point for the quiz kids. Now, Dennis, in order to be absolutely fair, I'm going to ask you a question along the same line. Now, listen carefully. What fly would you associate with butter? That might be a little tough, so I'll put it this way. Butter is associated with what fly?
The butterfly.
Ruthie, I didn't ask you. Dennis, you didn't hear that answer, did you?
No, I've got ashes in my ear.
Oh. Mary Livingston.
The butterfly.
Correct. And there's a point for the Benny kids. Both sides are even.
Wait a minute, Mr. Benny.
Sorry, Harvey, but we won on a technicality. Now, let's see.
Oh, brother, wait till you get on their show.
Mary, please. Now, here's a problem of mathematics sent in by Clifford Gordon, 10th Street, Waukegan, Illinois.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, if it's a problem in mathematics, just ask Joel Kupperman.
Oh. I have another question. From Julia Sinekin, Waukegan, Illinois. I think you can answer this, Ruthie.
I'm ready, Mr. Benny.
Now, this problem is in the field of ichthyology.
Ichthyology? What's that?
How do I know? Anyway, Ruthie, name the 5 types of fishes in order of their development and give examples of each. Go ahead.
The sideless stomata, which are lamprey eels and hagfishes. Next comes the elasmobranchi, the sharks and rays.
That's right.
Next, the gonoidii, which are the armored fishes.
Uh-huh.
After that come the teleostomi, the true fishes.
Yes.
And last of all, the dipnoi, which are the lung fishes.
Isn't that amazing? Very good, Ruthie. Now, Philip Harris.
Yes, sir.
I think it's only fair that I ask you the same type of question. How do you spell fish? Come on, Philip, go ahead. How do you spell fish?
F-I-S-C-H.
That's right. That's right, Joe Fish. I know him well. That's 2 points for the quiz kids and 2 points for the Benny kids. Now, Richard, here's a problem in mathematics that comes from Dave Wolf of Chicago.
Well, Mr. Benny, if it's a problem in mathematics, why don't you ask Joel Kupperman?
Harvey, don't tell me how to run my contest. I'm going to ask Richard. Now, Richard, 2 men who earn $450 and $150 a month, respectively, decide to build a house and divide the cost in proportion to their income. Each of these 2 men has 3 sons who help with the work, but they cannot work full time. One works every day, the second every other day, the third every third day, and so on. Are you following, Richard?
Yes, are you?
Don't worry about me, Bub. Now, they all work the first day, and they finish the house. The second day, they all work together.
Each guy has 3 kids, huh?
Phil, go away, will you? You know from nothing. Now, Richard, one joint owner had to pay $1,500 more than the other. How much did the house cost, and how long did it take to build it? Well, Dennis, I see you got your hand up. What is the answer?
Butterfly.
right. That's 3 for the Benny kids and 2
Wait a minute, Mr. Benny. We were on another question.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Well, Richard, have you got the answer yet? Richard?
Yes, sir. The house cost $3,000, and it would take 60 days to build it.
Excellent. $3,000 and 60 days is correct.
How do you know?
I trust Richard. Now, let's see.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
Button your shirt. Charles Boyer is peeping out.
Oh, yes. Well, Richard earned another point for the quiz kids, making it 3-3. Now, Mary, here's your question.
The answer is 15.
Wait till I ask you. Now, Mary, concentrate. If you had 20 apples and your mother took away 10 and gave you back 5, how many would you have?
15. You heard me.
How did you know I was going to ask you?
Boyer told me.
Now, cut that out. Boyer told you.
I told you to button your shirt.
Quiet. Now, here's a question for Donald Wilson. Donald. Oh, Don.
Hey, Fatty.
Yes? Thank you, Richard. Now, Donald, here's a question from Bert Scott of Salt Lake City. Now, Donald, if you were on your way to a drugstore and the drugstore was 2 miles away and you could make it in 17 minutes, but you had to cross a bridge, and on this particular day the bridge was washed out and you had to row a boat across the river.
How wide is the river?
350 feet. But there's a strong current carrying you downstream at the rate of 3.6 miles per hour. So it takes you an extra 23 minutes to reach the grocery store. Now, here's the question. What would you buy when you got there?
A package of Lucky Strikes.
Absolutely correct. Now, Donald, why would you buy that package of Lucky Strikes?
Because Lucky Strikes means fine tobacco.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, they're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Very good elaborating. The score is now 5-3 in favor of the Benny kids. Now, Harvey, here's a question for you.
Well, if it's mathematics, ask Joel Kupperman.
I just changed it to history. Now, listen. What did the United States purchase from Denmark after World War I?
The Virgin Islands for $21 million.
You're wrong. It was $25 million.
It was $21 million.
The United States paid $25 million.
Jack ought to know they borrowed the money from him.
Certainly. I remember when I took Woodrow Wilson down into my vault. Now, another question in history. Dennis, who was the first president of the United States? Come on, Dennis. Who was the first president of the United States? Come on. George.
My name is Dennis.
I know. Now, who was the first president of the United States? He was the father of our country. George Jessel. No! Anyway, I'm asking Dennis.
My name is George.
It is now. All right, Phil, I'll ask you. Who was the first president of the United States? George. What do women do on Monday? Washing? That's right. George, washing. There. What am I sticking out at you?
Your tongue.
Correct. George Washington. The score is 6-3 in favor of the Benny kids. We win, and the $10 bill goes to me.
Wait a minute. This is a frame-up.
Frame-up? These questions were on the up and up.
Well, you were cheating.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's a good thing Richard didn't say that. Believe me.
Oh, come on, kids. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. How do you like that? A bunch of sore losers. Play, genius.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The famous tobacco auctioneers are on tonight's program. Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
I'm
Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, audibility 49, American.
Russell Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 wide-awake youngsters ready for another difficult quiz session in Alka-Seltzer's Schoolroom of the Air. All the questions on tonight's program were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazines. None of the questions have been seen by any of the children. The makers of Alka-Seltzer will award a new Zenith portable radio to the sender of each question used on the air. And they also give a $100 denomination defense savings bond to each of the youngsters taking the examination. The 3 kids with the highest scores will be invited back next Wednesday night. And now here's our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are especially honored to have as our guest observer the Honorable Harold E. Stassen, Governor of Minnesota. And the quiz kids gracing Alka-Seltzer schoolroom are Richard.
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack.
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Betty.
I'm Betty Swanson. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in the 7th grade of Gorton School, Lake Forest.
Harvey.
I'm Harvey Fishman. I'm 10 years old, and I attend Bradwell School.
And Dennis.
I'm Dennis Shanahan. I'm 15 years old, and I'm junior at Central Catholic High School in Pittsburgh.
You know, folks, Dennis won the title of Pittsburgh's brightest quiz kid and the right to appear as a guest on this program tonight by winning an elimination contest in which 8,000 Pittsburgh children competed. I know all those boys and girls back home are pulling for you tonight, Dennis, and all of us wish you well, too. Well, all right, kids, while I'm sorting your questions and getting them ready, I want to ask all the grown-ups a question. How many of you older folks have had the misfortune to have a headache lately?
Yes, what's more miserable than a headache? And how often a headache seems to come along right at the most inconvenient time. Maybe you have a lot of work to do, an important appointment, an engagement to go someplace, or you're planning just to relax and take things easy. But no matter what you've planned to do, that aching head is there, and you have to deal with it first. So listen, for relief that is truly quick, truly pleasant, drink a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer. Yes, Alka-Seltzer. Just dissolve 1 or 2 tablets in a glass of water, then drink the bubbling, effervescent solution this makes. Its analgesic, sodium acetylsalicylate, is especially effective in giving relief from your pain. And because it is already dissolved when you drink it, Alka-Seltzer is ready to go to work the instant you take it. Keep plenty of Alka-Seltzer tablets on hand all the time, ready to give you the prompt, pleasant, satisfying relief it offers for headaches. Remember to take it for acid indigestion, upset stomach, and muscular pain and fatigue. You'll feel better fast. Get Alka-Seltzer from your druggist.
Well, quiz kids, this first question is a bit unusual. It's from Anna Helm, a little girl who lives on a farm near Augusta, Michigan. Anna writes, I have a Holstein heifer calf born June 2nd. I would be very grateful to the quiz kids if they would help me choose a name for the calf. I promise to use the name they suggest. So, quiz kids, there's your chance to name a calf. And I'll bet not one of you city kids ever had a chance like that before. Betty?
Well, if he was going to be a bull when he grew up, I'd suggest Ferdinand.
Well, that's a good try, but you see, I must remind you that this little calf is a heifer calf. And that means a little girl calf, see? Dennis,
Well, maybe you could call her Ferdinanda then.
Fernanda? Not bad. Any more names? Harvey?
Well, if it's a she, you could call her Milky.
Milky? That's all right. That's a very good name. Do you have any, well, I'll tell you. We'll see what Jack has to say here.
I'd vote for Dennis's Ferdinanda.
Ferdinanda? Seems to be sort of unanimous then. Well, all right. You know, if I had a chance to offer a name, I think I'd call her a defense program to give more milk production. Huh? That would be a cute name, too. Well, anyway, those are some nice names, and I'm sure Anna will select one of them. I hope she lets us know which one. All right, next question. Diego Rivera sounds like a nice place to spend a summer vacation. But Marjorie Shipley of Cleveland, Ohio, says that you won't find the name in any travel folder. Why not? Dennis?
That's a Mexican painter.
That's right. You bet. Good for you, Dennis. T.C. Tippett of Turners Falls, Massachusetts, would like to find out whether you kids are too young to name 4 American automobiles that are no longer manufactured. Jack Lugal?
The LaSalle.
That's
the
good.
White.
Beg pardon?
Wasn't there a car called the White?
That's right.
That's
2.
Then there's the, I don't believe the Hupmobile is made any longer.
That's 3.
And the, Stutz.
Stutz. Very, very good, Jack. That takes care of all 4. You know, that's pretty good because, after all, I understand that there are about 600 different makes of cars that are no longer manufactured. Now, that doesn't sound possible, but that's the truth. 2 out of 3 on this next question. Wayne Turner of Hammond, Indiana, says that the present-day war news brings him face-to-face with the past. He wonders where, on the present-day map, you would place Carthage, Troy, and Babylon. Richard?
Well, Carthage would be on the northern coast of Africa, in Libya, I believe.
No,
in Algeria.
No, now, you're not guessing, are you?
No, Tunisia.
Tunisia, that's right. All right, how about Troy?
Troy would be in Greece. And,
well, no, wait a minute. I question that, Richard. Troy? Let's see what...
Babylon would be in Iraq now.
That's right, but we're talking about Troy. All right, Jack?
Is it in Turkey?
Turkey is correct, Richard. All right. Well, we finally got them all taken care of. James Pettigrew of Fort Wayne, Indiana, sends in this music question. If you were at a dancing party and heard the following music, what dances would you do? Now, here is the first one. Dennis?
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe Virginia Reel?
No. I'm sorry. Jack?
I think that's a gavotte or a polka, but I'm not sure.
Which one?
Polka?
Polka is right. That's from the opera The Bartered Bride. All right, now listen to this next one. Betty?
The Minuet.
Minuet by Mozart. Now, here is the last one. Dennis?
Oh, it started out like Jitterbug, but towards the end it was almost like a rumba.
Well, which do you prefer?
Well, I'd take the beginning as Jitterbug. I call it rumba then.
That's correct. Rumba is right. By the way, can any of you kids do the rumba? Jack?
Yes, I do the rumba.
Oh, you can? Well, do you suppose you could give us a little sample of it right here? Well, now, we've got to make sure that you do. You said you could do it, you know.
Well, it's sort of hard to give a demonstration.
We've got music and everything. Harvey, how about you?
Well, I don't take up the rumba because I'm not quite graceful enough for it.
Oh, you're not, huh? Well, I'm afraid we'll have to take Jack Lucal's word for it that he can do the rumba. I'm sure he can. Here's our next question. Longley Richards of Chicago, Illinois, sends in this travel question. 2 out of 3 on this one. If you could make a trip this summer with these real or fictional characters, would you or would you not like to go with Wolf Larsen, Sancho Panza, and Modestin? Betty?
Well, Wolf Larsen was a character in The Sea Wolf by Jack London, and he was rather cruel. I don't particularly think I'd like to hang around with him.
You don't. Well, I didn't think you would. Harvey?
Well, I wouldn't like to go with Sancho Panza because, he was Don Quixote's servant, but not only that, but Don Quixote would ride on a horse, and he had to ride on a donkey.
I think you got something there, Harvey. But at that, I think you'd have a lot of fun if you went along with him just the same, fighting windmills.
You're rather slow.
All right, how about Modestin? Well, perhaps I'd better tell you about Modestin. Modestin was the donkey in the Travels with a Donkey by Robert Louis Stevenson. So I would imagine you'd have a lot of fun with her. All right, let's get along now. Our next question here. Herbert Kent of Montreal, Canada, asks you to think of 3 commonly used expressions involving a great feat of strength, such as raising the roof or sweeping the nation. Dennis?
Well, what about the cow jumping over the moon?
Yes, well, that would be all right. Jack?
Well, this would take more endurance than strength if you painted a whole town red.
It certainly would, Jack. Betty?
Well, people speak of Herculean tasks.
Well, that's all right. We can accept that, too. Dennis has another one.
Well, it's kind of old, but still, wheeling West Virginia might be kind of hard.
Yes, I'm afraid it would. Quite a transfer job. All right, kids, that takes care of that question. Now, the next question comes from our guest observer, Governor Stassen of Minnesota. My state, he says, is known as the land of 10,000 lakes. The quiz kids certainly should be able to name 3 of them. Richard?
Well, there's Lake Itasca. That's the headwaters of the Mississippi. And there Lower and Upper Red Lakes, I believe. And there's Elk Lake. That's a lake near Lake Itasca. And,
well, let's give some of the other kids a chance. Betty?
There's Lake Minnetonka.
Yeah, very good. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Big Pelican Lake and Whitefish Lake and Rush Lake and Bass Lake and Trout Lake.
Wait a minute. Say, how do you like that? Well, I think we've taken care of the lakes. Although, yes, I'm sure we have. Yes, sir. Well, that was nice going, kids, and it's recess time. And now I suggest that you rest a moment. And say, speaking of suggestions, Marvin Miller has a fine one for all the mothers listening.
Yes, mothers, here is a suggestion for all thrifty housewives that will help you stretch that budget dollar still farther. The next time you go to your drugstore to buy vitamins, be sure to compare the number of units contained in one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets with any of the other brands. The quality of any vitamin product is in its unit content only, and federal law demands that this information be printed on the outside of all packages. So check this important point carefully before you buy. And remember this, one-a-day tablet a day supplies you or any member of your family with your full normal daily A and D requirements. That's right, just one a day is all you need, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. One-a-day tablets are developed and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. They are also recommended by Good Housekeeping Bureau and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, only 35 cents. 90 tablets, only 85 cents. And 180 tablets, only $1.50. Ask your druggist for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package. And don't forget, your druggist also has Alka-Seltzer. Better take a package home. Ladies and gentlemen, have you tried winning one of those new Zenith portable radios by sending in a question suitable for use on this program? Remember, you can mail in as many as you like, and for each one used on the air, the makers of Alka-Seltzer will award one of those famous Zenith portables with patented built-in movable wave magnets. It doesn't matter whether the quiz kids answer your question correctly or not. You get the Zenith portable radio just the same. Just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. all questions become the property of Quiz Kids. Remember the address, Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago.
Well, all right, kids, here we go with the rest of the examination. Mrs. Ted K. Benson of Montpelier, Idaho, says that the following gentlemen got together recently to talk about their new jobs. They were John G. Winant, Fiorello H. LaGuardia, and Harold L. Ickes. What were the new jobs they were discussing? Harvey?
Well, John G. Winant is the new American ambassador to Great Britain.
That's right.
And I'm not sure I don't know the other ones.
Dennis?
Fiorello LaGuardia is the Minister for Civilian Defense now.
That's correct. His technical title is Civilian Defense Commissioner.
And Harold L. J. Ickes is the President's personal ambassador.
Well, I question that. We're talking about new jobs, I must remind you, Dennis. Jack Lucal?
Well, I know that Harold Ickes is the head of the Petroleum Commission.
That's right. His official title is Oil Administration Commissioner. You're very, very close and practically correct. Say, I promised to report to the radio audience how you kids came out last Saturday in that quiz contest with the 5 University of Chicago professors. That is, I promised to report if you didn't come out too badly. Well, you quiz kids came out very well indeed, in first place. Plenty lucky, I'd say. You betcha. And you and the professors and the audience had a barrel of fun. I hope we can do it again sometime. Theodore Flaxman of Boston, Massachusetts, says he found all these numbers recently in one section of his newspaper. What stories did he find them in? Listen carefully. 2 out of 3 on this one. 15, 5 3/4, 6, 10 7/8, 284 for 72. Richard?
Well, 15, 5 3/4 is 15 feet, 5 3/4 inches. The new pole vaulting record made by Warmerdam.
Very good, Richard. That's marvelous. Would you like to continue, Richard?
And I think Warmerdam's from San Francisco.
Well, chances are he is. I don't exactly have that information here, but how about 6, 10 7/8?
Well, 6, 10 7/8 is the broad jumping record. No, the high jumping.
That's right, Richard. Can you give us the name of the chap who did that? Well, it's really beside the point. His name is Les Steers, and he...
Oh, yes, he's from Oregon.
Yeah, I'm glad you know where he's from.
And,
well, that's...
The other one was Craig Wood made 284 in the National Open, I believe.
That's right, for 72 holes. Very, very good, Richard. I'm very proud of you. Kids, Father's Day, which comes next Sunday, prompted Veronica Kinney of Mission Beach, California, to send in this question. What character traits of your father do you most admire, and can you think of any occasions when you yourselves had good reason to be thankful for them? Dennis?
Well, my father's got a pretty good sense of humor, and he needs it because getting a good bit of trouble.
Good for you, Dennis. You're a regular boy. I can see that. Harvey?
Well, one of my father's best traits is on Sunday he usually takes me out for some sort of amusement. And, I think it takes his mind off his business worries, and it also gives me a great deal of fun.
Well, I'll just bet it does. You two boys have a grand time together, I'll bet. Richard?
Well, my father has the same trait as Dennis' father. He has a very good sense of humor, and the reason I like it is because when he's joking, it keeps everybody else happy, including himself.
That's a very good trait, too, isn't it? I know you're proud of him for that. Betty?
Well, there's no special trait that makes me like my dad. He's just swell all the time.
Oh, fine. Good for you. Jack Lucal?
Well, my dad needs his patience when sometimes my sister and I get into a few quarrels.
And he has
a good, I'd say, a peacemaking talent, too.
Well, that's very, very good. Well, kids, all of your answers were swell. I'm sure all of your dads think that you're just about the stuff. Carol Jordan of Santa Monica, California, says the figure 40 has played a significant part in biblical history. She wants you to name 3 events where this was true. Harvey?
Well, I believe during the resurrection to the, I forget just what it was. Anyway, it took 40 days.
After the resurrection. I thought you meant that, Harvey. All right, let's have some more. Richard?
Well, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, which caused the flood.
That's right. Jack?
Well, then David was king of Israel for 40 years, and I believe that Jephthah was judge of Israel 40 years.
Well,
and I know Samson was judge of Israel 40 years.
Well, thanks a lot, Jack. Let's see what Betty has to offer.
I believe that there are 40 days in Lent.
That's right, Betty. Good for you. And Dennis?
The 40 years wandering in the desert by the Jews after they left Egypt.
Well, that's right, Dennis. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all you boys and girls. Mrs. J.B. Pierce of La Junta, Colorado, wants your help in fricasseing some chicken and making a cheese souffle. So, put on your aprons and tell us just what you do. Come on now. Jack?
Well, for the chicken souffle, I'd get some chicken and...
Wait a minute. Hold everything. I'm afraid that chicken got away from us there for a minute.
I get some chicken for the chicken fricassee and some cheese for the cheese souffle.
Well, now, those are simple comebacks. Very, very practical, too, Jack. Let's see if we can have an expression from our young lady on the board tonight. Betty, how about you?
Well, Mr. Kelly, I can cook a little, but I never tried a cheese souffle.
Well, how about, could you give us anything further in the way of information about the fricasseed chicken?
Well, isn't that something like broiled chicken, only you use a barbecued sauce on it?
Well, no, not exactly. Let's see, Richard has...
Isn't a fricasseed chicken sort of stewed in milk or something?
That's right. Uh-huh. I thought we were all going to be in a stew there for a minute. Jack Lucal?
Well, this is a guess about the cheese souffle, but don't you take something I know what it looks like when you're finished.
I'm always in on that too myself, Jack.
Don't you put cheese in scrambled eggs or?
Well, the eggs are slightly scrambled. Harvey?
Well, personally, I don't care how they make it. I just like to taste it.
Well, I do, too. I think we'd better just drop this question right here. Sarah Blake of Cincinnati, Ohio, points out that plays, movies, and books often draw their titles from patriotic documents and songs. Can you give the source of these titles and quote the complete sentence from which they were taken? First one, the movie Pursuit of Happiness. Harvey?
Well, it's from the Declaration of Independence, and, let's see now. Let's see. Our life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's see.
That's very, very good, Harvey. Good for you. Now, the next one, the book, The Ramparts We Watch. Jack?
From the Star-Spangled Banner.
Very, very good. Can you quote?
The ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming.
Very, very good, Jack. Good for you. Now, the third one, the play, We the People. Dennis?
We the people, the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, so on.
That's from what?
The Constitution.
Very, very good. Good for you, kid. Harvey, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that's from the preamble to the Constitution.
Preamble. Good for you. I'm glad you came in there so we all got that real clear, like, see? Beatrice Weiner of Brooklyn, New York, asks you to identify these well-known lines, and she isn't talking Brooklynese either. 'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe, all mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome raz out grave. Richard?
Well, that's from Through the Looking Glass, and it's Alice finds it in a Looking Glass book, and I just read that the other day.
You did,
Let's
huh?
see.
Well, it should be fresh in your mind, then.
Brillig is 4 o'clock when it's time to begin broiling. And slithy, they called it, it's a contraction of lithe and slimy. And a tove is an animal that's sort of like a corkscrew.
Well, can you identify that stanza? What is it from, Richard? Can you tell us?
Jabberwocky.
Jabberwocky. Good for you. That's fine. Well, there's that old bell again. It's a short half hour, isn't it, kids? That's all the questions we have time for, so let's listen to some very special sound effects which Marvin Miller has on tap while our judges figure up your scores.
One moment, please. Listen. Hear that fizz? That sound means welcome relief, pleasant relief to thousands of people every day. That's Alka-Seltzer, all ready to bring relief for any one or all these troublesome, annoying ailments. Headache, acid indigestion, upset stomach, heartburn, muscular pain and fatigue, and cold distress. Think of it, a pain reliever and an alkalizer, both in one effervescent tablet. Just the right combination to give you the kind of relief you want when you want it. Why not make it a practice to keep Alka-Seltzer handy all the time, ready to give you fast, comforting relief when you need it most? Millions of others do. You can get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore. And when you go to your drugstore for Alka-Seltzer, be sure to get a package of one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, too.
Folks, it's a great pleasure at this time to call on our guest observer, Governor Harold E. Stassen of Minnesota. Governor Stassen, you're a little too old to be a quiz kid, but you are the youngest chief executive in the nation. In fact, I seem to remember you were too young to be nominated for president at the last convention. So it's a real pleasure to have you in our studio tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And greetings to Jack and Betty and Richard and Harvey and Dennis from a million boys and girls of that vacation land of 10,000 lakes they all seem to know so well. This has been a very interesting and an inspiring half hour. These keen minds of the quiz kids, with their unusual fund of information, are striking examples of the result of our educational system and our free way of life in America, a way that stimulates thoughts and keeps the doors open for the development of our children, instead of trying to compress the young minds into totalitarian straitjackets. So as we commend and congratulate these quiz kids on another brilliant program, let us recognize that the resourcefulness and the knowledge and the thinking ability of our children today will have a profound effect on the strength and direction and progress of this nation and of the world tomorrow. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Governor Stassen. It's a privilege to have you with us. Well, kids, the judges have just handed me your separate report cards. As you know, Dennis, they didn't score you individually because you are a guest, but you had a lot to do with this fine group score of only 2 misses. We were extremely proud of you. And I know all the folks in the great city of Pittsburgh are proud of you, too. Among the remaining quiz kids, Richard and Jack tied for first, and Betty is third. So you three I'll see back next week. Now, all 5 of you were wonderful. And the makers of Alka-Seltzer are happy to present each of you with a $100 denomination defense savings bond. These bonds are backed by the full strength of your government, and when you grow older, they will help you with your future education. These fine defense bonds are just like the ones people all over the country are now buying in order to do their part for national defense. Next week, our newcomers will be Margaret Mary Doherty, age 14, of Chicago, and David Smothers, age 15, of Wheaton, Illinois. And once again, Dennis, I want to tell you how pleased the kids and I were to have you with us tonight. You were swell, and we all thought you did a grand job. Meanwhile, folks, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to all the Alka-Seltzer shows. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. Next Wednesday night, the Quiz Kids. And for the latest news of the world, listen to the Alka-Seltzer News broadcasts each weekday evening. Consult your local newspaper for the time and station. Marvin Miller speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen to it fizz. Alka-Seltzer for headache. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for cold discomfort. Alka-Seltzer presents the Quiz Kids.
And children, here's today's first question. Listen carefully. The name of what fish, spelled backwards, is the name of a famous general?
Yes, there's the number one puzzler on today's list of brain teasers. See what you folks at home can do with it while the youngsters here in our classroom of the air get ready for roll call. And here they are, the Quiz Kids and the chief quizzer himself, old Grandpa Kelly. Yes, the Kellys have just experienced the thrill of welcoming their first grandchild. Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and thanks to all of you folks from all of the Kellys. Sure, just mighty proud we are of the little spalpeen. Yes, it's a boy, Joseph III. He wanted to come to school with me this afternoon, but his mother decided against it. Well, now, Quiz Kids, it's time to get busy on these questions. Let's see. Present in class this afternoon, we have Patrick.
I'm Patrick Oncommon. I'm 11 years old and 7B at the Fort Dearborn School.
David.
I'm David Koska. I'm 11 years old and 1B at the Farragut High School, Chicago.
Joel.
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 12 years old and 8th grade in Folsom School.
Lonnie.
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 12 years old and in 8th grade at Lincoln School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
Sorry to report that little Melvin Miles is homesick this afternoon. Nothing serious, however, and we hope he will be back to take his regular place in class next week. Pinch hitting for Melvin is another one of our fine youngsters in the junior department, Pat's little sister, Sheila.
I'm Sheila Claire Conn. I'm 8 years old and 3rd grade at the Fort Dearborn School.
All right, fine, kids. Now, can you answer your first question from Arthur Kaler of Brooklyn, New York? The name of what fish, spelled backwards, is the name of a famous general? We have 2 hands up, and Patrick's hand was first.
Well, I think that would be Eel, E-E-L, because that's Lee, General Lee.
That's
the
right.
Commander of the Confederate Forces in
Absolutely
Civil War.
right, Patrick. General Robert E. Lee, and I can mark you 100% correct on that one. And for sending in that question, Alka-Seltzer sends Arthur Kaler of Brooklyn, New York, a fine Zenith transoceanic shortwave portable radio, the most outstanding portable on the market today. Now, that's always Alka-Seltzer's reward when the Quiz Kids answer your question correctly. If they miss, Alka-Seltzer sends you a big Zenith radio phonograph combination with the new Cobra tone arm, 2 FM bands, the whole works. And this set is a real beauty, so try your hand at stumping these youngsters. Send your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Now, here is an opera question from Helen Parsons of Dallas, Texas. I will read you a line from an opera, and you are to give me the same line in the language in which the opera was originally written. Here's the first one. Like a wild bird so freely winging. Patrick.
Well, that was in Italian. And that was in the opera Carmen.
Yes?
And that goes, Va so couture de corie sopran, la dale let the sun volat.
Well, now,
singing wasn't so well.
Is that Italian?
It's,
Is that Italian, Patrick?
It's French.
It's French, that's what it is, yes, huh? I thought I recognized it. What were you going to say, Lonnie?
I was going to say that it was French.
Oh, fine. Well, we just have to keep on everybody's tail around here. Now, try this one here. Carved upon my inmost heart. Sheila, did you have your hand up on it? Lonnie?
Well, that's from Rigoletto.
Yes.
That's in Italian, but I couldn't say it.
Well, let's see. We have another hand up. Patrick?
Well, that's Carino me cal mio cor, fast
stream, O palpitar, Lorelisa Bellamore, Mi Decembre Ramentar.
Oh, fine. Now, here's a question, a music question from Sylvia Newland of Hutchinson, Kansas. Our organist, Howard Peterson, will play part of a popular song whose title suggests a nice present for someone. Now, you children are to identify the song and give the title of another song which suggests who might like the gift. Now, here's the first one. All right, kids, now what is the name of that selection? Let's have it once more, Howard. All right, Lonnie?
That's my shawl. And almost any girl would like that, so that'd be, you can take almost any one with a girl's name in it, like
well, give us a time.
Margie or
Margie,
Sweet Lorraine or Eileen or
Fine.
or any of them.
All right, that's just dandy. Now, how about this next one, Howard? Patrick?
Well, that would be Margie or Peggy O'Neill or Rosie O'Grady or My Darling Clementine.
Well, what's the name of it?
That is Golden Earrings.
Golden Earrings. That's right. Now, Robert H. Holmes of Battle Creek, Michigan, reminds us that there are many something of the month clubs going on these days. There's the Book of the Month Club, the Candy of the Month Club, Fruit of the Month Club, and now there's a Gadget of the Month Club. And this idea appeals to Mr. Holmes, and he wants you quiz kids to suggest some gadget ideas that might be useful to the Gadget of the Month Club. All right, David, you start it off.
Well, should I describe the...
Oh, yes, tell us about it.
Well, it's an onion cutter. You put the onions on sort of a spindle in the top, and they rotate, and knives peel off the coats. And then the onions are brought down to a adjustable cutter where you can cut them to any different shapes or sizes, dicing them or minced or cutting them into the sheets.
Well, that's almost a breathtaking invention, David. Is that something that you just thought up? Have you seen one of those? Or?
No, I thought it up myself to keep the housewife from weeping over the onions.
Oh, yeah. All right. And Lonnie?
Well, I've had a little trouble when I'm composing. I find that when I play some new music that I'm composing, it's kind of hard to get it down on paper. So I'd like to invent a sort of attachment to the piano, so when you hit a note, it'd automatically type it on this attachment, and so once you play the music, you've got it written down.
Well, that's sort of a piano typewriter combination. That's a good idea. Mm-hmm. And Sheila?
I have trouble getting my bicycle up out of the basement, and if there's a long arm that reaches down the basement, then I lock my bike and carry the bike up with me on it and put it on the sidewalk.
I'll say, there is something. Yes, sir. Now, that sounds very good. And, Joel, how about you?
Well, I'd like a gadget to do my homework, but I guess that isn't possible. So I shine my family's shoes every Sunday morning, so I'd like an automatic shoe shiner with the whole works.
Oh, fine. And Patrick?
Well, I'd like to have a robot that I could set it at night, and that in the morning it would pick me up, brush my teeth, wash my face and hands, set me down at the breakfast table, get my books in order, and not wake me up until I was sitting at the breakfast table.
Well, that would be quite a gadget, Patrick. Yes, sir. And now, children, we'll consider this next question after we hear from Bob Murphy.
You've heard me say, friends, that it's mighty smart to keep an extra package of Alka-Seltzer where you work as well as at home. And if you've ever tried to struggle through the day after a too hurried lunch or too much lunch has given you acid indigestion, you know what I mean. Yes, acid indigestion can interfere with your efficiency on the job and make you feel really miserable, too. But say, with Alka-Seltzer handy, you can be back on the sunny side of life in almost no time. Alka-Seltzer is so fast-acting, so easy and pleasant to take. And the way it helps to relieve that upset, jittery feeling in the stomach, the way it acts to reduce gastric hyperacidity in such a hurry, well, it's no wonder so many thousands say there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer. Yes, when acid indigestion makes you miserable, remember to be wise and alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. All drugstores carry Alka-Seltzer, and don't forget that extra package in the shop can help a fellow feel tip-top.
Well, let's see what's coming up next. So here's a question from Herbert Wilder of Portland, Oregon. In the 50 years since the Curies discovered radium, how much of the element has been isolated? Would you say the total amount of isolated radium in the world today is 6 pounds, 600 pounds, 6 tons, or 6,000 tons? What would you say? David?
Well, I'd say 6 pounds.
6 pounds is absolutely right. Say, tell me something, David. Why has there been so little isolated?
Well, because there's so little of it and so much of the ore it's found, which is pitchblende, and it's so hard to extract.
That's right. There's still radium in the world that exists in its natural state, like you say, in pitchblende, but it takes tons of pitchblende to get just a few grams of radium. Mrs. Dunlar Rose of Evansville, Indiana, points out that no matter how hard one tries not to become angry, people do now and then. But she says she knows of some people in children's stories that became very, very angry, and you kids are to tell why. All right? What made Rumpelstiltskin angry when he visited the princess the last time? Oh, no, I didn't see first hand go up there. Whose hand was up first? Lonnie?
Well, Rumpelstiltskin was made to, did you say when he saw the prince for the last
when
time?
When he visited the princess.
Well, that's because Rumpelstiltskin had in order to save her baby from going to Rumpelstiltskin, she had to guess the dwarf's name, and she guessed it right, and that made Rumpelstiltskin angry because he couldn't have the princess.
That's right, yes. He was madder than an old white hen, wasn't he? Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, why was the wolf angry when he found out what was inside the churn? Sheila.
Because he could have caught the pig if he knew it was in there, and he got scared and he wanted to catch the pig all the time, and then the pig got him away from him that time.
That's right. The pig had rolled home from the fair in the churn. And the wolf, he didn't like that. Now, what made Dorothy angry when she threw water on the Wicked Witch? Pat?
Well, what made her angry was that the witch had already taken one of her magic shoes,
yes.
And she was going to take the other magic shoe.
Mm-hmm.
And Dorothy liked her magic shoes, and she got so mad that she took a pan of water and threw it on the witch.
That's right. What happened to the witch?
Well, she turned into a lump of dust.
That's right. Yeah, she just melted right away. Now, I'm going to ask Howard Peterson, our organist, to help us again with this music question from Maxine Lewis of Colorado Springs, Colorado. This time, Howard will play songs that suggest a kind of fish, and you children are to tell if the kind suggested would be good to eat. Now, here's number one. Lonnie?
But stardust and the starfish is not especially good to eat.
That's right. They are not edible. No, sir. All right, Howard, let's fish again. Patrick?
That's the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
No. Oh, yes, you're right.
That'd be a sunfish. And I don't think sunfish are good to eat either.
What? Did you say sunfish are not good to eat?
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yes, I should say so. Lonnie?
Well, sunfish I think are good to eat, but they're so small that it's not much use of eating them, I think.
Well, Joel?
Sunfish are some of the largest fish. So there's lots of them, and they taste good. So.
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking of something else.
Well, I think maybe you were, Lonnie.
They're not like most fish that are sort of like strings. They're sort of like shaped like big balls. And they're real big.
The sunfish that I am thinking about is a sort of a pan fish, isn't that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I... Mm-hmm. Well, now let's see about this next one. Lonnie?
That's hair of gold, eyes of blue.
All right,
well, that could be one of two things, a goldfish or a bluegill. A bluegill is good to eat, and goldfish is not.
No, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Right in both cases, I guess some time ago, years ago, some of the college kids thought that the goldfish were good to eat. Now, here's a fantastic question if I ever heard one, kids. It's from Beulah Bowman from North Hollywood, California. You quiz kids are to follow the description I'm going to read and then end up with the full name of a movie star. Now, you must try and get 2 out of 3 on this one. Listen. A great queen minus the great plus a jitterbug minus the feline plus a result of a fire. What movie star? The full name of a movie star, Pat.
That'll be Katharine Hepburn.
Katharine Hepburn. That is absolutely right. Now see if you get this next one. The opposite of out plus a football field minus a kind of metal and a solid body in the north minus frozen water plus the male of the species. Pat?
That'll be Ingrid Bergman.
Ingrid Bergman is right. Now, see if you can get this third one. A tonsorialist plus A and an upright position minus D plus part of an old-fashioned lamp. What movie star? Lonnie?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. A tonsorialist plus A and an upright position minus D plus part of an old-fashioned lamp. A movie star. The full name of a movie star. Bonnie?
Barbara Stanwyck.
Barbara Stanwyck is right. By the way, here's some baseball information we know that you're all waiting to hear. The American League pennant race has just ended in a tie between the Cleveland Indians and the Boston Red Sox. That means a playoff will be necessary to select the team to meet the Boston Braves in the World Series. The Red Sox moved up into a tie with the Indians by beating New York 10-5, while Cleveland was losing to Detroit 7-1. Say, here's a question that will give you quiz kids a chance to get even with your old chief quizzer, Kelly. You remember last week I asked the question, to what college might a father send his son if the name of the college suggested the father's business, such as a locksmith might send his son to Yale. You remember that? Well, anyway, I threw in a third part of my own. What college would be would the son of a highway builder attend? And the answer was Tulane. Yeah, I thought that was kind of cute. Now, Louis Martin, who didn't think it was very cute, of New Orleans, wants you children to make up similar parts of the question and try them on me. Now, you try to think up some, and in the meantime, here's Bob Murphy.
Yes, while your pupils are thinking that one over, Joe, I'd like to pose this question for my class. What brings on the discomfort of a headache?
Well, I found that bad ventilation can cause my head to feel dull and achy, Mr. Murphy. I work in a store, and sometimes when the crowd's big, the air gets stuffy, and, well, often by the time the day's over, my head is splitting.
My boss can give me a headache, Mr. Murphy.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Sure he can. When he comes in with a million things on his mind and wants them all carried out at once, I get tense and nervous trying to keep up with him. And I often wind up the day with my head throbbing. And my wife can give me a headache, too.
Maybe we should skip that kind of a headache.
No, here's what I mean. On those days when the little woman decides that the garage has to be cleaned out, or the yard has to be raked and the leaves burned, or the basement needs a good going over.
I know. You sometimes have a headache from just plain old fatigue.
You bet I do.
Well, there we have some of the things that cause headache pain. Now, what about relief?
There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer.
Yes, that's what thousands say, friends, and you can prove this statement to your own satisfaction next time you have a headache. You'll be amazed how soon Alka-Seltzer makes you feel better. So remember, when headache causes grief, misery can be brief. Take Alka-Seltzer for relief.
Well, kids, have you thought up any extra parts on that college question to try on the old chief quizzer? I guess you have. We have 4 hands up. David?
The son of a nobleman.
Let's see, the son of a nobleman. Would it be Oxford?
No, it would be Duke.
Oh, you really got me on that one, did you, huh? And Lonnie?
Well, I'd like 2 answers on this one.
Oh, dear, I can't even give one. All right, go ahead.
The son of a member of the royal family.
The son of a member of the royal family. Could I use Duke?
No.
I can't. All right.
Well, all right, you can use Duke, but then I'd like 3 answers.
Oh, no. I refuse to use Duke. No, sir. You're going to have to tell me that one, Lonnie.
Well, it could be either Princeton or Kings Point.
Well, how do you like that? I know both of them well, too. Joel?
Well, the conductor of a Los Angeles sightseeing tour.
Sightseeing tour?
Yeah.
UCLA?
That's right, UCLA.
How do you like that? I got one! Oh! Open up the door so I can throw my chest out. What do you know about that? Patrick?
Well, a writer.
A writer?
A writer.
A writer?
Yes.
Any kind of a writer?
Any kind of a writer.
A writer. Pennsylvania?
That's right.
Oh, no!
And the son of a peach grower.
The son of a peach grower. Let's see. I give up on that one.
A pit.
Peach pit. I get it. Well, those are all good. History, science, and poetry. The atomic numbers of the following elements should remind you children of lines of poetry, and a little knowledge of history will come in handy. The first line of what poem is suggested by the atomic numbers of silicon and uranium? Patrick?
Well, the atomic number of uranium is 92.
92 is right.
And silicon is number 14.
14, so...
1492, and that would be Columbus.
Yes, and?
And
all right.
A poem about Columbus.
The poem, Lonnie.
Oh, there's one by Joaquin Miller. Behind him lay the gray Azores, behind the gates of Hercules, before him. Oh, I don't know, but that's the first line.
Well, the poem that Mrs. Dayton had in mind mentions the dates.
In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean.
That's the one. That's the idea. Uh-huh. Now, in the first stanza of this poem, the atomic number of argon suggests a day of the month, and the atomic number of rhenium suggests the year. So, Patrick?
Well, argon is number 18.
Right.
And what was the other one?
Rhenium.
Rhenium is number 73, I think.
Oh?
Wait, it's 75.
75 is right.
So that'll be
18.
75.
75. And the poem?
The 18th day of the 75. Oh, the 18th of April, so that'll be Paul Revere's Robin, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. It was the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive that remembers that famous day.
Let me arrange the letters. I'd like to see you kids read books. Olean, New York, thinks that popular novels by the following...
About Eddie Sawyer, and Mark Twain wrote it to make him the manager of the Phillies in place of Eddie Sawyer.
Yes, that's true. And, of course, Joel?
Well, he wrote a Connecticut, a Yankee in King Arthur's court, so he'd manage the Yankees.
The New York Yankees, And Lonnie?
He also wrote Life on the Mississippi, and the only city on the Mississippi is St. Louis, so he could manage either the Browns or the Cardinals.
That's right, Now, here's a discussion question from Margaret Russell of St. Louis, Missouri, and she would like to know what subjects you might like to have taught in school that you do not have now. Pat?
Well, they might have an executive course for people who would like to go into the political business, politics.
All right, fine. And Joel?
They should have a sort of debate course for people who would like to be politicians, as Pat said, or lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sheila?
Poems in school down on the second floor and first floor.
Well, now, those were all very good. Well, anyway, children, we'll fire this next question right at the judges. Who won today's Battle of Brains? We'll give the judges a minute with paper and pencil. And while we're waiting, here's an important message about one-a-day brand vitamin.
Don't take chances. Are you sure you are getting all the essential vitamins you need from the food you eat? Remember this. Government surveys show that the meals of 3 out of 4 persons are short on vitamins. Don't take chances. Instead, take one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. Lack of vitamins in your food can cause chances.
and Joel third. So we'll see you three back at your desk 8:13. We hope all you folks listening will plan to be with us, too, next week. And now, until next Sunday, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and listen to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday on most of these NBC stations. This is Bob Murphy speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are in New York City, the Quiz Kids and their special guest, Fred Allen. Kids bring their portable classroom back to New York Radio City for a special broadcast with Fred Allen as our guest. The children have no advanced knowledge of the questions which are sent in by you listeners. The makers of Alka-Seltzer give you a Zenith portable radio if your question is used on the broadcast. Just address your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may reword them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, coming in with a fistful of questions and a face full of grin, is our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Howard Petrie, and good evening, everybody. Well, our modern Gullivers, the Quiz Kids, are still far from home and enjoying their travels. We're going to get right down to business tonight, Quiz Kids. It's roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2A at Fulton School.
Smela?
I'm Smela Bryn. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore in Hunter College High School.
You know,
Hello,
folks,
Father.
Smela was on our Quiz Kids board once in Chicago and walked right out with the highest score. So we're very happy to see her again in New York. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
And Frederick?
I'm Fred Allen. In 2 more years, I'll be getting Social Security. I couldn't make the grade at Boston subnormal. Say, Joe, before we start, tell me, what am I supposed to do? Am I here to frighten the children if they miss a question? Or did you invite me over to expose the Quiz Kids to ignorance for 30 minutes? What am I here for?
No, Fred, you're here tonight as our official judge.
Really?
You just decide whether the answers are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You settle any disputes, calculate the points.
Now, wait a minute, Joe, with that calculating point. I've been operating a ration book all week. I'm point happy. You know, I used up my whole 48 points the first day. I got 2 cans of porcupine meat. And you know how many points you need for porcupine. Put me out of business the first day.
Well, Fred, if you've used up all your points, how have you been eating?
Well, fortunately, my grocer is nearsighted, Joe. I've been getting a little food with postage stamps. He can't see what I've got in the food. But if you don't mind, I won't use points to total a score.
Well, all right. Do the best you can, Fred. When the bell rings, you figure out your results for the report card.
Well, it looks to me as though the judge is on trial here, Joseph.
Oh, it's nothing, Fred. You'll enjoy it.
Well, I'm enjoying it up to now, Joe, but something tells me before this half hour is over, I am going to have an awful headache.
Well, you're on the right program then, Fred. How about that, Howard?
I walked right into a commercial. Something tells me
Yes, indeed. When anyone mentions headache, I always come right back and say, well, remember Alka-Seltzer. I'll have some ready for you, too, Fred. But seriously, folks, when you or any member of your family is bothered by a headache, please remember, Alka-Seltzer can bring you soothing, comforting relief. Just try Alka-Seltzer and see how soon you'll feel better. Now, Chief Quizzer, shall we get on to the questions?
Why, certainly. That is, if His Honor Judge Allen is ready.
Yes, I'm ready, Mr. Kelly. If you'll get the quiz kid started, I'll pull up an acoustic and learn something.
All right. Well, here we go, kids. Here are some names that have been in the news from time to time from Helen P. Murphy of New York. However, I'll give you only the first name of each. You supply the last name and identify the person. The first name is Ovita. Harvey.
Well, that's Ovita Kophabi, and she's the colonel and the commander of the WAC.
That's very good. Good for you, my boy.
I heard they have a new women's organization now, Joe. It's for women who take the place of men in lighthouses. They're called Wicks.
Well, that's very, very good.
Timely,
Judge, pardon me. But you must hold up your hand if you want to talk.
Oh,
Just watch the children there.
I'll learn something.
Yeah.
All right, now.
Briefing the question a little bit now. The next first name is Risto. Richard.
Well, that's Risto. I guess it's Freety. He's the president of Finland.
That's right. Good for you, Richard. All right, the next one is Jürgen. Richard?
That's von Arnim. He's the, I don't know exactly what he is, but he's a German general or field marshal in command of the northern Tunisian Axis Army.
That's very good. Good for you, Richard. All right, next question. Joseph H. Bavrika of Berwyn, Illinois, gets a Zenith portable radio for this question. Can you think of three prominent persons, past or present, who have two first names and no last name? In other words, three men whose last names could be used as first names. For example, Henry James. You get the idea? All right, now let's have three men. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's Frankie Albert, football player.
Uh-huh. All right, that's one.
And I think Eddie Allen, test pilot who was killed recently.
Uh-huh, that's two.
And Jesse James.
Jesse James, three. Well, we're going along fine. Let's see if we can get some more. Smila?
Red Allen.
Oh, Red Allen. All right, fine. Joel?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. Very good. Can we have any more? Harvey?
Frank Buck.
Frank Buck. All right, yes, sirree. And Gerard?
Well, there's our good old friend Jack Benny.
That's right,
It might be interesting to know why neither Jack Benny or I have last names, Joe.
Well, we would like to know.
Well, it's never been divulged until tonight. You see, years ago, when Jack was born, the family wouldn't let him use the last name because they knew he'd grow up to play the violin and disgrace them. So they stopped him at the beginning. They just gave him the two names to go through life with. And the reason I haven't any last name is because when I was being christened, there was a fire. Just as I started to christen me, there was a fire, and they used the water to put out the fire and didn't have enough water left to finish christening me, so that's why I have to wander through life.
Well, that's very, very enlightening, Judge Allen. All right, more questions. Now, Mr. B. Simpson of New Orleans, Louisiana, wants to know when and where the most violent earthquake ever recorded in North America took place. Gerard?
I believe in San Francisco.
Oh, the most violent earthquake. The most violent. Well, perhaps I'd better tell you. No hands up.
Wasn't that earthquake up in New England some years ago, was it?
No.
That shook the potatoes out of the ground for 4 miles up there?
No.
The next day the sun came out and baked them?
No.
Wasn't that?
Wait a minute, Judge. Now, you're getting off the track here. Joel?
What I don't understand is what violent means.
Judge, would you like to explain to Joel what violent means?
Yes, well, violent is something they're using in a new machine, Violent Ray. You've
Well, Joel, violent means terrific.
Oh.
Every morning.
Harvey?
Well, did you mean in the modern times? Because I imagine that there were several tremendous earthquakes near Niagara Falls in the prehistoric days.
Well, I'll tell you, Harvey. Smila?
Well, there was one in Mexico very recently. The
Yeah,
papers
that's
were
true.
full of
But
it.
I was thinking of the one that happened around New Madrid, Missouri, back in 1811. It was the most violent in the history of America. Well, we can't get them all. That's perfectly all right. Now, James A. Howe of Des Moines, Iowa, thinks all school children should be familiar with our own great American poet. I'll give you the first line of a poem. You supply the second. All right, now the first one is, tell me not in mournful numbers. Harvey?
Life is but an empty dream.
That's right, and the name of the poem?
Oh, I know the lines. Oh, A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
That's right, Harvey. Attaboy. All right. Now, here's the next one. It is very nice to think. Joel?
The world is full of mean and green, with little children stand grace, in every kind of Christian place, and that's a fourth by Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's just what it is. Now, the next first line is from a poem written by a contemporary American poet. Listen carefully. My little niece is saving Greece. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Harvey?
Well, I think that's Falstaff, is it? On Mr. Allen's program?
Yes, that's right. Falstaff Openshaw.
That's right.
My little niece the poem goes, my little niece is saving Greece to help defeat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps. And then there are a couple more verses. And the last verse is, when the Axis time at last has come and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the Greece.
Very good.
That's the poem.
Very good. Friends, a lot of you will be interested to know that Fred Allen himself writes the poems given each week by Falstaff on his own program. And now, before I read this next question, Howard Petrie is going to bring all you mothers a very important message.
Well, it's especially important, Joe, in view of the new meat rationing that begins tomorrow. You mothers have a serious responsibility to see that your family gets the proper foods. Foods that help maintain energy, healthy nerves, and normal digestion. Now, the food you can get these days may possibly be short on certain vitamins of the B complex. For instance, you'll probably be serving less meat, an important source of some of the B complex vitamins. So why don't you do this? Bolster up the meals you serve your family by giving each child and each grown-up just a single one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet each day. You see, each one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet is so vitamin-rich, it gives the full minimum daily requirements of vitamins B1 and B2, plus generous amounts of other B complex factors. And the big thing to remember is that a single tablet every day is all you take. That naturally keeps the cost way down. It makes them much less expensive to use than the kind you have to take 2 or 3 times a day. So, to save money and bolster up your ration foods, tell your druggist you want one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles Laboratories. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Howard. And now, Judge Allen, get your pencil poised. Here comes the next question session. Yes, sir. And by the way, Judge, you should feel completely at ease with this question from Helen M. Scott of Boston. It's about comedy, and the idea is to see whether you can get the point of these classic old jokes. All right, now, here is the first one. Pourquoi la poule traverse-t-elle la rue pour arriver de l'autre côté? Mila?
Why does a chicken cross the rod to get to the other side?
That's right. That's very good.
Well, chicken, I think it's a waste of time. With the meat shortage, a chicken wouldn't be safe any place today. It would be silly. I think that
That's right,
joke
Judge.
has seen its best day.
Yes, that's true. Quite true. What has 8 legs and sings?
I don't understand the question, but I know the answer.
With a script in front
All right,
of you.
Judge, what is the answer?
Well, it's an old joke. What has 8 legs and sings? It's 2 quartets.
I think you'll find it's only 1 quartet.
Oh, I was thinking of what has 8 legs and sings. 2 jukeboxes have 8 legs. I didn't know the question, so it's just...
Well, that's all right, and Smila was getting very, very warm on that. All right, now, you know, we've had so much fun with these jokes in French that now we'll play a joke on you and switch languages. Here's the next.
Was macht man, wenn man nicht will, dass ein Hund am Sonntagmorgen bellt? Man schießt ihn am Sonnabendabend tot.
Smila?
What do you do when you don't want your dog to bark on Sunday morning? You shoot it Saturday evening.
That's right. Okay.
Unless it's a hot dog, of course.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. Now, this next question is from Joel Kupperman, Judge Allen.
Oh.
And he wanted me to find out whether you were any better than Jack Benny is at numbers.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I am, Joel. I think everybody's better than Mr. Benny at numbers, don't you?
Well, I don't...
You don't know everybody.
I don't think so. A baby wouldn't.
Oh, that's
baby
right.
wouldn't know more than Mr. I think you're overrating Mr. Benny. I think a baby would know more than...
Well, you know, Judge, when Benny was our guest, we asked a math problem, and Jack couldn't understand Joel's explanation of it.
Uh-huh.
So, you see, Joel wanted me to try the same problem on you.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Joel, but the truth is I heard that problem on your program. Wasn't that the one where you asked how much farther a man's head would travel than his feet if he walked around the Earth at the equator?
Yeah, that's the one. The man you remember was 5.5 feet tall.
Well, I'm glad this subject came up, Joel, because there was one point in your explanation I wasn't quite sure of. You see, when you've got to find the circumference of the circle made by the man's head and subtract the circumference of the circle made by his feet, you weren't even given the circumference of the Earth. So how could you possibly get an answer?
Well, you see, mine was a shortcut. No matter how big or small the circle is, it will always be 5.5 feet tall. So if you whirl him around, the radius would be 5.5.
Well, what is the circumference of the Earth? You'd have to know that, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, but the answer's no.
The answer... all you have to know is that the man was 5.5 feet tall, huh? Well, how much farther did his head walk?
And that he traveled around the world. Remember that, or it wouldn't be a problem.
Oh, if the man was only 5.5 feet tall and stood still, you have
5.5.
5.5 feet. It wouldn't be a problem, but when he walks around the world, that makes a problem, doesn't it? Well, how much farther did his head walk than his feet? His head was 5.5 feet away from his foot circumference. Much farther did his head go?
Well, I told you the radius was 5.5. The diameter would be 11, and the circumference would be 34 4/7 feet.
But what's the answer? 34?
Yeah, 34 4/7.
34 4/7. Well, he's correct, Mr. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm very happy that you're correct, Joel. And I know that's the right answer, Joe, because years ago, Joel, the same problem came up in school when I was a little boy.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, it did. You weren't there, but there was another little boy there who wasn't satisfied with the answer. And when he grew to be 5.5 feet tall, he started to walk around the world himself to prove it. And I forgot all about this fellow, never having seen him again. And 40 years later, I was sitting in a Greyhound bus in Toledo And an old man with a long white beard and his feet all out of his shoes came up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, it's 34 and 4/7. So I know.
Did you want to say something, Smeela?
Well, is that fair? Mr. Benny's in the hospital now.
No, he was thrown out for not paying the doctor. You'll be glad to know he's out now.
No, I'm sure he's coming along fine now. Everybody's
he's in Phoenix.
Yes, that's right. He's recuperating very nicely out there, so I'm told. All right, next question.
Chamber of Commerce propaganda.
All right,
They starched his legs so he could walk out of Chicago.
All right, Miss Lorraine Sims of Atlantic Beach, Florida, outdoes the Reader's Digest in the art of condensing stories. She reviews a whole book or play in one sentence. What books or plays does she refer to? Now, the first one, a woman has 4 daughters, 1 dies, and 3 get married. Now, that's the whole story. What book is it? Smeela?
Little Women.
By whom?
Louisa May Alcott.
That's right. Very good. Now, here's the second review. A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. What play? A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. Well, no fair whispering, Judge.
I just noticed.
Yeah, well, I just called him on that, Joel. We don't allow that on the Quiz Kids program. Gerard?
Could that be Doctor's Dilemma?
That's just what it is. Good for you. Now, Miss Sims outdid herself on this last one. She reviewed 5 books in one sentence. Here it is. Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens. What 5 books? Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens.
Not Dick Tracy.
No, Judge. Gerard?
Could that be one of the books by L. Frank Baum?
No, I'm sorry. No, it's the, do you give up? Oh, it's the Leather Stocking Tales by James Fenimore Cooper. The Deerslayer, The Last of the Mohicans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. Well, now, Howard, let's give Judge Allen a few seconds to catch up on his numbers. Will you take over, please?
Fine. You know, folks, so much has been said about the children's health and the A&D vitamins, or as you probably know them better, the cod liver oil vitamins, that sometimes we grown-ups forget that these vitamins are absolutely necessary for our well-being, too, especially now when colds are so frequent. Naturally, I don't expect you, Mother, to make the rounds of the breakfast table with a sticky spoon every morning and force Dad, high school Johnny, Sister Susie, and the baby to open wide for a teaspoon and a half of cod liver oil. But here is the easy way. Just put a single little one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet beside each plate at the breakfast table. A tablet a day is enough. That'll give everybody even more than the normal daily supply of A and D vitamins without any fishy, oily taste or any aftertaste. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets give you the A and D vitamins the pleasant, modern way. And they're so economical. Buy the large family-sized package from your druggist, and they'll cost hardly more than a penny a day. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles Laboratories.
Well, we're in the finals now, Quiz Kids. Your next question. This question on classical music comes from Mrs. Clara M. Graham of Brooklyn, New York. See whether you can give the operas or operettas from which these numbers are taken. Unfortunately, our singer didn't show up this evening, so I'll have to call on our guest judge, Fred Allen, to do the vocals.
Well, oh, no.
Oh, now, son. Now, Fred, come on now. Just do the best that you can. Now, here's the first one. Now, listen, children.
I hate to start singing, Joe, because people will know that the best tunes of all don't come from here if I start singing. Well, the first one... The first one seems to be an opera here, Joe. It goes... See how little I sing and they get it right away.
Harvey?
That's Pagliacci.
That's right.
By the Yankee
Well, I don't know. What I was singing, Vesta La Juba with 2 pairs of trousers. I don't know what.
Oh, Harvey was right.
Well, this other one here, I don't know whether you're familiar with this song, where it comes from, its origin. I'm called Little Buttercup, dear Little Buttercup, though I could never tell why, but still I'm called Buttercup. Oh, Little Buttercup, sweet Little Buttercup,
You sound much better than the Lord.
Better than FPA. I'm better than FPA.
All right,
Not much.
Gerard.
Well, that's from Gilbert and Sullivan's famous opera, HMS Pinafore.
That's right, Gerard. You bet. Now,
was a ribbon seller on the boat, and she married the captain.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Very, very good. Now, this last one, we've left entirely to Judge Allen.
I heard that's been all changed. The woman is only called Cup now. They've taken the butter out of the name when it plays here.
Well, I wouldn't know. By the way, Judge, would you like to sing your own favorite?
Well, my favorite is an old gay 90s song, Joe, and it's really a duet. It's called By the Light of the Silvery Moon. I'll sing it, I mean, if you insist, if one of the children... Do any of the children know By the Light of the Silvery Moon? Would you like to sing, make it a quartet? Richard and Harvey and Gerard, you know the words of the chorus? Do you know the key? You take it in my key?
All right.
By the light... Ready? By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon. Love's honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams.
We'll be cuddling soon.
By the silvery moon.
Oh, that was fine. Well, the bell says it's all over, quiz kids. Take it easy while His Honor Judge Allen goes into a tussle with the scorers to see which quiz kids come back next week. Have you arrived at a verdict, Judge Allen?
No, frankly, no, Mr. Kelly. I'm just about to compute the winner the hard way, algebraically, if you'll bear with me. Let me see now. Let X equal Joel, multiplied by Smeela, which comes out 6 times Gerard over Harvey. Subtracting the square root of Richard. The winner is the little boy Sam, who isn't even with the quiz kid. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to work this out again, Joe. I missed up here. Some 5.5 feet or something. I'm out here.
Fred, I just happened to remember.
What, Joseph?
Fred, I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't need a scorekeeper tonight. We didn't need a judge.
This is a swell time to
town shows. Now, next week, we'll be back home in Chicago, and naturally, scores are no scores. We go back to the winning quiz kids from 3 weeks ago.
You mean that I did all that computing for nothing, Joe?
Well,
why, in the time I wasted, I could have figured out something to replace the Rummel plan here. I've been slipping little Joel Kupperman bubble gum all week to teach me calculus, just to be ready to compute this thing. And
well, I'm terribly sorry that you went to all that trouble.
Well, you should be sorry, Joe.
I am.
Well, I know. Well, Joe. Oh, but I was only kidding, Joe. I always get a kick out of working with the quiz kids. They're really amazing youngsters. And this might be a good time to answer a question I've been asked many times, Joe. Do the quiz kids know what questions will be asked on the broadcast? And the answer is no. The kids never hear or see the questions you folks send in until they're confronted with them on the program. Now, I've been with the quiz kids a lot, and believe me, they answer many more difficult questions away from the microphone. They're swell kids, just as natural and as unspoiled as any children you may know in your own neighborhood. And their parents and teachers can really be proud of their work.
Well, thank you. That's the way we feel about the kids, too, Fred. You were swell tonight, and thanks a lot for being on our show. And by the way, Fred, we'll all be listening to your own show later on tonight.
Thank
you.
Next
week, our Quiz Kids class will be back home, and at their desks will be our 3 weeks ago winners, Richard, Joel, and Ruth, plus a newcomer, Paul Huber, 13 years of old age, from Hammond, Indiana, and Gerard Darrow, 10, of Chicago. And our Quiz Kids, the makers of Alka-Seltzer, give each of you a $100 denomination war bond for your work tonight.
What about me, Joe? What do I get out of this? I promised you at the beginning of the program that I'd have an awful headache, And believe me, I've made good. I have the worst headache I've ever had in my life, Joe.
Well, we'll make good, too, Fred. You asked for it, and here it is. A glass of good old Alka-Seltzer. Listen to it fizz. It really does the biz.
We wish to thank the sponsors of the Texaco Star Theater for the privilege of having Fred Allen on our Quiz Kids program.
Listen to it fizz. Alka-Seltzer. First, fast, and always. Yes, for first aid to fast relief from acid indigestion, headache, and the misery of a cold, always take Alka-Seltzer. And now Alka-Seltzer presents the Quiz Kids and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another question session with America's famous quiz kids. Well, we're going to have a lot of fun this afternoon, friends. You bet. We're going to talk about, but wait a minute. We have our quartet here, and suppose you tell the folks about it, fellas.
It's a great day for the Irish. It's a great day for Joe. You'll see our question boxes trimmed in green. For sure, St. Patrick's Day will be our theme. It's a great day for the Irish, and we leprechauns all say, join in the fun with every son of the old sod and say, it's a great, great day.
Ah, yes. Our four singing friends are leprechauns this afternoon, and we're celebrating St. Patrick's Day a bit early, but faith and why not? If we can capture the spirit of the occasion a few days in advance, all the better, says I. And sure, the quiz kids on hand to help us do that are Pat.
I am Patrick Owen Conlon. I'm 13 years old and a 1A at Calumet High School in Chicago.
Mike.
I'm Mike Mullen. I'm 13 years old in the 8th grade at the University of Chicago Laboratory School.
Harvey.
I'm Harvey Dyke. I'm 7 years old. I go to different school, and I'm 8 years old. I go to different school, and I'm in grade 3A.
Boy, time certainly goes by fast, doesn't it? And we have two visiting quiz kids. Robert.
I'm Robert Dunn, 13 years old, in Herman Ritter Junior High School, 9th grade, New York, New York.
And Frank.
I'm Frank Nossinger. I'm 13 years old and attend Lourdes High School in Rochester, Minnesota.
Say, Patrick, I just noticed in roll call, is your voice changing me by?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Kelly. Maybe it's an Irish frog that's in my throat today.
Oh, were an Irish frog. That's clean, isn't it? Yes. All right, kids. Now, look out for a bad pun. Incidentally, I just want to say that we're happy to have two winners of local Quiz Kids programs here this afternoon. Robert, whom you just heard a while ago, is a winner from the local Quiz Kids program heard over station WNBC, New York City, sponsored by the Savings Banks Association of Greater New York. And Frank is a winner from the local Quiz Kids program on station KROC, Rochester, Minnesota, sponsored by Good Foods Incorporated, makers of Skippy Peanut Butter. Now then, back to this first question here. Sure, I'm getting me brogue all mixed up here. Look out for a bad pun. Look out for a bad pun, kids, in this question from Otto Hackman of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Why does an imitation diamond remind you of St. Patrick's Day? An imitation diamond. Why does it remind you of St. Patrick's Day? Pat?
Well, because it's green. That's why it'll turn green.
Well, now, wait a minute, me boy. We're talking about the diamond. We're not talking about the ring part. Harvey.
Well, would it be that sometimes when there's fake, that sometimes people wear fake.
You're warm.
Shamrock.
And it's what?
Fake shamrock.
It's a shamrock. That's the idea. Good boy, Harvey. I told you there was a pun in this. Well, that's fine and dandy. Sure it is. Now, Mrs. L.R. Anderson of Los Angeles, California asks, in what way is the shamrock related to the liverwort plant? Harvey?
Well, it's related because the liverwort, which is a descendant of the algae, it was the first living green plant on land. and from that one liverwort, from liverworts, all the other green plants in the world have developed.
That is absolutely right, Harvey. Good boy. Say, I just want to say that Harvey is certainly on his toes this afternoon, yeah. Now then, Jerry O'Brien of New York City has been studying Irish history and wonders if you children can identify the kings whose deaths might have been reported in the following news headlines. The first one goes like this. King killed by women assassins. Suspect rival king responsible. Patrick?
I think that would be Khan of the 100 Battles. He was assassinated by the King of Ulster's men, I think.
Very good, Pat. Very good. Now, we're still delving in Irish history, and let's switch things around for this one. I'll give you the date and see if you can make up the headline. The day is Good Friday, and the year is 1014. Patrick again.
Brian Boru defeats the Danes at Battle of Clontarf and is slain himself.
That is very good, Patty. Very good. And now here comes our Leprechaun Quartet, and it seems Betty Moreland of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, has reminded them that the Major League Baseball season is almost here, so let's listen.
From his name, what manager would you kids say is the most apt to celebrate St. Patrick's Day? And what two managers seem to be truly green? The first time they're managing Major League teams.
All right, now the first part, from his name, what manager would you kids say is most apt to celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Pat has his hand up. All right, Pat.
Well, that could be Steve O'Neill of the Boston Red Sox.
Steve O'Neill, right, of the Boston Red Sox.
And the two managers who are managing their first Major League team this year would be Al Lopez of the Cleveland Indians.
Right.
And, of course, Paul Richards of
Paul
the White
Richards
Sox.
of the Chicago White Sox. And there's another one. Robert?
Marty Marion is managing the Cardinals his first year.
That's a boy, Robert. That's right. Well, praise you're doing fine, me lads. And now, here's a good Irish friend of ours with a bit of advice.
Well, friends, when a hectic day makes you feel like this...
Oh, this has been an awful day. Everything's gone wrong. I'm just exhausted. I'm so tired. And now I have to hurry up and get dinner. I don't know how I'll ever do it.
Well, try this first. Drink a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer and see how fast you feel better.
Alka-Seltzer?
That's right. Always depend on Alka-Seltzer. Relax and freshen up with Alka-Seltzer. Just dissolve 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of water and then drink the sparkling, refreshing solution this makes. See how quickly and effectively Alka-Seltzer can relieve the tired, tense, aching muscles and headache. How its sparkling, alkalizing properties actually help speed recovery from the fatigue itself. And listen, here's something else. To help you rest better and wake up feeling better, drink another glass of Alka-Seltzer before you go to bed. Yes, Alka-Seltzer offers real relief from that tired, tense feeling that follows a hectic day of nervous tension and hard work. Try it, won't you?
I certainly will. Alka-Seltzer right now or whenever I've had a work-weary day. And Alka-Seltzer again before I go to bed. That's a good idea.
You bet it is. Alka-Seltzer will be first with you for fast relief. Always take Alka-Seltzer. Sold at drugstores everywhere.
All right, children, back to more questions. Now, Edward Harrington of St. Louis, Missouri, sends in this one. You might see a callus on a working man's hand, but where would you see some talus? Frank?
Well, that would be on the bottom of a cliff. That kind of talus is rocks that have been chipped off the cliff and fallen to the bottom.
That's right, Frank. Very, very good. Very good. Margaret Downey of El Paso, Texas, says that each of these songs is written about a place here in the United States, but if you think the title over for a minute, you'll find the name of a county in Ireland is also hidden there. Can you pick out the Irish county in each one? All right, Howard, let's have number 1. Patrick?
Well, that's carrying me back to old Virginia.
So?
That'd be County Kerry.
County Kerry is right. Well, let's see what we can do with this next one. Pat?
I think that's way down yonder in New Orleans.
So it is that. So?
And,
the name of an Irish county.
The name of an Irish county.
Is in the title. You just said it.
Oh, County Down.
County Down, way down. Well, by the way, folks, remember that Alka-Seltzer gives away wonderful awards every Sunday afternoon. That's right. When a question is answered correctly, the Alka-Seltzer Award is a fine Zenith transoceanic portable radio that gives worldwide reception no matter where you are. It's really a dandy set, folks, one you'll be proud to own. On the other hand, when a question is missed, the Alka-Seltzer Award is a Zenith television set or a large console Zenith radio phonograph combination. The television set is the Zenith Buchanan, and believe me, it has everything. A new super range chassis to ensure the ultimate in performance. The sensational built-in picture magnet aerial, single knob automatic tuning, and the glare band black tube for clearer pictures. The large console radio phonograph plays all types of records and has AM and FM radio. Now, if you would like to try for one of these fine Zeniths, send in a question for our radio program. Address your questions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Well, now, Mrs. Ruth D. Hanson of St. Paul, Minnesota, combines history and literature in her question. Each of these literary characters might tell you of their experiences concerning what war in history. You must try and get 2 out of 3 on this one. The first part is Horatio Hornblower. Robert?
Well, he'd tell about his experiences in the Napoleonic Wars. He was a British seaman sometime in the early 1800s. British were fighting against France.
Fine, good boy. How about Wilfred of Ivanhoe? Robert again.
Well, he wasn't really in any war, except that with the Saracens when the Christian countries of the world were trying to drive the Saracens and other heathen out of Jerusalem to recover the holy places.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me have that drive whom out, did you say?
The Saracens and the heathens out of the holy places in Jerusalem.
Well, no, of course you're right insofar as the war, not being in the war, it's based on the history of the Norman conquest of Saxon England following the Battle of Hastings in 1066, the book Ivanhoe by Sir Walter Scott. Well, I'm afraid we sort of missed that one. We still have a chance to save the question. Oh, how about this third part? George Keith, what would you say? What war? Robert?
Well, I'm not too sure about this. But in the book 3 Came Home,
yes?
He was the son of this couple in a prison camp, and he'd probably be telling about the Second World War.
That's right, World War II. Good boy. And now here comes our Leprechaun Quartet with a question from Mrs. Warwick Lee of Carbondale, Pennsylvania.
St. Patrick, they say, drove the snakes all away, away from all Ireland and into the sea. Can you name another country or island that, like Ireland, is snake-free?
All right, well, we have 3 hands up on that. Frank?
Could that be either New Guinea or Australia?
Well, no, let's see. Now, Robert has his hand up also.
Well, probably Greenland, because it's too cold for snakes to live there.
All right. And let's check with Mike here.
Well, besides the northern climates like Greenland and Iceland, there are, besides Ireland, Hawaii until recently, when a small worm snake was released there, and New Zealand, and the Azores.
Well, fine, Mike. I guess that takes care of that very, very nicely. Now, here's one that aroused my curiosity from Kathleen McCarthy of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We know that a polka is a dance, but what is a puka? Frank?
That's an imaginary creature he's in mythology. It's a rabbit.
Well,
10-foot rabbit. It was in the play Harvey, I believe.
Well, you're on the right track. That's all right, Frank. Now let's check with Mike. He has his hand up here and he's waving it. All right, Mike.
Well, a puka is in Irish literature is a spirit that appears to certain people in animal form, usually oversized.
Yes.
And a mischievous spirit rather than an actually good or bad one. It doesn't really do any bad or any particularly good, even though it did do some good in the play Harvey.
Yes, I guess so. Well, that's practically what Frank told us about. Now, say, Harvey, by the way, before I forget, I have a report to make to you. I talked long distance to Texas this past week. I wonder if you can guess who it was I talked to, huh?
Dr. Monty Ritchie?
That's right. Monty Ritchie of the J.A. Ranch. And say, is he ever excited about taking the little colt he's going to give you over to Houston? He thinks it's a great idea that we're going to have our Easter broadcast of March 25th direct from the beautiful Emerald Room of the magnificent Shamrock Hotel in Houston. Oh, sure. It is a great idea, I think. And do you know what? I've got another surprise for you quiz kids this afternoon. But first, Harvey, let's hear how those name suggestions for your little filly are coming in. How about it? Are the folks really sending in their postcards and letters?
Sure. Very alive.
Oh, fine. Well, that's exactly what you want them to do. That's how you're going to find just the right name for your little brown girl colt from Monty Ritchie's big J.A. Ranch. But, of course, there's not much time left for the folks to get their name suggestions in the mail. Would you like to give them the deadline, Harvey?
Tomorrow, midnight.
Yeah, man, that's it, friends. Your name suggestions for Harvey's little brown colt with a white star on her forehead must be postmarked before midnight, March 12th. That's tomorrow night, like Harvey said. So everybody in the family think up a name and send it in this afternoon or tomorrow at the very latest. And Harvey's going to be the judge, and to the person who sends in the name Harvey likes best, the makers of Alka-Seltzer will send a fine Zenith radio phonograph or a Zenith television set. And if there are ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Now, you can send in as many name suggestions as you wish, but send a separate postcard or letter for each name, won't you? Because that'll make it a lot easier for little Harvey. Send your postcards or letters to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, Harvey has quite a job ahead of him. He has to select the name he likes best so he can christen the colt when she's presented to him in Houston on our March 25th Quiz Kids program. You see, we're all going to hop aboard Braniff's Texan Air flight. That's one of those big Braniff International Airway DC-6 planes, and fly to Houston, Texas for this exciting event. Mr. Glenn McCarthy, owner of the magnificent Shamrock Hotel in Houston, is going to be our host. And as I said, we're going to broadcast this very, very special program direct from the Emerald Room of the Shamrock Hotel. And say, speaking of things green and Irish, here's the surprise I have for you this afternoon. Now, I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. And Harvey, I want you to try and tell me what it is. Now, just a minute. I had it all covered up here so it would be a surprise. Now, what is it, Harvey? What do you think it is? Huh? Can't you tell me what it is? All right, Robert?
Well, it looks like a shillelagh.
That's what it is, Short. It is a shillelagh. And sure, and it's the real McCoy, too. Imported from Ireland for the famous Irishman who is to be our genial host in Houston, Texas, Mr. Glenn McCarthy. Now, Harvey, I'm going to let you take charge of it until we get to Houston. And so you come on over here and get it while our four singing leprechauns tell us a little musical story about the shillelagh.
Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland, and Dibble a man was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He'd lead the band on Paddy's Day and twirl it round his midst, and Dibble a bit, we'd laugh at it, or Dad would have a fit. Sure, with the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they'd get up, begorra, he'd knock them down again. And many's the time he used it on me to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Ha-ha, sure. Poor boy, gentlemen, that was fine, boys. It certainly was. Now, don't forget, friends, send your name suggestions for Harvey's little girl, Colt, to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. And be sure to get them in the mail so they'll be postmarked before midnight tomorrow. That's March 12th. Well, let's see what we have for more questions here. Sportsman Michael Callahan of New York City says he belongs to an Irish gun club. And he wants you kids to suppose that 3 rifles were fired simultaneously 300 yards from the target. The mid-range trajectory of the first rifle's bullet is 10 inches, of the second, 15 inches, and of the third, 6 inches. Which of the 3 rifle shots would hit the target first and why? How about that? What would you say? Robert?
Well, the one with the highest arc probably would, because it would have been made by a bigger bullet, and therefore would be going faster.
Well, now, wait just a minute. Will you give that a little more thought? Are we going to have to...
Well, when a bullet's fired, it describes an arc over the ground. It doesn't travel in a directly straight line. And when a bullet, a larger bullet, because it's going fast, will have a higher arc. And a small bullet won't have such a high arc, and it won't travel quite as fast.
Well, of course, the question was, which of the 3 rifle shots would hit the target first? And why? We're going to take a miss on this. The answer is the third rifle's bullet would hit the target first. The trajectory of a bullet refers to its reaction to gravity. A bullet actually travels in an arc from rifle to target. The slower the bullet, the higher the arc. Since the third rifle's bullet is only 6 inches above a straight line, at the center of its arc, it is obviously a faster bullet than the other 2. Well, that means that Michael Callahan of New York City will have his choice between a large console Zenith radio phonograph combination or a fine Zenith television set for stomping you kids. Now then, you know, when we hear the phrase Pat and Mike, we usually associate it with an amusing story. So Patrick Conlon and Mike Mullen, suppose you 2 spell pedes put your heads together and think up a good story to tell us in real Pat and Mike style. And we'll give you a minute to work it out. In the meantime, Bob Murphy me by. How about some more good advice?
All right, here it is, Joe. Friends, if you've managed much to your disgust to pick up one of those colds that seem so prevalent, start taking Alka-Seltzer. It's surprising how much better you can feel and how fast when you do take Alka-Seltzer to ease that ache-all-over feverish feeling of a cold. And it's surprising, too, how pleasantly soothing an Alka-Seltzer gargle can be to the sore, scratchy throat which often accompanies a cold. Yes, relief for that irritation in the throat can be yours by dissolving a couple of Alka-Seltzer tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and gargle freely. Take it from me, you'll like the double relief Alka-Seltzer offers for cold discomfort. So when you're miserable with a cold, remember Alka-Seltzer, first aid to fast relief. And remember, too, it's always wise to get more rest than usual. Eat carefully and avoid drafts. Yes, sir, Alka-Seltzer, first, fast, and always. Get it at any drugstore.
All right, Pat and Mike, are you all set to tell your favorite Pat and Mike story?
Oh, you bet we are, Mr. Kelly.
All right, fine.
Well, it seemed Pat and Mike worked together in a large factory. One day, Pat was oiling a big flywheel as it revolved when suddenly his sleeve got caught in the wheel. It picked poor Pat right up off his feet and carried him around and around until his sleeve tore loose and Pat fell to the floor.
Mike saw what happened and came running over to where Pat was stretched out on the floor and bent over him. "Speak to me, Patty, speak to me," Mike pleaded.
Pat opened one eye and muttered, "Humph, why should I? You passed me 6 times without speaking to me."
That was a dandy, yes. Now then, at the suggestion of P.R. Corey of Hammond, Indiana, each of our singing leprechauns will now represent a Patrick who gained fame in this country. You kids are to identify the 4 Patricks from the clues.
In movies I played fighting father, then I opposed the stamp act long ago. I was ambassador to China. I am in the Senate, don't you know? And we all are Patricks, you should
right, kids. Can we identify those four Patricks? Frank?
Well, the first one was Pat O'Brien, wasn't it?
That's right. He played the part of Father Dunn in Fighting Father Dunn. And how about the other three? Patrick Conlon?
Well, Mr. Kelly, I didn't get those other three clues too well.
Well, the voices in their order. The second one, I opposed the Stamp Act long
that would be
ago.
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry is correct. And third, I was ambassador to China. Can you identify that famous Patrick? 1944. 1944. And the last one, I'm in the Senate, don't you know?
Well, that could be Patrick McCarran.
Pat McCarran is correct. Now then, how about the ambassador to China?
I am not too sure of, though.
You're not sure? How about the rest of you kids? Oh.
That might be Patrick Hurley.
That is right, Patrick J. Hurley. Oh, you snatched that one out of the fire, Patrick. Yes. Sure, now here's a quickie from Ronald O'Keefe of San Francisco, California. The words St. Patrick are associated with the date March 17th every year. But why were the words St. Patrick important on December 25th in the year 1776? Pat?
Well, that was the Battle of Trenton, and George Washington used St. Patrick as his password.
As the password. That is right, Pat. Marion King of Portland, Oregon points out that these authors may not have been Irish themselves, but their books might have interested Irishmen. Now, first, why would the book Kidnapped have interested St. Patrick? Robert?
Well, most of the story was laid in Ireland and showed the Irish.
And who wrote the book, by the way?
Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's right. And what place in The Wizard of Oz would be of special interest to an Irish boy or girl? Mike?
Well, that would be the Emerald City.
The Emerald City is right. Harvey, what were you going to say, son?
I think I was going to say that, too.
Well, good for you. All right, let's see what our next one is here. Miss Helen Dreyer of Fullerton, California, says that by transposing just two letters, mind you, you can change the official name of Ireland into an American lake. What is it? Robert?
Erie.
Lake Erie, E-R-I-E. Very good. Mrs. Grace Martin of Pawtucket, Rhode Island asks, if you overheard a man saying the following things, it would remind you of the name of what Irish city? 2, 4, 8, 16. Mike.
Dublin.
Dublin because he's doubling his numbers. That's right. Uh-oh. There's our bell, kids. Oh, say, the time sure goes by fast. Well, you all did fine this afternoon, and you'll each receive a $100 defense bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help you with your future education. Now, I have something special to tell you about next week, but first, here's an important message.
Friends, you don't need to be one of the millions of people who feel dull, pepless, below par, or who have poor appetite, poor digestion, or jumpy nerves because of lack of essential vitamins. One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins give you complete protection. They furnish your requirement of not one, not two, not three, but all vitamins known to be essential. So don't let lack of vitamins handicap you. Take One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins every day and make sure of your vitamin health. Remember that name, One-A-Day brand, the kind in the blue carton with the big one.
And now then, Robert and Frank, I want to say to you two visiting quiz kids that you did yourselves proud this afternoon. We were mighty happy to have you boys with us. Now, folks, here's a final reminder. Get your name suggestions for Harvey's little girl, Colt, with a white star on her forehead in the mail before midnight, March 12th. That's tomorrow night. So don't wait. Send your suggestions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, next Sunday, we're going to welcome 5 past and present officers of the American Legion Women's Auxiliary to our classroom. That's right. It's going to be the Quiz Kids versus the American Legion Women's Auxiliary, and I know you won't want to miss out on the fun. So plan to be with us, won't you? And between now and next Sunday, friends, support your Red Cross. The vital work of this wonderful organization at home and on the fighting front must continue, and all of us can help through the Red Cross. And now, until next Sunday afternoon, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Mr. Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids coast to coast every Sunday afternoon, and see and hear Alka-Seltzer's Quiz Kids television show on NBC. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Murphy speaking.
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids. All right, we're going to play school now, and here are the rules. You listeners send in the questions, and 5 quiz kids answer them. Incidentally, the children never hear or see the questions before the broadcast. We give a Zenith portable radio for every question we use on the show. We may reword them, and if we get similar questions, we're the sole judges. Now, you mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago, that's all. Now, the classroom's in charge of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everybody. Well, Quiz Kids, at the end of our school session tonight, we will hear from a special guest listener in New York who will talk to us by special wire. She is a woman whose name will go down in history with such names as Florence Nightingale and Madame Curie. She's the Australian nurse whose work has meant new hope for victims of infantile paralysis all over the world, Sister Elizabeth Kenny. And now, just like in regular school, we start out with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in 7A at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Merrick. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
And our kindergarten department, Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2B at Fulton School.
And a new quiz kid who's currently playing in that famous stage hit, The Watch on the Rhine, Smela.
I'm Smela Bryn. I'm 14 years old, and I'm in second year high school in Professional Children's School in New York.
Smela, where have you attended school before you went on the stage?
I went to kindergarten in Vienna, and then we went to Paris, and I went to school there for 4 years. And after that, we went back to Vienna several times and to visit grandmother. And once it was 5 days before Hitler came over, and that was the last time I saw her.
Well, Smela, we're certainly glad you're with us tonight instead of your old schoolroom in Vienna or Paris. Our first question is a race against time. You pick a subject, and you have just 30 seconds to talk about it. You'll get 5 points for every fact you can squeeze into 30 seconds. Ready for it?
Okay, Joe. My subject is Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer can be a great comfort when you have a cold. Alka-Seltzer helps ease up the headache and that ache all over feeling a cold brings. Now, if your cold makes your throat feel raw and raspy, try this soothing gargle. An Alka-Seltzer tablet dissolved in a quarter glass of warm water. Alka-Seltzer can be most helpful, too, when you're bothered with a little stomach upset, simple neuralgia, or sore, aching muscles. Alka-Seltzer is sold at all druggists in 2 sizes, 30 cents and...
That's all, Fort. That's all. Time's up. Let's see. Now, you brought out 13 points, which gives you a high score of 65 points. Well, that was all right, Fort. Nice going. And now, then, our next question is all for the quiz kids. Your first question tonight comes from Arthur A. Gladstone of Arlington, Virginia. Would you be pleased or displeased if varicella paid you a visit? Margaret?
Well, I wouldn't be pleased because it's some kind of a disease.
You say you wouldn't be pleased?
I wouldn't be pleased.
You wouldn't. Well, that's all right. Let's see if we can find out just what that stands for, what it means. What disease? Smela?
Chicken pox?
Chicken pox is right. That a girl. Yeah. You know, Joel, I thought you might have some definite opinions about that. I understood you had a little experience with chicken pox lately.
But I never heard of the other name.
You never heard of the other name? Well, okay, now here's our next question. I beg pardon, Joel?
They usually call it chicken pox, not the other name.
Yeah, well, that's the best to say chicken pox. Then you really know what you've got. Mrs. Ida Glenn of San Francisco, California, submits this current events question. Why were each of these men in the news of the last year?
The only joker in this question is that Mrs. Glenn makes it really hard by giving you first names only. Now, here's the first one. Fulgencio. Margaret.
That's Fulgencio Batista, the president of Cuba, who visited the United States and President Roosevelt recently.
That's right. All right, now here is the next name. Jawaharlal. Harvey?
Well, that is the first name his real name is Nehru, his last name, and he is the second leader in India, next to Gandhi.
Very good, Harvey, very good. And here's the next name. Chester. Smila?
Nimitz. He's the ambassador.
No.
That's as far as I know.
No, you gave me the right last name. Joel?
I think he's the leader of the ships of the fleet in the Pacific.
Good! Very good, Joel. Very good. Yes, sir. Joel, your finger is working all right tonight. Admiral Chester William Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. I'm getting to talk like Joel here. Well, it sounds cute anyway, doesn't it? 2 out of 3 on this one. Since we are now fighting a global war, Mr. A.F. Humphreys of Washington, D.C., thinks you children should have a comprehensive idea of the world as a whole. Compared with North and South America, how far north or south is each of these cities? In other words, what points in the Western Hemisphere have approximately the same latitude as these cities in the Eastern Hemisphere? The first is Rome. What large city in this hemisphere has approximately the same latitude as Rome? Joel?
Chicago.
Chicago. That is very good. Now the next is Port Darwin, Australia. Port Darwin, Australia. Margaret?
Well, I'll take a town named Punta Arenas in Argentina.
No, I can't accept that. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Lima, Peru. All right, we still have one more chance here. How about Stalingrad? Joel?
The northern boundary line between the United States and Canada above the state of Washington on the map.
That's just right, Joel, my boy. Just right. Joel, you're going to have to get the chicken pox again sometime. You're doing all right. By the way, I received a novel wire this week from Columbia Pictures Corporation in Hollywood. They've been looking for a cute little 2-year-old girl smart enough to handle dialogue. They want her for their next Blondie picture, Blondie Buys a Horse. I guess they figured we had a corner on the bright youngsters department. Of course, 2 years old is a little young even for quiz kids, but that didn't stop us. We just sent them pictures of Margaret Merrick's little sister, Susie. Margaret, think Susie would be all right?
Well, I suppose so, but if I know that little youngster, I think she'll make her own dialogue.
She will. I'll bet you would, too. Well, maybe some of our listeners know of a cute little 2-year-old girl who can speak lines. Well, we better get back to the radio business. All of us know the old counting out rhyme, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, but James N. Rasmussen of Tacoma, Washington, thinks other rhymes are now used on schoolyards to count players out of games. Do you know any others that are used to see who gets first turn? Well, we'll start out with Harvey.
Well, this isn't exactly a rhyme, but we always do odds and evens, and that is we throw our fingers out, then we count around, and the one who has the last number usually drops out or is picked to do something.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all right, Harvey. It doesn't exactly have to rhyme. Margaret?
Well, we hold out our fists. At least I used to. Say 1 potato, 2 potato, and on the 7th one, you put one fist behind you, and you go around till one person is out.
Uh-huh.
And that way we figure.
That's a good way, too, yeah. Smila?
Well, that rhymes. It's 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, or 4 potato, 5 potato, 6 potato more.
Well, good for you, Smila. Joel?
And there's one that's called 1, 2, 3, 4. Mary at the college store. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating cookies off the plate. And there's And there's another one that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I call it artificial life. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I let them go again. And there's still another that's eeny, meeny, miny, no.
Well, look, Joel, we've... wait just a minute. You can't use that.
Trouble starts when nations grow. Someone has to stop it, so eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Well, that...
Makes you it.
Oh, me it? All right, I'm it. Margaret?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. And you say that, and the person that's on heaven is up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. Very, very good. That was a lot of fun. That sort of takes me back through the years. Oh, dear. I can't tell you how many. Well, all right, next question now. Miss Elizabeth Pignatelli of Providence, Rhode Island, wants you to count legs a while. How many legs has a laughing jackass? Margaret?
I think it's 2, or rather 4. It's a hyena.
Well, let's see what Gerard has to say.
Oh, the laughing jackass is a bird from Australia, and that has 2.
That is right. That's right. Uh-huh. All right, how about a spider? Harvey?
I think it has about 8. 8 legs.
What were you going to say, Margaret?
That's what I was going to say.
Well, 8 is correct. Uh-huh. All right, how about a centipede? Margaret?
Well, he has anywhere from 26 to 109 legs. And he doesn't always have to have 100.
No, that is right. However, let's see if we can get some more on this. Gerard?
Well, I have a specimen at home called a millipede, and that has 19 legs.
19 legs, uh-huh. Harvey?
Well, I had one that somebody sent me. I think it had 39 or 40. Yes, it had 40, and, 20 on each side.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kids were all right. There's 2 sources on authority. One of them is from 30 to 170 legs, and the other from 38 to 400 legs. Well, kids, that's just about all the time for the questions right now. Friends, with a shortage of doctors in many communities due to the war, and with the possible scarcity of certain foods, here are some questions that every mother should be prepared to answer.
What can I do to safeguard the health of my family? What facts should I study about food to make sure my family is getting a healthful, nourishing diet in spite of possible food shortages?
Well, Mrs. America, vitamins are going to play an important part in answering those questions. And here's one suggestion that we would like to make. Why don't you supplement your meals with one-a-day brand vitamin tablets? The Miles Laboratories make 2 kinds of one-a-day tablets. One to supply the A&D, or as they are also called, the cod liver oil vitamins, and the other to give you those very important vitamins of the B complex.
Just think, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets contain the same A and D vitamins that you get in butter, cream, milk, cheese, and the fish liver oil. Yet there is absolutely no fishy, oily taste to them, and no aftertaste.
And just a single tablet contains a normal day's supply of these A&D vitamins. So even if those foods aren't as plentiful as they used to be, you're still guaranteeing your children that safeguarding supply of A&D vitamins.
And not only that, Fort, but you're doing it at a cost of just 1 1/5 pennies a day.
Let's not limit this to children, Charlie. Grown-ups as well as children need those A&D vitamins, especially with the cold season in full swing. We should all do everything we can to build up resistance.
So ask your druggist today for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles.
And, Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids wait with bated breath for the next question.
All right, Fort. This literature question is from Mr. Jerry M. Holmes of New Orleans, Louisiana. What literary character would you be if you found yourself face to face with these distressing situations? You are facing a wild bison who has a beautiful girl tied to his horn. Mila?
Well, that's, I think, in Cold Water, the monster. The giant, the Legion giant that, I know the princess on it. Her name was Legia. And, Ursus, maybe.
Ursus, that's right. Good for you, Mila. All right? Now listen. You are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. What literary character would you be? You are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. Well, that would be Don Quixote, from The Adventures of Don Quixote by Cervantes. Now, here's the next one. You don't care especially for children, and now, unexpectedly, 6 of them are dependent on you. Harvey?
Well, that's in the Pied Piper, and, in the screen version, Marty Woolley is burdened with 6 children whom he has to take back to England to safety.
That's right. Harvey, can you give us the Pied Piper's name?
I think it's Mr. No, I don't.
I don't know what's wrong with Joel tonight. Every time he raises his hand, he squeaks. I'll wait just a minute. We want to give Harvey a chance on this.
Well, I don't believe I remember it.
Well, that's really beside the point, Harvey. I thought maybe we could get his name. Let's see. Joel has his hand up.
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard, that's right. John Howard. I guess it was as cold in Ithaca, New York last week as it was here in Chicago because Chester L. Marks, who lives there, wants you to sing out some song titles that might have warmed us up a little. Can you think of any titles that might alleviate winter weather? All right, Margaret?
There's one that goes, I don't want to set the world on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been so long ago that I think I can do it, but I'm not sure.
Well, just the title is all you have to give us.
I don't want to... No. Well, I've forgotten that, but maybe somebody else could sing it, but there's one that Keep the Home Fires Burning.
Keep the Home Fires Burning?
And I think it's I don't want to set the world on fire.
That's it. That's right, Margaret. All right, let's have some more, kid. Gerard?
Well, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that one. Mila?
Something hot for Flugy or... No, I got my titles mixed.
Harvey?
Well, I think she means Flatfoot Flugy with a Floyd Floyd.
I think so, too, Harvey. Did you have one for us, Harvey?
Well, I was thinking of 2 of the ones that already have been named.
Oh, I see. Joel, did you have a song in mind, a song title?
Yeah, but it was said.
Oh. Yes, sir. Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing like protecting oneself, is there? Well, I think we'd better move along here. Pauline Saltzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, wants us to imagine that these 2 military men of the past are broadcasting messages home to their wives. Now, listen carefully to the first one, and you're to tell us who he is.
Hello, Mary. How are you and the 7 kids? As you've probably heard by now, we didn't do so badly at Manassas. We gave that man Pope a run for his money.
Harvey?
Well, that would be General Robert E. Lee. His wife was Mary Park Custis, and he did have 7 children, and the Battle of Manassas, I believe, was better known as Bull Run, Manassas Junction.
Good for you, Harvey. All right, now, kids, listen carefully to this next one.
Allô, Joe. Comment vas-tu, Égypte? Et tout va très bien. Fais mes compliments à Hortense et Eugène.
Mila?
Well, that was Napoleon to Josephine, and Hortense was her daughter, and I didn't hear.
Well, that's right, but, Smila, what was he saying?
Hello, Josephine. I think it was give my regards to Hortense, and I'm speaking from Egypt, and I don't remember what he said.
Well, that's very, very close, Mila, very close. All right, now, who might this be broadcasting a message to his people?
Deutsche Volksgenossen, die Lage in Russland ist schrecklich. Die Lage in Afrika ist schrecklich. Die Lage ist schrecklich überall. Ach, 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 ach.
All right, Smila?
Well, it's Hitler, but I doubt whether he'd say that to his people. He says the situation in Russia is terrible. The situation is terrible all over. I don't think he'd say that. They cover up pretty well.
All right, kids. Franklin Shaw of Battle Creek, Michigan wants you to put on your thinking caps, not your nightcaps, and think of 3 kinds of beds that you wouldn't ordinarily sleep in. 3 kinds of beds. Gerard?
Well, there's a trundle bed, and most kids nowadays don't sleep in that. That was very
right,
old-fashioned.
right.
And then the Eskimos are usually, they have beds on blocks of ice, and then the natives in Africa, they usually sleep on straw or grass.
Very good. Gerard? Margaret?
Well, there's a bed that an old giant had in which he put all the travelers that stopped by his wayside inn, and if they were too short for the bed, he stretched them on a rack. And if they were too long, he lopped off their heads or their feet. And I wouldn't want to sleep on that one.
Oh, no.
I like to live.
That bed is definitely out. Harvey?
Well, it's a bed of roses. Well, you might want to sleep in a bed of roses. There's these beds that the Egyptian men sleep on. They're full of nails. And also a bed of hornets.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, Harvey. Thank you. Joel?
Well, a big boy wouldn't want to sleep in a cradle.
We certainly wouldn't. And now we'll let you catch your breath a minute before this next question, quiz kids. Fort Pearson, would you like to continue your vitamin lesson?
Yes, thank you, Joe. We covered the A and D vitamins the last time, so now I'd like to mention the B vitamins, the ones you get in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets. These B vitamins are found in meats, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B-complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. And what's more, they're pleasantly low priced, too. A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. Now, that's a name to remember when you're buying vitamins. One-a-day brand vitamin B-complex tablet. One-a-day is the registered trademark of the Miles Laboratories, who also make Alka-Seltzer. Now, on with the brain battle, teacher.
All right, Fort. Mrs. L.M. Friel of Rochester, New York, sends this question. She wants you to tell how the following military men fooled the enemy through subterfuges. What subterfuge did Richard the Lionhearted use against the Saracens at the citadel of Acer? Can you answer that one? Well, let's go on to the next one. What subterfuge did Ulysses avoid by stuffing his men's ears with wax and tying them to the ship's mast? The men, not the ears. Smila?
Well, the siren, they were going between Cirrus and Charybdis. And, well, the siren would bewitch the men, and so he stuffed their ears with wax so they wouldn't hear it and wouldn't stay there. And Charybdis was a whirlpool, and they were going through that, so I guess that's why he tied them, so they wouldn't want to be taken in the water.
Well, that's all right, Smila. Now let's see if we can get some more, Margaret.
Well, the sirens I guess they must have had beautiful voices because nobody could withstand their power. It must have been something like a lodestone or a magnet. And so he stuffed their ears with wax so they couldn't hear him.
That's right.
And I think he tied them to the mast because they might have heard a little anyway. But he tied himself to the mast, too, I know, because somebody had to steer the ship, and then he couldn't.
That's
he
right.
Couldn't go away.
All right, thank you. Now, on this next one, how did General Zhukov fool the Germans not so long ago when his heavy artillery crossed the river near Rzhev on an invisible bridge? Margaret?
Well, he had his men build a bridge backwards underneath the river, starting from the German bank, but it was higher, so that tanks could go over and get the Germans.
That is absolutely right. Good for you. Well, that's all there is. There is no more, kids, except those report cards, which let us know which 3 of the 5 children win a chance to come back next week.
Joe, how about those important rewards?
Oh, yes. Quiz kids, there's a $100 war bond for each of you, winners and losers alike, from the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
You know, Joe, with a little girl like Smila on the program tonight, it brings home to us the real purpose of those war bonds. The reason why every father and mother should buy them. For every youngster like Smila who escaped the Nazi bullets and starvation, there are thousands who didn't escape. So that it may never happen to our children, buy war bonds. Now, I see you have the report cards, Joel.
Yes, they're ready for it, and here's what they say. Quiz kids, as a class tonight, you missed one question, and Smila was first, Margaret second, and Harvey third. And Smila, it's a shame about you. Here you are, one of the winners who should come back next week, but you can't because your show is moving out of town. That gives a break to the next one in line, who is Joel. Also in class with you winners next week, we'll have Richard Porter, age 9 of Chicago, and Claude Brenner, age 14 of Lake Forest. And say, folks, those youngsters next week are going to need a lot of good questions, so send them in, won't you, please? Remember, we give a dandy Zenith portable radio for each question we use. That's the Zenith model with the famous wave magnet, and it's a real prize these days, believe me. Just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. All right, and now then, we turn things over to Margaret Merrick. All right, Margaret.
Well, I'm supposed to introduce Sister Kenny. And her name has been very saintly to me for so long, I never thought I'd have an honor like this. Well, her story goes this way. 32 years ago, Sister Kenny was a bush nurse in the wild country of Australia. And she was 100 miles from the nearest doctor or the hospital. An epidemic of infantile paralysis broke out, and she didn't know how doctors treated this disease, so she just did the best she could. And she discovered a treatment which gives normal life back to 80% of the victims. And before her treatment, only 17% recovered. I met Sister Kenny last Friday. I'm sorry I didn't meet her a year and a half ago, when infantile left me with a crippled leg. So you see why I speak her name with reverence. Sister Elizabeth Kenny.
I'm sorry, Margaret. My treatment was not available in Chicago the morning you woke to find both your legs paralyzed. It still isn't available in many parts of the country. But thanks in a large measure to the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, the March of Dimes, 40 states now have special clinics. It takes time, Margaret, and money. I've been in this country less than 3 years. If the Kenny treatment were limited to the patients I could treat with my own hands, I could do little. The United States has many, many cases of infantile paralysis. We must train many doctors and nurses so that they can carry on this work in their own communities. We're making progress, Margaret. We still have a long way to go. We'll get there, mile by mile, dime by dime, as people give those miles of dimes in this campaign which ends next Saturday with President Roosevelt's birthday. This fund trains nurses and doctors in the Kenny treatment. It pays for research to find the cause of the disease. And then we hope a preventative or infallible cure. Most important, it assures every victim of infantile paralysis, regardless of race, creed, or financial circumstances, the very best of care. Surely everyone listening in can spare a dime or a dollar to save the children from the curse of twisted, shrunken limbs. Please send your contributions to agencies in your own communities, or directly to the President in the White House. And remember, you may be helping yourself, because next year, from 8 to 10,000 of you will have infantile paralysis. And, Margaret, don't give up hope about improving that leg of yours. I'll be back in Chicago soon, and we'll talk it over.
Kenny, it was a great honor to have you speak on our program. And now, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids until next Sunday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at the same time. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, listen to your old friends, Lum and Abner, on most of these same stations. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago.
This is the Blue Network.
WENR Chicago.
The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
Alka-Seltzer for headache.
Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion.
Alka-Seltzer for cold discomfort.
Yes, when these occasional ailments make you miserable, take Alka-Seltzer for really fast, really effective relief.
Attention, Quiz Kids. Here's today's first question. What popular American dessert would you get if you joined up the last name of a leading 1948 pitcher of the Cleveland Indians with the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Yes, there it is. And are you folks at home up on your baseball enough to answer that question? Well, we'll soon find out how the youngsters here in our classroom make out, for here they are, the Quiz Kids and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and hello, everyone. Friends, we have a very important guest for you to meet this afternoon, Mr. Roy Fisher, the winner of the Quiz Kids Best Teacher Contest for 1948. The group of youngsters here in our schoolroom have already met this young man, for yesterday, along with their brothers and sisters, they went with our best teacher for a plane ride over Chicago. The children tell me that the big Delta airliner they were in was really something, and they're still plenty excited over having been made honorary pilots. Now, this afternoon, Mr. Fisher is to receive his $2,500 scholarship award, which is the first prize in our Best Teacher Contest, from the chairman of the board of the Miles Laboratories, Mr. Charles S. Beardsley. So let's get busy, children, and get our schoolwork underway. Here we go with roll call. Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 12 years old in the departmental in the Volta School.
Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 12 years old and in the 7th grade at Lincoln School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
David?
I'm David Freifelder. I'm 12 years old and in 8th grade at West School in Waukegan, Illinois.
Mark?
I'm Mark Mullins. I'm 7 years old and in 2nd grade at the University of Chicago Laboratory School.
And Helen?
I'm Helen Jasper. I'm 13 years old and I'm in the graduating class at Joyce Clinic School.
And now, kids, let's straighten out that first question from Hilding E. Peterson of Birchdale, Minnesota. What popular American dessert would you get if you joined up the last name of a leading 1948 pitcher of the Cleveland Indians with the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates? We have two hands up. Lonnie's hand was first.
Well, the leading pitcher of the 1948 Indians is Lemon, and the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pirates is Pie Trainer, so that'd be Lemon Pie.
Lemon Pie, that's good, Lonnie. Yes, sir. Oh, boy, say, you really got that one quick. Yes, that's fine. That right answer gives us a good start on today's schoolwork. And it gives Hilding E. Peterson of Birchdale, Minnesota, one of the finest portable radios on the market today, a Zenith Transoceanic Standard Shortwave portable in a good-looking luggage case. You know, friends, it's easy to win one of these radios. You send in your question, and if the quiz kids answer it correctly, Alka-Seltzer sends you one of these fine Zenith portable radios. If the quiz kids miss, you get a big Zenith radio phonograph combination with automatic record changer, the new Cobra tone arm, 2 FM bands, a truly magnificent set. So get busy on those questions. Send them to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Well, here we go now. More questions. With schools closing this time of year all over the country, Mrs. C.T. Bryant of Houston, Texas, reminds us that there are many happy young folks receiving graduation gifts. If you children were selecting graduation gifts and could choose anything mentioned in a song title, what gifts could you find? Lonnie?
Well, this would be probably graduation for college. The song I'm thinking of was Put That Ring on My Finger.
Put that ring on my finger. How does that go, Lonnie?
Put that ring on my finger by that golden wedding band.
That's fine. That's all right, Lonnie. Here. All right. Now, let's see. We've got some more hands up here. Little Mark. All right, Mark.
Ring around the rosy.
Ring around another ring. That's right. And Joel?
And roses.
This is indirect, sort of, but now is the hour, so I'd take a watch.
How do you like that? That's cute. That's a dandy, Joel. And Helen?
If I was graduating from kindergarten, I would get a paper doll.
A paper doll. That's another good one, too. David?
Well, there's a song, onesie, twosies, I love Lucy, and that has a lot of numbers in it. It could have 4 and
I'd like a plate block or a $5 stamp that's worth for $20. And a block is $4.
Oh, well, what do you know about that? Yes, sirree. And Mark has another one.
Golden slippers. You could give him golden-colored slippers.
That's right, a pair of golden slippers. Okay. And Lonnie?
We're in the money.
We're in the money, yeah.
They could give money, and also, listen, so there's a song that's wonderful. That could mean almost anything that the recipient would be glad to get.
Yeah, the recipient, yes. Oh, yes, sure. Uh-huh. Well, all right, those were all very fine kids, so let's get along here now. Here's a question from Herbert Hoover of Carroll, Iowa. If you youngsters were on a picnic and sat on a pharmacary, would you be comfortable? Mark.
I would not.
Why would you not be comfortable?
Because a pharmacary is an anthill.
That's just what it is, an anthill, and there would be ants there. Since 1948 is an election year, H.H. Leland of Waterloo, Iowa, wonders if you children could name the last 3 presidents elected in a year ending with 8. Lonnie.
Well, 1948, this is not. In 1938, there was no one elected. But in 1928, let's see, that would be Herbert Hoover.
Herbert Hoover, 1928.
Herbert Hoover, and then there was none in 1918, but in 1908, it was William Howard Taft.
That's right.
And then there was none in 1898, but in 1888, let's see, that would be Grover Cleveland.
No. Sorry? Joel?
It'll be Benjamin Harrison.
Benjamin Harrison is right. That's the last 3 presidents elected in the year ending with 8. Now, before we consider this next question, children, here's Bob Murphy with a question.
Have you had a headache lately? Think back. How about yesterday, or the day before, or maybe this morning? Or did someone in your family have one? Well, when headache causes discomfort, the thing to do is reach for the Alka-Seltzer. Yes, that's the way to help yourself to fast, welcome relief. Now, you probably keep Alka-Seltzer on hand at your house for prompt relief from the distress of occasional acid indigestion. And you know how effective and dependable it can be. And, friends, it's just as effective for occasional headache pain. Try it, and you'll agree there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer for fast headache relief. There's a good reason for this fast action, too. Alka-Seltzer is completely dissolved before you take it. So its pain-relieving agent, sodium acetyl salicylate, is ready to go right to work, ready to bring you the fast relief you want. So remember, when headache causes grief, misery can be brief. Take Alka-Seltzer for relief.
All right, children, here we go with more questions. Oh, we got a lot of them this afternoon. Andy Worth of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, wants you to pretend that you work at Oak Ridge and are so used to talking in code that when you drop into a restaurant, you order your beverage by using the symbols of chemical elements. What beverage would you expect the waitress to bring if you said you wanted the symbol for tellurium and argon? David?
T-E, so it would be tea.
Well, you didn't clear up the other one here. T-E is the symbol for tellurium. How about argon? Joel?
A, so it would be T.
It would still be T-E-A. That's right. I just wanted to bring out the other one there. What beverage would the symbols for the following spell? Cobalt, calcium, carbon, oxygen, lanthanum. David?
Well, what was the third and fourth one? I didn't get.
Third and fourth, carbon, oxygen. Cobalt, calcium, carbon, oxygen, lanthanum. Lonnie?
Well, cobalt, I believe, is... Well, wait a second. Oxygen is O, and carbon is Ca.
What did you give me for cobalt?
Well, I didn't give that. I'm coming back to that.
Oh, I see.
And lanthanum is La. So, let's see, that would end... C-O... Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, that's it. That's right, yes, sir. Cobalt, C-O, calcium, C-A, carbon, C, oxygen, O, and lanthanum, L-A. Coca-Cola. Well, let's don't pause any more right here. Let's get along here. I guess almost everyone has his garden planted now, and the next thing to worry about will be fighting garden pests. But Mrs. F.L. Zoldak of University Heights, Ohio, tells us that certain birds are a great help in fighting specific pests. Now, can you mention any of these birds that help the gardener and tell what kind of insect or pest they eat? David?
Well, the cardinal is one of them, and that eats, it's some plant that eats it's some insect that eats the sap of the plants. I think it eats the apple worm, and
You're not quite sure, though, huh?
No, I'm not quite sure.
I see.
Which one is
Well, let's see. Mark has his hand up. Mark?
The cardinal eats beetles with hard shells, but some birds can't crack the shells.
Yeah.
And then the sparrow eats weed seeds. That would be bad for the garden.
Yeah, well, that's right. Of course, we're talking about, really talking about insects. Lonnie?
Well, this isn't exactly an insect either. The blue jay eats insects that are harmful to the crops. I'm not sure which, though. And the robin, I believe, eats the appleworm, but of course that isn't an insect.
Well, let's see. Joel?
Well, if you had trees, then you'd want the woodpecker because it eats the insects that feed on the trunk of the tree.
That's right, Mark?
The orioles eat furry caterpillars. Most birds are scared to eat them because they're afraid the fur will get caught in the bill.
Yeah. That's cute. But they eat them just the same, don't they, from time to time? All right, Mark.
Purple mountain eats gnats and mosquitoes that would keep you from enjoying your garden.
Yeah, that's right. Lonnie?
Well, someone was talking about woodpeckers also. Well, I guess it's a member of the woodpecker family, but the flicker would eat insects from the bark of the tree.
Yeah.
And I believe a nuthatch also does.
Yeah, and Mark?
The flicker eats ants that bring up the sand, and the sand is very bad for a garden.
Oh, I see. Then the flicker would be comfortable sitting on a formicary.
Would be.
All right, well, fine, kids. Those were all very, very good. Let's see what we can do with this next one. Lawrence Sperlin of Lafayette, Georgia, says that the expression the Big Four has been applied to a number of important things from railroads to political leaders. He wants you to identify these groups of four from their first names alone. Now listen closely. George, Vittorio, David, and Thomas. Joel.
That'd be the Big Four at the World War. After World War I, it'd be David Lloyd George, I believe, George Clemenceau, Vittorio Orlando, and Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
That's right, Joel. Nice choice. Oh, boy. You know, I just had a hunch that you kids weren't going to get that, but you certainly did. See what you can do with this next one. What group of four is this? Jim, Harry, Elmer, and Don. Jim, Harry, Elmer, and Don. Joel.
Those were the Four Horsemen.
The Four Horsemen, that's right, of Notre Dame. Right. Can you give me their names? Their full names?
Well, I don't know which is which, but...
Jim, what's his name?
Jim, I believe, is Crowley.
Harry?
Harry is Stu Drayle.
Yes, Drayle.
And Elmer is Layden.
Layden, and Don?
And Don is, I believe, Miller.
Miller, right. That's right, Now, if you quiz kids like berries and cream as well as you liked my birthday cake last week, you won't have any trouble with this question from Thea Tao of Red Cliff, Iowa. Our organist, Howard Peterson, will play parts of 3 songs, and you youngsters are to tell what kind of berry each title suggests. Now, you are to try and get 2 out of 3 on this. All right, Howard, let's have number 1. Lonnie?
Blue sky, so that could be blueberry.
Blueberries, right. Let's see if we can get the next one. Lonnie?
That's when you and I were young,
right,
Maggie. Would that be, is there a young berry?
There certainly is. Young berry, that's right. And here's the last one. Lonnie?
That's a turkey in the straw. That's
a
strawberry.
Strawberries, right. Yes, certainly. And could be cranberries, too. Well, I think it's about time now to meet our important guest, and that's just what we're going to do. But first, here's Bob Murphy with a poem of the season.
Correction, Mr. Kelly. I'm using just the first line of a well-known poem, and I'm changing that to read, "What is so rare as a weekend in June?" Let's say it's that weekend when you're starting off on a little trip, or maybe your summer vacation. It's early in the morning, the car's all packed, and you're just about ready to roll when the little woman says,
"Oh, wait a minute, Jim. We can't go yet. Give me the keys to the house."
"Oh, great jumping Jupiter. What have you forgotten now?"
"Oh, don't be cross there. Just give me the keys to the house. I won't be a minute. I know right where it is."
"You know right where what is?" "No, don't answer me. Whatever it is, we'll get along without it."
But, Jim, you know how steady driving can give you a headache sometimes. And up there on the mountain, we'll be eating food we're not accustomed to. And you'll remember from last year how you had acid indigestion a couple of times. And you know how Alka-Seltzer came to the rescue so quickly.
Hey, why make me the example every time? I can remember you were mighty glad we had Alka-Seltzer along last year, too.
Oh, I'm not saying I wasn't. In fact, I think there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to help relieve the fatigue you feel from long hours of driving. And, oh, for goodness sakes, Jim, we're wasting time.
Yeah, and breath, too. If you just said it was Alka-Seltzer you were talking about in the first place, we could have been on our way. I went to the drugstore last night and bought our vacation supply of Alka-Seltzer. And I didn't forget. I put it right here in the car, too.
And that's the place for it, friends. Don't forget that extra package of Alka-Seltzer either. You never know what time of the day or night you may need the fast, effective relief Alka-Seltzer can give. And that extra package can act just like a spare. You may not need to use it, but it's wise to have it there. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in the large economy size package.
And now it's time to meet our best teacher of 1948. 16-year-old Falcon Guthrie wrote the letter which won for Roy Fisher this year's scholarship award, and he said of our best teacher, his classroom has the friendliest atmosphere in our school. I feel pounds lighter when I enter that door. Now, friends, just that one sentence tells you a lot about this 22-year-old teacher. Roy Fisher of Volans, Virginia, which has a population of only 100, attended the Volans High School as a student, and he is now teaching English there. Volans is a rural high school with an enrollment of approximately 300 students, many of whom traveled 20. Our scholarship committee, Dr. Whitty, Dr. Olson, and the Reverend Dr. Moore, found that Roy has a splendid record not only as a teacher, but also as a progressive citizen in his community. I'm sure you folks will be interested in reading more details about the background of this fine young teacher in the current issue of Time magazine. Right now, I want you all to meet our best teacher of 1948. And here he is, Roy Fisher. Roy, there are still a few more questions here on my desk. So how would you like to take over for a few minutes and see how you like my class?
Well, thanks, Joe. It'll be a real experience for me. I don't know how well I'll do, but I'll try my best. Are these the questions?
That's right. You just sit right down there and begin with the one on top.
Okay. Now, since you quiz kids have probably had the usual children's diseases at some time or another, Mrs. Belle Clemens of Los Angeles, California, thinks we could have fun using slang expressions to describe them. For instance, for whooping cough, you might say, I just don't give a hoot. Now, what slang expressions might describe mumps? Lonnie?
Well, there's paint the town red.
All right.
Don't you usually break out with a red rash with mumps?
I think so.
haven't had
I
them.
believe you're right there. Any others? David?
You're making a mountain out of a molehill and you're trying to get
That's one of them, right? That's a good one. Lonnie?
Well, during the war, there was over the hump. It was an expression about flying over the Himalayas, and a hump is, well, like you'd have when you have the mumps.
That's right. David, you have another
It was
idea?
a battle of the bulbs.
Battle of the bulbs. That's very good. Joel?
Doesn't the mumps usually occur only on one side, so it could be you're just beside yourself.
Well, I think you'll find it often on each side. Sometimes, though, it's just on one side. All right, that's very good. What slang expression might describe the measles? Lonnie?
I've got dots in front of my
That's very good. Joel?
Spotty performance.
That's right. Any others? Well, we could say they've got you spotted, you're covered, don't be rash, you're in the pink. Okay. Yesterday, Quiz Kids and I enjoyed our airplane ride so much that I might try to catch you on this question from Mrs. John Kosh of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. What Yankee Clipper recently made 3 round trips within 2 hours and 17 minutes? Joel?
That'd be Joe DiMaggio.
That's exactly right. And Lonnie?
Well, he is talking about the time that he made 3 home runs, which is called a round trip, in 2 hours and 17 minutes, which was the time of the game. And I believe they were playing the, I forget who they were playing.
Playing the Indians. That's right. Very good. All right, this question from R.R. Meir of Chicago is about imposters in opera. And in what opera did a chap named Gregory try to usurp a throne by impersonating the rightful heir who has been murdered? David?
Well, that was in Boris Godunov. It was Gregory who lived in a monastery. He was training to be a monk, and he took the place of Boris Godunov's nephew, Prince Dmitri.
That's right.
Who was really dead.
That's very good. All right, and another question. In what opera does a young man who is really a count pretend he is a music teacher? I believe Lonnie's hand was up there.
That's the Marriage of Figaro by Mozart.
No. David?
The Barber of Seville.
That's right. Remember whom it's by?
No. No, I'm not sure. I think it was Mozart.
No. Joel?
Rossini.
That's right. Very good. All right, we have a nice question this time. In this question from Mrs. Gilpin Walker of Washington, D.C., the last names of famous people have been changed by using another word with the same meaning in its place. See if you can tell the correct name. Thomas Ake. David?
It was Thomas Paine, the author.
That's right. Very good. All right, another. Molly Waterjug. I don't know whose name went up first that time. Was it Helen?
Molly Pitcher.
Molly Pitcher. That's good. And James F. Barrelmaker. James F. Barrelmaker. Lonnie?
Well, this is kind of a wild guess. James Hooper?
No.
His barrel hoops.
He's pretty warm, though, isn't he, Roy?
Yes, you're getting warm.
You're warm. If you just change that W to something else, James... What? Last name. Change the W.
What W?
You said Hooper, didn't you?
No, Hooper, I said.
Oh, Hooper, H. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you better tell him then.
Well, I believe you'll find that's James Fenimore Cooper, and Cooper means barrel maker.
Well, that was a miss on that third part there. We'll have to mark you wrong on that one, kids. So that means that Mrs. Gilpin Walker, Washington, D.C., wins a big $239.50 Zenith Radio phonograph combination from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Well, we heard the final bell, Roy. It means the same as it does in regular school. Class is over. You've done a fine job of conducting school this afternoon, Roy, and now it's time to receive your reward as the best teacher of 1948. Here to present it to you is the chairman of the board of the Miles Laboratories, Mr. Charles S. Beardsley.
Thank you, Joe. Friends of the radio audience, I consider it a great honor and a privilege to be here to meet Roy Fisher and present to him the annual Scholarship Award as our best teacher of 1948. This is the third time this award has been given by the Miles Laboratories and the Quiz Kid program. Year after year, the nationwide interest in this annual tribute to teachers has increased. This is most gratifying to us at Miles because the real purpose of our Scholarship Award is to emphasize the importance of teaching as a profession, to honor all the fine men and women who are teaching now, and to encourage more of our young people to select teaching as a life's work. No other profession can be more stimulating and satisfying than that of guiding the eager young minds of our American children. It carries with it a great responsibility, for it is in the classroom that our children learn the value of our American way of life and their obligation to the future. Roy is fully aware of this great responsibility, and being selected as the best teacher of the year is proof that he is meeting its challenge. Mr. Fisher, on behalf of the Miles Laboratories, I am happy to present to you this check for $2,500, representing your Scholarship Award as the best teacher of 1948. May your youth, your enthusiasm, and your success as a teacher serve as an inspiration to thousands of other young men and women and encourage them to enter this worthy profession of teaching as you did. Congratulations and best luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardsley. No one will ever know how thrilled I was when the scholarship committee notified me I had won. Winning this contest means so much to me and to my future as a teacher. I want you to know that I'm already making plans to go back to school this fall to work on my master's degree. This award is making that possible, and I hope it will help me become a better teacher.
Well, we're all very happy for you, Roy, and we know you have a wonderful future ahead of you. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Beardsley. I have a surprise for you. You also have won an award. It is a beautiful gold emblem from Lions International, the Melvin Jones Award, which it is my pleasure to present to you on behalf of the International Secretary General and founder of the Lions Association. It is awarded for your service to American youth. First, by presenting our young people through the medium of this Quiz Kids program as the alert, responsible young citizens they really are. And second, for your encouragement of better education for youth as exemplified by this Best Teacher contest. You are the first person ever to receive this award.
Thank you, Joe. And Mr. Jones, this is an honor I value.
Well, this is really award day here in the Quiz Kids classroom, and we're not through yet. The children who appeared on our Quiz Kids board this afternoon will, as usual, each receive a $100 security bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help them with their future education. The judges have handed me the report on your work here in class today, children, but before we hear who comes back to school next Sunday, we have one more big surprise for our best teacher. Roy, now you've been on the go constantly since you landed at the Chicago airport a week ago, eating in Chicago's famous restaurants, seeing that hit play High Button Shoes, going out to the Cubs Park for a ball game, being outfitted by Marshall Fields with a complete fishing outfit, meeting representatives of the press, and appearing on several famous radio programs. And, well, it's all great fun, but we thought maybe you might need a rest after so much excitement, so that's exactly what has been arranged. Yes, you're to have a week's vacation after this busy whirl here in Chicago. Right after this broadcast, you'll hop a Delta airliner for Florida and spend a week recuperating at the McFadden Deauville Hotel at Miami Beach. Now, what do you say to that, huh? Folks, you should see his face. He can't say a thing. Well, never mind, Roy. It isn't necessary. You just go on down there to Florida and bask in the sunshine and don't worry about a thing. Now then, children, about school next week. It seems our class as a whole missed only one question today. That's fine. Lonnie is first, Joel second, and David and Mark tied for third. That means you four will return to your desks next Sunday along with a new quiz kid, John Galinas, age 11. We hope all you listeners will be on hand, too, for another competitive question session with the Quiz Kids. So until next Sunday, then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Kelly.
Are you having trouble getting your growing children to take their vitamins every day? Try giving them One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules. Each One-A-Day brand multiple capsule contains all the vitamins for which the amount needed for grown-ups and children has been established. What's more, one capsule every day is all they take. And One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules are low in cost. A full 2-month supply for only $2. Ask your druggist for One-A-Day brand vitamins. Good for growing children and adults. Remember, for vitamins the easy way, for vitamins the thrifty way, the brand you want is One-A-Day. Listen to the Quiz Kids every week. And listen to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday. Bob Murphy speaking. National Broadcasting Company.
The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamins.
Can you name 3 common words in the English language that begin with the letters S-U, but which sound as though they begin with S-H?
And there you have the first question in today's School Kids questionnaire. And you quiz kids at home have about 40 seconds to get the answer before we call in our 5 juvenile brain busters. And here they are, the Quiz Kids.
Like every schoolroom, our classroom of the year has a teacher. Here he is now, the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and hello, everyone. Well, I have a question box full to the brim with brain teasers today, and we have a guest observer, a prominent American educator, Dr. Henry Noble McCracken. Now, kids, let's show Dr. McCracken some of your top-notch schoolwork and tell the folks listening who's in class today. Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 11 years old and in the 7th grade at Lincoln School, Park Ridge, Illinois.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Owen Kyman. I'm 10 years old and go to Fort Dearborn School in Chicago.
Rennie?
I'm Rennie Templeton. I'm 12 years old and I'm in 8th grade at the Kenwood School in Chicago.
Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 11 years old in 17th School, Chicago, Illinois.
And in our 7-year-old department, Richard?
I'm Richard Weitzler. I'm 7 years old and I go to the University of Chicago.
Well, good for you, Richard. That's fine. Yes, sir. I know it's a little warm today, and we've got to be a little slow about getting around. Now, back to that first question from Patricia Carroll of Long Beach, California, who wants you to name 2 common words in the English language that begin with S-U, but which are pronounced as if they started with S-H. Pat?
Well, there's sugar.
Sugar's one. Can you think of another one, Lonnie?
Sure.
Sure, you bet. That's right. That's 2. Can we think of any others? Only asked for 2. Well, that's fine. There's Shirley, there's Sugar, there's Sugar Plum, Sugary, Surety, and so on down the line. All right. Well, that means, for sending in that first question, that Patricia Carroll gets a Zenith portable radio from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Of course, if you children had missed it, instead of the portable radio, she would have received the big $250 Zenith radio phonograph combination. Now, here's our next question. Mrs. Donald E. Kinnett of Los Angeles, California, is very much interested in the Western Hemisphere Defense Conference being held in Rio de Janeiro. She pictures the conference room very gaily decorated with flags of the American republics. If delegates took their places under the flags I described, what countries would the delegates represent? First, under a flag that has 4 blue stripes alternating with 5 white stripes. In the upper left-hand corner is a square white field supporting a sunburst. Rennie?
Isn't that Uruguay?
That's right, Uruguay. That's correct. All right, now, a flag that is divided into 2 stripes, the upper stripe white, the lower stripe red. In the upper left-hand corner is a field of blue bearing a single white star. Now, what country is represented? Lonnie?
Cuba.
No. Richard?
Chile.
Chile, that's right. Chile. When 63 sportsmen invade Chicago looking for bears, that's news. And that is what will happen Friday night when the college all-stars come to town to gun for the Chicago Bears, the National Professional Football Champions. James Yukius of Chicago feels that you quiz kids should be able to identify the nicknames of the all-star players suggested by these songs. You are to get all 3 of them. And here's number 1. Joe?
That's the Old Oaken Bucket.
That's right, the Old Oaken Bucket. Lonnie?
Bucket's Hurst.
Bucket's Hurst.
Northwestern
University, right. Here's the next one. Lonnie?
My Buddy.
My Buddy?
Buddy Young.
Buddy Young. Claude Buddy Young. Star from where?
Illinois.
That's right, University of Illinois. And here's the last one. Lonnie?
Laughing on the outside, but I don't know who the player would be.
Well, Laughing on the Outside, and what's the rest of the title, Pat?
Crying on the Inside.
Crying on the Inside. So we have 2 clues there. Joel?
Well, I don't know. It sounds like a double one. It could be Davis and Blanchard. Because Davis is Mr. Outside and Blanchard is Mr. Inside.
That's the answer. That's correct. That's right. Little Richard is really enjoying the show. He's applauding with the audience here. Now, Nothing like bringing your own applause. Now, here's a question from Mrs. R.F. Nichols, Sr. of Flint, Michigan that ought to be lots of fun, kids. Maybe you listeners would like to try this at home along with the quiz kids. It's not as simple as it sounds. You quiz kids have all just been given pencil and paper. Now then, Mrs. Nichols wants you to spell the name Detroit out loud and at the same time write the word Michigan on the piece of paper. Now, all right. When I say go, start spelling Detroit out loud. And remember, you've got to yell out those letters and at the same time write Michigan. 1, 2, 3, go.
Capital B-E-T-R-O-I-T.
All right. Now, I want each of you to pronounce the word that's on your paper. Remember, no cheating on this. Just read what's there. Joel?
Michigan.
How'd you spell it?
Capital M-I-C-H-I-G-A-N.
Fine. All right, Lonnie?
Capital M-I-C-H-I-G-A-N.
Well, so far so good. Richard?
I couldn't spell it.
Oh. I think Richard's doing a little doodling over there. All right, Rennie?
Well, my spelling's not so good anyway. I have M-I-C-H-G-A-N.
And Pat?
Well, just I was starting to spell land right, my pencil broke, so I don't have anything.
Oh, say, we really had difficulties. Well, that was a lot of fun, and I'll just take and bet you a lot of the folks at home were trying that, too. And now, Instructor Murphy will take over with a few pointers for you mothers at home. Subject, how to pack a picnic basket.
Well, first of all, put all the moist foods in glass jars. Pack the more fragile items on top, and don't forget the salt and paper napkins. Then move everything over from the corner of the basket and tuck in a package of Alka-Seltzer, because the combination of potato salad and ice-cold pop, cheese sandwiches, chocolate cake and pickles and ginger cookies and olives... Say, I'm getting hungry here. But as I was saying, it's quite possible that an unwise mixture of good things to eat and drink may result in acid indigestion, which can surely ruin the picnic fun. Now, that's where Alka-Seltzer comes in. Just drop an Alka-Seltzer tablet into a paper cup full of water, then down the hatch with the sparkling solution it makes, and on with the fun. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to bring you fast relief from acid indigestion. Did you hear me? I said there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to bring you fast relief from acid indigestion. Get that Alka-Seltzer today from your druggist in either the 30 or the 60-cent size.
Thank you, Bob. Now, children, here's a puzzling question from George Hill of Bremerton, Washington. If you were calling on your girl, and instead of taking her some Chanel No. 5, you took her Spilogale putorius, what, would she be just as pleased, Pat?
Well, no, she wouldn't, because that's a skunk.
That's right.
That's
She wouldn't like that, would she? Well, that was quick, all right. Mrs. Effie Hanson of Normal, Illinois, asks you to imagine that we are in a courtroom for this question. We shall attend 3 trials found in literature, and in the first case, you will hear the attorney for the defendant. This first attorney really doesn't appear in the book at all, but see if you can tell whom he is defending. Now, get 2 out of 3 on this. All right, now... wait until Judge Kelly gets out his gavel. The attorney for the defense will please proceed.
Your Honor, before this trial proceeds any further, I wish to exercise my right as attorney for the defendant by objecting to certain members of the jury. One of them is commonly called mad, and another, I speak frankly, Your Honor, I mince no words when I say another is a plain lizard.
Pat?
Well, that would be Alice in Wonderland.
Well, and...
by Lewis Carroll, wouldn't it?
Yes, and who would be the defendant?
Well, the defendant would be the Jack of Hearts.
Well, that's pretty close, Rennie.
The Knave of Hearts.
The Knave of Hearts, that's right. Well, in this scene, the prosecuting attorney general speaks.
Gentlemen of the jury, my evidence will prove that the prisoner has been passing and repassing between France and England on secret business of which he can give no honest account. This jury being a responsible jury, and I am sure you are a responsible jury, this jury must positively find the prisoner guilty of treason. and make an end of him whether they like it or not.
Who is the defendant in this case, Rennie?
Well, that's in Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens.
And the defendant is...
I know it, but I just can't think of it right now. You better call in somebody else and say.
Well, it was Charles Darnay, otherwise known as Charles Evermonde.
That's right. He was on trial for treason in the Tale of Two Cities. Now, this last trial is from a movie.
You have been demanding actual proof of my client's identity. And yet it's a case in which up to now no such evidence could be exhibited. You will all agree that any evidence submitted by the United States Post Office cannot be overlooked. I submit for your inspection these letters sent to my client by the United States Post Office. What further evidence could you ask for as proof of his identity?
Really?
Well, that would be in Miracle on 34th Street. The defendant's name in the picture was Kris Kringle, but in real life it was Edmund Gwent.
That's very, very good, Rennie. That's right. Mrs. A.E. Erickson of Minneapolis, Minnesota seems to be in a bit of a quandary and would like you kids to help her out. She wants to know just what you would do if you were a babysitter and the baby wouldn't stop crying. Now, just what would you do about it, kids? You know, I should be answering this one. Many's the time I've faced the same problem. Joel?
Well, I always thought a good cry is healthy for a baby, so I wouldn't do nothing.
You just let the baby cry, huh? Mm-hmm.
Unless I knew she was crying for something, then I'd give it to her.
Oh, I see. Lonnie?
Well, first I'd go and, in the first place, if I was going to sit with the baby, I'd come prepared with a lot of cotton and stuff in my ears. If it get too bad. Then I'd try to find out what he wanted. If the baby was older, if it was 2 or 3 and it wouldn't stop crying, I don't know. I might have to call his parents if it got too bad.
Uh-huh.
But if it was little, I just don't know what I'd do.
You just don't know what you would do. Rennie?
Well, I just started sitting the other day with a few little girls, 3 or so, and they, one of them started crying. But anyway, I came previously prepared with some things. I brought a book and some things, and keep them from crying, I just, I like sleight of hand, so I'd reach up in the air and pull down a piece of gum from the fairy, and that stopped them.
Oh, well, say, now, that's a very clever idea, Rennie. That's fine. And, Pat?
Well, I don't usually have much trouble about that around our house because our baby very seldom cries. But in case I did have to sit, I would, if the baby just wouldn't stop crying, I'd shake a rattle at it, and if that wouldn't stop it, I'd just lock the doors and go in and let it wait and die out.
Oh, Well, that's that other part of your idea there is a rattling good idea, I must say. Richard?
Well, if the baby wouldn't stop crying, I'd give her a bottle. And if they didn't leave the bottle...
Bravo! Well, that's very good, Richard. That usually works out very good. I think that's pretty good. He's 7 years old. Here's a tickler for you from Miss Clare Moser of Covington, Kentucky. The hands of a watch stand at 11 o'clock. 48 hours later, how many times will the minute hand have passed the hour hand? Joel?
8 hours later, it would have passed, at 12 o'clock, it would have passed it once, and so on, until at 8 hours later, it would have passed it 6 times.
Well, we're talking about 48 hours later.
Oh, wait a second. Pardon me. Then it passed, the minute hand had passed the hour hand 26 times.
No.
22 times.
No. 48 hours later, the hands of a watch stand at 11 o'clock, and 48 hours later, how many times will the minute hand have passed the hour hand? Rennie?
24 times.
No, I'm sorry. Joel?
46 times.
No. Ronnie?
47 times.
No, I'm wondering if you kids are guessing at this. You can work it out, you know. Lonnie?
Well, in the first place, the hour hand would pass, the minute hand would pass the hour hand in Well, if it's at 11 o'clock, the hour hand is at 11, and the minute hand is at 12. Well, the next hour, it would pass at exactly 12 o'clock, and...
So, 48 hours later, how many times will the minute hand have passed the hour hand? Joe?
Well, between 11 and 12, it would pass it at 12 o'clock, and then later, between the 1 and the 2, it would pass it. That would be twice. And between the 2 and the 3, it would pass it again, and the 3 and the 4, it would pass it again, and also between the 5 and 6, and so far. So the first 12 hours, it would, up to the 11, it would pass it, let's see, it would pass it 11 times. And then in the next 12 hours, it would pass it 11 times.
So?
So listen, in the next 12 hours, it would pass it between 11 and 12, and then the 12 and the 1, and around again 11 times. That'd make it 22.
Yeah.
And then the third time, it'd make it 33, but the fourth time, it wouldn't go past it because it'd be just up to it. Would you count it passing it at the 11 o'clock when it was just up to it?
Well, no.
Then it would be 43 times.
No, wait, just a minute. No, that's, all right, Joe.
44 times.
44 times, that's right, absolutely right. That's really, that was a toughie, believe me. Ruth E. Schaefer of Sayreville, New Jersey, wants to turn the subject matter to a more serious vein in order to talk about violinists. She says that there are 3 famous violinists whose first names end in S-C-H-A, Schuck. And she wants you to get 2 of them. Lonnie?
Misha Elman.
Misha Elman, that's 1. Joel?
Yasha Heifetz.
Yasha Heifetz, that's 2. Can you give me there's a third one. We only need 2, but there's another one. Well, it's Tasha Seidel. And now, Bob Murphy with a one-act dramatic type feature.
Scene 1, the family living room. Time, right now. The cast, 1 homemaker known as Mother, and 1 sample of small fry, alias Junior. It is the happy American home. Or is it? Curtain.
Mom, turn on the radio. I'm late. Junior, you almost broke that lamp. How many times have I told you not to slam that door? And don't you dare turn on that radio.
But, Mom, I got to hear the quiz kids.
I can't help it, dear. Mother has a nervous headache, and I simply can't stand any noise.
Mom, please. Can't I turn it on low even?
Well, all right, but very softly.
Mothers, if a nerve-wracking day has left you with a miserable nervous headache, Alka-Seltzer is just what you want for relief. Yes, Alka-Seltzer can bring you soothing comfort and fast.
Mom, he's talking about you.
To ease up that headache, just try an Alka-Seltzer, then glance at the clock, and you'll be amazed to find out how fast Alka-Seltzer can ease up the headache that's making you feel cross and miserable. Now, I hope you bought your extra package of Alka-Seltzer yesterday, so you won't find your tablets all gone right now when you need Alka-Seltzer's fast relief. Remember, an extra package on the side keeps your household well supplied. That's good advice, and if you heed it, you'll always have Alka-Seltzer when you need it.
Gosh, Mom, how did Mr. Murphy know you had a headache?
I don't know, dear, but I could kiss you for turning on the radio. Now, you get Mother a glass of water, please, while I get the Alka-Seltzer.
Cut curtain. And the moral is, of course, folks, don't turn the radio off when I bring you the Alka-Seltzer commercial.
Bob, I promise I never will. And now we have a few more questions to wrap up Quiz Kids. Suppose all the travelers now heading for vacation spots in this country decided to visit places whose names matched their business. For example, a wrestler might head for Niagara Falls. You get the idea? Well, now, Robert J. Schmidt of Moline, Illinois, wants to know where these people might go. A watch manufacturer. What town would he go to that might be apropos for his particular line of business? A watch manufacturer. There's a town not so very far away from Chicago where he might go. Would be a good town, Rennie?
Well, might it be Elgin?
Elgin, that's the idea. Now we're getting places. Can you think of any other towns? A watch manufacturer. Where else might he go? Lonnie?
Could go to the Atlantic Coast, Tick.
Atlantic Coast, Tick.
Tick-tock.
Oh, that's good. That's a dandy. And can we think of any more? Any more? All right. How about a locksmith? Where might he go? What town? Lonnie?
Lockport.
Lockport, that's right. That's a good one. Can we think of any others? A locksmith. Lonnie?
Key West.
Key West? Now we're really traveling. Can you think of any others? All right, how about a mathematician? Mathematician. Where might he go on his vacation? Mathematician. Rennie?
I'm not sure. It just something struck me. Isn't there some place called Division? I think it's somewhere in the east. I'm not sure.
Division? There could be, Rennie.
I think so. I couldn't tell you where it is or anything. It just struck a familiar ring.
Well, that's a very good answer. Let's see if we can think up a couple more. A mathematician. He's going on his vacation. He's going to pick out a town that sounds something like mathematics or... Well, of course, he could go to... Rennie?
Well, he could go to Lula Falls in Virginia.
He could, that's right. That's very good. And can you think of any more? Of course, he could go to Times Square or the Pentagon Building in Washington or the Great Divide. Those are all on my card here. I didn't make those up myself. Rennie?
Or right here in Chicago, he could go over to one of the quadrangles.
That's right.
University of Chicago, that is.
That's right, he could. All right, well, that takes care of that question. Now, Mrs. Lena Bradish of Puyallup, Washington, says that she's been a listener to you quiz kids since you first went on the air. Just as she has learned to know all of her closest friends through their voices alone, she feels close to you because for 17 years she has been blind. So, addressing you as her friends, she would like to hear you quote the Bible verse that means most to you. Joel?
The 23rd Psalm, it begins like this. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Fine, Joel. And, Taff?
Mine is in Matthew 22:21.
All right.
And it says, Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. And Jesus said that when the Pharisees were trying to trick him into saying that nobody should give any tribute money to Caesar.
Well, that's a very fine selection. And, Rennie?
Well, I like the whole chapter, the whole 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, but I'll just say the first two verses and the last one. And that is, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and have all faith that I may remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. And then it ends, and now abide these three, faith, hope, and charity. But the greatest of these is charity.
Thank you, Rennie. Lonnie?
Well, I like Psalm 119, the 105th verse. Thy word is a light unto my feet, or a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path.
All right. And, Richard, how about you, son?
I like 1 John, 4th chapter, 8th verse. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love.
Thank you, Richard. Well, I guess that's the last question for today on account of the school bell says so. And so you quiz kids chalk up another excellent school session to your credit.
And now it's time for the judges to make out your report cards and let us know which three quiz kids earned the honor of a return bout next week. And while the judges add up scores, it is my pleasure to introduce our guest observer today, President Emeritus of Vassar College and one of the country's leading educators, Dr. Henry Noble McCracken.
First of all, I should like to commend you and your sponsor for conducting one of the most entertaining and educational programs in radio. You quiz kids have proved many times how well they know their country's history, and I'm sure that they recall how vital to our early advancement was the phrase, "United we stand, divided we fall." Let's not forget it now, when some misguided or scheming people are trying to divide Americans by appeals to racial or religious prejudice. If we let them succeed, what a sorry picture we should make before other peoples in the United Nations, whom we are trying to show that democracy will work. Racial and religious prejudices are roadblocks obstructing the orderly advance of democracy. How can we remove these roadblocks? Well, let's begin with ourselves. Let's recognize that our neighbors have a right to a different color or creed. Let's get along with our neighbors as neighbors. Let's refuse to listen to or spread stories based solely on prejudice against creed or color. That isn't too difficult. All we need is a little more self-control, a little more courage. Just remember, united we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you, Dr. McCracken. It was a privilege to have you on our Quiz Kids program. And now I know you listeners, and especially you quiz kids, are anxious to know the judge's verdict. They tell me that our whole class, they didn't miss any questions. Lonnie was first, Pat second, and Rennie third. You three will be back in school next week, and your competition will be Ruthie Duskin, age 13, and John Pollock, age 12. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until the same time next week. Goodbye, kids.
Goodbye, Mr. Kelly.
Oh, Aunt Mandy, is dinner ready?
Yes, and it sure is, and I got a good hot weather meal. I've got chicken salad, sliced tomatoes, potato salad, deviled eggs, and iced tea. Ain't that scrumptious?
Sounds swell. But put the one-a-day vitamin bottle on the table.
Yes, too often meals that we like to eat are short on vitamins. Lack of vitamins in your food can cause you to feel nervous, irritable, and under par. But here's how you can be sure of your vitamins.
Take one a day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Lack of vitamins can make you feel tired and dragged out.
Take one a day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
At your drugstore, look for the figure 1 on the blue package.
Take one a day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday over most of these NBC stations. This is Bob Murphy speaking.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Silver Threads Among the Brass Section. As welcome as spring, as colorful as an April rainbow, that's Jell-O. One of the gayest, cheeriest desserts you ever laid eyes on. Jell-O's glowing colors offer a rich invitation you simply can't resist. And when you taste its intriguing flavor, you're tasting a flavor that's beyond compare when it comes to downright goodness. Because Jell-O's grand flavor is just as delightful and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is one of the easiest desserts to prepare, too. It dissolves instantly in lukewarm water, sets as quick as a wink. So ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. By the way, next time you try strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, just notice how much better they are than they've ever been before. Each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something truly distinctive, really swell. Try a rich, shimmering mold of Jell-O tomorrow.
among the brass section played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies who has just returned from a quick trip to Chicago, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don Quick Trip is right. I was in Chicago and back before I knew it. 3,600 miles.
Oh, that's really traveling. Did you fly, Jack, or did you go by train?
I took the train, Don, and you know, that's the first time I've ever been on the Streamliner. You talk about modern design, I never saw anything like it. Like the engine was streamlined, the coaches were streamlined, and the compartments were so compact and narrow.
Well, you see, Jack, that's to cut down wind resistance. Everything has to be streamlined.
I know, Don, and I'm in favor of it. But when the conductor asked me to tape back my ears, I thought that was going too far. After all, how much can they slow the train down? But at that, you do save a lot of time.
Oh, there's no question about it. In fact, the next time I go east, I think I'll take the Streamliner myself.
With your hips? That would spoil the whole effect, huh?
After all, Jack, I could do the same as you did and tape my hips back.
You could, eh? Well, Don, let me know when you're going to use that much adhesive tape. I want to buy some Johnson & Johnson stock. That'll really start a boom. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Good to see you. We kind of missed you around here all week.
Well, thanks, kid.
I'll bet it was pretty chilly in Chicago, huh?
Well, it was for me, Mary. I'm used to this warm California climate, and that cold air sort of got me. My teeth were chattering all the time.
Why didn't you put them in your pocket?
Well, there's our little Mary right on schedule. I go all the way to Chicago to appear at a benefit, and you can't even ask me, did they like me? How did I go over? Was I a big hit?
I'll ask you, Jack. Were you a big hit?
Don, they adored me. There were 6,000 people in that Civic Opera House, and when I made my entrance, you'd think that, oh, let's forget it. Nobody but a conceited ham could describe that ovation. Really, the minute I walked on that stage, the audience screamed.
Well, how often do they see a guy with his ears taped back?
That wasn't the only reason. I've always been a big hit in Chicago.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town?
Yep.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't make it. You know, I was going to do a lot of those snappy gags tonight.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I had a swell monotone already.
That's monologue. Monotone.
I wish you wouldn't correct me all the time, Jackson. It makes people think I don't know big words.
Well, you don't. Been going to night school for 6 months now. When are you going to learn something?
Don't worry, I'll get there. Romeo wasn't built in a day.
Oh, fine. Romeo, yes.
Say, Phil, why don't you ask Jack if he was a big hit in Chicago? Don and I got a face full of it already.
Well, I was a hit. What do you want me to do, lie about it?
Oh, yeah, you played that big benefit for the Greek war relief, didn't you?
Yes, and it was a swell affair, too.
Did you get paid for it?
No, it was a benefit, Mary. Naturally, I didn't get any money.
Did you know that ahead of time?
Well, certainly. Certainly I did. Of course.
Well, didn't you even sell magazines on the train?
Oh, quiet. And that reminds me, Mary, I want you to stop kidding me about being cheap. Thanks to you, I had the most embarrassing thing happen at the station in Chicago.
What was it, Jack?
Well, Mary keeps saying I'm cheap so much, people get to believe it. Here's what happened, Don. I got off the train in Chicago carrying 4 heavy grips, and all the red caps just stood there looking at me.
You mean they didn't offer to take your baggage?
No, they just stood there. So I said, well, how about it? Will one of you fellows help me or not? Finally, one little red cap came over and said, I'll take your grips, Mr. Benny.
Uh-huh.
So I said, are you sure you want to? He said, yes, if you can do a benefit, I can. So you see, Mary, you're to blame for the whole thing.
All right, why don't you buy a second-hand gun, 1 bullet, and shoot me?
That's exactly the kind of remark I'm referring to.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you have a good time in Chicago?
You're a little late tonight, aren't you, young man?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Dennis, but I'll have to fine you $10.
Well, the benefit's over.
Mary, that's an old established rule on this program. The last one in gets it. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Well, it's not my fault, Mr. Benny. I was stuck in a phone booth for 10 minutes.
Stuck in a phone booth? What do you mean?
Well, I was talking to my girl over the phone.
Uh-huh.
And when I kissed her goodbye, my lips got caught in the mouthpiece.
My goodness, Dennis, as long as your girl wasn't right there, you didn't have to kiss her with so much feeling.
Well, she says I'm better over the phone than in person.
Well, she ought to know. What a kid.
Say, Jackson, that reminds me. Did you call up that number I gave you in Chicago?
What number?
You know, the one I gave you before you left. Mamie Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a smart trick you pulled on me, Phil. I called her up and her husband answered the phone.
That was Mamie. She talks like a man. What? You ought to hear her sing Asleep in the Deep.
I can imagine. Well, I'm not going to discuss it now, Phil, as we have a long show. Dennis, are you ready for your song?
How can I sing with this mouthpiece on?
You'll sing. You'll sing. Go ahead.
This is some program. Dennis is wearing a mouthpiece, you got tape on your ears, and my slip is showing.
Well, pull it out. Sing, Dennis.
In the night, in the magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Ooh, hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with the dawn. For now you are mine, and my heart will aglow with a power beyond divine. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts
Two Hearts That Pass in the Night, sung by Dennis Day through a mouthpiece which belongs to the Southern California Telephone Company. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, for our feature attraction this evening and our cultural contribution of the season, we have with us tonight four youngsters from one of radio's most popular programs, which comes to you every Wednesday night from Chicago, The Quiz Kids. These children are here tonight to match wits with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, and Phil Harris. And I will be the quizmaster. That is, I will ask the questions.
You're picking out a pretty safe job, ain't you, Jackson?
No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Of course not. I can understand Jack's side of it. He's had much more experience in the quiz kids, and naturally he doesn't want to take advantage of them.
Certainly.
And besides, he's as yellow as a banana.
Oh, I'm yellow, eh? Well, for your information, Mary, a week from next Wednesday, I am going to be quizzed on the Quiz Kids program.
Well, you won't need that tape. They'll pin your ears back.
Oh, quiet. Now, let's see. Where did I put that list of baffling questions?
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Do I have to answer some of the questions, too?
Yes, Dennis, and I'm depending on you to pull the Jello team through to ultimate victory. Do you think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
Good. And now, folks...
Ultimate? What does that mean?
Oh, fine. That's a nice start we're getting, huh?
Don't worry, Jackson. Ask me the tough one. I'll pull it through to ultimate. That's ultimate victory.
Phil? That's ultimate victory. Ultimate is an adjective.
Why not?
Well, I'd call this off right now, but the Quiz Kids came all the way from Chicago. Don, I hope you won't let us down.
I'll do my best, Jack. Of course, it's only fair to tell you that in school I flunked in everything but cooking.
I see.
What's going to happen to us shouldn't happen to Einstein.
You've got something there, Mary. Oh, well, we'll do the best we can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this battle of wits will go on immediately after a short number by Phil Harris. And then we will... Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm very busy right now. You'll have to call me later.
But this is important, boss. Carmichael just came out of hibernation.
Carmichael? Why, that's impossible. That polar bear was supposed to sleep in the basement for 2 more weeks. How did he happen to wake up?
Well, the gas man went downstairs to read the meter, and all of a sudden it sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what happened to the gas man?
I don't know, but I doubt if we get a bill this month.
Now, that's just silly. Rochester, Carmichael wouldn't hurt a fly. He was just playing, that's all.
Yeah, but where's the man?
Stop being so pessimistic. Now, Carmichael's pretty hungry after sleeping all winter, so the first thing you have to do is give him a big dinner.
Well, all we got in the icebox is some roast beef.
All right, put that on a plate and give it to him.
Uh-huh.
But don't let him eat too fast. This is his first meal.
Second meal. Where's the man?
Forget about the gas man. He must have run away. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Rochester. After you feed Carmichael, take him in the bathroom and give him a nice warm bath.
Uh-huh.
Scrub him good, comb his hair, and brush his teeth.
Uh-huh.
And then, after you've done that...
After I've done what?
After you brush his teeth.
I forgot to tell you while I was combing his hair, I fainted.
What?
Threw some brandy on me.
Now, cut that out. And if you're such a baby, I'll take care of the whole thing when I get home. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you really going to have the quiz kids on your program tonight?
Yes, I am.
They're supposed to be pretty smart, ain't they?
They're brilliant. They know everything.
Well, ask them what happened to the gas man.
Will you forget about that? And goodbye. I can't understand why Carmichael got up so early this year. He must have had coffee before going to bed. Play, Phil. I'm sure the gas man got away all right. That was a very short number played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, and quite enough, believe me. Oh, Gerard, are all you children here?
Yes, we are, Mr. Benny.
Good, good. Well, here we go, folks. The Quiz Kids versus the Jello Kids. And may the best team win.
May the better team win.
Oh, yes. Right, better. That's right, just a little mispronounced the word there. All right, I will now call the roll. First, the Quiz Kid, Richard.
I am Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Neat cute. You know, folks, that Richard's a whiz at mathematics. Claude?
I am Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School.
Well, I was a sophomore once. Yes, sir, I was sharp as a tack.
Now you can sit on one and not even feel it.
Quiet. Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Well, she's sweet. You see, Joan knows everything about music.
She does, huh?
Yes.
Fortissimo, kid. Top that.
Keep out of this, Phil. You don't even know what fortissimo means.
Oh, stop, will you? Fortissimo means when you're playing a violin and you pluck on the strings.
That's a cadenza. Isn't it, Joan?
No, Mr. Benny. When you pluck the strings, the musical term is pizzicato.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking of raviola. That's it, Joan.
Oh, brother.
I'll be all right, Joan. Don't worry. Now, who's next? Oh, yes, Gerard.
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old and I go to the Bradwell School.
8 years old, yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Jello Kid, Philip.
I'm Philip Harris, and I attend the Hollywood Recreation Bowling Alley.
Isn't he adorable? What do you specialize in, Philip?
Funny monotones.
We know. And now, Mary. Mary?
I am Mary Livingston. I am 6 years old, and I graduated from the May Company.
Oh, that's a lovely school. What did you learn there, Mary?
If you worn the stockings, madam, you cannot exchange them.
Very good. Isn't she bright? Now, Donald.
I am Don Wilson. I'm 7 years old, and I have 8 chins.
Isn't he a doll? Sit down, Donald, but easy. Now, Dennis.
I am Dennis. Dennis?
Dennis Day. Fine chance we've got. How old are you, Dennis?
I'll be 1 in December.
You'll be 1?
Yes, my mother's raffling me off.
Well, I don't blame her. And now, folks, we will proceed with the Battle of Wits. And I would like to announce that I am personally awarding a prize of $10 to the winning team.
That's fair enough. You'll find out.
Now, our first question this evening comes from Miss Edna West of Evanston, Illinois. Listen carefully, Gerard. A Coleoptera, a Musca domestica, and a Lepidoptera were having a bit of a tete-a-tete on a screen door. Now, if you suddenly appeared with a fly swatter, one of the party would leave quite hastily. Who would it be? The Coleoptera, the Musca domestica, or the Lepidoptera?
Wipe your chin.
Quiet. Now, Gerard, have you the answer?
Yes, sir. The Musca domestica had a reason to leave in a hurry because it was the common housefly. The Coleoptera and the Lepidoptera shouldn't leave in a hurry because the Coleoptera is the beetle, the Lepidoptera is the moth.
Very good, Gerard. That's 1 point for the quiz kid. Now, Dennis, in order to be absolutely fair, I'm going to ask you a question along the same line. Now, listen carefully. What fly would you associate with butter? That's a little tough, so I'll put it this way. Butter is associated with what fly?
The butterfly, of course.
Gerard, I didn't ask you. This question is for the Jello Kid. Dennis, do you know the answer?
No, sir.
Mary Livingston. Mary Livingston.
The butterfly.
Correct. And there's a point for the Jello Kid. Both sides are even. Now, let's see.
Or is it a bumblebee?
The question is over. Now, here's a problem in mathematics sent in by Miss Catherine Johnston of Los Angeles. I think this is in your department, Richard.
I'm ready, Mr. Benny.
Now, listen carefully. 2 men who earn $450 and $150 a month, respectively, decide to build a house and divide the cost in proportion to their incomes. Each of these 2 men has 3 sons who help with the work, but they cannot work full time. Listen carefully. One works every day, the second every other day, the third every third day, and so on. Are you following, Richard?
Yes. Are you?
Don't worry about me, Bub. Now, they all work the first day. Get this carefully. They all work the first day and finish the house the second day that they all work together.
Each guy has 3 kids, huh?
They'll go away, will you? Now, Richard, one joint owner. to pay $1,500 more than the other. How much did the house cost, and how long did it take to build it? Well, Richard, have you figured out the answer yet?
Yes, sir. The house cost $3,000, and it would be 60 days before the house was finished.
Excellent. $3,000 and 60 days is correct.
How do you know?
I trust Richard. Now, Dickie boys, Richard, will you please tell us how you arrived at the 60 days?
Well, you find the prime factors in each number and multiply them the most times they appear in any one group of numbers. So that would be multiplying 1 by 2 by 2 by 3 by 5.
Oh, yeah. If you don't get that prime factor, you're a dead pigeon. No, really. You must prime it up, you know.
If I was Richard, I'd kick you right in the shins.
Quiet. Continue, Richard.
By multiplying these prime factors together, you get the product of 60, which is the least common multiple of these numbers.
Obviously. Very good, Richard. I was afraid you'd miss on that least common multiply. And there's another point for the quiz kids, making the score 2-1. Now, Mary, here's your question.
The answer is 15.
Wait till I ask you. Now, Mary, concentrate. If you had 20 apples and your mother took away 5, how many would you have?
I give up.
You know it's 15. The score is now 2 for the quiz kids and 2 for the Jell-O kids. That was a tough one, Mary, but you came through.
There's something funny going on around here.
Gerard, if you don't think that's fair, I'll ask one of the Jell-O team another question. Donald Wilson.
Yes, sir?
Now listen carefully. If you are on your way to your neighborhood grocer, and his store was 2 miles from your house, and you could make it in 17 minutes by rowing a boat across a river, have you got it so far?
How wide is the river?
350 feet.
I see.
However, on this particular day, there's a strong current carrying you downstream at the rate of 3.6 miles per hour. So it takes you an extra 23 minutes to reach the grocery store. Now, here's the question. What did you buy when you got there?
Jell-O!
Absolutely correct. Now, Don, what flavors of Jell-O would you purchase?
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry.
Yes, go on.
You say there was a strong current downstream?
Yes.
Orange, lemon, and lime.
Very good. Very good. Don, you're a big fat genius. The score is 2-2, and both teams are even.
Wait a minute. I demand a recount.
Dennis, you're on our side.
Oh.
Remember that. Now, Claude.
Yes, sir?
Here's a problem in the field of ichthyology.
Ichthyology? What's that?
How do I know? Now, Claude, name the 5 subclasses of fish in order of their development and give examples of each. Go ahead, Claude.
As far as these differ, but I prefer this setup.
Oh, I do too.
First come the cyclostomata, which are the lamprey eels and hagfishes. Next, we find the elasmobranchii, which are the sharks and rays. After that, we come upon the gainoidii, which are the armored fishes, an example of which is the sturgeon.
Oh, the sturgeon, yes, I have it quite often, the sturgeon. I get it in Lindy's a lot.
Then come the teleostomi, the
tele, yes.
of which 90% of the fish world are composed.
I see.
And last but not least come the dipnoi, which are the lungfishes, of which there are only 5 species living in the world today.
Only 5? I thought there were 6. Wasn't that funny? Very good, Claude. Now, Phil Harris, I'm not playing any favorites, so I'm going to ask you a question on the same subject. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How do you spell fish? Go ahead, fish.
F-I-S-C-H.
That's right, Joe Fish. I know him well. That's 3 points for each side. Both teams are even. Isn't it wonderful how we're running neck and neck?
I'm sorry I know you.
Quiet. And now for the final question, and this is the toughest one of all. Joan Bishop.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
I understand you're an authority in the field of music. That is, you can identify any number played, whether classical or popular. Is that correct?
Well, I think I can.
You can. That's your specialty. Now, Mr. Harris and his orchestra will play a few bars of a musical selection. Now, Joan, I won't tell you whether it's classical or popular, but see if you can identify this melody.
The kid ain't got a chance.
We shall see. Go ahead, Bill. All right, that's enough, boys. All right. All right, Joan, what's the title of that number?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, is it popular or classical?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, you haven't. Well, Joan, would you like to hear that melody again?
I'm afraid that won't help.
Aha! We stumped one of the quiz kids. Here's your chance, Yellow Kid. Phil Harris, what was the name of it?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil!
Never mind. The name of that song is There I Go, and the Jello Kids win 4-3. Congratulations. Tough luck, quiz kid, but you lost fair and square. Play, Phil.
A prominent citizen arrived in town today to be with us for the Easter holidays. He's Mr. Easter Rabbit himself. In interviewing him for this program, we asked Mr. Rabbit, what's the good word? And he replied, the good word, my friends, is Jell-O. And confidentially, you might tell your listeners that a swell dessert for Easter would be a creamy Jell-O parfait. A swell dessert, ladies and gentlemen, and I might add, an easy one to make, too. Simply prepare one package each of strawberry Jell-O and Jell-O's grand vanilla pudding as directed on the boxes. While the Jell-O is chilling, turn the pudding into parfait glasses, filling them about 2/3 full, and then chill. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the pudding and chill until both are firm. The result will be a gloriously creamy, delightfully refreshing dessert. So get a package of strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and blend it with a package of Jell-O vanilla pudding for the best Easter dessert you ever tasted. Creamy Jell-O parfait.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
It's the National Broadcasting Company.
The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamins.
The words armed assault in United States newspapers failed to disturb either the police or the United Nations Security Council this week. Why not?
That certainly disturbs me, but I'm afraid I'll have to give. How about you folks listening in? But hold a minute. Here's some kids I bet know the answer, because they're the Quiz Kids. And here's a man who knows the answer because he has it on his card. Our chief quizzer himself, Joel Kelly.
Thank you, Tom Moore, and hello, everyone. Well, we have a little surprise in store for you today. I can't tell you much about it yet, but I'll give you a hint. You've all heard the saying, all the world loves a lover. Well, it's rumored that we have one in our classroom today. She's an attractive Quiz Kid graduate, and we'll let her speak for herself later on. Right now, we'd better get right down to roll call. Patrick?
I'm Patrick Owen Conklin. I'm 10 years old and in 5th grade at the Fort Dearborn School.
Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 11 years old and in the 7th grade at Lincoln School, Park Ridge, Illinois.
John?
I will be on Monday.
Oh, well, good for you. All right, John.
I'm John Pollock. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at the Trumbull School, Chicago.
Robert?
I'm Robert L. Burns. I'm 7 years old. I'll be in the 4th grade at Jefferson School, Gary, Indiana.
And here's Ruthie back from camp.
I'm Ruthie Duskin. I'm 13 years old, and I'm in the 10th grade at U High.
And Ruthie, congratulations on all those honors you took at camp in swimming, archery, and riding. I'll bet you had a grand time. And now back to that first question from Minoru Toki of Sacramento, California. The words armed assault in United States newspapers failed to disturb either the police or the United Nations Security Council this week. Why not? And Pat's hand was up first.
Well, because armed and assault are both horses, and they won races, I think.
Well, your thinker is working very good, Pat.
The armed came in first, and assault came in second, or something like that. I couldn't tell you, but I know they're both race horses.
Well, you're on the right track, Pat. Let's see, Lonnie.
Well, assault was hurt. I don't think he raced last week.
What are you going to say, Robert?
No, that was right.
Huh?
He didn't race last week because I heard the race.
Oh, you did?
Uh-huh.
Well, you must have been on the wrong track then, because
They didn't race. Lonnie is correct on that. You see, they're the two top racehorses, Armed and Assault, and they were scheduled to meet in a match race on Saturday, August 30th. However, the race had to be canceled because Assault pulled up lame after a workout early in the week. All right, that takes care of question number 1. And Mrs. Archie Clay of San Diego, California, wants you to suppose that leaders in Bible times were given titles similar to those we give government officials today. What biblical characters might have had these titles? I'll try and get 2 out of 3. First title, Egyptian National Relief Administrator. Ruthie?
Well, wouldn't that be Joseph?
That's right.
When he got over the famine in Egypt?
That's right. That's the correct answer. How about Collector of Internal Revenue? Lonnie?
I think that, I'm not sure what his name was, but Joseph and Mary had to go to their home city to be taxed. And while they were there in Bethlehem, Jesus was born. I'm not sure who the king was that ordered it, though.
Well, now let's see if we can help you out on that, Lonnie. We have some other hands up here. John?
Well, Herod was the king, and Matthew was a tax collector before he came one of the disciples.
That's the answer. Matthew. That's correct. How about administrator of the Federal Cosmetics Act? That's the toughie. John?
Well, it might be kind of far-fetched, but Jezebel, when she was, before she was killed, she was always, she got real dressed up, and I talked to her out of the window.
Well, when she was getting dressed up, didn't she painted her face, didn't she? That's right, and that's the answer. Well, you got all 3 of them instead of 2 out of 3. L.L. Reimer of Lewistown, Montana, wants you to listen to these notes on the piano and imagine that the white keys represent white horses and the black keys black horses. Now, none of you children can see the keyboard, can you? No, I'm sure you couldn't. Well, suppose we were leading the horses into the barn in this order. Now, try to call the color as you hear the notes. Here they are. Lonnie?
Black.
Black, and what note is that?
E flat.
E flat. All right, let's go along.
That's B, and that'd be white.
White.
F, white.
Correct.
A flat, white, or black.
Black. That's absolutely right. Now, this gets really hard because our pianist will play 6 notes all at the same time. They represent 6 horses milling around in the barn, and you must tell how many are black and how many are white. Here they are, all 6 notes played together. Robert?
3.
3 what, Robert?
3 apiece.
Oh! You should miss on that, could you? Oh, that was a dandy. Robert, you and I are pals, believe me. Lonnie?
Wasn't it 2 black and 4 white?
That's right. 2 black and 4 white. Lonnie, can you give us the notes?
Well, could you play the chord again?
Yeah, let's have the chord again, Jack.
Well, from top to bottom, it's G flat, D, B flat, G, E, and C.
That's correct. That's fine. Here's the last part of the question. One horse got away. As he ran out of the barn, did he turn to the right or the left? Robert?
Left.
Why do you say that, Robert?
Because probably there was only one way he could go.
Oh. You mean the fence right outside the barn? John?
Oh, I think it'd be right, wouldn't it? Because wasn't that over middle C?
Well, now, was it?
I think it was.
Let's see. Let's check with Lonnie. All right, Lonnie.
Well, there were 6 notes played, and that is the 3rd from the bottom. So so Robert would be right.
Well, no, wait a minute. We just had one single note. See? And the idea is, as he ran out of the barn, did he turn to the right or the left? And this one single note that Jack just played for us is the clue. Let's have it again, Jack. All right, Robert?
Right.
Oh, you've got your guessing cap on now. Lonnie?
Well, the note is G.
The note is G, so...
Well, I think he was in the middle, so he turned right because G is in the middle of right.
Well, wait. John?
Well, I don't know notes, but wasn't that the G above middle C? I don't know anything about notes. I couldn't tell.
What, can you explain that, Lonnie?
Well, that was the G above middle C.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pat, you had your hand up.
Well, I suppose he turned left then.
Huh?
I suppose he turned left then.
Well, I don't think anybody has said that as yet, but that isn't correct. Little Robert had his hand up again. All right, Robert.
Well, then he wouldn't turn either way.
Well, I'll tell you, I think we're going to have to call a miss on this. You got the note all right, but G, when you're driving a horse, you say G to the horse. Which way does he turn? What way does he turn? He turns to the right. That's when a farmer calls G to his horse. It means to turn right. See? So that's a miss, and that means that L.L. Reimer of Lewistown, Montana, gets one of the big $250 Zenith radio phonograph combinations for sending that stumper in. And now then, let's see here. The next question is yours, Tom Moore.
When a busy, nerve-wracking day leaves you with a miserable, nervous headache, you want relief. And you want relief as fast as you can get it. You want Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you have a headache, take an Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer means fast relief because its pain-relieving ingredient is already in solution when you drink it. Make no mistake about it, there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to bring you fast relief from a headache. And you'll always keep it handy once you're Alka-Seltzer wise.
Thank you, Tom. Now, kids, here we go with some more questions. There's no need to remind you children that school time is here again. J.B. Anderson of Baltimore, Maryland, points out that some teachers seat their children alphabetically, while others let the pupils choose their own desks. If your teacher gave you your choice, what seat in the room would you choose as the best from all angles, and why? John?
Well, I'd take the last seat in the last row, and then she couldn't watch what I was doing.
Lonnie?
Well, I think it's better to be near the windows. I think I'd take the last seat in the row nearest the windows.
Why do you
I don't
want...
know. It gives you better light for when you're writing.
That's true. Now you can see what's going on outside, too. Yes, Pat?
Well, I think I have the second seat in the third row now, and I like to be in the middle of the room so I can see what's going on. And there's a small boy in front of me, so I don't have to worry much about seeing things. I like it very well myself. I've been practically all over the room.
Oh, you have? In other words, you cover a lot of schoolroom territory. Ruthie?
I think that where I sat would all depend on where certain other people sat. I mean, and also...
Oh, I see. Tell us more, Ruthie.
I would probably have a preference for the 13th seat in the room because 13 is my lucky number. It's my birthday.
Well, good for you. John, did you...
Well, I said I want to sit in the last seat in the last row, but she usually sticks me up in front where she can watch me.
Well, she's reading your mind. And Robert?
I like to have the first seat because in the whole classroom, because I'd be the smartest.
Well, sounds plausible. Yes. And Lonnie?
Well, I'd really like to be in the seat at the teacher's desk.
Oh, you would? Well, Well, I guess we know where we're going to sit now, or if we can have our choice. A baseball fan, Paul C. Duncan of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, noticed that some well-known airfields across the country have the same names as his favorite baseball players. What field bears the name of a Chicago Cubs third baseman? Lonnie?
Well, Lowry Field.
And where is it located?
I think it's Kansas, isn't it?
No. No, of course, that isn't part of the question. I thought I'd ask you to see if you knew where it was located. Lowry Field is correct. Robert, you had your hand up. What were you going to say, son?
Well, is that in Chicago?
No. John?
Well, I don't know what to say about the field, but Lowry doesn't always play third base.
Well, not always, but you see, we had to use that name, see, to put this question over. Lowry, what's his first name, Lonnie?
Harry,
Huh?
or better known as Peanuts.
Peanuts Lowry, yes. Well, Lowry Field is located in Denver, Colorado. How about the Boston Red Sox left fielder? Robert?
That would be, wait. Is that in the American League or the National League?
Well, now, don't you get too technical now. The Boston Red Sox left fielder, that's all I'm going to say. All right, Robert.
Ted Williams. And, it would be Williams Field. And,
Williams Field is right. And do you know where it's located?
Wouldn't that be in Chicago?
No. It's, John, do you know where it is?
No, I just want to say the Red Sox in the American League.
Oh, I see. Well, Williams Field is located in Chandler, Arizona. Now, here's the last part of the question. The right fielder for the Chicago White Sox. Robert?
Kathy Wright, and that's right field here in Chicago.
No. We've got to spread these fields out over the country, see? Right field is in Dayton, Ohio, Robert. Yeah. But you were right in the answer you gave me. Now, we have two hands left up here. Ruthie?
Well, I always thought that right field was in the baseball diamond.
Oh, Ruthie. Oh. That was very, very good, Ruthie. Now, 2 out of 3 on this question from Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She says that today's change to longer skirts would never have bothered certain operatic heroines and wants you to tell why this is true of the following. And the first heroine is Leonore in Fidelio. Leonore in Fidelio. Ruthie?
Because she disguised herself as a man, Fidelio, so it wouldn't have affected her at all.
That's right. That's correct. And how about Mimi in La Boheme? Pat?
Well, she was a dressmaker,
So?
so she wouldn't have to worry about it.
That's right. She could make them short or long. Mm-hmm. And how about Marion Dell in Der Rosenkavalier? Marion Dell. What about that one? You give up on that one? Well, she is actually the page boy, Octavian, who is disguised in feminine attire while posing as a maid. Well, I'm sorry, but that's a miss, kids. No, wait a minute. It isn't a miss. We asked for 2 out of 3, and you gave me 2, and I gave you the third one, so it is not a miss. Now, this question from Mrs. Elsa Tatch of San Antonio, Texas. It is now more than a year since the atom bomb was tested at Bikini Atoll. If someone were to tell you that this test was a failure because only about 14% of the ships were sunk, what facts could you now present to show that the test was extremely successful? John?
Well, in the first test and in the second test, the ships were all poisoned by radioactivity, and so they, even if the ships weren't actually damaged themselves, when they got back in the port, there'd be a whole crew of dead men in them.
That's right. That's very, very right. Huh? And Lonnie?
Well, didn't they test on some animals? Some goats, I think?
Yes.
Well, the goats died, didn't they, soon afterwards?
Well, let's
From
check with some
radioactive
of the other hands here. Pat, how about that?
Well, only 14% of the ships were sunk, but most of them were badly damaged and could never be used again.
Well, that's possibly true to some extent. John?
Well, in the goats, most of them, when they performed an autopsy on them and took them apart and see what was the matter, they found that the blood vessels in the body had expanded to such an extent that they had ruptured and split blood in all the tissues and muscles.
That's right. And speaking of the ships, Even now, a year later, some of them are still so radioactive that men can remain aboard for only 8 hours at a time. And now, friends, we overhear Tom Moore in a little tete-a-tete with a cute little radio actress.
Why, Sally Mae, what goes today? You're looking not so gay. Did love depart and break your heart? What's the matter, eh?
Oh, Tom, I'm low. I'm full of woe because I was unwise. Today I learned my stomach is much smaller than my eyes. At noon I take some chocolate cake. At 2, some berry pie. And now I fret. I'm all upset. A sorry gal am I. In an hour or so I have a radio show, but they'll have to call a new girl. I just wouldn't dare to go on the air while my midriff is all in a whirl.
Now, Sally Mae, you mean to say a clever girl like you, when unwise eating brings distress, you don't know what to do?
Oh, of course I knew as well as you that Alka-Seltzer's fine when acid indigestion brings discomfort such as mine. Believe me, chum, I wish for some. I'd take it if I could, but the Alka-Seltzer I don't have can't do me any good.
Why, Sally Mae, you've heard me say 1,000 times or more it's time to buy a new supply when tablets get to 4.
No, Tom, don't preach. Just kindly reach in your jacket pocket. Donate some Alka-Seltzer, friend. I know you always stock it.
Ah, this is a touch, but I enjoy such. It's a chance to contribute relief. And I'm giving advice at no extra price to save you from similar grief.
Now, Tom, I'm confessing I've learned me a lesson. You can spare me the rest of your speech. I'll stop at the store and I'll buy some more, and I'll keep Alka-Seltzer in reach.
I was going to say, when you got them away, that here's the smart way to do. When you stop at that store for to buy you some more, instead of 1 package, buy 2. Keep 1 in your home and take 1 when you roam. Then you'll never be in such a fix. When a radio show gives a chance to make dough, you won't have to give it the nix.
Oh, Tom, you amuse me. But would you excuse me? Alka-Seltzer has work to do now. And please let me know what you think of my show. I'm positive I'll be a wow. So long, Tom, and thanks.
That's what I like about radio people. They're so modest. Well, where were you, Joe? Oh, yes, we're up to the next question.
Right you are, Tom. And here we go with it. Mrs. W.A. Gores of Mentor, Ohio, sent in a singing question, and we have brought back a Quiz Kid graduate to sing the song for you children. She is a very appropriate young lady for this purpose, too, because the question is about household duties, and just this week she formally announced her engagement. I'm proud to present one of our original Quiz Kids, lovely Cynthia Cline. Cynthia, what's the name of this lucky fellow?
His name is Henry Kerm.
Uh-huh. Where did you meet him?
Well, we both were studying for our master's degrees at Northwestern University, and we met there.
I see. Well, what's he interested in, Cynthia? Besides you, that is.
He's going to be a chemist, and a good one, too. During the war, he worked on the atom bomb at Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Well, what do you know? Say, Henry is quite a guy, isn't he? When do you think you'll get married, Cynthia?
Just as early in the spring as we can possibly make it.
Well, that sounds mighty fine. You know, don't you, that you make me feel awfully old. I remember when you original Quiz Kids were just little tykes, and now when I realize that most of you are 21 and 22, well, you know, it was only a few days ago that Margaret Merrick was married, and you're the 6th, Cynthia. Oh, me. Well, I'll tell you, let's get back to that question about household duties, and I trust that you will be doing them soon, Cynthia. So let's hear you sing about them while the kids try to figure out what duties the titles suggest. Here's the first one.
Sometimes I wonder why I spend a lonely night dreaming of a song, a melody haunts my reverie.
Lonnie?
Well, that piece is stardust.
Yeah.
So that would be dusting everything.
That's right, dusting. Uh-huh. That's correct. Let's listen to the next.
Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go.
Pat?
Well, that's wishing will make it so, and sew. You have to sew.
Sewing, uh-huh. Robert, I noticed you had your hand up, son. What were you going to say?
I didn't know what I was going to say, but
I just thought of something I didn't think was right, so I'm glad you didn't call him.
Well, that's a good boy. If you think of something that isn't nice, don't you say it. Now, Cynthia will sing this last classic number in French, but even if you don't know French, you may possibly, just possibly, recognize the melody.
Beau savant, flûte savant avec beau savant. Beau savant, flûte savant avec beau savant.
Pat?
Well, I have super suds, so they'd be washing.
Yes, it was. Well, thanks again, Cynthia, for being our guest, and every one of us wishes you the best of everything in your married life. Miss Louise Paul of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, has a rather unique geography question for you kids. She wants you to take the initial letter of a capital city and the initial letter of the river on which it is located, insert one letter between the two letters, and form a word. For example, London is on the Thames, and by inserting a letter between the L and the T, you could form mostly the word lot, or let, or lit, and so on. Now, what word can you form if you take the capital of Italy and the river on which it is located? Pat?
Well, the capital was Rome.
Rome, right.
Let's see. I know that
the river. The name of the river.
Anyway.
Well, you've got to give me the name of the river now so we can get that letter in between the two. Lonnie?
Is it the Paul River?
No. John?
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, you were going to say the same as Lonnie. Robert?
Well, I don't know the river, but I may know.
It isn't in Chicago now, Robert.
I may not know the river, but I may know the letters.
Well, you do. Well, if
I don't know.
Well, all right. What are the letters then?
Well, it would be R, then I, T.
All right, T. Well, that's right, Robert. Now, how did you arrive at that? That's what I want to know. Because the name of the river does start with T. What is it? How about the rest of you kids? Ruthie?
It isn't the Thames, is it?
No, honey. No, it's the Thames. I mentioned that a while ago. Pat?
Well, I don't know the river, but there could be rats and rocks. You could.
Well, Rome is the capital, and the river is the Tiber. So, Robert gave us a very unusual answer there. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to call it a miss. But let's go along. The next one, the capital of Egypt. Lonnie?
Well, the capital of Egypt is Cairo, and it's on the Nile, so that'd be C-blank-N, Can.
Can? Uh-huh.
Or Con.
Con, C-O-N. And how about the capital of Hungary? Pat?
Budapest, that's B.
Yes.
And,
the river?
That's not the River Pole, is it?
No. Robert?
Well, this may be the words again. Cairo, isn't that spelled with a K?
No. We're talking about the capital of Hungary now, which is Budapest, and it's on the, what river?
Well,
all right, Robert.
Well, I don't know the river, but these are the words, I think. B-I-T.
No. You're overworking that T. Lonnie?
Well, isn't Budapest on the Budapest River?
No. Budapest is on the Danube, so that would be B-A-D, which you kids did on this question. And that means that another one of the big $250 Zenith radio phonograph combination goes to Miss Louise Paul of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Well, that's the bell quiz, kids. That means that school's over for another week. Now, why don't you children just sit back and take it easy while the judges go to work and add up your scores to see who comes back next week. Of course, all 5 of you, win or lose, get $100 savings bonds from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help you with your future education. And now I know our listeners would like to learn how they can win a radio, so Tom Moore, it's up to you to tell them.
Have you been thinking all summer about sending in a question to the quiz kids and you just didn't get around to it? Well, why don't you do it now and try to win one of those wonderful Zenith radios? Either the sporty Zenith portable transoceanic model in the good-looking luggage case or the wonderful cabinet model $250 phonograph radio combination with 2 FM bands, silent automatic record changer, and the new Cobra tone arm. You know, you won't have an excuse much longer. Summer's practically gone. Cool weather's just around the corner, so now's the time to do something about that radio. Either radio is well worth winning, so send that question to Quiz Kids, Chicago, right away. Now I see the judges have given you the report cards, teacher, so let's see how well our quiz kids did today.
Well, you kids missed 2 questions. Lonnie was first, Pat second, John third. You 3 will be back in school next Sunday, along with Mike Mullen, age 9, and Sandra Vegas, age 8. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids class until this same time next week. Goodbye, kids.
Goodbye, Mr. Kelly.
Boy, am I hungry. What's for dinner, Aunt Mandy?
I've got everything you like steak, mashed potatoes, peas, buttered rolls, pie, a la mode, and coffee. Ain't that scrumptious?
Sounds mighty good, but put that one-a-day vitamin bottle on the table. Yes, too often meals we like to eat are short on vitamins. Lack of vitamins in your food causes you to feel tired and run down. But here's how you can be sure of your vitamins.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Lack of vitamins can make you nervous and irritable.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
At your drugstore, look for the figure 1 on the blue package.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday on most of these NBC stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Only 5 more days before the big Labor Day weekend. Buy that extra package of Alka-Seltzer now and take it with you wherever you go. The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and one-a-day brand vitamins.
If all our presidents up to the year 1896 stood in line, from what city to what city would the line extend?
That is the first question the Quiz Kids are up against in our classroom today. If you folks listening in want to beat them to the answer to that toughie, you'll have to hurry, because here they are, the Quiz Kids! And where there are quiz kids, you can just bet you'll find that jolly gentleman, our chief quizzer himself, Joel Kelly.
Thank you, Tom Moore, and hello, everyone. As always, there's lots of fun in store for us in our classroom today, so let's get right down to roll call. Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 11 years old and in the 7th grade at the Lincoln School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Owen Conlon. I am 10 years old and in the 5th grade at the Fort Dearborn School.
Remy?
I'm Minnie Templeton. I'm 12 years old and in 8th grade at the Kenwood School in Chicago.
You know, I expected to call Ruthie Duskin's name next, but when I announced her last week, I didn't know Ruthie was attending a girls' camp up in the North Woods, so she's asked a good friend of hers to substitute for her. Naomi?
I'm Naomi Cooks. I'm 9 years old and in the 5th grade at the Grover Cleveland School, Chicago.
John?
I'm John Pollock. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at the Trumbull School, Chicago.
John just got back yesterday from Boy Scout camp and is looking all tanned and healthy. Well, now that we have the camping situation taken care of, let's get back to that first question. It was from Ward V. Ellison of Muncie, Indiana. If all our presidents up to the year 1896 stood side by side in line, what or from what city to what city would the line extend? Let's see. Lonnie?
Well, from Washington to Cleveland.
From Washington to Cleveland is right. That's
correct. Washington was the first president, and Cleveland served his first term from 1885 to 1889, and after 4 years of office came back to the presidency again and served his second term from 1893 to 1897. Well, there was no stopping the kids on that one, so that means Ward Ellison of Muncie, Indiana, will receive one of those extra special Zenith portable radios from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. But if you kids had missed the question, he would have received that prize package containing the big $250 Zenith radio phonograph combination instead of the portable. Arden M. Wilson of Ajo, Arizona, points out that Shakespeare had favorite names for characters and used them over and over. What name did he give to all three of these characters? The twin brother of a girl in one play, a traitorous brother of a king in another play, a girl while disguised as a page in a third play. Pat?
Sebastian.
Sebastian, that's correct. What is this next name? A merchant in one play, a sea captain in another play, an ambitious duke in a third play. Pat?
Antonio.
Antonio. Now, this is the name of a female character who was the daughter of a French king in one play, lady attendant on a princess in another play, the wife of an English king in another play. Pat?
Elizabeth.
No. Rennie?
Catherine.
Catherine, that is absolutely right. Mm-hmm. Well, say, we're just scooting right along here, aren't we? Here's our next question. Stoutly denying that the recent Hughes investigation influenced her one way or the other, Mrs. Floyd B. Gustafson of Rockford, Illinois, proposes a new method of selecting the chairman of Senate investigating committees. Her suggestion is that they be picked according to the meaning of their names. For example, a committee to investigate the major leagues might be headed by Senator whom? Rennie?
Ball.
Ball, that's the idea. All right, now what senator would you name to head a committee to study the telegraph system? What senator, Pat?
Morse.
Morse.
From,
Senator Wayne Morse
of Oregon.
Oregon, that's right. And what senator would you name to head a committee to study the bottling industry? The bottling industry. What senator? Lonnie?
Well, I'm not sure. Is there glass? I don't think...
No, not anymore, Lonnie. Rennie?
I was just going to say that it could be the late Senator Glass, but Lonnie said that.
Well, let's see if we can think of someone else. A senator's name. John?
Well, it's kind of far-fetched, but there's a drink, and there's also, it's put in a bottle, Pepper of Florida.
That's right, Senator Claude Pepper of Florida. That's very, very good. All right, a committee to study poultry conditions. What senator? By name. A committee to, Naomi?
Senator Hatch.
Senator Carly Hatch of New Mexico. All right, now you quiz kids can catch your breath while Tom Moore uses up a little of his.
You know, folks, when our quiz kids' mothers meet other mothers, the subject of the conversation is, as you might expect, children. What books they should read, the best way to discipline them, and so on. Well, every mother has her own ideas on that last subject, to spank or not to spank, but there's one rule they all agree on. Never lose your temper with children. Now, I know it's not easy to keep your patience when a headache is nagging at your disposition, and that's exactly when wise mothers let Alka-Seltzer lend them a helping hand, because Alka-Seltzer offers amazingly fast relief from headaches. The next time you have a headache, take an Alka-Seltzer. Glance at the clock and see for yourself how quickly Alka-Seltzer can ease up your distress and help you feel like your own cheerful self again. Remember now, mothers, when a headache brings you grief, try Alka-Seltzer for relief.
All right, thank you, Tom. Here we go, kids, with more questions. Dr. Willard Brooks of Prairie Grove, Arkansas, has the perfect hot weather question for you. In a closed room that measures 12 by 12 by 10 feet, the temperature is 97 degrees. A 10-inch fan is kept going for 8 hours. How much would the fan lower the temperature of the room? Now, there's a dandy. How much would the fan lower the temperature of the room? John?
Well, it wouldn't lower it any because it's a closed room.
That's right. It would not lower the room temperature at all. Now, let's
thought your little brains were really working on that one. Of course, you'd feel cooler if the fan were blowing directly on you. Why would that be? John?
Well, because you're sweating it, it'll cool your face because the sweat's coming.
Well, that's the general idea. The fan increases the evaporation rate of your perspiration and lowers the skin temperature. Yvonne Howard of Bedford, Indiana, has written 2 original rhymes about beautiful women in the Bible. She wants you to recognize these biblical beauties from their descriptions. Here's the first one. Sweet poetess and prophetess, more gifted than another, her greatest claim to fame was she saved her baby brother. Pat?
Oh, let's see, her baby brother.
She saved her baby brother.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Naomi?
Mary and Moses' brother.
What'd you say?
Moses' brother.
You mean his,
Oh, Moses' sister.
That's right. Uh-huh. Miriam saved her brother Moses. Now, here's the next one. See if you can get this. The glories of Hadassah, 10,000 thousands sing. When young and very beautiful, she stood before a king. Rennie.
That would be Esther.
Queen Esther. That's absolutely right. Uh-huh. Now, the next question comes from our special guest today, the Administrative Director of the Associated Women of the American Farm Bureau Federation, representing over 1,500,000 farm women, Mrs. Charles W. Sewell. Well, Mrs. Sewell, I'll let you take over my role as quizmaster for a moment, so you just go ahead and ask your own question.
All right, Mr. Kelly. Quiz kids, I know that all 5 of you live in the city. But let's imagine that you're moving to the farm. What are some of the things that you would like to do on a farm that you can't do in the city? Naomi, what would you like to do?
Play in a haystack.
Play in a haystack. That's lots of fun. Pat, what would you like to
I'd
do?
like to ride a horse.
You'd like to ride a horse. There aren't many horses left out there, but maybe we could find you one. Lonnie, what would you like?
Well, I agree with Pat, but I'd also be glad for the lot of space that I could run around and play in.
Oh, I like that answer. Rennie, what would you like to do?
Well, although I live in the city now, I used to spend some time on my uncle's farm, the Niagara Fruit Belt. We had a lot of fun. We'd go down to the orchards, and sometimes we'd help. We could pick fruit, and we'd also, as Lonnie said, run around a lot. You could just let yourself loose.
That's right. There's lots of room for the children. How about it with you, John? What would you enjoy?
Well, I hear they eat pretty good on the farm, and boy, I like to eat.
Well, I think that's fine, and I'm sure there's a great deal of relationship between what the boys and girls are doing on the farm to help make it possible for you boys and girls in the city to eat, and I know we'd like to have you come down to the farm.
Well, that was a dandy question, Mrs. Sewell. We're all looking forward to the report on radio programs that you're going to give us a little bit later on. In the meantime, kids, here's your next question from Joanne Hembry of Leon, Iowa, and it's about a regular 9-inning baseball game. If the home team scored 2 runs in each inning and the visiting team made 1 run in each inning, what was the score when the game ended? John?
17-9.
I'm sorry. No. Lonnie?
Well, how many innings were played? A full 9-inning game?
Well, it's about a regular 9-inning baseball game, Lonnie. All right.
Yeah, well, the home team would only bat in 8 innings, so 2 times 8 is 16, and the visiting team would bat in 9, so the score would be 16-9.
16-9 in favor of the home team. That is correct. Now, if the winning pitcher was George Munger, where was the game played? John?
In St. Louis.
St. Louis, at what park?
At,
All right.
For the Cardinals are.
The Cardinals? And Munger is a pitcher for the Cardinals, isn't it? At Sportsman's Park in St. Louis, John. Huh? Captain Salty Malance from down in Miami, Florida, knows that you kids all have very definite ideas on what constitutes a good father. He says that there are lots of good papas in the kingdom under the sea, too, and wants you to tell why these fish make good fathers. First one is the seahorse. John?
The female seahorse lays her eggs in a pouch on the stomach of the male seahorse, and he carries her around till they hatch.
That's very, very good. Mm-hmm. That's right. How about the black bass? John?
Well, the black bass, first it scoops a hole that makes a nest by itself in a sandy bottom, and then after the females laid the eggs, it guards over the eggs all the time, and it keeps fanning water on them, fresh water, and then when they hatch, it keeps guard over them until they're fully grown. They'll take care of themselves.
Well, that's fine, Johnny. That's just dandy. And the catfish. All right, John?
Well, the catfish, it builds its nest under old logs and rocks, someplace it's sheltered. And when they both build a nest, and after the female lays the eggs, the catfish, male catfish, guards them and fans them. And it's like the black bass, it guards them after they've hatched, and if one gets away, it carries it in its mouth. But there's a marine catfish that it carries all the eggs around its mouth until they've hatched, and it doesn't eat for about 2 months.
That's right. Well, that's the one we were talking about, the marine catfish. Well, you certainly know your fish, John. The plots of most operas follow along the same lines. You have characters who are either very, very good, or when they are bad, they are horrid. Margaret Watrous of Hamden, Connecticut, wonders into which class, good or horrid, you would put the following operatic characters. The first one is Sparafucilla. Pat?
Well, you put him in the bad class because he was the assassin that killed Jill, the daughter of Rigoletto, in Giuseppe's Verdi's opera, Rigoletto.
Right you are. Right you are. And the next character is Micaela. Pat?
You put her in the good class because she was in love with Don Jose in the opera Carmen by Bizet.
Did she finally win him, or?
No, she didn't.
She lost him?
Yeah. No?
She lost him to whom?
Well, she didn't lose him because I don't think she ever had him, but...
What you have got, you can't lose. Is that right? Really?
Well, I think that what Pat said is true in one sense, but she actually didn't lose him to anybody. But he fell in love with Carmen, but he finally killed her. So I wouldn't say that she lost him to anybody.
Well, that's beside the point. I just want to check up on different things with you kids. The next character is Lord Henry Ashton. Pat?
Well, you put him in the bad class.
Why?
Because he tried to force his sister Lucia to marry Sir Arthur Bucklaw, a rich nobleman, when she didn't love him at all. She loved Sir Edgar. And that was in Lucia de Lammermoor by Donizetti.
That's right, Betty. That's right. I like this question from Mrs. James Cline of Pueblo, Colorado. What magic came about when these rhymes in children's stories were repeated? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And all the hands go up practically at the same time. Oh, who said that? Now I'm going to ask all of you kids.
The magic.
The Queen. Snow White and Seven Dwarfs.
Snow White, that's right. And the next one is Flounder, Flounder, in the sea, prithee hearken unto me. Lonnie?
Well, that was in The Fisherman and His Wife, and the fisherman saved this flounder and threw him back into the sea when he had caught him, and the flounder granted any wish that he asked of him. His wife asked him to go to the sea and ask the flounder for the wishes, and they were granted.
That's very good, Lonnie. And here's the next one, Little Goat. If you are able, please bring out my little table. Rennie?
Well, that was in One-Eye, Two-Eye, and Three-Eye. And the two-eyed girl was prosecuted by her mother and sisters because she had 2 eyes, and they had, I think they had 1, 3, and 4 eyes. But and so she wasn't fed very well, so she went out and cared for the goat. And he would, when she said that, he would produce a little table full of food, and she got her good food that way.
It's a cute story, wasn't it? Huh? You betcha. Is this John?
Well, I think the sisters finally killed the goat, and she planted its heart, and a tree grew up, and she got magic fruit from it.
Well, possibly you're right on that. I didn't have all that on my card, John, and but could be. Rennie?
Well, that is true. And what finally came of the tree was that the sisters couldn't get fruit down from the tree because they were in the wicked class, I guess you'd say. But the two-eye could get it down, and the prince came riding by, and he wanted some fruit, and she got it down, so they got married and lived happily ever after. And incidentally, the tree magically grew up outside her window in the palace after that.
Well, you see, John, that was right what you said a while ago. And, we're awfully glad you're here today, Rennie. Thank you very much. Here's a question from M. Hall of Atlanta, Georgia. If Abraham Lincoln, when he was president, had wanted to call a meeting of the rulers of Great Britain and France, who would have been there? Rennie?
Well, I think that Queen Victoria would have come
Queen
from England.
Victoria of England would...
But France, I'm not sure who came.
And how about the rest of your children? Can you give me... Pat?
Would it be Louis the 18th?
No. It was... you give up on this one? Well, it would have been Emperor Napoleon III, the nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte. Well, I'm afraid that one was a little bit too tough for you, quiz kids. So Alka-Seltzer gives away a big $250 Zenith radio phonograph combination to M. Hall of Atlanta, Georgia, for stumping you with that question. Now, before our next question, let's put Tom Moore to work again.
Well, I suppose you folks are counting the days now, just 5 of them, till that nice, long Labor Day weekend begins.
Oh, my goodness. Is that next weekend, Mr. Moore? I have 1,000 things to do between now and then because we're driving the children up to the North Woods and their daddy's going to teach them how to fish.
That sounds like a good deal.
And I have to buy them new denim pants and some antiseptic for those inevitable little cuts and scratches and check our first aid list.
Well, you'd better make a list, Mrs. Gilbert, and don't forget to write Alka-Seltzer on that list either, to be ready for that nervous headache that Dad usually gets after he's been driving all day. He'll want Alka-Seltzer's fast relief if that happens.
You are certainly right, Mr. M. And I also know what hasty, unbalanced meals we usually grab en route and what they do to my digestion. Believe you me, Alka-Seltzer's going along with us on this trip.
Sure, take Alka-Seltzer along because there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to bring you fast relief from nervous headaches or acid indigestion. Remember, folks, you have only 5 more days to buy your extra package of Alka-Seltzer for the Labor Day weekend. Wherever you go and whatever you do, be sure Alka-Seltzer goes traveling with you.
An extra package in your grip protects your fun on any trip.
An extra package in your car. Then when you need it, there you are.
Well, children, at the suggestion of Joseph F. Harris of Hartford, Connecticut, our organist, Howard Peterson, will now play 3 songs. You are to name the recent news event which each song brings to mind. Here's the first one. Lonnie?
Well, that's the Song of India.
The Song of India, so?
Well, I suppose it would be the separation of India into 2 different countries.
Well, yes, in a way. Let's see if we can clear that up a little bit. Rennie?
Well, that would be the India winning her independence from the British Empire.
That's right.
As Lonnie said, it is divided into 2 parts.
Yes.
But India is, I think, what it is in this part. Well, Pakistan wouldn't be in the song.
Well, that's quite true. India's new independence really had to do with that particular song. Now let's see if we can get the next one. Lonnie?
He's a jolly good fellow.
Well, that's true, but there are 2 other names to that particular tune. Pat?
Would that be The Bear Went Over the Mountain?
The Bear Went Over the Mountain?
And that might be the Bear All-Star football game.
That's just what it had to do with. Yes, there is. What was the score, Pat?
16-0.
16-0, and whose favor?
All-Stars.
All-Stars, yeah. Well, I just wanted to see if you knew. And here's the last one. Pat?
There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
So?
Oh, that might be the heat wave.
Yes, that's what it is. Yes, sir. H.E. Lockwood of Detroit, Michigan, discovered that he had a Canadian $5 bill in his wallet. At the current rate of exchange, a Canadian dollar is worth 92 cents in our money. Well, Mr. Lockwood wonders how many ice cream sodas that Canadian $5 bill would buy if the sodas were being sold at the bargain rate of 2 for 23 cents. Now, you don't have Joel in class today to help with the arithmetic, but you'd better get the right answer to that little problem, because if you do, Mr. Lockwood instructed me to get you the sodas. So, let's get down to brass tacks on this now. Rennie?
I haven't yet. I started to say, is he buying those in Canada or in the United States?
Well, in the United States. All right, Lonnie?
Well, 2 for 23 cents. That'd mean you could only buy 1 for 12 cents. But you could buy sets of 2 up until, let's see, 2 times 23 is 46, and 23 is 69, and I think that's as far as 92 cents.
Well, 92 cents is the exchange rate. At the current rate of exchange, a Canadian dollar is worth 92 cents in American money. And this is a $5 bill, a $5 Canadian bill. All right, Lonnie.
Well, I think you could buy 8 and have 10 cents left over.
Oh, no. No? John?
Well, you could buy 8 into the 92 cents, but then I guess you're not so good in arithmetic, so somebody else better figure it out.
Yeah, it gets into arithmetic, but not too difficult. Rennie?
Well, at that, you'd have 5 times 8, which would give you 40. But, let's see now, you have 10 cents left over each time, so that'll give you 50 cents.
Go ahead.
So that, you have, I'll give you 50 cents, and you can get 2 for 50 cents, which makes it...
No, I'm afraid you're off track now.
4. You can get 4 for 50 cents and have 7 cents left over.
No, I'm sorry. Our time is up.
You'll have 44.
No, that's wrong. The answer is 40 sodas. That's the correct answer, 40 sodas. But then it's too hot to be arguing about arithmetic and all this and that. So I'll tell you what. The sodas are on their way up here right now. Yes, sir. I already have sent 8 NBC page boys with Mr. Lockwood's Canadian $5 bill out to get them, and I shouldn't be surprised if they were on their way up in the elevator this minute. They're sure to be here before we go off the air, so kids, please don't go away as if you would. And that means that you're going to get the sodas, and H.E. Lockwood of Detroit, Michigan, gets one of the big super-duper Zenith $250 radio phonograph combinations. Well, that's the bell there. And while we're waiting for the sodas, and while our judges are adding up the scores to see which of you kids will be back next week, it's my pleasure again to present Mrs. Charles W. Sewell of the American Farm Bureau Federation, who will report on a radio survey being conducted among 1,500,000 farm women. Mrs. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Farm women are taking a keen interest in the kind of radio programs their families are offered, and the kind of radio programs they like. I think you'll be interested in a survey I made last week among representatives of 16 states. And this shows that modern farmers are educated, cultured men and women, American citizens first and farmers second. And as such, they resent inferences on the radio that farmers are a rude, uneducated group with no appreciation for the finer things and higher standards of living. They appreciate good music, but not sweet old hillbilly music. They like good, clean humor, but not coarse jokes. They're most critical, Mr. Kelly, of the by heck and by gosh type of program. Incidentally, discussions and forums and quiz programs hold a high place in their esteem. Many of our state organizations are now conducting polls on children's programs. The first poll completed was that conducted by the women of the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, representing 56,000 Ohio farm families. I'm sure you and the children will be pleased to know that at the very top of that list was the Quiz Kids program, and that it led its nearest competitor by 48%. Mr. Kelly, I think congratulations are in order for you, the children, and your sponsors.
Thank you, Mrs. Sewell. It was a pleasure to have you in our classroom today, and it is certainly gratifying to us to know that the women of the Farm Bureau Federation rate the Quiz Kids program so highly. And now for the judge's decision. Wonder where those sodas are. As a class, you missed 2 questions. Pat was first, John second, and Lonnie third. So that means you 3 will be back in school next Sunday along with Ruthie Duskin, age 13, and Bobby Burns, age 7. And here come the sodas, all 40 of them for the Quiz Kids and for the little kids in our studio audience. Come on up and get them. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Mr. Kelly.
Boy, am I hungry. How's the food coming, Aunt Mandy?
It's on the table now, and I've got a good hot weather meal. I got chicken salad, sliced tomatoes, potato salad, deviled eggs, pickles, and iced coffee. Ain't that scrumptious?
Sounds swell, but put that one-a-day vitamin bottle on the table. Too often meals that we like to eat are short on vitamins. Lack of vitamins in your food can cause you to feel nervous, irritable, and under par. But here's how you can be sure of your vitamins.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Lack of vitamins can make you feel tired and dragged out.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
At your drugstore, look for the figure 1 on the blue package.
Take one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsule every day.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday over most of these NBC stations. This is Tom Moore speaking.
Answers. Well, anyway, to a few of the answers, you start even Stephen because they never hear the questions until you hear them on the broadcast. And now here's our schoolmaster, the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and good evening, everybody. As our special guest this evening, we are honored to have with us Miss Inga Mansky, lyric soprano of the Chicago Civic Opera Company. We'll have her help in our musical questions later on. Right now, class begins with roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 14 years old and sophomore at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Tommy?
I'm Tommy Franklin. I'm 12 years old and in the 6th grade at the Bobian School.
Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the South Shore High School.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick O'Connor. I'm 7 years old, and I'm in 2nd grade at the 4th year of school.
Well, good for you, Patrick. And last but not least, Maureen.
I'm Maureen Buckley. I'm 10 years old and in the 7th grade at Resurrection School.
Folks, National Education Week starts tomorrow, and parents all over the country are being urged to visit their schools. We're going to invite the Quiz Kids' parents to visit our classroom next Sunday. And more than that, we're going to put them right on the spot and see how they are at answering questions. Yes, sir, we'll ask them to trade places with their own children for the last half of next week's program. Of course, just who the parents will be depends on which 3 of you 5 children win tonight. So, on your toes for the first question, because here it is. Virginia Connolly, an officer now stationed at San Francisco, wears black stockings. What branch of the service is she in? Maureen?
The Waves.
The Waves? Harvey?
I think it's the Spars.
The Spars? We have another hand up, Richard.
I was going to say the Waves, too.
You were going to say the Waves, Harvey?
Well, in any case, she's in the Navy.
That's right, but what is she in the Navy? Maureen?
To be a Navy nurse.
That's right, a Navy nurse. Miss Connolly is a Navy nurse. She's an ensign at the United States Naval Hospital on Mare Island. Now, Catherine Draper of New York City is reminded that anything may happen in an American presidential election, and often has. What presidential candidate went to bed on election night thinking he had been elected only to learn the next morning that he hadn't been? Maureen?
Hughes, and that was in 1916 between Hughes and Wilson.
That's right. Good girl. What president was kept in suspense for 4 months as to the outcome of the election? Harvey.
Well, that was in the Hayes-Tilden election when it was very close and the outcome wasn't decided until March 2nd by the House of Representatives.
That's very good, Harvey. That's correct.
And Hayes won.
What president slept through his entire term of office? Harvey?
Well, that's a man named David Rice Atchison. And I believe it occurred just after Zachary Taylor's assassination or death in office, and he was President pro tem of the Senate, and because of that, he was president during the time that the president died and the vice president took office.
Well, now, Harvey, I'm afraid you're slightly off the beam. You gave me the right name. President Polk's term expired on March 4th, 1849. Zachary Taylor took the oath of office on March 5th, since the 4th was on Sunday. In the meantime, David Rice Atchison, as President pro tem of the Senate, became Chief Magistrate of the nation. Since it came after a trying Senate session, he slept through the entire term of office. John A. Hanson of Morristown, New Jersey, sends this question, kids. If you were a detective, you could find all these criminals inside the covers of Dickens. What teacher, in what book, would you arrest for being mean to Smike? Pat?
Mr. Squeers.
That's
Nicholas Nickleby.
That's right, Patty. Good boy. Whom would you arrest for stealing from Mr. Whitfield? Maureen?
Well, it was in Oliver Twist. He went to school for pickpockets. I think that was it. And they trained one of them. I can't remember his name. And they were trained to pick pockets. And they picked a man's pocket and they blamed it onto David Copperfield. Oliver Twist.
Well, now, wait just a minute. You're partly right, Maureen, but you will remember I said for stealing from Mr. Whitfield. So that definitely takes it out of the book Oliver Twist and puts it in another book. What book would that be? Mr. Whitfield. Harvey?
Yes, this is just a stab, but I think that in David Copperfield, he steals from an elderly gentleman who befriends him and takes him in.
Who steals?
David Copperfield.
No.
At least he's...
No, I'll tell you, Maureen gave me the name of the book when she was giving me that other information. Uriah Heep in David Copperfield is the character we were talking about. All right, who would you arrest for the murder of Nancy? Harvey?
Oh, that's Bill Six. There's Sykes.
Sykes in what book?
In Oliver Twist.
Oliver Twist, that's right. August Wedler of Peru, Illinois, knows, of course, that all children love to go to bed. So he thought you quiz kids would like this one. Can you think of 3 popular expressions which mean to go to bed or to get some rest? 3 popular expressions. Richard?
Hit the hay.
Hit the hay,
or,
that's a very good one.
Pound your ear.
Pound your ear is another one. Let's have some more. Tommy?
Count some sheep.
Count some sheep, yes. Harvey?
Well, in the Army, they call it blanket drill.
Blanket drill, that's very good. Any more, Richard?
You could saw some wood.
Saw some wood. Uh-huh. Those are all cute, kids. Maureen?
Well, maybe jump in the lake, because if you jumped in the lake, you'd probably be committing suicide, and then you'd be dead, and you'd be sleeping then.
Yeah, well, you're right, Maureen. Of course, that's the tough way to get some sleep, isn't it? Life is really sweet. Well, kids, we've dabbled around quite a bit on this program with square root and cube root. And now, Mr. C.P. Lawson of New York City gives us a problem in the 5th root. He admits this sounds impossible, but he says the problem can be done mentally if you know enough mathematical tricks. To raise a number to the 5th power, you multiply the number by itself 4 times. Thus, the 5th power of 2 is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, or 32. And the figure 2 is the 5th root of 32. All right, what is the 5th root of 4,984,209,207? Richard?
That'd be 87.
87 is right. That's wonderful. Richard, what system did you use to get that answer?
Well, the 5th power of 80 is 3 billion. is 3,276,800,000. And the 5th power of 90 is 5,904,900,000. And the number was between those two, so I knew it was in the 80s. And since the number ended in 7, and any number, fifth power, ends in the same digit that the original number did, then I knew that the second digit was 7, and so it had to be 87.
Well, if it's as easy as all that, Richard, I guess we could all do it, can't we? That was my system. That's the system I use on that, too. Now, let's see. Next question here. The Reverend Clyde Walter Earhart of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, sent this question, children. Authors of the world's bestseller, the Bible, were not professional writers. What was the trade or profession of these three? Matthew, Luke, and John. Pat?
Well, Matthew was a tax gatherer.
That's right.
And Mark was...
We didn't ask for Mark. Matthew, Luke, and John.
Well, Luke was a physician.
That's right.
And John was one of the apostles also.
Yes, and
so was Matthew.
Well, yes. But what was John's trade or profession, Pat?
Well, I don't know that.
Maureen?
I think he was a fisherman.
He was a fisherman, that's right. That's very good, kid. Now, between questions, let's visit Professor Murphy's elocution class.
Oh, come on, Kay. It's time to get up. The Navy's waiting for its little career girls.
Oh, Suzanne, I can't get up. I've got a headache that was built for an elephant. Oh, another cold, doggone it.
Not another one.
Oh, I ache all over. So I'm not going in this morning. Will you be an angel and type those form letters for me? Lieutenant Jones waiting for them first thing.
Listen, Kay, I'm getting tired of doing your work while you stay home and nurse your cold. Why don't you do something about them?
What else can I do, Suzanne? I get plenty of rest, I eat right, I dress sensibly, I exercise, and... and still I get colds.
Well, beginning today, dear, you're going to join me in the vitamin brigade. I don't get nearly so many colds since I've been taking these one-a-day tablets. Of course, I can't prove that the vitamins did the trick, but if they didn't, I don't know what did.
Yeah, let's see that bottle. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets. How many of these do you take every day, Sue?
Just one, Kay, and that's what makes one-a-day brand so easy to take. One tablet each day, and it costs just about a penny a day. Come on, open up and swallow it down. There you are.
And that's a good thing for everyone to remember. Do everything you can to help keep up your normal resistance to colds. Take a one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet every day. Each tablet contains as much vitamin A and D as a teaspoon and a half of USP minimum cod liver oil. Ask your druggist for one-a-day brand and look for the big 1 on the yellow box.
Thank you, Bob. You know, friends, last Sunday on our GI special program, we undertook to give servicemen in advance the scores on 3 of yesterday's football games. Our guest last Sunday, Red Grange, and our own Tommy Franklin, age 12, each made predictions. Well, the time has come to check the actual scores and see which of these brave souls came closer. Let's look at the record. Michigan, Pennsylvania. Predictions. Tommy, Pennsylvania to win 12-6. Red Grange, Michigan to win 21-14. Actual score, Michigan 41, Pennsylvania 19. The winner, Red Grange. Second game, Wisconsin-Purdue. Predictions. Tommy, Purdue to win 21-7. Red Grange, Purdue to win 14-7. Actual score, Purdue 35, Wisconsin nothing. The winner, Tommy Franklin. Third game, Notre Dame Navy. Predictions. Tommy, Navy to win 27-7 or 14. Red Grange, Notre Dame to win 21-7. Actual score, Navy 32, Notre Dame 13. The winner, Tommy Franklin. Well, Tommy, you bested the great Red Grange on that guessing contest, and Red called me up this morning to ask me to extend his congratulations. Also, he wanted me to ask you whether you can think up any alibis for him to tell our listeners on why he might logically have missed it so far on the Notre Dame Navy game. How about it, Tommy?
Because Notre Dame had, I think they score more points this year than Navy,
and their opponents had only crossed the goal line once. And, well, he's a businessman, and he hasn't got as much time as I have to look up things.
Well, that's very true, Tommy. Did you want to add anything more to that?
Well,
you don't have to. I thought maybe you wanted to talk a little further. Maureen has her hand up. What did you want to say, Maureen?
Notre Dame's a better team than Navy.
Oh, you think they are, huh? Well, of course, it's obvious that Notre Dame had no business losing. Anyway, Tommy, you and Red were both good sports, and I want to thank Red again for paying us such a pleasant visit last Sunday. Well, the opera season is in full swing, and we have with us tonight a young lyric soprano who made her successful debut just last week with the Chicago Civic Opera Company. She is the daughter of the famous Dorothy Mansky of the Metropolitan. Here she is, Miss Inga Mansky. Miss Mansky, I have here an opera question from Mrs. Ann Harris of Dorchester, Massachusetts. And if you'll do the singing for us, we'll see if the quiz kids can do the answering. Now, children, if you heard Miss Mansky singing these arias at the opera, what roles would she be singing? I'd like for you to get 2 out of 3 on this. Here's the first one. Harvey?
I think that's The One of Whom I Dream. That's from Traviata.
That's very, very good, Harvey. Very good. All right, now let's listen to the next one. Maureen?
I think that's the Jewel song from Faust.
That's right, Maureen. Maureen, who sings that in the opera?
I think, I can't think of his name, the one that's under the power of the devil.
Well, Pat?
Faust.
Who?
No, Mephistopheles.
No, now, wait a minute. Harvey?
Well, I don't think it could possibly be a man because it's a lyric soprano song.
All right. Who would be singing?
I guess Margarita.
Marguerite, that's right. And here's the last one. Harvey?
That's the mad scene from Lucia. Lucia de Lammermoor.
That's right. Very good.
And
thank you very much, Miss Mansky. Now, don't go too far away because we have something else up our sleeves here. Here's an interesting question from Mrs. Bert Hughes of Buffalo, New York. Everyone is talking about all the new gadgets there will be when the war is over and industry turns back to civilian production. Can you think of any new gadgets you personally would like to see somebody invent and put on the market? You kids ought to have some very modern ideas along those lines. A new gadget of some kind. Maureen?
Some kind of a roller that you set it some way, and then when you roll out your pie, it'll fit the pan exactly.
Well, now, say, there is an angle. And I would suggest that they sort of make that out of this sponge rubber, too. Wouldn't you, Maureen? All the jokes go around about the rolling pins. Richard?
Well, I'd like to have some sort of a special type of shoe, sort of possibly like a roller skate, and that you just might have some way of running so that you just turn it on and you go running down the street.
You mean motorized feet, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good idea, all right, Richard. Harvey?
Well, I'd like to have a magnetic bowling ball so that it went right into the 1-3 pocket every time he threw the ball.
Well, say, now, you're not alone on that, Harvey. I'd go for that myself.
Tommy?
Well, they ought to have a machine that could pull your house up to, high enough so that you could see a football game.
Over the fence. Oh, man. Now, that is a dandy, Tommy. I'm heartily in favor of that. Maureen?
They should have some kind of a gadget that makes salt in the summertime so it won't get clogged up in the bottom of the salt shaker and you can't get any salt out to put on potatoes.
Well, now, all you have to do is to put a little rice in there, you know. That
I
is
know,
my
but
grandmother.
that doesn't work very good.
Oh, it doesn't? Used to work for my grandmother. Harvey?
Well, I think they've already done that. I'm not going to give any plugs or anything, but when it rains, it pours.
Now, of course, we never give any plugs on this show, do we, Harvey? Tommy?
Well, they ought to have a gadget that makes the cigar last for a long time. It never grows smaller because, if you run out of cigars, then you can't always go to the store and buy another one.
Oh, who smokes cigars in your family, Tommy?
No one.
Huh? Oh, you're just thinking about the cigar smoker. I see.
Yes.
Pat, how about you? Can't you think of any new gadgets that might help things along?
Well, you could, I have a gadget that, something that would carry, go down and get the groceries and carry them home.
Well, Pat, that's the invention that ends all inventions, I want to tell you. Let's get along, kids. Those were all fine. From Whiting, Indiana, comes this question thought up by Arthur Brown, Jr. The Russians first entered Yugoslavia through what country, and through what 6 other countries is it possible to enter Yugoslavia? Richard?
Well, they first entered Yugoslavia through Romania.
That's right.
And you could also enter it through Italy or Austria, yes. Or Hungary.
Uh-huh.
Or Bulgaria, or Greece, or Albania.
It's all 6 of them. Nice going, Richard. Now, before this next set of questions, Bob Murphy has a special message for all you parents listening in.
I'm sure that if you have boys and girls growing up in your family, I don't have to point out to you the importance of giving them plenty of vitamins A and D, because your family doctor or baby specialist has made that clear to you. Vitamin A, among other things, helps keep up their normal resistance to colds and similar infections, while vitamin D helps build and preserve strong bones and teeth. Now, you may know these vitamins as the cod liver oil vitamins. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have trouble coaxing your youngster to take these vitamins regularly? Then you'll be glad to know about a pleasant, easy-to-take product that contains these A and D vitamins in pleasant-tasting tablet form. Tablets that have no unpleasant taste or aftertaste. They're one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets put out by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet contains the full basic daily supply of A and D, as much A and D vitamins as you'd get in a teaspoon and a half of USP minimum cod liver oil. And one little tablet scarcely larger than a navy bean is all you take each day. Not only is one-a-day brand pleasant from the taste standpoint, but from the budget standpoint as well. One tablet each day costs you just about 1 penny each day. Now, to be sure you're getting the guaranteed potency in each tablet, ask your druggist for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, and look for the big 1 on the yellow box. Now, back to school and Quizmaster Kelly.
Well, this question from Marjorie Conrady of Wilmette, Illinois, requires you quiz kids to try singing grand opera. And that's only fair because Miss Mansky, a real opera singer, was nice enough to sing for you. If you can sing well enough for Miss Mansky merely to recognize what you're singing, we'll call that good enough. So now remember, when you answer this question, don't tell what you're going to sing, just sing it. What would you sing if you were a bullfighter? Harvey?
Well, I don't know the real words, so I'll just kind of have to dot it out.
All right, Harvey.
Da 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 da.
How about that, Miss Mansky? Could you tell what that was?
Yes, I certainly could. That was the Toreador song from Carmen.
And a bullfighter sang it, didn't he? So that answers the question. I thought at first it was a ta-da song. Well, anyway, what would you sing if you were a gondolier? Richard?
Well, you might sing the, you might sing, la, 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 la.
Well, how beautiful. Miss Mansky, what is that, by the way?
That is from the Tales of Hoffman and Fright. It's the Baccarat.
Well, look, Miss Mansky, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear you and Richard sing that together. I'll tell you what, Richard. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun now. You start it out, Richard, and Miss Mansky will join in.
La, 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 la.
Well, that was a lot of fun. Thanks a lot, Richard, and thank you, Miss Maskey. You were kind to come up and help us out. Now, kids, try this one, thought up by Mrs. R.H. Fletcher of Carrollton, Georgia. Let's imagine that some of the characters in Shakespearean plays suffer with amnesia and forget in just what play they belong. You are to put them in the right play. Now, here's the first set of 3. Imogen, Cloten, Posthumus. Pat?
Cymbeline.
Cymbeline, that's right, Pat. Here's the next threesome. Hero, Beatrice, Don Pedro. Pat?
The hero Beatrice and Don Pedro appeared in Much Ado About Nothing.
That's right. Good boy. And last, Mistress Page, Mistress Ford, Mistress Quickly. Maureen?
At first, when I heard the page, I thought it might be, wasn't Romeo and Juliet in the castle?
No. Richard?
The Merry Wives of Windsor.
The Merry Wives of Windsor. That's right. Children are always asking why. So Mrs. Elsa L. Ild of Berkeley, California, thought we'd turn the tables and ask you why. Why did the 3 bears go for a walk prior to the coming of Goldilocks? Harvey?
Well, their porridge was kind of hot, so they figured rather than burn their mouths, they'd go out and walk for a while.
Until the porridge cooled off. That's right. Why did the little old woman make the gingerbread boy? Maureen?
Was it for a Thanksgiving or a Christmas dinner?
Well, look at the hands. Harvey?
Well, I believe they were very lonely, and they wanted someone. They didn't have any children, and they wanted someone to comfort them.
That was the reason. That's the reason. All right, well, questions are over once you hear the bell quiz, kids. Now we'll just have to sit tight while the judges add up your points, and let us know which 3 of you win another chance in our classroom of the year. Remember, though, whether you win or lose in the scoring, you get a $100 war bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer just the same. Bob Murphy, while we're waiting, will you tell the folks about our questions, please?
Why, sure, Mr. Kelly. The questions are sent in by you folks listening in. For each one we use on the broadcast, the makers of Alka-Seltzer give a priority certificate good for one of the first post-war Zenith portable radios. It will be a Zenith radio of the future, complete with shortwave and the latest improvements in radionics. However, if you prefer, instead of the post-war radio, you may have a $50 war bond now. Just think up a question and mail it to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Well, Joe, do you have the report cards yet?
Well, the judges aren't quite ready, Bob, so I'll fill in with a reminder for all grade school and high school students. It's time to join the American Junior Red Cross. Junior Red Cross members, among other worthwhile projects, make articles of comfort like ashtrays, sewing kits, and games for our servicemen in camps and hospitals. Ask your teacher to enroll you. Well, the judges have handed me tonight's verdict, and here's the news. As a class, you quiz kids missed 1 question. Harvey was first, Richard second, Pat and Maureen tied for third. So, you 4 quiz kids will be back again at your desks a week from tonight, and you'll defend your scholastic honors against Joel Superman Kupperman, age 8. And remember now, bring your parents along because they're going to change places with you during the last half of the examination next Sunday. I see most of them here in the audience tonight, and I hope they aren't as nervous next Sunday as they look right now. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until the same time next week when the Quiz Kids' parents will visit our classroom. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
And folks, isn't it about time to check the supply of Alka-Seltzer in your home? Remember, for the ache-all-over feeling and the headache of a cold, Alka-Seltzer's comfort is worth its weight in gold.
This is the Blue Network.
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. I am not going into that studio and broadcast tonight.
Oh, Jack, let's not stand out here in the hall arguing. Everybody's looking at us.
Let them look. If you think I can do a show tonight after making a monkey out of myself on that Quiz Kids program, you're crazy.
That was Wednesday. People have forgotten all about it.
Oh, they have, eh?
And besides, you're a comedian. You're not supposed to have any brains.
Oh, you're just trying to make me feel good. There I was with those little kids, and I couldn't answer one question. And me, 34 years old. I couldn't even answer a simple question like, where's the Taj Mahal?
You could have built the Taj Mahal since you were 34.
Go ahead, rub it in. What a blunder. After all the years I spent in show business, I had to stick my neck out and ruin everything. Oh, well, that's life for you.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph?
You don't want my autograph, girlie. I'm washed up. Thanks, just the same.
Oh, Jack, you have to dramatize everything.
I do, eh?
Supposing you did miss on a few questions. You're not supposed to be Einstein.
I'm not supposed to be Phil Harris, either. My goodness. My cousin Boo Boo would have been as good as I was on that program, and all he knows is I tell you, Mary, I'm not going on the air tonight.
Oh, for heaven's sake. If you're so ashamed of yourself, why don't you go out and join the Foreign Legion?
You might think that's a gag, Mary, but the Foreign Legion isn't such a bad idea. Can't get over it. Imagine not getting that one question about the Taj Mahal. I knew the answer, but I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Not only that, a fly came in. Oh, well. Nothing I can do about it now.
Jack, hurry up. The program starts in 30 seconds.
Well, I won't be on it.
Now, Jack Benny, stop acting like a big baby. He'll be right in, Don.
Mary, I'm not going... Stop pulling me. Mary, let go my arm.
Come on, Jack. Remember, you're a trooper.
A what? Oh, yes, that's right. Once a trooper, always a trooper. The show must go on.
Quiet, Jack. We're on the air.
Okay. Gee, I hope I'm good tonight.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Vine Street Vigil. Every housewife knows that in cooking and baking, you get the best results if you follow specific recipes instead of just guessing at the measurements and ingredients. And it certainly pays to be very specific. When you're ordering the foods that go into those recipes. That's why it's always a wise thing to ask for Jell-O whenever you're buying a gelatin dessert. If you ask for this swell dessert by name, you can be sure of getting every single time all those good things that Jell-O has come to stand for. You'll get Jell-O's brilliant colors that always look so gay and inviting. And you'll get Jell-O's grand, distinctive flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself, the very ultimate in rich dessert enjoyment. So when you ask for any of those famous 6 delicious flavors, remember, ladies and gentlemen, to specify the name Jell-O. Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And those big red letters on the box tell you that here's a mighty delightful treat. America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O. The Vine Street Vigil, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we bring you one of the most brilliant minds in America today. A man whose meek and humble appearance conceals the brain of a genius. A man who appeared on the Quiz Kids program Wednesday night and didn't know the Taj Mahal from the Empire State Building, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I can't blame you for ribbing me tonight. Those Quiz Kids really gave me the old 1-2. I was never so humiliated in my life.
Well, I wouldn't take it so hard. After all, Jack, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Don. Everybody's snubbing me. I met Barney Dean on the street the other day, and he wouldn't even speak to me.
Barney Dean? Who's he?
Just throw a cigar away in front of the Regent Hotel. You'll find out. Can't understand it. We've always been such good friends.
Well, that's the way it goes.
But I'm not complaining, Don. I had it coming to me after that showing I made Wednesday night. I can take it, though.
You can take it?
Yes.
Then why did you try to hang yourself Thursday morning?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I was hanging up a little laundry. I fell off the ladder and got tangled in the clothesline. That's all.
Then explain that note you left. Farewell, cruel world.
Oh, that must have fallen out of my scrapbook. That's a note I wrote one time when Clara Bow wouldn't go out with me. She got mad because my garter got caught in her wristwatch during a Charleston contest. We were disqualified. Anyway, Don, when Mary saw me, I was just hanging up a few socks.
On Thursday? I thought you always did your washing on Monday.
I couldn't do it Monday. I gave a reception for Lady Mendel. What do you want me to do? Ask her to run the ringer? She came over to my house to meet the Quiz Kids.
Then why didn't you do your laundry Tuesday?
You know darn well that Tuesday is my day to go out and catch dogs in Beverly Hills. I was elected to the office, and it's my duty. Now, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, I heard you on the Quiz Kids program last week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you sure were smart.
Smart? I didn't even open my mouth.
That's what I mean. Don't talk, brother, unless you got a lawyer with you.
You're a little mixed up, Dennis, but thanks anyway.
You know, Mr. Benny, when I was 8 years old, I was just as bright as any one of those Quiz Kids.
You were?
Yeah. What happened to me?
I'm sure. I don't know.
Some say one thing and some say another.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Dennis. You've got a good voice. What more do you want? You know, Don, as a rule, I'm pretty hard-boiled, but even though those Quiz Kids made me look like a nickel, I can't help liking them. They're so sweet and unspoiled.
By the way, Jack, are they still living at your house?
Yes, Don, but they're leaving tonight.
They better check out before 6 o'clock or they'll be hooked for another day.
Listen, Mary, at a lot of hotels, the guests have to come to be out by noon. So don't run down the Beverly Hills Tourist Haven. Rotary Club every Wednesday.
I thought the Campfire Girls met on Wednesday.
Only in the winter. But honestly, fellas, those kids really made a hit with me. Gosh, they were wonderful company. I may be a bit sentimental, but I don't know. I'm going to miss the patter of little feet running around the house. It'll be so quiet.
Why don't you put shoes on the mice?
Oh, stop. No use being sentimental around here. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
As long as Phil isn't here yet, how about your song? What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a brand new number called Once Upon a Summertime. And this is the first time it's ever been done on the air.
Well, a newie, huh? Let's hear it, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a dime for you.
Oh, goody. Now I get my curls out of Hawk.
That's all that zombie needs is curls.
Say, Jack, this wire's from Waukegan.
Oh, from home, eh?
Yeah, it says, you certainly disgrace the family on the Quiz Kids program. Personally, I'm disgusted with you.
Disgusted with me? Who's that from?
Cousin Boo Boo.
Well, how did Boo Boo ever find out about telegrams? He must have seen the picture, Western Union. Sing, Dennis.
The story I'm about to tell isn't very new. A lot of people know it well. Now I know it too. It's a load off my heart, nothing more. So don't stop me if you've heard this one before. Once upon a summertime, not so long ago, there were two in a love affair. One of them didn't care. What happened, I'll never know. For once upon a winter time, this affair turned cold. And because of a change of heart, this story had to be told. It lasted through September, October, and November, and I still If I love some other time, I'll know what to do. I'll find someone who'll love me through summer and winter time too. Through summer and winter time.
That was Once Upon a Summertime, written by Jack Brooks and Norman Barons and sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was not only a great number, but your voice was really heavenly. It was positively ethereal. All right, Don. Ethereal.
Oh, Jack, it's so ridiculous.
Don, Dennis's voice was positively ethereal. Now go ahead.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in the market for a real treat, be sure to buy a package of Jell-O.
Keep going.
Remember, folks, Jell-O is not ethereal, it's a dessert.
There.
Well, what does it mean? I don't get it.
Don, cereal is a pun on the word cereal. Jell-O is not ethereal. Now continue. This is the cue part.
Okay. Why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for any one of the 6 delicious flavors?
Keep going, Don.
Oh, this is so silly. Don! So look for the big red letters on the box. Don, you Jack Benny, I'm going home.
What? Well, I'll be darned, he left. I must have wounded his big fat vanity. So temperamental lately.
Well, I don't blame him. Did you write that commercial, Jack?
Yes.
Well, it thoroughly stunk.
Mary, those are all clever ideas that should be tried out. You know, I got a marvelous one for next week. Look, as soon as Dennis finishes his song, we'll... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's the matter with Don? I just seen him walking down the hall.
Oh, he's mad at me.
The guy's screwy. I said hello to him, and he says, I'm sick of you, too.
He did, eh?
Yeah, you know, the guy was lip-sync.
That's lip sync. Not lip sync.
Well, he did it with his lips.
I don't care what he did it with. The word is lip sync.
All right. Have it your way. Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Phil. Say, Phil, how are you and the boys going over at the Paramount Theater?
Mary, we're a riot. You ought to hear the laughs I get with my gags.
I can imagine.
Get this one, Jackson. When I first walk out on the stage, I say to my guitar player, I say, hey, Frankie, who was that lady I seen you with last night?
Uh-huh.
And before he can answer, I hit him right in the kisser with a blueberry pie.
Why, Phil Harris, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Throwing a pie in a guy's face is the oldest comedy bit in show business.
With blueberries! You think of the custard.
Oh, I see. You modernized it, huh?
You know, I can't imagine people laughing at that kind of stuff nowadays.
Neither can I.
Oh, you can't, eh? Why, after the first show, the manager came backstage and told me I was terrific. He said, Harris, you ought to have your own radio program.
He did, eh?
Yeah, but don't worry, Jackson. I'm loyal. I'm with you for years.
Well, thanks. Now, if I was loyal, you'd be all set. Let me tell you something, Phil. I used to be in vaudeville, but I never stooped so low as to throw a pie at anybody. That's real hokum.
What about that corny piece of business you used to do in your violin act?
Corny piece of business.
What was it, Mary?
Jack used to play by the waters of the Minnetonka, and for a finish, Barney Dean would squirt him in the face with a bottle of seltzer.
Yeah. Now the guy won't even speak to me. But, Mary, that was a very clever tie-in. You see, the song I was playing was about water. So Barney Dean squirted seltzer water on me. That was the idea.
Remember the time you played Among My Souvenirs and he took your watch?
Well, that was just for a gag. I got it back later. Anyway, I'll never forget one day when Come in.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
I got the quiz kids out in the car. They're all ready to go to the station.
Already? I didn't know it was that late. Say, Phil, the kids are going back to Chicago tonight, and I promised to take them down to the train. So you carry on with the show, will you?
Okay. Hey, Frankie, go out and get a blueberry pie.
You don't have to do that here. Just play some numbers. Come on, Mary, you ride down with us. So long, Phil. See you later, Dennis.
So long, Mr. Benny.
The kids are in the car, eh, Rochester?
Yes, sir. And, boss, listening to those kids talk is really an education.
It certainly is.
You know, I told them the salary you were paying me, and they took my weekly earnings, multiplied by 52, and gave me the square root of my annual income.
The square root, eh? What was it?
Believe me, boss, it ain't worth rooting.
That's too bad. Now, listen, Rochester.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
I've got your papers ready to sign. You leave in 10 days.
What? Oh, I meant to get in touch with you about that. I'm not going.
Well, it's pretty late for that, Mr. Benny.
I'm sorry. You'll have to forget the whole thing. Come on, Mary. Darn it, I meant to write him a letter.
Who is that, Jack?
The recruiting officer for the Foreign Legion. You know how depressed I was. It's all off now, though.
I'm sure disappointed, boss. I got a gal in Morocco.
Well, you weren't going. Well, there are the kids. Come on, Mary.
Okay, Bojack.
Hello, kids. Here's Uncle Jackie to take you to the train. Now, I'll sit up in front with Rochester. And, Mary, you get back there with the kids. Move over, Gerard. Rochester, I don't like that horn. It sounds too cheap and tinny.
Uh-huh.
That didn't come with the car. Where do we get that horn, Rochester?
That ain't no horn. It's an old atomizer.
An atomizer?
Yeah, don't you smell that Toujours L'Amour every time I squeeze it?
Well, that's one on me. An atomizer for a horn.
That's nothing. Our spare tire's a life preserver from the Albany night boat.
Oh, yes, I fell overboard one night. Just lucky I had that on. Everything comfortable in the back seat, kids?
Yes, Mr. Benny, it's fine.
Fine.
Good, good. You know, Uncle Jackie's going to miss you, little rascals. But you certainly had me on the ropes last Wednesday night.
We sure did.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Do you still feel like hanging yourself, Mr. Benny?
No. I'm all right now. But you kids certainly made a monkey out of me. Gosh, I didn't know anything.
Cousin Boo Boo is sick about it.
Never mind. Well, Claude, are you going to miss California?
I certainly am, Mr. Benny. I believe that Horace Greeley put it very succinctly when he said, "Go west, young man."
Oh, he did. He put it very... Yes, sir. You know, Horace Greeley was a great inventor.
Why, Mr. Benny, Horace Greeley wasn't an inventor. He was a newspaper editor.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, if you're so smart, what paper?
The New York Tribune from 1841 to 1872.
I'd give $1,000 if I could learn to keep my mouth shut. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if Horace Greeley did invent something.
Nice to meet you. You'll know.
All right, Gerard. 1841. I'll check on that.
Hey, boss, there's Mr. Wilson walking down the street.
Oh, yes. Pull up alongside him.
Okay.
Oh, Don, would you like to ride down at the station with us?
I'm not speaking to you.
Okay. Keep going, Rochester. Poor guy, his tongue is still twisted. Well, Richard, you're rather quiet back there. Did you enjoy your visit with Uncle Jackie?
Yes, Mr. Benny, but I'm sure sorry I didn't get to see Carmichael. Oh, yes, I was quite anxious to see your polar bear, too.
Me too.
Well, kid, you certainly missed a treat. Carmichael is just about the cutest thing you ever saw. Soft, white, silky fur, loves to play, and he's just as gentle as a lamb.
Then what happened to the gas man?
You just drive the car. And Rochester, watch out. Watch out for that bump up ahead.
The what?
That bump. Oh, hang on, everybody. Rochester, will you please watch where you're driving?
You're at the wheel now.
Oh, my goodness, get over here. Mary, are the kids all right?
You better call the roll.
Okay. Claude?
Here.
Richard?
Here.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old and I go to the Bradwell School.
Don't give your billing. Just answer. Well, thank heaven the kids are all right. Be careful now, Rochester.
Careful.
Still don't like that horn. Try to get something unusual. Something that sounds different.
Why don't you get your cousin Boo Boo to go...
Just keep my relatives out of this, will you? Well, kid, it won't be long now before you'll be on that choo-choo.
Choo-choo? What's that? Oh, that's baby talk for locomotive.
Baby talk, eh? I said choo-choo till I was 29 years old.
You didn't stop drooling till you were 30.
Oh, quiet. Hey, Rochester, we're near the station, are we?
Pretty soon, boss.
Oh, Gerard, I think we ought to straighten things out with Mr. Benny now, don't you?
Let Richard do it.
Do what? What is it, Richard?
Well, Mr. Benny, we've been living at your house and we haven't paid our bill yet.
Your bill? Oh, forget it, kids. I don't want your money.
But, Mr. Benny, we ought to pay you. We lived at your house 2 weeks.
2 weeks and a day. But forget it. all right with me. I enjoyed having you. Really.
But, Mr. Benny, if we went to a hotel, it would have cost us money, so why shouldn't you get it?
Yeah. Why? Oh, forget it. Forget it. You kids were my guests. Let it go at that.
But, Mr. Benny...
Watch out, Claude. This can't last forever.
Mary, you know very well I wouldn't accept any rent from these lovable children. But when they get to Chicago and they feel like sending me a little gift, that's entirely up to them. Well, kids, here we are at the station. Pull up by the entrance, Rochester. Oh, we haven't got much time. Pile out, kids. Come on. Watch your step, kids. Watch it there. Take it easy.
Say, boss, should I put my red cap on and take the bags in?
Not so loud. There are a lot of them standing around. Come on, kids. Come on, Mary. This way, kids. Just got time to make the train.
Oh, look, there's Mr. Kelly, our quizmaster. Yes, and there are the other kids.
And there's Aunt Bessie.
Wait for it, Gerard. Don't run ahead. Everybody stick together. Come on. Come on.
Well, here we are on the choo-choo, as Mr. Benny puts it. Gee, he's a nice man. And he didn't even charge us for those 2 weeks.
He certainly fooled me.
Ready to go, boss?
Yeah. Gee, I hated to see those kids leave. You know, Mary, they got to be just like my own children. No kidding, I was crazy about them.
Oh, stop blubbering. You'll see him again.
Yes, but I was so used to playing with them and everything. What'll I do now? What'll I do when I come home evening? What'll I do in my spare time?
Let's look for the gas man.
Oh, quiet! Come on, let's go.
Here's a dessert that's just as pretty as a picture. And you'll be so proud of how good it looks that you'll probably want to put a frame around it and hang it on the kitchen wall for family and friends to admire. But putting it on the dining room table instead, you'll find it tastes just as good as it looks. The name of this dessert masterpiece is Banana and Raspberry Mold, a really different dessert that's not only easy to get, but easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of raspberry jello in 2 cups of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 2 medium bananas sliced. Mold and chill until firm. Then garnish with sliced bananas and serve. And what a treat! A dessert that's as different as it is delicious. Incidentally, raspberry jello, like strawberry and cherry jello, has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that means it's better than ever. Discover its new goodness for yourself by making a swell dessert combination of luscious sliced bananas and rich red raspberry jello.
The next time you buy Jello, get Jello pudding too. You'll
Hey,
find
why all the whispering, Frank?
No, I'm not really whispering, Don. I'm just holding myself in because if I let myself go when I talk about Jello puddings, I get so excited I just can't talk straight.
Oh, now, Frank. Try it again now. Try it again. Go ahead.
All right. Jello puddings, ladies and gentlemen, are made by the same folks who make Jello, and like Jello, they're downright swell. For smooth, creamy goodness, Jello puddings are simply unrivaled. They're easy to prepare, just as Jello is. And they sell for the same low Jello price. So try these rich, mellow puddings in 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
There, I told you could do it.
Get Jello puddings tomorrow.
Get Jello puddings. Oh, we're a little late. Good night, folks.
Remember, next Sunday, April 27th, this program will come to you on daylight savings time. Consult your local newspaper or movie and radio guide for current time in your community.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen to it fizz. First aid for headache, Alka-Seltzer. First aid for acid indigestion, Alka-Seltzer. First aid for cold distress, Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer presents from New York the Quiz Kids versus 5 distinguished university professors.
Attention, quiz kids and professors, listen closely to today's first question. If the groundhog should see Lamont Cranston next Thursday, what would he do?
Yes, there's the first puzzler from the Alka-Seltzer question box. And do you folks at home know the answer? Well, you'll have time to give it a little thought while the youngsters and the professors here in school answer the roll call. And coming to you from New York City this afternoon, here are the quiz kids, their guests, and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Durward Kirby, and hello, everyone. Welcome to another competitive question session with the Quiz Kids. And I do mean competitive, for again this afternoon it's the Quiz Kids versus the professors. You know, friends, several weeks ago the Quiz Kids matched wits with 4 professors from the University of Michigan, and here in New York City this afternoon they're facing 5 professors from 4 different universities. And both teams are ready and eager to begin, so let's meet them and get started. So here we go with roll call. A Quiz Kid first, then a professor, and so on until we meet all 10 of you. All right, Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 13 years old, and by now I hope I'm a 2B at Roosevelt High School in Chicago.
Professor Kilcoyne?
I am a professor of English at Brooklyn College, and I'm old enough not to compete with these kids.
Naomi?
I'm Naomi Cooks. I'm 11 years old, and by now I'm in 8B at the Grover Cleveland School, Chicago.
Professor Smith?
I'm professor of philosophy at Barnard College, Columbia University. And as for my age, since I didn't prepare a speech, I guess I'll have to fall back on the truth, 28.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Owen Tom, and I'm 12 years old, and I'm an 8A at the Fort Dearborn School in Chicago.
Dean Trincy?
Well, I go to school at Hunter College. Or that is, I try to take care of the girls who go to school at Hunter College uptown. As for my age, shall I say, I'm twice 21 and a little over almost the truth.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's dandy. Next we have Rochelle.
I'm Rochelle Liebling. I'm 10 years old in the 6th grade at the Yale School, Chicago, Illinois.
Professor Fairchild.
I am Professor Emeritus of Sociology at New York University, and as everybody knows, an emeritus is a college professor who's not afraid of losing his job because he has no job to lose.
Malcolm.
I'm Malcolm Mitchell. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in the 8B at Winthrop Junior High School, Brooklyn.
And Professor Freeman.
I'm a professor of English at Hunter College in New York, and a doctor, one of those doctors, as a friend of mine once said, who can't do nobody no good.
Well, friends, there's our lineup of experts, and here we go. Back to that first question, which was from Mrs. Raymond Alsop of Salinas, California. If the groundhog should see Lamont Cranston next Thursday, what would he do? Well, now let's see. We have 2 professors' hands up, 4 quiz kids' hands, and Patrick's hand was first.
Well, first I think I better explain. Lamont Cranston is the comic strip character known as the Shadow.
Yeah, right.
And next week is Groundhog Day, so he'll go back into his hole.
He
sees
certainly
his shadow.
was, yes, sirree, when he saw his shadow. Well, that's fine. Now then, Mrs. J.M. Smith of Kenmore, New York, has furnished us 3 or 4 names that are closely associated, but you are to supply the 4th. The first part consists of Jim Crowley, Elmer Layden, Harry Stuhldreher, and whom? Joel?
Well, those are the 4 horsemen, and the 4th is Don Miller.
Don Miller is right, absolutely, yes. See what we do with this next one. Harpo, Groucho, Chico, and Professor Freeman. Oh, his hand comes back down. Professor Smith.
Zeppo, and there was a 5th, Gummo.
Get out. Well, how do you like that? Hey, 1 for good measure. Nice going, Professor Smith. I was just wondering when you folks were going to get in on this. Yeah. All right, here's the 3rd part. John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, Andrew Johnson, and who is the 4th president who was never elected to that office but merely served out an unexpired term? Pat?
Well, Theodore Roosevelt is the next one in line.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, that's...
All right, again, Pat?
The next one?
What, yeah, And who is the fourth president who was never elected to that office but merely served out an unexpired term? Joel.
Chester Alan Arthur.
Chester Alan Arthur is correct. Nice going, Joel. That's fine. Yes, sirree. And that means that your right answer gives Mrs. J.M. Smith of Kenmore, New York, a Zenith table model radio phonograph. And say, friends, you will want to try for one of these Zenith radio phonographs, too. It's a dandy. The record player has the famous Cobra tone arm with three-way automatic record changer for all types of records, and the fine radio gives a deep, rich tone. Now, this Zenith radio phonograph is always Alka-Seltzer's award when the quiz kids answer your question correctly. But when they miss, listen to this, you have your choice between the Zenith Garfield television set and the large console Zenith radio phonograph combination. The Zenith television set has a new Super Range chassis to ensure the ultimate in performance, the sensational built-in picture magnet aerial, single knob automatic tuning, the big B-size giant circle screen, and the glare band black tube for clearer pictures. The large Zenith console radio phonograph is a wonderful combination. It plays all types of records and gives you AM and FM radio. So get busy, folks. Send those questions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. All right, here we go with more questions. Now, this question is from Alice Hanson of St. Paul, Minnesota. You are to try to identify these real or fictional people who met under unusual circumstances, and you must get 2 out of 3 on this. First, an English officer, while taking a sightseeing trip through India, trespassed in the garden of a Brahmin temple and met the priest's daughter. Malcolm?
I believe that was in Lockmead.
That's right, and what was...
Gerald met Lockmead.
Gerald met Lockmead from the opera by that name. Nice going. Very good, Malcolm. Second part. The first time this next young man meets his girl is when she and her friends plan to go wading while waiting for her father, the Major General. How about that one? Rochelle.
I think that was in the Pirates of Penza.
That's right. And can you give me the name?
Well, I think it was Edith, Mabel, and Isabella were waiting for the Major and General.
So, and who? All right, Joel?
Well,
the boy's name was Frederick.
Frederick met Mabel. Yes, that's right. Pirates of Penza. Now, in this last case, a young man paid $35 for a salesman's course, exhibited some paintings, and ended up with a wife. Now, there is a very difficult one. How about that? No hands from either board? No? Do we give up? Well, Mrs. Trinzy, that was your husband. Well, after all, don't you remember? Oh, dear, did we catch her off guard? But good. Well, I know you have a very busy mind, but well, would you mind telling us, Dean Trincy, just how did this all happen?
Well, I think he paid more for the course than that.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
How much more would you say?
Well, perhaps I never heard the whole story.
Well, I'll tell you what. We sort of took him over in a corner and asked him about these things, and he told us, and oh, dear. Well, all right, that was a lot of fun, and that's what we want to have once in a while. Now, that was a very interesting question, and so is this next one, but before we tackle it, let's hear about first aid and Alka-Seltzer.
First aid for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer. Friends, on those occasions when you eat too much or too fast, or when something you've eaten doesn't agree with you, the result is sometimes acid indigestion. And that's when you want fast, dependable relief. So be wise. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, drink a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer and see how quickly its soothing action can settle the upset stomach, how efficiently it acts to reduce gastric hyperacidity. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer. It leaves a clean, fresh taste in the mouth and a mighty welcome feeling in the stomach. We think you'll be amazed at Alka-Seltzer's fast, effective action against the distress of acid indigestion. So try it and see, won't you? Remember, when acid indigestion causes discomfort, first aid is Alka-Seltzer.
Yes, sir. Well, here's our next question, class. For Mrs. Ida Young of Detroit, Michigan, try to identify the following romantic ballads from hearing only a few snatches from each. Now, Arlo with the organ will play them for us. All right, Arlo, let's have number one. Professor Smith has his hand up.
How can I leave thee?
How can I leave thee? That's right. Professor Smith, could you sing just a little, a little sample?
Oh, yes.
How can I leave thee? How can...
I hope that gets us ahead. I think we probably need one.
Oh, well, it definitely does. Yes, sir. Crooner Smith. Oh, that was just fine. And here is number two. Patrick?
Well, that's He's Only a Bird in a Gilded Cage.
That's right, yes, And can anyone sing a little sample of that? Professor Fairchild?
Not that one.
Oh, can't you really?
No, give me another one, son.
Oh, it's an old timer.
I know.
No, you don't remember?
I'd hate to admit how old it is.
Oh! Well, Pat, how about you? Can you give us a little
I think
sample?
I can. He's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. You'd think she'd be happy and free from
Oh, what a Patty. Why, say, we've just got singers all over the studio this afternoon. Yeah. Now, here's the last one. Professor Smith.
That Abdullah Bulbul Amir? But that's not the name. Is that?
You sure? That's right. Yeah. Can you sing it?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Professor Fairchild.
Oh, the sons of the prophets were warlike and bold, and quite unacquainted with fear. But the bravest of all was a man, we are told, named Abdullah Bulbul Amir.
I must confess I've never heard such singing.
No, I'm sure.
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, please. Now, please don't. All right, here we go to our next question. Just to see how well you keep up with the news, Mrs. Grace Hawkins of Miami, Florida, wants to ask what important happening last week will necessitate the rewriting of a great many science books in order to insert the number 97. Malcolm?
Well, I believe out in California they discovered what they think is an element, a new element.
Yes.
And they're at present undergoing the element supposedly is undergoing the test to determine whether it really is an element.
That's right, absolutely, yes, sir. And by the way, the key man on this, insofar as the element is concerned, is our old friend Dr. Seaborg. Yes, sir, from the University of Berkeley. Well, now let's see. Harry Collins of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, says he's a great believer in reading mystery stories for relaxation, and he would like to see if you contestants can identify three old favorites from the following quotations. You must try to get 2 out of 3. Here's the first one. The only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League and the copying of the encyclopedia must be to get this not-over-bright pawnbroker out of the way. Professor Smith?
That's Sherlock Holmes or Conan Doyle, the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League, that's right, Professor Smith, yes. Very good. All right, now we're not through yet. In what detective story would you find this? I'm not taking you up to Batty Thomas, Miss Hillary. She's an unlucky belle. Professor Smith.
That's Dorothy Sayers and 9 Tailors.
Well, how do you like that? Well, now, twins, kids, you're going to have to watch these professors now. That's all there is to it. Here's the last one. The fog has swept in swiftly from the lake. Even against the fire, it seemed now to wrap the 2 men in a gray and clammy blanket. Pat?
Well, I said that was the gold bug.
No. No, but I might say you're a little warm, Pat. Professor Smith?
Wilkie Collins of Moonstone.
No. You give up? Well, let's see. This mystery was written by Professor Freeman on our board this evening. Professor Freeman, that's a rough. Don't you read what you write? That's from the mystery, The Case of the Blind Mouse. Do you remember now?
I still don't remember.
Oh, dear. Well, that was certainly fun. Mrs. Ruth Daves of Croton, New York, wants to try you on this one. If United States senators had characteristics that rhymed with their last names, who would these senators be? For instance, if a certain senator always held still, he would be... well, this is the example, but I have two hands up already. Pat?
Well, that'd be Lister Hill of Alabama.
Senator Lister Hill. That's the idea. Now then, here we go with a question. Try this. If one senator were a myth, the senator would be Professor Kilcoyne.
Smith?
That's right. We're from, by the way?
New Jersey?
New Jersey is right, Senator H. Alexander Smith, Republican from New Jersey. And here's part two. If a senator found reason to plead, he would be...
Reed?
Professor Kilcoyne.
Senator
right.
Reed?
But you must hold your hand up before you talk. He's slapping his wrist now.
I'm used to talking without permission.
Yeah. That's right, from Kansas, Senator Clyde M. Reed. Now, if this senator is careful when he drives... What did you say, Professor Kilcoyne, without your hand up? Oh, it was Professor Freeman. Meet me in the hall room after the cloakroom, yes. All right, Professor Fairchild.
Senator Ayers of New York.
That's right. Nice going. That's fine. Now then, we're going to have a few sound effects to help us with this question from Leo J. Burke of Harvey, North Dakota. You ought to keep in mind what the different days of the week were named for and tell what day is suggested by each of the following sounds. You must get 2 out of 3, and here is number 1. Naomi?
Well, that was thunder, and that would be the god of thunder, Thor, and the day of the week that's named after him is Thursday.
No, now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. We're just a little bit off the beam. Let's have the sound once more, please, just like... Malcolm.
Well, that sounds like war, and the god of war was Mars, so it might be Tuesday.
No, Pat.
Well, it was Tuesday because the god of war was 2.
No, wait a minute, Professor Smith.
It's a Wednesday for Wotan's Day, god of war.
Wotan, god of war. That's right, Professor Smith. That's correct. Well, let's see what we can do with number 2. Professor Smith's hand went up so fast he's standing up. All right, Professor Smith.
We can clean up on this one. It was Friday cleaning day.
Why do you say Friday, though?
Vacuum cleaner.
All right, but you have to give me
cleaner.
more. You have to give me more. Friday was named for whom?
Oh.
Naomi.
Well, that would be Freya.
Well, no. Joel?
Freya, the goddess of the
home. No, you're wrong. Naomi was closer. It's...
Fricka?
Frigga. That's right. Absolutely right. All right. Here's number 3. All right, Professor Fairchild.
That's Thursday from Thor.
That's right, because it was thunder.
That's
absolutely right. It's nice going. That was a lot of fun. That was a good question. Now then, you are all allowed to use puns in answering this question from Beatrice Wilson of Washington, D.C. Describe a woman by using terms associated with any collegiate sport. For instance, you could say, always the center of attraction. You get the idea? All right, collegiate sports now. Describe a woman. Professor Kilcoyne?
He's a regular catcher.
What is that?
Catcher.
Well, all right. Okay, you really had to stoop for that one, though, didn't you? Yeah. And let's That's
rather base.
She's always on the ball.
Always on the ball.
Okay, and else she's swimming in dresses.
Swimming in
That's what I'd like
dresses?
to be.
Fine, Malcolm.
Well, you could use a term in baseball, a curveball. She's got beautiful curves.
Oh, yes, we could. That's right. And Joel?
Well, you would say she was forward or a far throw from this.
A far throw from this. Well, those were all very, very good. Now then, we'll get going on this next question, students, as soon as we hear from Durward Kirby. So let's have that good advice, Durward.
Right, Joe. Friends, remember, first aid for headache, Alka-Seltzer. Yes, when a headache is making you feel miserable, the first thing to do is to drop 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets into a glass of water, watch it bubble up and dissolve, then drink it. And just see how soon the pain of your headache is relieved. Now, there's a reason why Alka-Seltzer is so fast and effective, and that reason is this. Alka-Seltzer is already dissolved when you drink it. And because it is, its pain-relieving agent, sodium acetyl salicylate, is ready to go right to work. And Alka-Seltzer's effervescent base, that Alka-Seltzer Fizz, speeds this pain-relieving action on its way. So remember, when you have a headache, when you want fast, dependable relief from that pain, first aid is Alka-Seltzer. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in either the 30 or 60-cent package. Never be without it in your home.
Yes, you bet, friends. That is good advice. And here's some more good advice. Be sure and give to the March of Dimes, won't you? Now, here's a tricky little question from Francis Holmes of San Francisco, California. A lot of us may remember that Richard Wagner wrote the operas in the Ring of the Nibelungs. But who wrote the words to all those operas? Rochelle?
Well, that was Richard Wagner.
That's right, he wrote them himself.
The words and the music.
That's
And all his
right.
operas, too.
Well, certainly, that's right. That's the answer. Here's one from Miss Lee Lessing of Fayette, Mississippi. The clock on the church tower takes the same time to make 3 strokes as the town hall clock takes to make 2 strokes. Now, as I came home, they began to strike the hour at the same instant. The church clock finished striking completely finished while the town clock had 2 more strokes to go. Now, what time was it? Joel?
Well, let's see. I think if you let X equal the hour, then you could have 3 halves. Well, you have to discount the first strike, as it's only the pauses that are really count. So wait a minute. Oh, you'd have twice as much of that, because actually the first one counted, you've had 3 in a row and 2, then there'd be 1 against the last 2. So you'd have twice times X minus 1, or minus the 2, or that's X minus 3. Twice times, in parentheses, X minus 3 would be equal to X minus 1. So you'd have 2X minus 6 equals X minus 1. So that'd be the X equals 5, so it'd be 5 o'clock.
That's right, absolutely, Joel. Good boy. That's right. And as I said, as I came home, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, not the morning. Now, here's a quickie from John Messer of Danbury, Connecticut. What war, might you say, began with 3 apples and ended with 1 horse? Professor Trinzy.
The Trojan War.
The Trojan War, that's very good. The next one is from Phyllis Colbert of Chicago, Illinois. Name 2 baseball players who had the same last names as 2 United States presidents. 2 baseball players who had the same last names as 2 United States presidents. Joel?
Well, there's a player out on the Pacific Coast, I think he won the batting championship there, that has the last name Wilson.
Wilson?
And there was President Wilson.
That's right. Can't you think of another Wilson, very famous Wilson of bygone days, Joel? Hack Wilson, that's right. All right, how about the other one now? Can we think of another one? Professor Freeman.
What about Walter Johnson?
And the president's name?
The president's name was also
Well, I was just double checking. I thought I might possibly catch you off base on that, but I didn't. Yes, sir. Mr. H.G. Hofcroft of Seattle, Washington asked this question. If you climbed these biblical mountains, what important event that once took place there might you reconstruct in your imagination? And first is Mount Sinai. Pat.
Well, Moses got the Ten Commandments there.
That's right, Patty, that's right. How about Mount Ararat? All right, Professor Smith.
The Ark rested on Mount Ararat.
That's right. And how about the Mount of Olives? The Mount of Olives, Pat?
Well, that's when Jesus went to pray for the last time. That's known.
That's right. That's correct, Patty. Yes. This question is from Catherine Hudson of New York City. When most good ball players walk out on the field, you hear a lot of O's and R's and gollies and G's from their fans. But what player gets 100 G's for walking out on the field? Professor Fairchild. DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio. $100,000. And then you'll need plenty of imagination for this question from Mrs. R. Hogan of River Forest, Illinois. If you were buying a garment of clothing for the following people and chose garments that were appropriate according to the name of each person, let's see what you could purchase. For instance, you might buy a racketeer a slicker. You get the idea? All right. Now here's the question. What might you buy a girl paratrooper? A garment of clothing, Professor Freeman.
Jumpers.
A jumper, yes. Right. And what might you buy for a painter? Real quick. A painter. Remember, a garment of clothing. Joel.
Well, something that I just brushed by.
Well, yes, but what else now? What do they put on a house first? All right, Naomi.
A coat.
A coat, that's it. Good girl, yes. Well, say, that old school bell means our question session is over, class. The next puzzler's for the judges. Which team won? The professors or the quiz kids? We'll have the answer for you in just a minute, but first here's an important message for our listeners.
Don't take chances. Are you giving your family the protection of One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules for these winter months? You buy winter coats and warm clothing as insurance against winter's colds and snows. But by all means, remember your wintertime vitamin insurance, too. Make mealtime your vitamin time. Put that One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin bottle on the table and make sure everyone in your family takes One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins. 60 capsules, 2 months supply, only $2. Ask your druggist for One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules.
All right, well, here's the answer. The judges report that as a class, you didn't miss any questions this afternoon. The score for our team of professors is 88, and the quiz kids, 92. Well, congratulations, quiz kids. And congratulations to you professors, too. You really put up a good fight. Yes, it's been another great session in radio's famous Classroom the Air. It was a privilege to have you professors with us this afternoon, and we want to thank you for participating so splendidly. And for each of you professors, we have a Zenith table model combination radio phonograph, and we hope you like it. Now, next Sunday, we'll be back home in our Chicago classroom with quiz kids Ruthie Duskin, Rennie Templeton, Lonnie Lundy, Harvey Dyke, and Patrick Conlon. We hope to mark all you listeners present in school, too, so plan to be with us, won't you? That's next Sunday, same time, same station. And until then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing class. Goodbye, kids. Bye. Goodbye, Professor.
Don't forget to do your share for the March of Dimes, and do it today. Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and see and hear Alka-Seltzer's Quiz Kids television show over NBC every Friday night. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is Durwood Kirby speaking.
From South Bend, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and New York City, New York, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. Here again transcribed is the All-American Quiz Game, which pits against each other the varsity scholars of two great American colleges in the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight we'll hear the University of Minnesota, Quiz Bowl winner for 6 consecutive weeks, on the air from Minneapolis to defend its title against the challenging varsity scholars of Notre Dame University, broadcasting from South Bend, Indiana. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
everybody. It's good to have you with us. We're ready to go with another intercollegiate battle of the brains. Tonight, Notre Dame tackles an assignment which has proved to be too much for Northwestern, Radcliffe, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and NYU. They're out to beat Minnesota. And Notre Dame might do it. On the other hand, with 6 scalps already tucked under their belts, the Gophers are confident they can outfight the Fighting Irish. Well, we'll know the outcome in 30 minutes, but now, let's get out to the Minnesota team at Minnesota campus and meet the Minnesota team. With them to serve once again as the Minnesota referee is Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. Are you there, Ben?
Right here, Alan, and all set to introduce the Minnesota team, which will be gunning for victory number 7. Here they are.
Tom Clayton, Winona, Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
And Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Yay! Rah, Gophers! Okay, and we've met the Minnesota team. Now let's skip down to the Notre Dame campus in South Bend, where Charles Chan of NBC Chicago is on hand to act as referee for the Notre Dame team. How are you, Chan?
Well, Alan, I came out here with laryngitis, but I feel better since meeting these Notre Dame representatives in the Quiz Bowl. Somebody's got to wallop that Minnesota team, and here to introduce themselves are the Notre Dame students I think can do it.
Tom Calder, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Joe Imbriaco, Elizabeth, New Jersey. Dave Burrell, Akron, Ohio. And John Griffin, Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay, Howard Reed, we've met both teams. Now, before we get started, will you give us the rules in this battle of wit?
Right, Alan? Well, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so we have toss-up questions. This is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Notre Dame signals, you'll hear. When Minnesota signals, you'll hear. By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it.
Okay, and that's the opening whistle, and here's the first toss-up question. Before I read it, may I remind you that if you get a chance, if you win the toss-up, you'll get a chance at a 20-point bonus. All right, here is the first toss-up question. We're going to give you 10 points. If you can name the mythical kingdom in which horses were kings and yahoos were slaves. Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Prester John.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, Tom Clayton.
Bob Dingnag.
I'm sorry, you were near Minnesota, but not right. It was from Gulliver's Travels, but it was from the mythical kingdom was the Winnims. Remember the Winnims? Supposed to pronounce it like you do a horse's whinny, I think. Okay, here's another toss-up question. See if you can get this. The 20-point bonus is still coming up. Tell us for 10 points, when is the next leap year? Minnesota.
Jack Davies has his hand up.
1956.
Right, Minnesota, and you win a chance now at a 20-point bonus. For 20 points, anybody on the Minnesota team, tell us, in the solar system, which planet is the furthest from both the sun and the earth?
Pluto.
Pluto. Everybody on the Minnesota team knows that. You're right for 20 points. Okay, coming up next is a 30-point bonus, so on your toes, Notre Dame, Minnesota. Here we go. Here's your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, what poet wouldn't think of taking his girl out without bringing his lunch along? Oh, nobody's going to take this? I'll take it. Omar Khayyam. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou from the Rubaiyat. Okay, here we go with another toss-up on your toes. Tell us for 10 points why the following numbers made headlines recently. 275 against 244. Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
It was the vote by which the president's policy in France was approved, the vote of confidence.
That's right. Premier Laniel was given his vote of confidence by that. Okay. You have a chance now to 30-point bonus, Minnesota. Now, history and literature are full of allusions to brave men and gallant ships.
Now, for 5 points each, you were to name the famous and in some cases infamous commanders of the following celebrated ships. You get 5 points each time. Let's go. Anybody on the Minnesota team, and let's go fast. Commander of the Half Moon.
Hudson.
Hudson.
Right. The commander of the Cane. Captain Queeg. All right. The commander of Bono.
We got that, didn't we? Roger said it.
Oh, did you hear it? I didn't hear it, and I was too late.
I said it just as you were saying.
Oh, okay. Mr. McGregor says okay. We'll accept it for 5 points. The Bonhomme Richard.
John Paul Jones.
Right, for 5 points. The Flying Enterprise.
Captain
Kurt Carlson.
That's right, for 5 points. The Victory. The Victory.
Nelson.
Right, for 5 points. Almost. Man. The wooden shoe which had 3 commanders.
Lincoln, Blinken, and Nod.
Right, for 5 points, Minnesota. Well, what do you know? Now, before we move along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Howard Quigg?
Well, each week NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches, since 1866 maker of watches of the highest character. Those are the stakes, and now with the score Minnesota 70, Notre Dame 0, we go back to a toss-up question. Remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Alan Queeg.
Thank you, Howard Bree. Okay, here is your toss-up question. Now, on your toes. In the woods of Powhatan, a princess used her royal prerogatives to save the life of a captain. For 10 points, name the princess. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson has her hand up.
Okay, Colleen.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas, right, for 10 points. And Colleen, you won a chance at a 25-point bonus question for the Minnesota team. Now, here it is. The first, fourth, and 24th letter in the alphabet, along with the numeral 2, has caused quite a lot of controversy in scientific circles and some embarrassment to the Republican administration of late. Now, you're going to get 25 points if you can tell us what these 3 letters and numbers stand for and what's the controversy. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
It was ADX. I forget that last number.
Well, the number...
ADX4.
ADX2, that was in the question.
And it was a battery additive.
Yeah?
And the government was buying it, and I think the Bureau of Standards, or some government bureau that checks up on the value of... The Commerce Department, Secretary Weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it was under the Commerce Department.
Yeah.
And the head of this Bureau of Standards, who goes about seeing if it's worthwhile, said that it wasn't worthwhile. And its manufacturer said it was, and I think Senator Thigh from Minnesota says that American businessmen who are using this know that it's good, and therefore it must be good.
Yeah. So what was the outcome? The latest outcome?
They found out that it really wasn't good.
Yes.
And it was quite useless. And it didn't help the batteries at all. And
all right. I think you've got the controversy pretty well outlined. Aston was reinstated after this latest finding. You did then understand that the first, fourth, and 24th letter of the alphabet along the numeral 2 referred to the ADX2 battery controversy, okay? And for doing that, Minnesota got 25 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
We're ready.
Are you on your toes? Because here we go. Don't answer that question. For 10 points, what famous Reformation priest-turned-family man wrote the children's Christmas carol, Away in the Manger? Sorry, you answered before I finished the question. You pushed the button, and so I will disqualify the question. It was, of course, Martin Luther who wrote Away in the Manger. Here's another toss-up question. Men have often been made to look like monkeys. Now, for 10 points, how recently did the reverse of this make news? Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
The Piltdown skull found in England was found to be almost a counterfeit. Only the cranium was actually belonged to prehistoric man. The rest of it belonged to a modern ape.
You put your finger right on it, Tom Clayton, for 10 points. And for doing so, Tom Clayton, you won Minnesota a chance at a 30-point musical bonus question. Now we're going to play 3 musical numbers which mention exact times of day in their titles. For 10 points each, what time is mentioned in the following titles? First...
The 1 o'clock jump.
No. Just keep playing it. High noon?
High noon, right for 10 points. Okay, here we go. What time of day is mentioned in this title?
3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, thank you for getting that one. Okay, now what time of day is mentioned in this one?
Is that the 1 o'clock jump?
That's the 1 o'clock jump. I had an awful time there not saying his name at once. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
Ready.
All right, here we go. During World War I, a man called Nicky sent a lot of telegrams to a man called Willie. For 10 points, who were Willie and Nicky? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein. Nicholas was the Tsar of Russia, and Wilhelm was the Emperor of Germany.
Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany. You're right for 10 points. And for getting it right, Minnesota, you've got a chance at a 20-point bonus. 20 points if you can identify the U.S. Air Force Base, which bears the name given by ancient geographers to the northernmost part of the habitable world. You know it? The Air Force Base, which has the same name as the name the ancient geographers used to call the northernmost part of the habitable world.
They haven't heard that it was reduced from top secret yet.
Well, you will when I tell you. It's Thule, Greenland. And you may remember that Ultima Thule means end of the world in Latin. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us the names of the couple in the famous opera who were married as a result of a singing contest. Notre Dame.
Joe Imbriaco.
In a Meistersinger,
the names of the couple. You're right for the opera, but I've got to take it if you don't know the names. Do you know the names, Minnesota?
Yes, Colleen Helgeson has it.
Elizabeth and Walter.
No, I'm sorry. It's Ava and Walter. You would have got it right if you'd said Ava. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. It was from Die Meistersinger by Wagner, though. All right. Here we go back to a toss-up question. Everybody remembers that Dolly Madison saved the Declaration of Independence when the English burned the Capitol. Some say she saved the White House silver. We're going to give you 10 points now if you can tell us what else Dolly saved. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein. The portrait of General Washington.
Right. Stewart's portrait of General Washington. That's 10 points. Okay, you won a 30-point bonus, Minnesota, and I'm going to ask you to complete the following statements. You are to complete the following statements of relationship, so think very carefully, for 10 points. World War II was chronicled by Winston Churchill as the Peloponnesian War was chronicled by whom? What?
Thucydides.
You're right for 10 points. Thucydides.
That was Clayton, by the way.
Tom Clayton. That's very good. You remember that? Can you describe that war, Tom, incidentally?
It was a war between the Spartan League and the Athenian League.
That's right. Who lost?
The Spartan League. No, the Athenian League.
The Athenian League. That's right. Okay. Here's another statement of relationship. Mona Lisa was to Leonardo da Vinci what the famous Olympia painted in 1863 was to whom?
Manet.
Manet, right. Edward Manet for 10 points. You're right. Now let me know if you're going to get this one. For 10 points, I want you to complete this statement of relationship. Dialectical materialism was to Karl Marx what hedonistic calculus was to whom?
Jeremy Bentham.
You got it right. You got it right for 10 points. Okay.
Hold it, Alan. That's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
All right, here we go now. With 60 seconds to go, I want to spend 30 seconds talking to you, Colleen, out in Minnesota campus. Because I have heard, my spies out there have told me, Colleen Helgeson, that tonight you're wearing a very attractive corsage. What does it mean?
Well, this corsage is from the Brothers of Sigma Chi, and it's a congratulatory message on my being on the Quiz Bowl.
Uh-huh. Why would the Brothers of Sigma Chi send you a corsage?
Well, I'm engaged to a Sigma Chi.
Oh, I see. That makes you a sweetheart of the Sigma Chi.
But I'm sitting next to her.
Oh, Okay, tell me about the corsage, Colleen. Anything to identify it?
Well, it's made of white roses, and it has blue and gold ribbons, the colors of Sigma Chi.
Very good, and congratulations, Colleen. Now I'd like to move down to South Bend and the Notre Dame campus and talk to Dave Burrell. Because, Dave, I noticed a very interesting fact after your name here. I noticed that you are called a Great Books Major. Now, I'm sure a lot of our friends don't know what that means, and I'd like to have you explain it. What is a Great Books Major at Notre Dame?
Well, the Great Books program is a four-year program of study integrated about the Western tradition of philosophy, literature, and the natural sciences. And we spend most of our time studying the primary source material. We seldom see a textbook. We spend 4 hours of our study a week in seminars, which are concerned with reading the great books from the Greeks to the moderns in the first 2 years, and then more comprehensively from the Greeks to the moderns in the last 2 years. That's it in a capsule.
Well, that's fine, and I'm very glad...
Okay, Alan, it's time to get back to the quiz. And now with the score, Minnesota 195, and Notre Dame a sheer unmentionable. Let's get back, and how about another toss-up question?
Okay. You mean the score is 0 for Notre Dame? Okay. I would like to tell you before I read the next toss-up question that coming up is a bonus question worth 50 points. It'd do a lot for you, Notre Dame, so let's go. Here we go. Just 52 years ago today, December 12th, the letter S resounded throughout the world. Now, for 10 points, why? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Was it Morse inventing the telegraph?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Was it a volcanic eruption?
No, neither one of you can take it. In 1912, 1901, in December 12, 1901, was the day that Marconi sent the first transatlantic message from England and Newfoundland. And the message consisted in part of 3 dots, the letter S. Okay, here, let's go with another toss-up question. Coming up yet is a 50-point bonus. Here we go. For 10 points, what nursery rhyme animal went in for interplanetary space travel? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
That would be the cow that jumped over the moon.
That would be right, Colleen Helgeson. And for getting that nursery rhyme animal, Colleen, you won for Minnesota a chance at a 50-point bonus. Now, the lines of many famous poets have been set to music. Now, here are 5 well-known songs, and for 10 points each, I want you to tell us what famous poet wrote the words. First of all, Auld Lang Syne.
Burns.
Robert Burns, right, for 10 points. The Recessional, God of Our Fathers, known of old.
Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, right, for 10 points. Believe me if all those...
Ben Jonson.
No. Thomas More.
You're right, Colleen. Believe me if all those endearing young charms was written by Thomas More. All right, now for 10 points, tell us what poet wrote the words to the song, Who is Sylvia?
Shakespeare.
Right, from 2 Gentlemen of Verona. Right, for 10 points. Now, for 10 points more, tell us what poet wrote the words to Drink to Me Only
Ben
with Thine
Jonson.
Eyes. Ben Jonson. Right, for 10 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up. Coming up is a 30-point bonus. A 30-point musical bonus, incidentally. We've all heard of the Daughters of the American Revolution, but for 10 points, we want you now to identify the Sons of Liberty. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
That was an organization in New York at the time of the American Revolution.
All right. Can you tell us any of the members in that organization?
John Jay.
Yep. Okay, we're going to leave it there. You got it right. It is a secret organization that sprung up in the American colonies to protest the Stamp Act, and it included all the colonies. Okay, you got 10 points, Minnesota, and a chance at a 30-point musical bonus. Here is a 30-point bonus question about villains. Now, we're going to play 3 arias from great operas, each sung by a dyed-in-the-wool villain. You're going to get 10 points each time you identify the villain and the opera. Here we go first of all.
tuo fermo cuore, sì come crede la vedova al
What villain is singing that? Well, you'll know it when I tell you. It's the Iago's Creed from Othello by Verdi. I believe in a cruel God. That was Iago, a black villain if there ever was one. Now, what villain is singing this song from opera?
Oh, up, galop, galop, my broomstick nag can do not lag at dawn of day.
The Witch?
From Hansel and Gretel.
Right for 10 points. The Witch from Hansel and Gretel. That was the Witch's song. Hansel and Gretel by Humperdinck. All right. Now, what villain from opera, and what opera, incidentally, is this song?
I would say that was Mephistopheles from Faust.
You would say right, Colleen Helgeson, for 10 points. Here we go to a 10-point bonus question coming up. What two Major League Baseball teams might have been named by an ornithologist? Minnesota.
Jack Davies. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Toledo Mud Hens.
Is there a Toledo question? No.
Major League.
Major League. Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Baltimore Orioles.
Right, Notre Dame.
That was Minnesota.
Can you take it, Notre Dame? Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Joe Embriaco.
St. Louis Cardinals and the...
Go on. All right, I'm going to throw it out. They gave you the answer of Minnesota, Notre Dame. It was the Baltimore Orioles and the St. Louis Cardinals. You remember on a toss-up question, we have only one answer from one member of a team. They gave you the answer there, but I realized that it was a bit confusing. Well, here we go back to another toss-up question. Now, for 10 points, tell us, what known Stoic philosopher was also a Roman emperor? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Marcus Aurelius.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. And you won for Notre Dame. Well, here we go, Notre Dame. You got a chance now at a 40-point bonus. A long list of literary characters have languished in jails, dungeons, and assorted kinds of pokies. Now, for 10 points each, give us the names of the following prisoners of fact and fiction. First of all, the prisoner, the English playwright prisoner who wrote the Ballad of Reading Jail. Notre Dame.
Who wants to do it?
Anybody in the Notre Dame team? The Ballad of Reading Jail.
Oscar Wilde.
Right for 10 points. All right. The American poet-prisoner who wrote The Enormous Room. The Enormous Room. For 10...
Edgar Allan Poe.
No. Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
E.E. Cummings.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. All right, for 10 more points. The Russian ex-commissar of the people who was an inmate of cell number 404.
Dostoevsky.
Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
Turgenev.
No, I'm sorry, it's Rubishov from Kessler's Darkness at Noon. All right, for 10 more points, the French doctor who, as a prisoner of the Bastille, spent 18 years as an occupant of number 105 North Tower.
Dr. Manet.
Right, in what book?
This was in Tale of Two Cities.
That would be right for 10 points. And here we go back to a toss-up question. What's the score, Howard?
Well, right now the score is Notre Dame 40, Minnesota 285 with 4 minutes left to play.
Okay, here we go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, what story with a holiday theme commences with the statement, Morley was dead to begin with? Notre Dame.
Christmas Carol.
What?
Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Right, Notre Dame, and for that you won a chance at a 35-point bonus question. Here we go for 15 points. What mythical character gave fire to mankind and was punished by Zeus for 13 years?
Dave Burrell.
What was that?
Prometheus.
Right for 15 points for 13 centuries. I thank you very much. All right, but you got the answer right. Now, for 10 more points, I want you to name a Greek author who created a classical tragedy based on this myth around 470 B.C.
Aeschylus.
Aeschylus is Prometheus Unbound.
Prometheus Bound, yeah.
Prometheus Bound. All right, now, in 1820... I kind of jumped my question, didn't I? In 1820, another writer created a lyric drama titled Prometheus Unbound. Now, for 10 points, give me the name of this writer.
Shelley.
Shelley, right for 10 points, Notre Dame. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Tell us, for 10 points, what was Galileo attempting to prove when he dropped the cannonballs off the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Minnesota.
Jack Davies. That weight of
unequal weights of equal mass will fall to the ground at an equal rate.
That's right. I couldn't have said it better if I'd read it off the card myself. And you won from Minnesota, Jack Davies, a chance at a 20-point bonus. What sport would I be describing if I said some of them babbled and were disqualified, others were tossed out for running cunning, but even so, 2 grays were killed and a red cornered? What sport?
Fox hunting?
Fox hunting, right for 20 points, Minnesota. Babbling, you know what babbling is, incidentally? Who is this, Jack?
I don't know what it is, but it's Jack.
Okay, Jack. Babbling is baying before the scent is picked up, and running cunning is working the wrong trail. Here we go. For 10 points, here's a toss-up question. Tell us, what 2 pre-adolescents ascended an incline to obtain a vessel of H2O? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Jack and Jill.
Right for 10 points, Minnesota. And here you go with a 25-point bonus question. You need your pencils and papers for this one, Minnesota. Anybody on the team work as a team. Now, first of all, it's a mathematical question. You are to start with the date of the Norman conquest of England. And from that number, you are to subtract the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Now, divide by the number of peppers, in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop. Divide by the number of peppers in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop, and give me your numerical answer. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
212.
Right for 25 points, Minnesota. 166. 1066 was the Norman conquest, of course, minus 6, which is the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, divided by 5, which was the number of peppers in the Harriet Lothrop series, equals 212. Okay, here we go back with a toss-up question for 10 points. Is the mythological animal Pegasus omnivorous, carnivorous, or herbivorous? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Herbivorous.
Right, he's herbivorous. He's an animal, meat-eating animal, right? He meets both animal and vegetable. Both animal and vegetable food. All right, I want you to call out your cook now, Minnesota, because I'm going to read you the ingredients of a souffle, and I want you to find the missing ingredient in the list. Butter, flour, egg yolk, salt, milk, and cheese. Now, what essential ingredient is missing for 20 points in a souffle? Butter, flour, egg yolk.
That's it. Time's up. Sorry, Alan. The game's over for this week.
All right. May I say, though, the missing ingredient was, of course, egg whites, which would give the souffle lightness. Okay.
Okay, Alan. And the final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is Notre Dame 85 points and 360 points for the winner, Minnesota. To each member of the Notre Dame team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Georgia. Now here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Congratulations to Minnesota, and may I say thanks to the Notre Dame team. Tom Calder, John Griffin, Dave Burrell, Joseph Imbriaco. You did a great job. Now, in the weeks to follow, we'll have varsity scholars from Brown University, the University of Michigan, Georgetown University, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. So won't you be with us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Notre Dame, Charles Chan of NBC Chicago, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. Howard Reed speaking.
Tonight, enjoy a salute to the Queen of Roses on the NBC Radio Network.
time to play Truth or Consequences. Plays brought to you by Velvet Suds Ivory Soap, 99 and 44, 100% pure. It floats. Hold your heads, folks. He's in again. The lad who brought the front parlor back into its own. Your Truth or Consequences man, Ralph Edwards.
Oh, Eddie, that's great. Ed Hurley. Good evening, party players. Who was missing? The contestants that we chose in the audience beforehand. We called up a lot of them. Did they all come up? All right. We choose them just before we go on the air, and we want to make sure they all were up here. Ed Hurley, nice to have you on the show, boy. Listen, here's something you folks will be interested to hear. You folks listening in out there on the West Coast and along from Denver West. Remember, a few weeks back we had a mother of a son who was in the service. Talked for a few moments on the sale of war bonds, and then we said if she sold $10,000 worth over our 22 Western stations before the program went off the air, we'd give her a free trip to visit her son at his camp. Well, we sold $109,000 in bonds, just on the hookup with you folks here that are listening. And tonight, we did the same show, giving another mother a chance to see her son, if she sold $50,000 in war bonds on Truth or Consequences on our Eastern show. We put the goal at $50,000 because there are 5 times as many stations on the Eastern hookup. And she sold, within 25 minutes, over $500,000 in war bonds. Just 2 minutes on our first show. The reports are still coming in. They estimate $1 million will be sold just from that one mother making a 30-second plea for war bonds. Our thanks to you folks and the NBC stations for such wonderful cooperation. Incidentally, Butte, Montana deserves special mention, don't they? KGIR reported over $50,000 alone on our Western show a few weeks ago. More bombs and bullets to sink the Axis, eh, boys? Here we have 3 men at the microphone. Hello, fellers.
Hi.
Hi, you. I wonder if I got all your names here. Who's Mr. Fleming? Robert Fleming.
Right here.
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Where are you from?
New York.
What's your occupation?
Patrolman.
A patrolman?
That's right.
He's got his joints rated. Get out. Come on back. It's all right. Just let me wear this tuxedo through the show, that's all. Mr. Al Zudek. Zudek, how are you?
Right here. Fine, thank you.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? And what is your occupation?
Salesman.
Salesman. It carries you far afield, does it not, eh?
You betcha.
All right, Mr. John Martin.
Right.
Hello there, Mr. Martin.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
from Weehawken, New Jersey.
That's right.
What do you do?
Printer in a film lab.
Okay. Now, boys, we're going to have a little question for you. Miss it, and we'll have a little consequence, eh? It's another in our series of bigger questions. Biggies, we call them. See if you can figure this bigger. Mama Bigger and Papa Bigger and Baby Bigger were out on a picnic eating hot dogs. Along came a bee and stung Baby Bigger. Who was the bigger and why? Truth or Consequences? 20 seconds.
Baby Bigger.
Baby Bigger, why? You have to
got me there.
No, it got Baby Bigger there. The bee. Well, as I said, Mama Bigger and Papa Bigger and Baby Bigger were out on a picnic eating hot dogs. Along came a bee and stung Baby Bigger. Who was the bigger and why? The answer is Baby Bigger because he was a weeny bit bigger. Just a little. There we go. In the file and forget department, you haven't told the truth, Mr. Martin, Mr. Zudek, and Mr. Fleming, so you must pay the consequences. Putting towels around the neck now. Please take off your coats, roll up your sleeves, boys. Roll them up there, way up the sleeves. Take off your coats. And then we'll put shower caps on you, too. You want to be well protected in this consequence. And put you behind these 3 screens that we have on the stage. There go the shower caps. That's to keep any blind hair out of your eyes, gentlemen. We'll put you behind those 3 screens there on stage that face each other in a triangular formation. Each screen faces the other, you understand? And each one has a hole for your head and 2 holes for your arms. Now, Mr. Fleming, you get behind screen number 1. Mr. Martin, you behind screen number 2, and you stick your head and arms out of screen number 3 there. Mr. Zudek here. All right, Martin in 1, Fleming in 2, Zudek in 3. Remember those numbers, remember those names. Now listen, each one of you will now be handed a bottle of seltzer water. There you are. Don't squirt them yet, fellas. You won't squirt it yet, will you, Mr. Zudek?
Oh, gosh,
no. No. All right, I'm going to ask some questions of different people in our audience. And their answer must be a number, such as how many children do you have, and if the person should say 3, why, number 1, that is Mr. Fleming, and Mr.
Martin, number 2, would squirt water at Mr. Zudak, number 3. And then if I should ask a question that should provoke an answer that was number 2, we'll say number 1 and number 3 will shoot at Mr. Martin. You see how that is? Whenever the number is called, the other 2 fellows squirt water at the number called. All right. All right, we go into the audience now to get the answers that will determine your fate. Now, just one thing to remember, boys. Listen, just one thing to remember. Every time you get hit with water, yell, I love it! I love it! Will you yell that once just for fun? Let's hear it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm sure you do. All right. Now, let's see. I'll ask this lady a question first. How many shower caps do you see on stage?
3.
2 and 1 hit! All right, whoa! Zudak, what do you got? None of the contestants. Mr. Fleming, be careful of your aim. You went clear over the top of the screen and landed on half the contestants. Into the audience. Everybody goes into the audience. All right, let's go. Let's talk with a man now. Let's say this man in here. Do you have any children, sir? No, sir. You don't? Well, we can't have number 0. Do you have any children, sir?
Yes, sir. I have 1.
1? 2 and 3. Where is number 1? Did they say I love it? I love it? I didn't hear him saying I love it.
I love it.
Now we'll take a lady here, any lady. Let's take this lady. Which man up there getting squirted with water do you feel most sorry for? Which one do you feel most sorry for? 1, 2, or 3?
Mr. He hasn't been squirted.
Mr. 2, you feel sorry for. Oh, boy. Ran out of water, so they're replenishing it. Hold off. That's enough. Hang it. Hold off there. They get water bottle. All right. Now, this is the last question. This young man who's been in the audience here. Hello, little boy.
Hello.
How old are you?
4.
4, right? That won't do us any good. I'm glad I'm in the audience that it got me. Can you count? Let's hear you count.
1.
Keep going. Don't stop there. 2, yes. 3. That's all you count. That's enough. You're doing good. I guess everybody except you folks at home there got wet on that one. Wow. $5 apiece to each of the men, and 5 cakes of ivory soap to you all. And to the 4-year-old boy in the audience, thanks. Well, Laura Dean Dutton. Hello, folks. Here comes that star of that new Broadway musical, New Faces of 1943. Say, it's Laura Dean Dutton, and it's time for beauty, Laura.
Well, then it's time for Ivory.
Well, what's your song?
Kalamazoo.
Laura, you're on.
IVORYSOOO. What a soul. It's grand for your skin. From coast to coast, gentle ivory's a toast of ladies who win in love and romance. Baby will say it's ivory for you. For your complexion, it's simply perfection. You'll say so too, it's true of ivory. Doctors say to use it, doctors say to choose it. Doctors should know. Ed Hurley?
More doctors advise pure ivory soap for your complexion than all other brands of soap put together.
It's not accidental. Ivory soap is gentle. Take a look at baby, then you'll see why. IVORYSOAP is the soap for a lovelier you. Ed?
Why, one single cleansing with Velvet Suds Ivory leaves the skin with all its natural beauty, smooth and baby bright.
Ivory can do it, so won't you turn to it? Babies do, so why don't you?
Oh, what a soap for beauty! And that's the truth, Laura Dean Dutton. You betcha. Miss Jean Steenhoff.
Steenhoff. Hello, Miss Steenhoff.
How do you do?
Where are you from?
New Haven, Connecticut.
New Haven, Connecticut. All right. And your occupation?
Telephone operator.
A telephone operator. All right. Now, I've got a little question here for you. Incidentally, when interviewing you volunteer contestants in the audience, you said you had a soldier boyfriend in Los Angeles. So where was he stationed?
Lemoore Army Flying School.
Lemoore, they're making sarongs out there. No, they're really working hard and working right, believe me. All right, he's in Los Angeles then.
Yes.
Do you want to give his name or not?
Sure, and Corporal Thomas Arden.
Okay. Here's your question. Oh, Corporal, what's going to happen if she misses this? Let's see how well acquainted you are with the ups and downs of things. What manner of transportation carries more passengers per day in the United States than any other? Truth or consequences? Go Beulah. No snitching in the audience. Please. What manner of transportation carries more passengers per day in the United States than any other?
I don't know. You have me.
No, the corporal's got you. Elevators.
Oh.
Well, you haven't told the truth.
Corny.
So, that's what?
Corny.
Corny? Oh, that's praise for a question on this show. Christmas is upon us. We know that, don't we, Miss Steenhoff?
Yes, sir.
And our fighting forces will soon be enjoying the 101 welcome presents the folks at home have sent them. Now, truth or consequences, the thought that your boyfriend, Tom, out there in Los Angeles, might get a kick out of a Christmas stocking filled with presents. Think he would?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we brought up several gifts and are giving them to you to send on to your boyfriend at, say the camp again or whatever it is.
Lemoore.
Yes. Tom is his name. Well, we have a number of beautiful presents for your soldier boy, specially selected, and we have a stocking to put all these gifts in. So if you boys will just give me the stocking now, we'll... The stocking. Where's the stocking? We've got to have a stocking.
So I'll have to take that off.
Well, no, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll ask for volunteers. First of all, let's ask you, Miss Steenhoff, are you game enough to donate your stocking to put all your boyfriend's Christmas presents in?
My last pair of nylons, but I will.
Well, you will?
Sure.
Oh, maybe we got an extra pair around here. Sometime we can find one. That's swell.
Nylons.
All right. And you're making it very easy for us, yes. I tell you what, we'll wrap them all with Christmas cotton so the stocking won't be marred, and Tom will have to see to it that the stocking gets back to you. Don't worry, we got some other stuff to fix up, so all right. Now, you would say you'll donate the stocking. That's swell. We realize what a sacrifice giving up a stocking is. All right, will you bring out a couple of sheets or something, boys, so Miss Steenhoff can have some privacy? Those big sheets. All right, there we go. That's it. Now, will some of you gentlemen come up and hold these sheets around Miss Steenhoff to make a sort of tent, please? Just hold them all around her. That's it. We'll have a little bit of music while you're taking off the stocking. Bill Meter at the organ. Will you play a little appropriate music like Take It Off, Billy? There we are. How you doing, Miss Steenhoff?
Fine.
That's it. That's good. Do you need some light?
What's that?
You need some light?
Nope.
Well, it's a powerful lot of unsnapping going on there. All right. Here we are. Thank you, Miss Steenhoff. Now, on Christmas morning, this stocking of yours will be given to your boyfriend at Lemoore camp there. You sure it's Lemoore? I mean, it's all right to say that, isn't it? And it will be filled with these presents. Hold the microphone. You hold the stocking open, Herb. Kay, you drop the presents in. Ed, you get in here, too. Here we are. First of all, it'll be filled with this Ronson cigarette lighter. There it goes in. This ever-ready flashlight. There it goes in. This carton of cigarettes into the stocking. A year's subscription, push it way down. A year's subscription to Newsweek magazine. There it goes. A Schick injector razor. A Seaforth Commando shaving kit. Kidding? No more room in that stocking? We'll have to have another one, I guess. Bring out the sheets again. Bring out the sheets. A little appropriate music, Bill, at the organ, if you will, please. We'll have to have the other stocking. Wait a minute. That's it. But there we go. We'll need so many presents. Mike, I'm glad we didn't find anyone with short socks, aren't you, Herb?
I'm delighted.
Just one. There we are. All right. How is it? All right? Oh, fine. All right. Now, here we go. We'll continue. A whole box of Fifth Avenue candy bars. Tom can pass these out. Just dump them in there to all the gang and his group there.
All right, get all the candy bars in, and now here is a Bullobus serviceman's wristwatch to go in the Christmas stocking, too. Show him the nice wristwatch that we have out of the box. All right, and a handsome portable radio. There we are. That goes in there, too. In the stocking. Oh, yes! Wait a minute. I forgot a 5-gallon keg of witch hazel, good for tired feet. There it is. Well, wait, that's going to be pretty hard to get in. We'll have to send that out by Pony Express. Boy, is that stocking bulging. Well, Miss Steenhoff, this Christmas stocking will be hung on your boyfriend's army cot in Camp Lemoore without a sarong, and he can return it to you after he takes all the goodies out if he wants. Do you think he'll enjoy it?
Oh, he will, surely.
Here's your prize, $5 to you, Miss Steenhoff. 5 cakes of ivory soap. The suds as soft as baby skin. Wonderful for the complexion. And what's this? Oh, a Christmas present to you, Miss Steenhoff. Will you open it, please? There are 3 pair of lovely hose, the kind you're wearing. If they don't fit, let us know, and we'll get the kind to do so. Thank you. Well, I guess my wife goes without that Christmas present this year. Well, that's nice. It was fun. It was worth it. All right. Let's have Mr. David Bloom. Hello, Mr. Bloom.
How do you do?
Where are you from?
New York.
New York, eh? What is your occupation?
Manufacturer.
Talk very loud.
Manufacturer of ladies' hats.
Of ladies' hats?
That's right.
All right. Not ladies' socks?
No.
I know a girl, Miss Steenhoff, we might happen to see. All right. You were one of the volunteer contestants in the audience who told us you had a female relative you could call on the telephone in case you missed a question and had to pay the consequences. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Here's the question. We'll soon find out if you have to make the call. Comes from Mrs. J.J. Saresic of Lebo, Kansas. She asks, what grows only in the wintertime and grows down instead of up? Truth or consequences? And please, no snitching in the audience. You have 20 seconds before Beulah the buzzer says, it's all up, Mr. Bloom. What grows only in the wintertime and grows down instead of up? Times are coming up. An icicle. Well, Mr. Bloom, you haven't told the truth, so you must pay the consequences. And your consequence is just to call any female relative you want. Now, I tell you what, Mr. Bloom, your telephone awaits you off stage. Just go off there, give the number of the relative that you want to call, and when you get her on the phone, we'll bring you back on stage. What relative is it, by the way?
A sister-in-law.
And where's the sister-in-law?
In Hollywood.
In Hollywood?
That's right.
All right. Off you go. Go on, give the number to our operator, and we'll go on with the show. Just, you'll find him right out at the desk there. The operator will put the call right through, and we'll have some fun. Close the door, because what's going to happen to him? There it closes. He's out of hearing distance. So, now will Mr. Bloom's wife, Mrs. Bloom, come up on stage quickly, Mrs. Bloom. Come on. We notice Miss Bloom here while choosing contestants, too. Come on up, Mrs. Bloom. And quickly, got to get going. There we go. Now, we want you to come right up here at the microphone. I won't talk to you till you get right up here. Have you, tell me this, besides interviewing the audience tonight, have you ever talked to me before?
No, sir.
Have you any idea what we want you to do?
No, sir.
All right. Are you quite familiar with the relative your husband is supposed to be calling on the phone?
I am.
What's her name?
Helen Schrank.
Helen what?
Schrank.
Well, she'll be all right. I say supposed to be calling because actually our operator is just pretending to be getting the number of the relative. Now, your husband, in other words, is to be the victim of a hoax. The person your husband will talk to on the phone is you, but your voice will be on a recording. Mrs. Schrank won't even have to come into it. Now, here's how we'll work it. I'm going to ask you to say a few sentences into this recording machine that we have here, recording microphone. We will record what you say. And then this recording, do I have to make it on this mic? I have to make it on this mic, don't I? Oh, any mic. All right. Then this recording will be played back into the receiver of the telephone when your hubby comes back to speak. Do you see? He'll think he's speaking to Mrs. Schrank, his sister-in-law. Can I change that name? What's her first name?
Helen.
To Helen. But actually, it'll be your familiar voice all the time, only you'll be standing right beside him. We'll call you...
I'm afraid he'll recognize me.
Well, that's the consequence. We'll see if he does. First, he'll probably say hello. So you watch me very carefully and don't say anything except what I tell you to, you see, because it's going to be recorded. Now, so you say hello into the microphone so we can record it. When I signal you with my hand like this, you say hello.
Honey, hello?
You ad-lib. It's all right. That's good. That honey's going to kill him, believe me. Then he'll probably say, this is, what's his first name?
Dave.
He'll say, this is Dave. So we'll leave a space on the record, and you say, why, Dave, darling.
Dave,
Wait a minute, dear.
darling.
Wait a minute.
Why, Dave, darling, how are you? Don't say that until... That's all right. You can remember that. Why, Dave, darling, how are you? When I go like that, you say, why, Dave, darling, how are you?
Why, Dave, darling, how are you?
That's wonderful the way she does it. All right, that's recorded. Then he'll say, I'm on Truth or Consequences. So your next recorded sentence should be, I always said you were the foolish member of the family, Dave. Do you know that? We have it written out here for you. I always said you were the foolish member of the family, Dave.
I always said you were the foolish member of the family, Dave.
All right, we're getting that. We're going to have to hurry. Now, another pause on the record while he has time to say something else. And then, no matter what he said, we'll hear your recorded voice saying, what's your first name?
Beatrice.
Say, how's Beatrice? That's all you have to say. Now, wait a minute.
How's Beatrice?
All right. Now, you better say that again. Say, I can't hear you. How's Beatrice?
I can't...
Wait.
I can't hear you. How's Beatrice?
Say it once more. How's Beatrice? Now, wait a minute. Are you deaf? How's Beatrice?
I can't hear you. How's Beatrice? Are you deaf?
Oh, you're going to kill him. All right. Now, we're going to skip right to the end. All right, listen. Now we want you to record this. We want you to say, we're sending you 2 rolls of bologna for Christmas. Now, you can say, we're sending you 2 rolls of bologna for Christmas.
We're sending you 2 rolls of bologna for Christmas. Tie it up.
All right. That's all right. That was off, wasn't it? All right. Now, don't say any more than what's written on this card now. Say, now we want you to say, as a matter of fact, this is all a lot of baloney because this is your wife speaking. My voice is recorded. Can you read it there?
Yes, sir.
All right, get ready.
As a matter of fact, this is all a lot of baloney because this is your wife speaking. My voice is recorded.
All right, that's good. That's fine. Now, you go back and sit in the audience. Sit right up there somewhere and get ready to come right back. We'll call you up in a minute. Now, don't let him... He hasn't seen, has he? That's good. That's good. Now, Mr. Bloom can be brought back on stage. Come in, Mr. Bloom. You'll think he's talking to his relative wife. Come on. Actually, it'll be his wife. He'll think it's a relative. Come here, Mr. Bloom. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Get on this side of the microphone, will you?
Sure.
Okay. I think the operator has this relative of yours on the phone, they told me. And you're all set to talk, are you?
I sure am.
All right, I think it'd be nice. Come over to this telephone. Johnny, tune in this mic, will you? Let me put on these earphones, and I'll listen in with you. And you take this telephone in just a minute now. I think it'd be nice if your wife came up and stood beside you so she can say hello too, huh? Come up, Mrs. Bloom, quickly, Mrs. Bloom. Will you come up, please? I know she's here because when we interviewed her in the audience tonight, Can you get him all right?
Hello. Are you on the phone?
Come on, Mrs. Bloom. You may want to talk. Is it your sister Is it your sister? It's your sister. And it's your sister-in-law. And what's her name? Helen...
David
Frank.
Bloom.
No, her name
is Helen Frank.
All right. All right, now get ready.
Hello. All right, just a moment.
Now, first of all, say hello to her. Get on the mic. Get on the telephone.
Hello. Hello.
Hey,
How are you, dear?
She said, honey, hello?
How are you, honey?
Say, this is... What'd she say? What did she say?
How are you?
Oh, goodness. Well, tell her you're on
Helen,
Truth or Consequences.
I'm on Truth and Consequences now. We're having a swell time. Hello. Hello.
I always said you were the foolish member of the family.
I'm foolish? Go on.
Do you want to put...
How's Mother?
What is this?
Hello. How's fine? She's fine. I've got Joe and Ann down here, and they're having a swell time. I have Joe and Ann over here, and they're having a swell time. I tell you, it's a swell show. I said, Beatrice is fine. What's going on here?
What'd you say?
What'd you say? You sent my kid a baloney? Listen, dear, I'm all upset here. No, don't.
You get the gag?
I do.
What'd you say?
This is my wife speaking. Her voice is recorded.
Mr. Bloom recorded your wife's voice.
That was swell. Here you are, $5 in war stamps, 5 cakes of ivory, and now we take you to the Court of Higher Appeal. Hands Appeal. Judge Ed Hurley presiding.
The 12-day trial for lovelier hands is now in session.
Will the court please come to ivory soap for dishes?
Whereas you, madam, may have hands that look a little red and coarse, be it known you're probably using a strong wash-day soap for dishes. Oh, that's criminal. Prosecute that strong soap. Give it up. Win the case with Ivory. Give pure Ivory soap a 12-day trial right in your dishpan. Ivory summons velvet suds. They're pure. They're mild. They're gentle. Just ask Baby, Ivory's own star witness. Madam, you'll say, laws, these suds feel wonderful. Your hands will testify to that. For in 12 days, what evidence? Your hands will look much whiter, softer, smoother. Ivory's fee, about a penny a day for dishes. Get 3 large-sized cakes of velvet suds ivory. It's a saving of the 3rd degree.
12 days, lovelier hands. To wit, we're too witty. Private John Halsneck. Mr. Halsneck, how are you?
How are you?
Okay, boy. Mary Edwards of Baltimore, Maryland, no relation, sends us in. An actor standing in the wings heard several hundred people applauding, yet when he stepped before the footlights a moment later, there was not a single person in the theater. How do you account for this, Private Halsneck of Louisville, Kentucky? Truth or consequences?
When he stepped before.
Yeah, he heard several hundred people applauding out in the audience, and when he stepped before the footlights a moment later, there was not a single person in the theater. How do you account for it?
Well, there was more than a single person in the audience.
No? They were all married. No single person. You haven't told the truth, so you must pay the consequences. We're going to get your lucky number tonight. Look into this magic ball here that we have, this crystal ball, and say, oh, master of the crystal ball, are you listening? We'll get you your lucky number. Numerology is a great thing. Go ahead, say it.
Oh, master of the
crystal ball.
Of the crystal ball.
Are you listening?
Are you listening?
Hello, Halsey. What's on your mind?
Yeah, now ask you.
Gee whiz.
Tell him to give him your magic number.
Give me my magic number, crystal ball.
Your number? Oh, number, yeah. Let's see. I had it here someplace. Here it is. Atwater 9, 1099. No, that's Gertrude's. Here it is. Number 7. Your number is 7, Halsey.
7. Okay, that's all we want to know. Here's your $5 and 5 cakes of ivory.
Wait a minute, Edwards. I said his number was 7. Make that $7 and 7 cakes of ivory.
Okay. Now, listen, how would you like to take out a model to a show tonight, all right?
Oh, gee, that'd be swell.
All right, here's that very beautiful model.
Hold it, Edwards. Make that 7 beautiful models.
Oh, yes, sir, 7. Do you think you can handle 7 models?
Well, I can make a stab at it.
All right. Girls, 7 cover girls, Miss D. Duncan, come out, Louise Walsh, Sue Thomas, Lorraine Walker, Michael Wheeler, Choo-Choo Johnson, and Jean Christie. 7 of the most beautiful girls in the world. Here they are. Here you are. Any theater that you want. I'd say the Capitol Theater because 7 Days Leave is playing there. All right. Have a good time on your way.
Now?
Yeah, and right now. And I tell you what, because 7 is your lucky number, we'll have 7 sailors come to escort the girls so that they can keep an eye on you. 7 sailors to help out, too. There they go. Okay, there they go. Over to see 7 Days Leave. The movie The Truth or Consequences in. We hope you all see it. And now, before we announce the grand prize winner, let me ask you this important question. Were you planning to travel at Christmas time? All right, then listen to the consequences. I see a Christmas tree. I see a mother and a father and a baby sister. They're sitting, waiting for a soldier boy, and he doesn't come home. And why? Because you took the train he had hoped to make. You bought the seat he'd hoped to take. He can't get home. The trains are full. Now, folks, 51% of all travel today is still for pleasure, and that shouldn't be. We're trying to move troops, 1 million every month. We need those planes and trains and buses. And now comes Christmas time. Every bus should take to the road, every train to the rails with the most important cargo in the world. Our boys going home before they go to war. Going home for Christmas. If you travel, they can't make it. If you stay right where you are, they can. Which is the Christmas spirit? Let's all get in this. Who's the grand prize winner tonight, Herb? It is Mrs. Bloom, who, Mr. and Mrs. Bloom. He made the telephone call. The hoax telephone call. You get a $25 war bond, another war bond. It joins millions more to help build the might of America. Thanks, and now for Procter & Gamble, this is Ralph Edwards saying good night until we meet again next week. Good night, everybody!
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids.
presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright-eyed youngsters ready to start another difficult examination. Questions for the examination were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazines from among those you listeners sent in. The sender of each question used will receive a fine new Zenith portable radio within the next day or two. Each of the 5 children on tonight's program will be awarded a $100 denomination United States savings bond by the makers of Alka-Seltzer for his efforts tonight. And the 3 with the highest scores will be invited back next week. And now, the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Quiz Kids and myself hope your Christmas has been most pleasurable. Our guest observer tonight is Miss Charlotte Carr, director of Hull House, Chicago's world-famous settlement. And tonight's Quiz Kids are Van...
I'm Van Dyke. I'm 13, and I'm in the 3rd year of Thornton Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School.
Lois?
I'm Lois Karp. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Lakeview High School.
And Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I go to Sen High School.
And by the way, friends, Claude was born in South Africa and lived there until just a year or two ago. And by the way, Claude, how did you like your Christmas here as compared with Christmas in Africa?
Well, I thought it was wonderful, but it compares very well with ours at home.
Well, fine. Well, say, let's get along here and say, before we really get started, you know, last night, speaking of Christmas, Joe Jr. and myself were trimming the Christmas tree, and he threw a quizzaroo at me that I really couldn't get. And I just would like to prove to him that the Quiz Kids can't get it either. So I'm going to give you a chance. Now, Santa Claus has 8 reindeer. And if they are hitched up to his sleigh in a straight line, one right behind the other, how many of them could say, I see at least 4 sets of antlers ahead of me? Now, remember, kids, the reindeer are in a straight line, one right behind the other. How many could say, I see at least 4 sets of antlers ahead of me? Van?
Well, none of them, because he can't talk.
Oh! That's right. Is my face red? All right, now let's really get started. Here is the first one. Marley was dead to begin with is the first line of a very famous story. Mrs. H.T. Chapin of Lillington, North Carolina, thinks you Quiz Kids should be able to identify the story and give its author. Claude?
It's The Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens.
Good for you, Claude. That's right. Mary McDowell of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania says that what you children have been reading in the newspapers, your children and your children's children will read in their history books. She wants to know what significance they will attach to the date September 3rd, 1939. Lois?
The day the war began.
Well, can you give us something definite? We'd like some names.
Well, the governments of France and England declared war on Germany on September 3rd at 11 o'clock.
That's right. That's what I wanted you to say. All right, let's get along to the next one. C. Brewster Lee of West Englewood, New Jersey, went to a hobby show, and he overheard these bits of conversation. He wants you to tell us what hobby each speaker was interested in. Now, here's the first one. A few coats of dope, and your nose block will be completed. Van?
I'd be being interested in model airplanes.
He certainly would. That's the lingo, all right, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
I make them myself.
Beg pardon, Van?
I make them myself.
Oh, you do? Well, that's certainly fine to know. And the next one here, that block will look nice swinging on a hinge. Are you mounting it? Joan?
Stamp collecting.
Stamp collecting is good. There, we're getting along swell here. Now, 2 out of 3 on this one. You have seen all sorts of sound effects used here in the studio by our sound effects man, but there are no sound effects men in the jungle. Adrian Morgan of Youngstown, Ohio, asks you to explain just how the elephant, the gorilla, and the cricket make themselves heard. The elephant, the gorilla, and the cricket. Gerard?
Oh, the elephant trumpets through his trunk, and the gorilla has little pulses in his cheeks that blow out and makes a booming sound, and then he also beats on his chest, and the cricket rubs his legs against his wings. I've heard a poem, How Merry the Little Cricket Sings, for he rubs his legs against his wings, and only the male cricket does that.
All right, thanks, Gerard, and thanks for that nice little poem. That was real cute, just like your cricket. Matthew Epstein of Brooklyn, New York, warns you to watch your P's and T's on this one. He asks you to spell 3 words which he thinks are even harder than the tough ones we had last week. And here they are. The first one is ptomaine. Van?
Ptomaine.
That's right. It can also be spelled without the E, so you're still correct. And the next one is Ptolemy. Claude?
Ptolomy.
No, that's wrong, Claude. Van?
Ptolemy.
That's right. And the third one is tonsorial. Joan?
Tonsorial.
Very good. Very good. Miss Elizabeth Long of Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, sends in a new kind of spelling question. And she asks me to spell the words on the piano. And all you have to do is tell me the 3 words that I spell as I strike the different notes. Now, they're all things that we might have for dinner tomorrow. Simple, isn't it? Very simple. But I'll bet we don't hear any coaching from the audience. Now, here's the first word. And listen closely. And just a second, I'll be over at the piano. Here's the first word. Claude?
Egg.
Egg is good. Good for you. All right, here is the second one. Joan?
Beef.
Beef is good. All right, now watch on this third one here. Joan?
Cabbage.
Cabbage is good. Hooray for you. That was mighty fine. Now, 2 out of 3 on this next one. Glenna L. Wells of Parma Heights, Ohio, asked for some things that might be found on the Christmas tree. For example, an act of courtesy. That, of course, would be a bow, spelled B-O-U-G-H, of course. Now, what about these? Something also found in the sewing basket. Van?
Needle.
Needles, you bet. And the next, baggage. Gerard?
A trunk.
Trunk of the tree is right. And the third, now existing. Gerard?
Present.
Present is right. We really took the old Christmas tree right down there. Now, not forgetting what this day is, Mrs. E.A. Schmidt of Oakland, California, wants to know why Dutch children, when expecting St. Nicholas, put their wooden shoes by the fireplace and fill them with hay. Lois?
Well, I don't know about the custom exactly, but I think it's because a wooden shoe could serve as a manger if a baby was placed in it. Of course, it's too small.
Well, that's hardly the answer. Gerard?
Well, it's because the children fill them with hay because St. Nicholas is supposed to come on a white horse on the night of December the 5th. And on December the 6th is St. Nicholas Day. And they fill their shoes with hay so that the St. Nicholas's white horse will have something to eat. And St. Nicholas takes out the hay and puts in their presents.
Well, Gerard, you've told me everything. Well, kids, we're off to a good start. And now then you can relax for a moment. It's recess time.
Christmas Day is almost done, but Christmas week has just begun. So, in between now and New Year, we wish health and joy and cheer. Now, Dad, remember, Junior's train was given to him, not you. And you can't get away with a candy cane as fast as you used to do. Dolls, drums, and horns are for girls and boys. And we oldsters just can't take it. 'Cause a headache comes from too much noise, and it's sometimes hard to shake it. If food is taken in excess and upset stomach rises, take Alka-Seltzer. Ease distress. It soothes pain. Alkalizes. Now, here's a line to end my rhyme. Take heed. 'Twill pay you well, sir. At Christmas time and all the time, try friendly Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Questions are sent in by you listeners. The sender of each question used receives a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in movable wave magnet. This fine set will operate on its own self-contained batteries or on your electric light circuit and will work perfectly not only in your own home, but out of doors, in your car, in trains, in steel buildings, and under other ordinarily difficult conditions. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. Mail your questions to the Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. May I remind you, too, that you can have fun playing a new question game, Beat the Quiz Kids, now appearing in many local newspapers.
Well, kids, here's the first report from the judges. So far, you haven't missed a single question. And your individual scores are Van, 60 points, Joan, 40, Gerard, 70, Lois, 20, and Claude, 30. And here is the next question. James E. Fraser of Rye, New York, is going to test your knowledge of physics. If, when you get up in the morning, you should open the door which separates your cold bedroom from the warm hall, and you should light a candle and set it on the threshold, which way would the flame point and why? Van?
Well, it would point out towards the warm room because the cold air would be going in there.
Well, can you explain that a little?
Well, the hot air, of course, being lighter for the volume than the cold air, would tend to rise. And the hot air in the one room would tend to go into the other room up near the ceiling, while the cold air would go into the other room near the floor. And therefore, the flame would be blown towards the hot room.
That's very good, Van. Thanks a lot. Now then, Marcella Festa of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, reminds us that next week is New Year's, and that we all should be taking inventories of ourselves to see what New Year's resolutions we should make. He wants to know what resolutions you kids think you should include on your list. Joan?
Well, I'd like to read one good book every week.
Well, that's a good resolution. I'm sure you can keep that up. Is there anything else you'd like to put on your list?
Well, that's about all.
Well, you're certainly making it easy for yourself, Joan. Claude?
Well, I'd like to keep up my good marks in school.
Well, I think that is a very good one. Yes, Sir Claude. Let's see now, Van?
Well, that's about what I was going to do. I was also going to see if I could answer more questions on the Quiz Kids.
That's the best one yet. Lois, how about you?
Well, I'm going to improve the bad marks and keep up the good marks. I have to.
That's fine. And Gerard?
Tolerance is what I need.
Well, all right for you sometimes, Gerard, but then sometimes I need it too. Well, that's a very good one, Gerard, and I wish you a lot of luck. Now, our next question here, S.J.T. Strauss of Chicago asks, what proverbs might prompt your mother to do these things? Keep you from staying up late, for instance. Lois?
Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Very good. And What proverb might prompt your mother to keep you from, ask you to run to her the minute you tear your clothes? Claude?
A stitch in time saves 9.
It certainly does. And the next one, insist that you spend only part of your weekly allowance on things you like to buy. Van?
A penny saved is a penny earned.
That's very good. Now, that was too easy, I'm afraid, kids. Let's see if you can give a couple of more proverbs or quotations about money. Claude?
Penny wise, pound foolish.
Very good. Gerard?
He who steals my purse steals trash, but he who filters from me my good name enriches himself not, but leaves me poor indeed. That is from William Shakespeare.
It certainly is, Gerard, and that's marvelous. And then, of course, there's money makes the world go round, and money makes the mare go, and ere you consult your fancy, consult your purse. And, just a lot of them. Miss Henrietta Bryson of Salt Lake City, Utah, wants to take you on a vacation trip to 3 United States dependencies. Now, she describes each dependency as follows, and you are to identify at least 2 of them. The first is without a natural supply of fresh water. Without a natural supply of fresh water. And it's a United States dependency. Lois?
I think they're on Howland Island in the Pacific. I don't think, I understand that the Pacific is all around that, and that's salt water, and they can't use it unless they distill it.
Well, there's another one that's more familiar to everybody. We'd like to have that one, Lois.
Well, I don't know what that is then.
Gerard?
Out on the hot desert.
Well, yes, of course, we're talking about islands, United States dependencies. Well, the answer to the first one is the Midway Islands. That should be very familiar to you. All right, let's take the next one. The second, no private individual is allowed to own land. Lois?
Canal zone.
That's very good. Well, you made up for the other one, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And the third one, the third has a coastline that exceeds the length of that of the entire United States. Lois?
I think it's Alaska.
No, that's wrong. Claude?
Could it be the Philippines?
That's right. That's correct, Claude. Thanks very much. Mrs. Winifred H. Bennett of Portland, Maine, suggests that you kids probably have playmates named Jack, Bob, Harry, and Bill. She wants you to use each of these names in a sentence as a verb. Now, for example, the snipers will harry the enemy. Harry meaning to plunder, annoy, vex. All right, Claude?
Well, the 2 lovers build and cooed.
That's right. That's a good one, Claude. We can't keep the romance angle out, can we? All right, Joan.
What were the others? Bob?
Bob and...
The children Bob for apples.
That's good. And now we have Jack left. Gerard?
Well, you can jack the car.
You sure can. And it's a good thing to have one, too, if it's needed. Well, that takes care of that one, kid. This next one here, Fred R. Michael of Davenport, Washington, thinks this one should be a pipe for smart kids like you. He asks how many 1-inch pipes would be required to carry as much water as 1 2-inch pipe. Van?
Well, before 1-inch pipes need to carry the same as a 2-inch pipe under similar circumstances, of course.
That's very, very good, Van. I didn't think any of you kids would get that one. Miss Dorothy Siglin of Edgewood, Rhode Island, has squeezed 3 literary characters into the following 3 lines, and she thinks you should be able to identify them. Now, listen closely. 2 out of 3 on this one. Who raked the meadow sweet with hay? Van?
Maud Muller on a summer's day.
That's correct. Maud Muller on a summer's day raked the meadow sweet with hay. Now then, who pourest a full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art? Claude?
Well, maybe that could be Eurydice.
No. Who pourest a full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art? Well, let's take the next one. Let you think about that one. Whose eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming? Whose eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming? Now, that should be very familiar to you boys and girls. Well, a second one, Van, you were going to say...
Well, it might be Frankenstein's monster.
No. The second one would be, who pourest a full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art, would be the Skylark in the poem To a Skylark by Shelley. And whose eyes have all the seeming of a demon that is dreaming would be the Raven in the poem The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Quote the Raven, nevermore, unquote. Yeah. Zara Marie Boyer, I had to get that in there, unquote. Zara Marie Boyer of Elkhart, Indiana, waxes poetical to ask you this interesting question. You are to identify these Catherines, 2 out of 3. 3 Catherines in history have earned much fame. One ruled her country, and her husband, Peter was his name. The second had reason to fear London's famous tower, while the third served poisoned potions to pass an idle hour. Van?
Well, let me hear the first one again. I'm not sure about it.
One ruled her country, and her husband, Peter, was his name.
That would be Catherine the Great.
That's right. All right, how about the second one? Claude?
Well, the second one would be Catherine, Henry VIII's, one of Henry VIII's wives.
That's correct.
And what was the third one?
And the third one? While the third served poisoned potions to pass an idle hour.
Would that be Macbeth?
No. While the third served poisoned potions to pass an idle hour. Well, you've gotten 2 out of 3, so that's all that's necessary, boys and girls.
Sorry to interrupt, Joe, but once more, Father Time has caught up with you.
Well, thanks, Marvin. Kids, the judges will have the final scores in just a moment. Hey, wait a minute. What is this? Hey, look, kids, there's a belated replica of Santa Claus coming into the studio. But wait a minute, there's something funny here. Come on out from behind those whiskers, Marvin Miller, and let's have an explanation of this Santa Claus business.
Well, all right, Joe, wait till I take them off. You see, it's this way, Joe. I really feel like Santa today. I've got a free gift for every single person listening. Now, even Santa Claus can't do better than that. And I'm going to tell the folks about it or know the reason why.
Well, that's all right, Marvin, and we're mighty glad you did remember all of our listeners. So, fire right ahead.
It's the new 1941 Miles Weather Calendar, a token of appreciation from your friend and ours, your druggist. And there's a free copy waiting for every one of you. Now, I know thousands of you are already familiar with these famous Miles Weather Calendars, for they have been published by the makers of Alka-Seltzer for years. And I know you'll want to get your new 1941 edition. This new 1941 Miles Weather Calendar shows all the holidays and church days. It gives the moon phases and the sunrise and sunset times for each day. It indicates best fishing dates and planting dates for flowers, as well as for farm crops of all kinds, and contains a host of other helpful information. You'll find a great many uses for this new calendar throughout 1941. It is printed in attractive colors. All dates and figures are large enough to be read easily from across the room. And remember, this calendar is free. There's positively nothing to buy. You just go to your druggist and ask him for the new 1941 Miles Weather Calendar. He'll be glad to give it to you. But be sure you get your copy right away. Do it before his supply is exhausted. The new 1941 Miles Weather Calendar. Free from your druggist.
While the judges are finishing checking the report cards, we'll hear a word from Miss Charlotte Carr, Director of world-famous Hull House, our guest observer for this evening. Miss Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, and thank you, Quiz Kids. for one of the most pleasant half hours I have ever had. With your amazing knowledge and your lovable personalities, you are bringing pleasure and entertainment to thousands, and you're having a perfectly grand time doing it. I sincerely believe that in addition, you are doing all children a real service. You are making adults aware of the truly great things that boys and girls can do if the opportunity is provided them. Every day at Hull House, I work with children. These children and others throughout the nation have potentialities for great and useful lives. Many of them, however, will be lost to the world through economic privation. Quiz Kids, it's my hope that in your accomplishments, we adults will see our responsibility to provide to children everywhere the opportunity to develop to the fullest whatever capabilities and talents they may have.
Thank you, Miss Carr. Well, kids, the judges have finished their deliberations. You missed only one question tonight, and the individual scores placed Van first, Gerard second, and Claude third. So you three, I'll see back next Wednesday night. You all were excellent students tonight, and I take pleasure in presenting all five of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, these $100 denomination United States savings bonds. We hope you will be able to make good use of them in furthering your education. Now, before I announce the names of next week's newcomers, we'll hear a final word from Marvin Miller.
Safety pays. This winter, guard against the danger of a deficiency of vitamins A and D. Here's how you and every member of your family can do it, and for only a penny a day per person. Take One-A-Day brand vitamin A and D tablets every day. That's the name, One-A-Day tablets. 1 tablet a day is all you need. 1 tablet a day is all you take. And 1 penny a day is all it costs. Young and old alike, babies, growing children, older folks, all need vitamins A and D. Each One-A-Day tablet contains the same amount of vitamins A and D contained in 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One-A-Day tablets are pleasant tasting, no fishy, oily taste, and no aftertaste. Help yourself and your family to these 2 important vitamins this winter. Just listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents. 90 tablets, only 85 cents. And 180 tablets, just $1.50. One-A-Day vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Ask your druggist for One-A-Day tablets. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Marvin. Friends, next week our newcomers will be Sheila Brenner, age 14, of Chicago, Illinois, and Pat Chandler, age 14, of River Forest, Illinois. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday, New Year's Day, at the same time. Good night, kids, and a Happy New Year to you.
Good night, Mr.
Good night, Kelly. The same to you.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Marvin Miller speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The campuses of Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, and Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Good Housekeeping Magazine, presents, transcribed, the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight, Trinity College is out to challenge the varsity scholars from Syracuse University, the school that provided the final winning team in last season's exciting College Quiz Bowl. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hi there, everybody. Well, it's good to be back.
Tonight we start another season of intercollegiate competitions, and it's going to be a real old-fashioned battle of the brains, so let's get the game underway. First, we go to Hartford, Connecticut, where Jim Strong of station WTIC in Hartford is on hand to serve as referee for the Trinity College team. Are you with us, Jim?
I sure am, Alan, and here also are 4 bright Trinity men who intend to make that Syracuse reign a short one. It's a pleasure to introduce
Bill Nichol from South Orange, New Jersey.
John Talk from South Ozone Park, Queens, New York.
Bennett Dyke from Hartford, Connecticut.
Joseph Kelly from Thomaston, Connecticut.
All right, there you have the varsity scholars from Trinity College. Now let's move way upstate in New York, where Bob Whitney of station WSYR Syracuse is standing by to act as referee for the Syracuse University team. You know, it was Syracuse on top last year when our season ended, so how does that winning team look tonight, Bob?
They look just fine, Alan, and mighty eager to roll up another high score in tonight's game. Here's another championship Syracuse team to say hello.
Sally Kotorski, Buffalo, New York.
Charles Samuels, Brooklyn, New York.
Arlene Yard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Bob Chaseman, Syracuse, New York.
And so we've met both teams. Now, before Roger Tuttle explains our rules, may I point out that we recognize the fact that here in the College Quiz Bowl, we put the emphasis on a quick recall of specific facts, and thus point up only one of the objectives of college education. But we're also trying to give you an opportunity to meet a few of the many remarkable, well-rounded personalities to be found on every American campus. Okay, now how about those rules, Roger?
Right, Alan, and here they are. Alan Ludden asks a toss-up question worth 10 points. And the first team to signal it knows the answer gets a chance to answer. When Trinity College signals, you'll hear... And when Syracuse University signals, you'll hear... And by means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here in New York City and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if a team gives a wrong answer to the toss-up question, the other team is given a chance to answer it. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question worth a stated number of points. The team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl.
Thank you, Roger Tuttle. Now remember, teams, you may interrupt a toss-up question before I've finished asking it, but if you do, and if your answer is wrong, your team will be penalized 5 points. I will then repeat the question, giving the other team a free crack at it. Okay, those are the rules, and there's the opening whistle, so let's go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, why was it important that Pythias be punctual? Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. He was returning to save his friend Damien, who was condemned to death.
That's right. I'll take that for 10 points. If he had not been punctual, Damien would have been killed. Pythias and the legend of Pythias and Damien. Okay, you've got now a chance at a 30-point bonus, Trinity, by getting that 10-point toss-up. Here's your bonus. Now, any member and all members of the Trinity team may work together on this one. If Icarus and Eddie Rickenbacker were pursuing some joint activity, they'd probably be flying, you know? Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you can tell us what the following pairs of people would probably be doing together. First, and for 10 points, are Caro and Brunhilde. What would they probably be doing together?
Swinging. Riding a horse.
What?
Riding a horse.
That's right, riding a horse. Horseback riding, that's right. Eddie Arcaro, of course, the famous jockey, and Brunhilde spent a lot of her time on her beautiful horse grave. Okay, 10 more points for Trinity. Hippomenes and Landy. What would they be doing? Hippomenes and Landy.
Running.
Right, foot racing. Hippomenes was a mythological youth who won the race when he gave him Atlanta, the run in Atlanta. And Landy is the Australian runner who topped Roger Bannister's record-breaking mile. Okay, 10 more points, Trinity, if you can tell me what possibly would Achille Campagnoni and Jack and the Beanstalk be doing?
Swinging an axe.
Climbing.
Climbing? Did I hear climbing? Fine, who said that?
Richard Kelly, Alan.
Richard, why did you figure, who is Achille Campagnoni? Who is Achille Campagnoni?
Mountain climber.
That's right, he's the one who climbed K2, Mount Goodwin, Austin. Okay, you got then all of your bonus points, which means that we have 40 points for Trinity and no points for Syracuse. Okay, here we go with another toss-up question. And coming up is a 30-point bonus. On your toes. Senator Irving Ives has been described as a political Tyglon. For 10 points, tell us, if Senator Ives were a real Tiglon, what would his mother be? Okay. Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. A lion?
That's right, a lioness. That's okay. Joseph, what is a Tiglon?
The cross between a tiger and a lion.
That's right, for 10 points. And Trinity, you've got a chance now at a 30-point bonus. Here we go. Newspaper stories in the past week have dealt with various people who have been cleared, accused, and investigated. 10 points for each of the following questions dealing with these stories that you can answer correctly. Work as a team. First of all, for 10 points, what committee reported that the CIA is doing, quote, a creditable job? What committee? Anybody on the Trinity team? Current events. Okay, time is called. You lost the 10 points. All right, what subcommittee? Oh, I'll tell you. The committee was the Doolittle Committee, of course, which was appointed by Eisenhower to study the Central Intelligence Agency. All right? For 10 points now, what subcommittee called Captain Video up as a witness? Anybody on the Trinity team?
Was it the Senate subcommittee investigating... investigating the influence of television on juvenile delinquency.
All right, we'll accept that. Fine. Al Hodge, who plays Captain Video, was called up to be assure the committee that his television program would never lead a child astray. Okay, you'll get 10 more points now if you can tell us what is the name of the man accused by the Department of Justice of transmitting top secrets to the Netherlands.
John Tolman. Peterson.
That's right. John Sidney Peterson. Now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Roger Tuttle?
Each week, Good Housekeeping magazine will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Wittnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Wittnauer family of fine watches, since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Well, those are the stakes. Now, with 19 and a half minutes to go, Trinity 70 points. Syracuse hasn't scratched yet, I'm sorry to say. We go back to a toss-up question and Alan.
All right, before we take a toss-up question, I want to check your lights and your signals. Syracuse, may I hear your signal? Right. Trinity, may I hear your signal? Okay, your lights are on top. Let's go. Now, here we go with a toss-up question. Coming up is a 30-point musical bonus. The following is the form in which a zoologist might express an aphorism well known to most children. 10 points if you can give us the popular, well-known version. Quote, the dipterous insect is invited to enter by the arachnid. Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
Won't you come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Right, for 10 points, Syracuse. And here, Syracuse, is your 30-point musical bonus. We're going to play excerpts from 3 classical rhapsodies, each of which extols the virtue of a certain country. Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you identify the country. You may come in and tell me the country as soon as you want to. All right? Music. Please. I've got the wrong musical bonus here. I'll switch. I'll keep the music on the stands and read the right musical bonus. Well... that doesn't spoil anything. Here's a popular musical bonus question, still worth 30 points. We're going to play 3 well-known songs, all mentioning a kind of time in their titles. You're going to get 10 points each time you give us the kind of time described. All right, now that one.
Arlene Yard.
All right, what was it, Sally?
It's a hot time.
Hot time, that's right. Well, you heard a little bit of it, all right? Now, tell me what kind of time is described in this title. What kind of time?
Last time I saw Paris.
Last time. That's right, for 10 points, Syracuse. Now, tell me, what kind of time is described in the title of this one?
Charles Samuels on this.
Anytime.
Anytime, right, for 10 points. Okay. You got 40 on that one, and I got mixed. I'll put this musical bonus back. It's coming up a little bit later. Here's a toss-up question worth 10 points. We got a 30-point bonus coming up. Score 70 Trinity, 40 Syracuse. Everybody knows that Tinker, Evers, and Chance were famous baseball players. Now, for 10 points, with what occupation do you associate Lowell, Gerald, and Schwartz? No takers? Syracuse.
Right.
Arlene Yard.
What was that? What was the answer, Arlene? What was the answer?
Toy making.
Can you take it, Trinity?
Joseph Kelly, Alan.
Writers? They are writers. They are poetry writers, but I'll accept occupation. Okay. All right, Trinity, by holding your knowledge there, you got a chance at a 30-point bonus. Now, you seem to be rather literary. This is a good one for you. I'm going to read you lines from 2 19th century poems dealing with the subject of death. You'll get 10 points if you can identify the title and author of either poem, and you'll get 30 points if you can so identify both poems. Is that clear? All right, first, for 10 points. Let there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. Author and title.
Go on, John.
That was Crossing the Bar by Tennyson.
That's right. You've got 10 points. Now, you can parlay this into 30 points if you'll identify this one. Quote, for sudden the worst turns the best to the grave, the black minute's at end. Try it. You know it.
Grace Elegy in the Country Church here?
Nope, I'm sorry. That is Robert Browning's Prophecy. Robert Browning's Prophecy, but you get 10 points out of that. All right, we're going back to a toss-up question now. Here we go. 10 points for the correct answer. If you were minus a tibia and a fibula, would you have the most difficulty in sitting down, standing up, or lying? Trinity.
Joseph
Standing
Kelly.
up.
Standing up.
Standing up, and that's right. That's right, Trinity, for 10 points. And you've got a 25-point bonus coming up. But just a minute, Joseph, is that you?
Yes.
Why? What is a tibia?
Tibia is one of the leg bones.
What's a fibula?
Must be the knee bone.
Well, it's one of the leg bones, the external side. That's right, though. Standing up was the question, was the answer I was looking for. But, oh, brother, have you got a... Billy, here is a bonus. 25 points, Trinity. Get to work together. Get your paper and pencil ready. You've got to come up with